smiting this. Yes. You can see here that we are paused and behind, because I had a couple things to do. Got live a little bit late. So we're going to be watching, until we get caught up, I'm going to be watching the stream at a sped up speed. And then, of course, we're going to get hit with an ad break, and then I'm going to be like, well, oof. But that's fine. It's Smite Worlds, and I'm really excited. I fell behind on the season, but I'm still excited because I always enjoy watching some Smite Worlds. You guys don't have audio. You're gonna have to give me 1 second. It's just music right now that you're missing, and a laugh. Right, there we go. I need to turn this up.
Have you prepared for judgment? Stand.
Down for you guys. Okay, there we go.
My liege, be on your guard.
Just clips from a bunch of character trailers, I think.
We were souls. Hearken. Thrive. He guide you. A new world is waiting.
Hello, gods and goddesses. Welcome to the Smite World Championships Season X.
It's gonna be a little bit before we're normal
I'm going to be one of your
speed,
hosts
but
for the
then
week, and
once
my
we're
name
caught
is
up,
Kelly Link. And joining me here on the SteelSeries Control Freak Lounge is the one and only F. Dot.
What's good, friends? It's good to be back!
We want to welcome everyone that's in the audience right now and everyone at home. We cannot be more excited to be here with you guys. And F-Ton, I can't be more excited to be working with you again, man. It feels like it's 2014 all over again.
Oh, 2014? Not 2013, even further back?
Yeah, possibly, yeah.
Wild, wild world, and here we are in 2024, and the wild part is, I recognize some of these people, which is insane.
Oh yeah, there's definitely people that have been coming for a decade now to the Smite World Championships, and now we have it here in Arlington, Texas, in this amazing esports stadium. And I know you guys are ready for the games, so are we, but we're gonna have a little bit of fun before we get into the games, and we have some incredible interviews that we're gonna be bringing on some guests that you guys may recognize. So let's bring on the first guest here, and it's one of my favorite people, and probably your favorite people as well. Tina, your microphone's right there. How you doing, Tina?
I'm a little scared. Hi. Hi. Hi.
No
A little
swearing.
nervous. A little nervous. Oh, I can't swear?
I mean, it's you, Tina. We always have at least a Tina factor in there.
I'll try and keep it in, you guys, just for you.
How have you been?
Very good. I'm very excited.
Reminds me of
It's
EQ.
really, really cold.
Wait, I can't swear?
Local.
Really cold. The venue's great. There's so many people here, and they're super excited for our announcement. So,
What
Oh
announcement?
my god.
I can't talk about it until you see it.
I tried, chat. I
in
tried.
An hour? An hour? Yeah, about an hour.
Yeah, about an hour.
Yeah, give or take. You know, so, yeah. All right, I can't cuss.
What's
Never
it like? You've been working on Smite longer than I was. What is it like after 10 years to still see Smite fans selling out the arena, celebrating this incredible game?
It means so much
forgot
to
to
me
tweet out
because
the stream.
we put in a lot of work, and to see people like
Wait a
really,
minute.
enjoy it, enjoy
I
what we do,
forgot.
it makes me really happy. It's like a fulfillment kind of thing, and it makes you like keep wanting to produce better and more things. So,
That attitude has certainly like helped the whole game grow. We've seen multiple eras, Taylor Swift style, you know, of the original era, and then kind of that in between, and now the modern era with Trelly and the boys kind of doing it on the esports
Yeah.
side. And like you have mainstays like yourself, and you know Isaiah's been here for a jump, and like having a couple of those pillars of the community, but then also not being afraid to like jump in and bring new players in and new people
Yeah.
is, I think, really like it's reflected in our shows, but it's reflected in the games too, like the characters that are coming out,
Yeah.
the way the game has embraced the map changes and stuff. I really you really feel that like dev appreciation. So
yes, I feel it every day, and I'm very honored that you guys are still here with us after how many years?
we're not
10?
dead yet.
I know, no. I'm just.
We're still here with us.
We're here. Yeah.
So Tina, we have a lot of fun things going on this weekend. What are you most excited for?
The most excited, probably the hotel fucking
Tina,
the hotel parties. And
Okay, honestly, that's much better than what you just said. Okay, good.
I'm glad to see all the fans and interact with them and talk about our game. And the hotel parties are like the lobby is going to be so lit, and I'm very excited about that.
Lobby party.
Yeah.
Lobby party.
Yeah,
Oh my
we're just
gosh.
like in the same, like, what do you call it? Like, we're all have stuff in common, and we can just
Okay.
talk, and
Stream
it's
has
going to be
been
great.
posted.
Who was here when we were at the W back in Atlanta?
Oh my
That
God.
is what this feels like. where
Yeah. Yeah.
Me and Peckies were running around screaming, lobby party, lobby party. And here I am 10 years later going, lobby party?
Lobby party.
You always got to respect the Peckies, of course. Tina, I mean,
Sorry,
it is.
I kissed it.
Did you, oh, that's not good. Don't do that.
I'm sorry. We're back.
I'm so excited for everyone else that has to use that mic now after you guessed it. Tina, I mean, before we send you off, because it looks like we actually have quite a line of people to get through for this little red
Yes,
carpet.
we have a lot of people.
Just where, you do so much for the community and everything, and I know that you have a ton of fans yourself, but maybe someone's just watching for the first time and they say, I want to know more about that girl. Where are you online?
Oh, you can follow me on Twitter. I mean X and at GameDevTina. And yeah, I think I only have. Oh, I also have Instagram, and you can follow me there at GameDevTina as well.
Tina, thank you so much. And I guess pass the mic on to the next person that we
Oh
bring
yeah,
in here.
who is next? It's Isaiah.
Tina's always a
Oh,
trip.
wait, never mind. Tina lied.
Oh, it's this guy.
I didn't get booed.
I don't know if the mics is catching it up, but
I want.
let the record show the handsome man was booed at first.
This is Mifflin's personal nightmare. Hearing that when I sit down, and that's gonna fuel me all weekend long. And I hope you guys know that.
I feel that, actually. Anything that makes Mifflin feel
don't
bad
mind me,
makes me
chat.
feel good. So
I don't feel that way, Mifflin. I'm
do.
sorry.
No, I love Mifflin, but there's
I
just
don't.
something about that dynamic.
I feel that though, actually. No, I mean that's actually, when we look at the time that all the commentators have been together, like we never did the dedicated duos, and I like that. But as a result, all of your individual matchups have a different personality in and of themselves, and you and Mifflin, I think, really embodied like pure R Smite nerdiness, and I love the way that worked.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's not far off from how we really interact with one another in real
Facts.
life. You know,
Actually.
what's nice is it's how we are with one another just kind of transplants its way into a cast, and that's when it feels the most natural.
Okay, there we
No,
go.
I love Mifflin. I'm glad
Sorry,
he can't
now
hear
it's
me
cropped
saying he's
much
talking to
better.
people right now, so he can't hear me saying it. Don't worry, I would tell him, and I do tell him, but it's been awesome, and obviously I miss working with all the guys. But building that rapport and building that dynamic with those that you cast with is unlike any other coworker relationship you will ever have in your entire life, and
That
it makes
part.
it so special.
Definitely. And, last year we obviously saw you on the casting desk, but this year you're going to be hosting the analyst desk. How are you feeling about that?
We'll see if I still got it. The good news is, all weekend long, I'll have 3 really talented, really smart folks up there with me. Look, I'm happy to be back and be a part of everything. Such an important, big part of my life, and so sort of wrapping all of that up with one big, amazing event like the Smite World Championships is. I would have done anything. I could have been working one of these food booths, and I would have been over the moon about it. So I'm happy that I get to play a decent role here this weekend.
So, we have a very exciting weekend ahead of us.
That water
And
did not go
obviously,
down right.
you've seen these teams, you've casted these teams, and there's so many storylines going on with the reigning champs not having the best Season X. We have 2 EU SEC teams that are
God.
coming through.
She
What
said
to you,
Season
what
X. Oh, no,
storyline
no,
are you
no,
most
never
excited to
speak
play
again.
out this weekend?
What I really like is the overall idea that, the ferrymen come in as the favorites, but what it really felt like last year with the Kings is that they were far and away the most dominant team. They did it in clean fashion. They swept the entire tournament. What I like overall is it doesn't feel like we have that same potential this year. It feels like there is a favorite, and I'll be potentially proven wrong here in 2 or 3 days. It feels though more contested in the sense that we won't have a team that's far and away the favorite in a sense that they're gonna go 2-0, 3-0, 3-0 all throughout the weekend. There's gonna be more contest. It would be really cool though to see the ferrymen finally get it done. The core of this roster has been to 2 back-to-back World Finals, lost them both 3-0. They get it done earlier in the weekend. Can they get it done later in the weekend? And a lot of players who, will have some questions about their future and those sorts of things after the weekend. What do they do? And so a lot of players in my mind that are yet to get that first ring that I'm hoping to see at least competing for it at the end, because some storied careers really culminate in a weekend like this.
Well, it's crazy looking at this roster, and these are players that I've seen back when I was still a part of Hi-Res Studios, to see that it's not only us that are still here along with the ride, but also a lot of these players that have been such pivotal parts of the growth of the SPL. It's honestly amazing.
I mean, it's wild. You know, Barracuda retiring was. I mean, I'm a New Yorker. It felt like Derek Jeter was retiring. Like, it was such a big deal. And then, you know, I'm hanging out here at the hotel, just like hanging out with Zapman, and I was like, dude, we were doing this 10 years. Like, what?
It's like if Bill Belichick or Nick Saban were to ever retire. Like, can you imagine either of those two
Max Verstappen,
retiring from their
Fernando
respective
Alonso, or
roles?
Lewis
I shook hands.
Hamilton ever to retire.
The grave. That's Zapman.
There are, and it's a year where there have been
Alonso
a
and
lot of
Hamilton are just
individual
never
kind of
gonna
roster
retire,
swaps
man.
as well, and a lot of players playing with new players for the first time. They tried it for a couple of years in Season 8 and Season 9, didn't quite work. Season 10, time to figure out what can work now. And so you see kind of these every 2 years, you get these big shakeups when it hasn't worked for the last couple of years. And it's such a long process to get here, to get to Worlds. And so the pressure is really on, especially when you get everyone filled in. Really is the best time of year.
Agreed.
Dave, I know you got a lot of prep work to do, and I believe we're actually going to be seeing you in not too long after the keynote, so we'll
Correct.
chat in
Yeah, I'm leaving.
just a bit.
I don't know who I'm getting up here. I'm
All
going to
right.
get to someone.
Well,
Bye,
thanks,
guys.
Dave. Good to see you, man. Much love to Dave.
Ooh, Isaiah.
Yo, what's going on?
Welcome to the
The
lounge.
announcer pack.
How are you doing?
Oh.
How has your SWC been so
You
far?
know, something about being here, 10 SWCs with Kelly and FDOT, it just
All right,
feels
chat, I
right.
might,
Like, this is just so
we
good.
might
It's
do
just
some
been
gaming
amazing
while
seeing
this is
everybody
on.
here. Got the fans filing in. We had a line yesterday that was crazy. People getting their badges early. The stadium was already almost full. I'm just so excited to be here.
There's so much love. There's just so much love here.
I know.
You know, and I think that's something very, very specific to the Smite community and what you and the team have kind of really cultivated here. And so, like, you know, I know from my standpoint as a commentator and, like, you know, even as a dev working on balance over the years, kind of what my expectations are to see, you know, everybody out here come through as a streamer or whatnot. But
'Cause
you,
it's-
as community
it's
lead
gonna
and
be a
everything,
little bit
what are your
before we,
expectations? Like, what do you want? What do you?
It's going to be a bit before we get caught up, but it's
Like
going
you
to be
said, man, just
also a
love.
bit before
There's nothing like
anything
being
actually starts happening.
In one spot with over 2,000 fans, all just super
I think what I'm
passionate
gonna do
about a little game that I love called Smite, right? There's nothing like the Smite community, and it's always an incredible experience to just be here with everyone.
Yeah, there's nothing like the Smite
Hopefully
community.
it
The
works.
very first thing I did, the first fan that walked through that door handed me a toilet seat
Oh.
and said, "Will you sign my toilet seat?"
Add it to the collection.
That
Pretty
sounds
sure
like-
it's the same person did the same thing last year. He's spitting out every bathroom in his house is going to be an SWC toilet seat.
I love it. I love it.
love
Obviously,
it,
you know,
but
you're talking about the
also
fans and how
what?
amazing it is. And I have worked my fair share of games. And I don't know what it is about Smite fans, but I never see a Friday sell out and be full in the audience.
That's the real thing. Like, you know, Kelly and I have been around the scene. I've been doing a bunch of different
I mean,
games
but it's like
since
it's
Smite, and,
esports worlds, you know, like
much love
people
to all
still
my
want
other
to. A lot of
scenes.
people still
You
want to
can't
see
really
like
compare passion or
the
this, that, or
stories
that.
they followed
But
throughout the
you can
season, as
compare
well as the story
Friday
that Worlds is going to
Yes.
create.
And like I said,
So
I'm
a
seeing
lot
the
of
same
people
faces that I've seen
are
5
gonna
years
wanna-
ago,
are gonna wanna see
6
that.
years ago, 7. I'm seeing
And-
the same
and so people are
names
gonna
that I'm
try
used to
and be
seeing in
there
my
for
ranked
all 3
games.
days
None
in
of them are
person.
speaking,
Yeah.
only the ones that lose. I'm seeing the same people
Who's
that show up in
going
my
to
Twitch
Worlds
chat.
for one day?
And that
Who's
is
going to Worlds
absolutely,
just
I think,
for
something that's a
finals?
Yeah, it's
little
awesome.
bit controversial
SWC,
here.
it's an esports
You
event.
still
It's
have
a
to make a
celebration of
trip
Smite,
out of it,
but
unless
it's
it's
also
like
kind
where
of
you
like a
are
family
lit,
reunion,
right?
right?
It's
You
my
get
That's exactly what
all
I
the
call it.
people seeing the OGs, you know, people like Kelly and you, FDOT, coming back. I saw Spiff. Spiff is lurking around here. Just so many.
Do a bunch of esports, and I consider Hi-Res, like, I didn't go to college or nothing. This is my alma mater.
Yeah.
Smite is my fraternity.
Oh, yeah.
And so I come back here and I'm like, oh,
Hello?
it's just
OBS. OBS.
the announcer went out. She
Okay,
said,
there we go.
"Welcome home." And that hit.
Oh, yeah.
That hit.
Speaking about the homies, I actually don't know if we have too much time left here.
Oh, word.
So
we should,
Isaiah,
we should. And a
And
lot of cool
shout-outs.
people in line. Just shout outs to the entire Smite community. Shout outs to SWC. I love you all. Get ready for an absolutely incredible weekend. I'll see you out there in the stands.
Okay, there we go.
Hell yeah.
thank you so much, Isaiah.
Oh, man.
Who's next?
That got me.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm like over here trying not to cough, and you're like,
Already? Already?
Tom.
I always, every finalist that's me, but already a little early.
Travis.
Welcome.
Good to see you, man.
Speaking of the old heads
Hell
of
yeah.
Smite, how's it going?
Yeah, going pretty well. I'm here today, represent the 2014 OG launch tournament jacket on. Yeah.
Love it.
I don't fit in mine.
Sorry, chat. We're figuring
This one's,
stuff
I'm
out
stretching
right
it.
I
I'm
tried. I legitimately tried.
I can't wear some of the older things too, but this one, like, I'm putting hurting on it, but it's still holding up.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
So, Travis, you're one of the people that knows everything that's going to be shown here this weekend. Is there anything that you could allude to?
Leak.
I've been trying all morning to myself, don't say anything, don't say anything.
Say it.
And the first question you ask is to say something.
Yeah.
Say
There we
it.
go. We get rid of
You
the
don't,
background
you don't
thing.
have to.
We don't need
but
that.
could you say that there is a lot for Smite fans to look forward to?
There's going to be a lot to look forward to. I can't wait. I am
Let's
so
do,
excited about what's going to happen in the next 30 minutes.
Let's do some
Something
slash
that
shenanigans.
is definitely true and like in my heart. I just can't wait. Like I said, all morning I've been stressing about not saying anything when I sit down with you guys.
You know
which
what I
makes
bet
for a
I
great
could also
interview.
do,
No,
actually?
I'm the worst. She's the nice one.
Is
I'm
if I
gonna
put
be
this
right
in
for you.
picture in picture.
Okay.
Can
What
I
can I say?
get...
It's going to be something that everyone in attendance, everyone watching, is going to really love. There's no question. This is going to be the biggest day of my life, and I can't wait to get to the announcement so I can talk.
Are you going to be on the keynote?
I'm going to be in the keynote.
Nice. So we're going to see you
Yes,
real soon.
and I'm going to come out on stage right after and talk a little bit more. So it's exciting. I don't know. I'm very nervous.
Okay.
If you can't tell. How are you guys doing?
So my one
mean, we
issue
were
with
talking about it
doing
before,
this,
just coming
we are gonna put this away for right
Back,
now.
it is.
So I can
something
capture a picture in picture,
wonderful.
which is
Ain't
great.
nothing like SWC.
The problem is if I do that with
It
Smite,
really
it's gonna be
is
tabbing
an
me out
absolutely
a ton.
incredible moment. I mean, 10 years ago, I was
So,
interviewing
you know,
these
rip
Smite
that
teams
idea.
and watching Trix
That's
Tank
okay.
win the launch tournament and then have the entire audience sing happy
Watch
birthday
Q's
to him
just
because
be
he won the first ever Smite
while we're-
tournament
while
while it was his
watching Worlds.
birthday.
You
Oh,
remember
that'd be
when Wolf
hilarious.
was working on that stage as well.
Oh, I'll never forget.
Oh my gosh.
All right.
Those are yeah, I do. I
See,
mean,
of course, now we're getting
these
into the good
memories.
stuff, but unfortunately, everyone, we are going to have to toss to a break. But you guys aren't going to want to go anywhere because we have an
See, there's
incredible
the break.
keynote coming your way, so stay tuned.
There's the break. I saw it coming. I don't know if this music is safe, but this isn't music, to be fair. Is this just a thing for Worlds? Yeah, it is. Okay. Are we caught up now?
But I stuck some out for you.
Okay. Well, there's funny stuff going on there, it looks like, but that's... Okay. I don't want to get claimed or anything, so there we go. Also, I like how the game froze, like we found a match, but we're still in queue. That was funny. See, it froze before that even loaded up. All right, let's just play the funny whale while we wait.
It was rude, crude, and socially unacceptable.
I have no idea if this is gonna be claimed, so I'm just gonna be, you know, looking as often as I can to try to see. Oh God. Crossover. We even got a battle pass booster. I'm sat here as a whale floating around in the sky. I got two people that are about to dodge me. This is what a time. Have you considered the fact that you are already doing the thing you are requesting? Oh.
As long as I'm closer than the second.
Playing by your own rules.
No, this is still the thing.
Welcome to This Month in Smite. Welcome back to This Month in Smite.
Welcome to another episode of This Month in
All right,
Smite.
we're just gonna
Smite
leave this
fans,
going
the
and
show
hope
where
for
we
the
take
best.
clips from the community, put them all together so we get the very best of the last month. Now, you've obviously noticed I am not Hindu Man, and I feel like I should be honest with you about where he
Maybe I
is.
just shouldn't have
Hindu
had
Man
any
is
of this
secretly a
music. I don't
member
know.
of Parliament, so he's off making laws. No,
Yeah, okay, and the
no one's
police
gonna buy
speed
that. Okay, I gotta tell you the real truth. Hindu Man is
Sure.
posted up outside of a Build-A-Bear workshop waiting to knock the toys out of little kids' hands.
As you can see, I'm in a helicopter.
Say it 3 times for the 3 time. Vamos! 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 Goliath is on top of the world.
I've just gotten into a game, but while they're at break, it's fine. It'll be a moment. We're gonna throw on some Yep. 30 minutes is overkill, but that's fine. And then of course they come back, don't they? Nope, not for another 20 minutes. Wow. Yeah, I made the right call queuing up for a game, huh? Dude, that sounds hilarious. I don't think I want to go Axe, but like I could. It wants me to go like a solo build, which I'm not opposed. You know what? We'll do it. Why did I go Beats? I'm gonna go Shell. Morbid time, gamers.
On my way.
Whale spin. I love this skin. Its skin's so good. Listen. Unfortunate. Yeah, Sobek, I can do that too, buddy. You're not special. Ooh. Comedy achieved. Comedy achieved.
That's right. Unleash the beast.
I need the jungle buff.
I've been abandoned. I'm gonna back. Almost got shot in the face with an arrow. That would have been unpleasant. I don't get cooldown on the 3, do I? Okay. That's not worth getting though.
I'll attack.
The Hunbats is just standing there. No minions for you. Okay, that works too. Oh no, a tower shot. Heck, whatever will I do? Rude.
An enemy has been successful. That's right. Unleash the beast.
Oh, the funny whale.
It's mine. That's right. Unleash the beast. Thanks. Lucky. Thanks.
Task among.
Fine.
I just got chain CC'd, and the Zeus just kind of stood there and did nothing. Like, he couldn't have saved me, but he could have also thrown an auto. You know. I kind of want to go Thebes instead of Binding, honestly. I'm very tempted. I think I'm gonna. just getting chain CC'd. I'm just getting chain CC'd. I'm just not allowed to play the game. Alright, well I want to go Glad Shield so that we can do a bit more damage.
You helped the tough. Ultimate is down. Cancel that. Enemies incoming left.
Like, I don't know why they're so angry at me. I'm not doing very much. Oh god, I hate it. It's so dumb. I need to go refill my water. Fucking kidding me, dude.
It's okay, you'll get them next time. Hopefully.
I'm literally just dying so that my team can play the game. This feels awful. If I wanted to feel, if this is how I wanted playing tank to feel, I would just boot up Overwatch. Come on, man. Okay, so we go Onigar, and then at 20 we're at CCR cap, which will be great.
An enemy has been slain.
Good wasted ult there. Nice. If you want a tower, I have the ult.
So sad. I'm sure you helped the tough. You know, my stacking could be going better, but it could also be going far worse. Alright, we're gonna get Onis. I kind of want to get Thebes, but we'll see, we'll see. I don't like binding very much. It's okay. I have a slow, I have the push and the stun. Ultimate is ready.
Oh no. Oh no.
couple of free kills there. Or, you know, we could just not. Because Sobek is a fun character to play against. Okay, quarantined for the championship? Honestly, I have no idea. Also, wait, whoa. Why did it just scroll down?
Not everybody is that Barracuda day one.
I've missed stuff
always
because I was told there was a 20-minute timer and then there wasn't.
A lot of y'all, but
I don't know why the hell it scrolled down.
Everyone. It's a long weekend, and I want to leave here
You want to keep the short?
knowing every single one of you guys.
Be funny, but nah.
So thank you so much for allowing me to take some time and just wax poetically about why the hell I love this.
Okay, well,
but I do. And
I was told that there was a 20-minute break. They lied to me. They lied to me.
It all starts now. Thank you.
I need this. I've needed this, but they've been taking them, so I haven't bothered. Okay, thanks team. Glad you helped me there. Glad you guys just stood around. Did so much to help me. Okay, there we go. Just get that clone off of me. Of course, now the Achilles goes in. And he can't even get an execute off. Nope. Nope. Oh, what a team. What a team. But yeah, I have no idea if they're going to be able to play the Whale for Worlds. I don't know. I've been on break from Smite since very shortly after Maman release, so I have no idea when the Whale was actually added. That's probably the big determining factor. Okay, I like how it just stopped moving there. That was... got out. The Onigarb mitigation will do that, yeah. Also, of course, I tab back in and it's yep. God, dude, if I get claimed, I'm gonna be pissed. Alright, we're gonna go E-Staff, because I haven't built E-Staff in ages, and it's funny, and I think I am gonna go Thebes. We're gonna last build it. Sobek just pulled me out of that shit. Oh, that's great. They'll never find me in here, chat. Look, they have no object permanence. Ready? Oh no. No one's doing anything. I run in. I eat a bunch of CC, and it's all for nothing. And it's all for nothing. And my team just stands there. There's still music playing. Like, I'm gonna need to tab into Oh god.
It's fine.
Enemy missing these nuts, more like. I have the excuse of waiting for E-Staff. Okay, there we go, perfect. Oh my god, the music is still playing. I'm just gonna hope for the best. No bully. That's fantastic. Damn it. No one will come over. Oh my god, Achilles!
Hello, and welcome to the 2024 Smite keynote. This is my favorite time of the year. I love reuniting the Smite community here at the Smite World Championship at Esports Stadium Arlington. We have the best community in the gaming world, and the team at Titan Forge Games always gets refueled and excited for the year to come, seeing your passion. Whether that's here in person or online, in the tweets, TikToks, fan art, and co-streams that fill our feeds this time of year.
You're like, okay, dude.
But this year is extra special.
You want to do this. You
We're
want to do this.
celebrating
Like,
10 years
I
of
can
Smite.
bring
We're
facts and
crowning our
logic.
10th Smite
I am
World
eating
Champions.
all of
So
their
you know, we're pulling
CC.
out all of the stops today.
Smite Year 10 has been a huge accomplishment for the team. For the first time, we shipped 5 seasons in a single year. We've done huge conquest updates, going from a monster slayer to the river Styx, and taking a swing through the voodoo lands before landing right here on the World Championship stage.
I like how the tanks are the only ones that are going after the dongle here.
This year. The Fire Giant Surtur and the Manticore Martikaros turned from dreaded NPCs into playable gods. The Maya and Voodoo pantheons got long-awaited new additions in Ishel and Maman Brigitte, and everyone's favorite boat boy, Charon, paddled into battle, while the ghostly whale Bake
Everyone's favorite
swam right
boat
alongside.
boy.
Smite has been fortunate enough to partner with even more great franchises this year, welcoming the Planeswalkers of Magic the Gathering, the heroes and villains of G.I. Joe, and the VTubers of VShojo to the battleground
Yeah,
of
the
the gods.
crossover skins this year,
Avatar: The Last
technically.
Airbender,
All right,
Monster
chat,
Cat, and
we're going
RuneScape,
for the
meaning
funny
you can now
mover.
defeat Bob Ross as the
We're
Sound
gonna
of
last
Bleeding.
bite.
Man, Smite is wild. Of course,
What could
we also had
possibly
3
go wrong?
sweet
All right,
tier
we're gonna
5s, fun Color Forge tech, and we discovered a deeper love of food. It's been a hell of a year, but we think 2024 is going to be even bigger for Smite.
Everything starts now with the Year 11 celebration.
upgrade Shell.
Just play 11 games of Smite before January 23rd to unlock your favorite Tier 4 unlimited skin. You'll also get an 11-day account booster and 11 bonus chest rolls. A Season of Worlds chest, a pick your
I
own
don't even
god chest,
remember
a
what
Battle
skin I
Avatar
chose.
chest, a Battle Cosmetics chest, a pick your own voice card chest, a cutesy avatar chest, a champion's chest, and a godlike chest. Wow, my god. That's a lot of chests. And you get the current battle pass too? Who approved this deal?
I don't like that it's the
So
current
what are
battle
you
pass. I
waiting
feel like it
for?
should just be like
Go
a
play some
voucher, you know?
Smite. Well, finish listening to this keynote first, and then go play some Smite.
Enough with the recap. Are you ready to hear about what's coming in Smite Year 11?
Oh no.
I guess there's no one better to give you a quick overview than the one,
Sobek
the
has
only
thrown me.
Lore Lady.
What shall I do about this conundrum?
World premiere.
Fellow traveler, stay for a spell, for there are
Okay, bye.
stories and tales
I said, okay,
still
bye.
to be told. Stories
You guys
of
are
the
fighting
sky,
one guy and he's not even dead.
Stories of the stars and all the heavenly bodies.
I
present,
am literally,
past, and yet to
I
be
am
born.
literally
But the stories
eating the
are
damage
starting
and
to
CC
fray.
of 4
The
people.
order I have seen put into motion drowned in chaos. The yokai of despair churns up the sea and raises the tides, threatening to drown out the earth I love. With the rising seas comes things that should have stayed drowned. A madness creeps ever closer to the surface. It is time for order to be restored. The skies will descend and blanket the earth. I will be the barrier that holds the madness at bay. For I am Newt, goddess of the sky and the stars, and it is time for the sky to descend and protect all I hold dear.
That's right. Newt, the Lore Lady, will be Smite's 130th god.
Oh my
The
god,
team
they really
pioneered
did it.
all new
Oh
tech
my
to
god, they
bring
really
this
did it.
beauty
I can't
favorite to
believe
life.
it.
Just take one look at her ethereal hair, and you can tell Newt brings a whole new level of detail to Smite. We really tried to capture the feel of the illustrations that have represented Lord Lady throughout the years, while translating them into moving
Everyone's
3D
been
space.
memeing.
As
Everyone's
Hunter,
been memeing
you
for
will
all
hurl
of year
beams of
10
pure starlight
that
at
Lore
your
Lady is
foes,
going to be the
face
next
shift
playable
out of range
character,
of
and now it's
assassins,
actually
and call down
happening.
black holes to smite foes across the map. And of course, Newt will work perfectly in the duo lane alongside her husband Geb. We'll share many more details about Newt before her release in the second update of Year 11, currently targeted for February 20th.
But even before you can play as Newt, you'll feel her impact on the Conquest battleground. Let's take a first look at
My
the Year 11
IQ
Conquest
is
map.
149.
World premiere.
Wait, did I just see someone use their IQ as an excuse in Smite? Oh god. Oh god, we have toxic players on both teams. I'm gonna give one to Achilles. And you know what? Zeus has stayed quiet. It's fine.
Oh, on my way.
Oh my god. Damn, the Achilles got offered a party invite and not me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to accept that friend request.
Year 11 kicks off with a new Conquest map, full of Newt's celestial influence. The first thing you'll notice are the all-new Order and Chaos bases. The Order base retains its Greco-Roman theming, but becomes more open with elements of the base floating amongst the stars. The Chaos base is now backed by a wall of living lava, becoming a true Forge of the Titans.
You'll also find a new set of celestial portals connecting the duo lane to the solo lane. Now it's easier than ever to rotate for that big team fight across the map, but there's risk and reward. Time spent rotating is time you can't spend farming. You'll have to stand on the pad for a few seconds before you and any teammates can teleport. That other portal is going to make sound and effects, warning enemies that you are on the way. And once you teleport, you'll have to wait before you can use the portal again, so make sure you really want to join that fight. It's a one-way trip, and you can easily join a battle that's already lost.
Watch out for the new celestial comets dropping from the skies on every map. These fall in a semi-random location and can be attacked for gold and EXP. The final hit will crack the comet open and release the fan favorite Indra's Scepter, an item any player can pick up to get their own mini turret that zaps nearby enemies.
And our old pal, the Fire Giant, has learned some new tricks.
Oh, God.
First is an all-new ability, Firefall, a beam of, you guessed it, fire.
That is a
this
laser.
slow-moving beam heals the SG for
just
the
a
damage
Fury
it
beam.
deals, so be sure to stay out of the way. There's also a new mechanic to the fight, Effigies. If CC'd, these will grant your team a buff to help fight the Fire Giant. And last but not least, it's now easier to tell when the Fire Giant has become enhanced with new materials and abilities.
Of course, with every new season
I
comes
don't like
major
that.
new gameplay updates. First up, Relics. We're absorbing a lot of the best parts of the recipe system into a new take on relics and shards. Now all relics can be upgraded for free by completing in-game quests. All relics will have only one strong upgrade path, but many are buffed or have brand new effects.
Oh,
Shards are getting new options as part of this relic update, with 3 additional new passive shards available to select. These shards will give you an ongoing passive effect inspired
but we're
by
losing
3 of our
2 of
most
the
popular
shards for it.
recipes.
2 additional new types of wards are coming too. Proximity Trap, which detonates to slow and reveals enemies when they pass by, and Raven's Sight, which travels in a straight line across the map and grants vision of everything it passes.
Wait, we're
We
getting
think
an
these wards
Ash
will add
W?
more depth to the vision of control battle in Smite.
That's actually
opening
kinda
up
sick.
New creative playstyles.
Smite Year 11, with the new Conquest map and major gameplay updates, will drop on January 23rd. Can't wait to learn more about exactly how all these changes will work? Don't worry, you just gotta tune in at 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow, January 13th, to get all the details with the patch notes show live from the Esports Stadium Arlington. Be sure to log
Alrighty
in and
then.
try all these wild changes for yourself.
There's
Alrighty
more
then.
planned for Smite Year 11. But now it's time to talk about
Okay.
something else.
Kind of mixed on what
Something
we've seen, but a
truly,
lot of it
truly
looks
special
good.
to all of us here at Titan Forge Games.
We've spent 10 years together in Smite, but now it's time for something new. Something more beautiful than ever before. Something with
Everyone's
more
been
impact,
like memeing
more
Smite 2 as a
strategy,
thing.
and more
There's no way
creativity.
that's happening though.
Something we've all been dreaming about for a long, long time. Introducing
World premiere.
It's like the same audio clip. Oh my god, they're actually doing it. Oh my god, they're actually doing it. Are they gonna do it for Paladins too then? When is this happening? And what are the chances of it coming to Paladins? I feel like this music is probably copyrighted, but we can just mute the bot if I have to. Oh my god. This looks sick. Okay. Okay. You know, I am gonna mute it though, just in case, actually. Oh my god. This is insane. It's just the regular ass new HUD though. Oh no, it's not. Never mind. It's just it looks very similar at a glance. I have not been paying attention to the HUD. Okay. Holy shit. It's actually happening. It's actually happening. It's actually happening. Are they just gonna call it Smite 2? Please don't just call it Smite 2. Oh my god, it's literally just called Smite 2. No, stop. Don't call it that. Don't call it that. Closed.
What's too worthy, you ask? This isn't just a slightly larger than normal season.
In spring?
It's not a balanced pass that we're calling a sequel. Smite 2 is the next generation of cross-platform third-person mode. This is a true sequel to Smite, fully modernized and rebuilt from the ground up in Unreal Engine 5. That's a 2-generation leap over Smite's Unreal 3, which first released back in 2006.
The thing is, I don't like that they're saying that because it probably is just going to be a new season.
Smite 2 has all the things you already love about Smite, and so much more. It's got the depth of strategy and tactics that you can only find in a 3-lane MOBA.
The map
Competition is core to
so
our DNA,
weird.
And rest assured that Smite 2 is a competitive game that rewards your time.
Is this
and
going to
your
be?
skill.
Is this going to be
Unlike
next
those
year?
other MOBAs, Smite 2 has amazing third-person combat. Whether you're coming from MOBAs, shooters, action games, or MMOs, you'll feel instantly at home. And of course, Smite 2 feels great on keyboard and mouse or on control.
And Smite already feels really good on both, so that would be impressive if you screwed that up.
Mythological pantheons from around the world, all updated
It's just
for
an
UE5.
ad for Smite 2,
Some,
but it's...
like Loki, stay true to the god you love in Smite 1. They just look a lot better. Others, like Anubis, have incredible new animations and godly effects, flexing the power of UE5. Some are reimagined with new abilities. That's right, Ymir's wall now knocks up enemies, and he can use it to rocket jump, at least as much as a frost giant can jump. And some have an all-new look that stays true to their Smite 1 legacy while updating it for a new era. Here's an early look at Smite 2's Neith, who feels much more mythologically
So basically,
appropriate
every
than
character is going to be modernized.
And of course, Smite 2 has all
both
new
visually
gods.
and kit-wise.
Introducing Hecate, whose flowing robes and otherworldly effects are only possible in UE5. Hecate, the Greek goddess of sorcery, has been the single most community-requested god for Smite. Players have felt her impact in Smite for years through the item Ring of Hecate, but now they will finally be able to play as the legendary witch herself. Hecate brings an elegant playstyle to Smite 2 with her ranged magical
What the hell does that
abilities.
do?
Her magic
That's
allows
not
you to
an item
reach
I've
through
ever heard of.
dimensions and even travel within the liminal space itself. Hecate's flames can guide the way, or her sorcery can bring gods to a halt. The choice is yours.
This is not an
Hecate
item
is the
that's currently
first
in the
of
game, yeah,
5
okay.
all-new gods coming to Smite 2 before launch. But we can't give everything away just yet.
Smite 2 is more than just Smite. Smite 2 is our chance to go back, take all the learnings from 10 years of making Smite into one of the most
This is actually
successful
huge, though.
multiplayer games
There's so many
of all
things
time.
that could be fixed by
and
this.
do it all strictly better. Not just better in some ways and worse in others, but undeniably better.
There are improvements you'll see straight away. Smite 2 leverages things like dynamic lighting, using physically based rendering, cloth simulation, higher polygon counts, and a
Cloth
whole slew of other
simulation,
features
of course.
that we weren't able to take
No, but
advantage
it's
of.
gonna
in
look-
Smite.
it's gonna look great.
Our goal has been to enhance the visuals in all areas while preserving the feel of Smite that our players love. We've made improvements to
This is
things like
incredible.
animation, effects, environment art,
I mean,
but we're
this
just
looks
as
amazing.
proud of the hundreds of little touches. We focused on things that you'll appreciate even if you don't consciously notice them. Smite 2 should just feel better.
For example, something as simple as a jump animation has had a major overhaul, allowing for a smoother flow while adding context and impact. Ability effects are all new, taking full advantage of Niagara. Watch how Anher's pillar dissolves into sand, how Chok's rain wets the ground, and how Ymir's wall freezes the nearby environment.
This is actually
These
really cool.
effects
This
will
looks
increase
really
your immersion
nice.
in the world and your sense of godly power.
My problem
We
is that
looked
they're
at every
hyping this
god
up, and I
made
feel like they're
subtle
hyping it
changes
up
to
too
stay
much.
True to the god. Whether it's a visual balance pass,
I
an
guess a
overall
lot of
fresh
what they're
coat of
doing
paint,
is hyping
or
up
minor
visuals and
proportional
animation.
changes so Chok doesn't have a dab on it. No matter how big or small, we've been looking into everything and working hard to really push the boundaries of what Smite 2 can be. Every aspect of the presentation is being considered to create an improved experience.
Smite 2 is also strictly better technically than Smite, in pretty much every way imaginable.
Our new
I
Rally
would
Gear
hope
backend
so.
supports millions of concurrent users. Smite 1 players know that our old monolithic matchmaking core had a tendency of dying long before we had that many players. Smite 2 will have an all-new custom matchmaking system, which is specifically designed to tackle the unique challenges of matchmaking for a MOBA. And Ranked will be reimagined with a brand new system that aims to bring the competition to more players than ever, while creating a true uncapped battle for the #1 spot in the world.
Smite 1's UI runs on Flash. Yes, that Flash, which has long kept us from creating a modern UI with polish and performance that's finally possible in Smite 2.
And Smite 2 is a next-gen native title, taking full advantage of modern hardware. Smite 2 will support full crossplay across PC, Steam Deck, Xbox Series X
But
and
old
S,
Jen's getting
and
lost
PlayStation
in
5.
the process.
Smite 2 is a game where fighting feels strictly better than ever, so you can
Aren't the
feel
new
more like a
consoles
god
still
with additional
stupidly
impact on every
expensive?
hit. Weapon movements leave
Ooh, that
trails, making
stings.
attacks more visible. Upper and lower body animations are more in sync, positioning your character within the action. Specific animations and effects have been retuned to add more impact than before. CC status and immunity are now clearly communicated on nameplates, so it's easier to read the flow of combat.
Okay, we're
And
pulling
work has
that
been
from
done
League.
on the
That's a
UI
really good
and
change.
user experience to make sure you truly feel when you're hitting your enemies and being hit.
And perhaps most importantly, it's a game with strictly better tactical and strategic depth than Smite 1. We've completely overhauled the idea of items and relics in Smite 2 to open the doors for more creativity, expression, and experimentation in every game you play. First up, relics are gone, at least as you know them. Now every god has 2 buttons by default, purification beads to immune crowd control, and a warding slot used specifically for your choice of vision control
So what I'm
option.
hoping is that we don't
What about
lose
the other
Smite
former
1 for
relic
this.
options and items?
But
well,
I'm betting
now
we're
your
gonna.
entire 6-slot item inventory can potentially have an activated effect, triggered by a button press. If you want blink, buy a blinking amulet. And don't worry, if you don't want to think about using any extra buttons in combat, you can still build items that are focused on stats and passives instead. The choice is yours in this new system.
The item store is now
This is gonna
easier to
get
navigate
weird.
with an entirely new way to build items. Want a cooldown item and don't want to scour 30 different trees? Don't want to have to decide now what finished item you'll need in 5 minutes?
It's
Don't
just the
worry,
League item
just
shop.
build a bow,
It's just-
and
yeah,
every
it's just
single
the
item
League
with
item
attack
menu.
speed can be built out of that bow. And you'll have more creative builds than ever before. Gods are no longer just magical or physical. Each god will now have 2 different sources of power, strength and intelligence. Different abilities within each god's kit will scale differently, and all gods will be able to build all items. Face punch your with crit is back. Hunters that used to do it all like Kurnanos now will need to build int in order to increase damage on certain abilities, like his polymorph. And
that's
new hybrid
cool.
utility options let Chalk build int to buff his hero.
And there's even more new in Smite
That's
2 that rewards
awesome!
you for tactically and creatively playing the Conquest map. Ambush your enemies from new stealth zones. And
But
make
I don't wanna
teleportation
lose
through
Smite
portals
1 for this.
connecting
I wanna be able to
islands.
play both.
Battle against the Fire Giant, fully equipped with new abilities and new tactical approaches. Like the back
New
door you can
abilities
open
like
to sneak
Kukul
into
Khan's
Steel.
current kit.
Earn game-changing buffs as you defeat the Gold Fury, culminating in the Ancient Fury, a new game-ending objective. Gain every advantage through mastering new lane and jungle mechanics. New minion formations and siege minions will make laning more
Attack speed
rewarding.
Ymir?
While an
I was
evolving
memeing
jungle
about attack
introduces
speed
new
Ymir
strategy
yesterday.
of jungling. And there's an all-new way to intentionally interact with the map through a button press. Use this to fight over the Warhorn, which strengthens your minions, or to pick up a buff. That's right, there are no more accidental buff pickups in Smite 2.
As we've said before, Smite 2 is a true sequel to Smite and a new standalone game. So let's address the question on everyone's mind. Existing content from Smite 1 will not directly transfer to Smite 2. But don't worry, just because your content doesn't directly transfer doesn't mean we're not rewarding our loyal players in
Ooh.
Smite 2
Ooh.
for their time, money, and accomplishments.
Okay.
First, let's talk about why we are not directly transferring.
Because they don't have all of the skins.
Smite 2 is a multi-generational leap from Smite
They
1,
have to
moving
rebuild
from Unreal
everything.
3 to Unreal 5. That means we have to completely rework or recreate every piece of content for it to function in Smite 2.
Currently, because we want to make sure all the content that goes into Smite 2 is strictly better, it takes about 2 months of work to get one skin from Smite to Smite 2. And that's if we just port it with effects, without making other meaningful improvements.
As of today, there are about 1,600 skins in Smite, excluding Mastery skins. To just port every skin to Smite 2, it would take about 246 person years of work, And we couldn't do that and make Smite 2 as amazing as we knew it could be if we started fresh.
When we started this project, we made this hard call. We believed that our players wanted a better version of Smite more than anything else.
So what will you get in Smite 2? Introducing Legacy Gems and Divine Legacy. Two systems designed to make sure you get rewarded for your time, money, and achievements.
I'm
Whether
okay
you
with this
grinded
if
out daily
Smite 1
logins
sticks
or
around.
went hard on your gem sales, your Legacy Gems will be waiting for you in Smite 2. You'll receive Legacy Gems in Smite 2 equal to every single gem you've ever spent in Smite 1, free or purchased. Your Legacy Gems will be used to pay for 50% of most in-game purchases in Smite 2. So things like events, skins, battle passes, and Smite 2 will all be half off until you spend all of your Legacy Gems. And if you purchase any Smite 2 Founders Packs, we'll give you double your Legacy Gems, giving you the equivalent purchasing power to the gems you already spent in Smite 1. Stay tuned for more info on Smite 2's Founders Packs as we get closer to release.
And Year 11 of Smite 1 comes with an all-new feature, Divine Legacy, going live in the first update of Year 11. Through the Divine Legacy, you'll be rewarded for your progress for each year of Smite's history. We've tracked the gods you've mastered, the ranked matches you've lost, the skins you've unlocked, and the max hours you've played. You earn points for your progress in each year, and your points are tallied together to give you rewards. You'll get a number of Smite 2 badges to show off some of your amazing Smite 1 achievements, your rare skins, and your exact mastery level and star count on each god. Plus, you'll unlock up to 11 skins in Smite 2 free, one for each year of Smite. Even if you don't plan to move to Smite 2, the Divine Legacy has some amazing rewards for you.
Wait,
You'll get to
even if
choose
you
any
don't plan
unlimited
to
tier
move to
4
Smite
and
2?
any unlimited tier 5 to unlock absolutely free in Smite 1.
And if you've started
Wait.
Smite more recently, don't worry. You can still make progress on your Divine Legacy throughout Year 11, and eventually unlock all the rewards.
They're talking like
There's
Smite
something
1's
else
still going to be
brand new coming
around.
to Smite in Year 11, cross-gen skins. With Smite 2 approaching, we built a whole new skin production pipeline to make content that you'll get both in Smite 1 and in Smite 2. You can unlock 2 cross-gen skins today with the Smite Legacy Pack DLC, available now in Smite. This pack includes the new cross-gen Untamed Bologna skin, the new cross-gen Batty Bat Jingwei skin, a boost to Divine Legacy progress in Year 11, and more.
There's not just 1 or 2 cross-gen skins this year. Every new gem purchasable skin released in Smite in Year 11 will be a cross-gen skin, unlocked for you in Smite 2 as soon as that god is available to play. And as an added benefit, you'll get Legacy Gems in Smite 2 for every gem you spend on these cross-gen skins or any Smite 1 content.
We're so excited for the cross-gen content that we're kicking
insane.
off Year 11
This is
with 2
insane.
all-new events built around the concept.
Oh,
Battle passes are now cross-gen.
I've been saving my gems.
the Immortal
Chat, we're going to be
Honor
grinding Smite. We're going to be
We'll
grinding
reveal
Smite
2
Year
new
11. We're
gods
going to be grinding
transitioning
Smite
to
Year
Smite
11.
2
There might be some
every
Mikeless
month.
streams.
And it's important to make clear once again,
Oh,
Smite
chat.
2 is a true sequel. Smite 1 and all of your Smite 1 content
Yes,
will remain
Smite 1
live
staying
and available for you to play even after Smite 2 releases.
I know we threw a lot of information at you today about Smite 2 and the Divine Legacy process. We've put together a rundown at smite2.com/FAQ. We'll also continue to update you nonstop as more information about Smite 2 comes out.
Oh my God.
So follow @Smite Game on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and Twitter.
Not losing Smite
you know,
1 is a huge deal because it also means that if Smite 2 is terrible, we can just go back.
Competitive game. That commitment.
I don't think you really. I don't think you understand that.
2024 will
If
be a
Smite 2 sucks,
transition year
we can
for
just
the
go back.
esports scene, as the Titan Forge esports ecosystem moves from Smite to Smite 2 and evolves
Right.
to answer a few of the community's most frequently heard concerns.
Are we gonna go back to
More lands
orgs?
where you can join together in the audience
Are
and
we gonna go
cheer
back
on
to
your
orgs?
favorite teams. A return of region-based rivalries with their unique metas.
Are we
No
going back
more
to orgs?
requirements for pros to live in Atlanta, allowing anyone to compete regardless of where they are from.
Surely this means we
An
go back to
esports
orgs.
scene that is more open to anyone with the skill
Not
to
confirmed.
win. And more freedom for
Correct.
players to sign
But it doesn't matter
sponsorship
that much.
deals with whomever they want to.
Yes!
Introducing the Smite 2 Founders Series. A series of LAN majors that will rebuild the foundation of Smite 2.
No way.
Starting during Smite 2's alpha,
No
teams will be
fucking
able to
way.
form freely under a banner of their choice and play in online qualifiers. The best teams will earn their spots to play live at a Smite 2 LAN major.
This is
These
insane.
majors will be held in front of a live audience around the world. We can confirm today that in year 1 of Smite 2 esports, There will be at least one major in the United States, and for the first time since 2017, competitive Smite will be played in front of a crowd at a major in Europe or the UK. Be sure to follow the Smite Pro
The
X
UK is still
account
part
to
of
learn
Europe,
more
not just
about
'cause it's not
Smite
part
2
of the European
Founders
Union
Series
doesn't mean it's
and
not
how
part of
you
Europe. That's
can
not how
take part.
continents work.
When we started development on Smite 2, we wanted to make the first great MOBA since Smite. We think we're on the right track, but we're not done yet. There's a lot of work still left to be done.
We're going to need your help to make Smite 2 as amazing as it can be, because we believe the best games are developed alongside their communities. We've already begun early testing with SPL pros, Olympians, and some of your favorite content creators. Their feedback has been shaping the direction of Smite 2 for months.
We expect you'll be able to get your hands on Smite 2 this spring in early alpha testing. Go to smite2.com right now to register for an alpha code.
Sorry,
Keep in
chat,
mind,
tabbing out.
this will be a true alpha. The game will still be rough around the edges and even in the middle, but we want you in the game to get your feedback as soon as
I'm
we
registering
can,
right now,
so that
chat.
we're sure we're making the Smite 2 that you
Registering
all
for
want
alpha.
to play.
We gotta
For a few
do
of
it.
you
We
here in
gotta do
attendance
it.
at Esports Stadium
Creator
Arlington,
kit. I should
you'll get
also
a
probably
special
pop
chance
that
to play a
open.
private test of Smite 2 this weekend.
The site is
There's so much more we can't wait to tell you about Smite 2. We didn't
The
even have
site
time
is
to mention that
fucked.
voice packs in Smite 2 are now just unlocked automatically.
Yo. Oh, is my internet dying?
Scott.
No, the stream
At
did.
1:30 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday, January 14th, immediately following the Smite Year 11 show match. We'll be live on stage.
My
here at
browser is
Esports
having a
Stadium
time.
Arlington, and streaming everywhere online.
All right,
for
I
our
have to
very
close
first
Smite for now,
2
but that's
Devon
okay because I don't
session.
think it's coming back.
We'll talk
I
more
can't
about our
close Smite.
goals for Smite 2, showcase some development footage, and try to give a
my
lot
God,
more
it won't let me.
detail
Holy
about our
shit.
vision for Smite 2.
And from now
Okay, the Smite 2
until
website
alpha,
is
we're going to be
murdering
diving
my
deep
browser.
on a
Holy
new
shit.
feature every week. We'll cover some things we've touched on here today, and some we just didn't have time to get to, like our improved audio system and how Conquest roles are changing. If you want to be sure
Conquest
to get all the
roles,
latest
what?
news, wishlist Smite 2 on Steam, Xbox, PlayStation, and Epic Games Store today, and follow @SmiteGame everywhere.
To all those watching in Arlington or at home, thank you for making the Smite community strong. We can't wait to take this first step into the next chapter of Smite with all of you. And with that, it's time for the Smite World Championship.
Yo, this is just insane. Oh my god.
What about that Smite 2 announcement, huh? I'm gonna be honest, watching you guys' reaction off stage to the announcement made me tear up a little bit, so I appreciate that reaction. I'm not crying, you're crying.
The website isn't working. I'm clicking on shit and it's not working, chat.
On behalf of all of Titan Forge Games, I do want to thank you for your love and support throughout the years. 10 years of Smite has been amazing. I'm really looking forward to the next 10 years now on Smite 2. And I do have just one minor announcement to make. It's just a minor one. Backstage, we are showing Smite 2 and
All
allowing
right.
some
Registered for the
special
alpha.
people play a Smite 2 playtest all throughout the weekend. And for some of you lucky fans in the audience, if you check under your seat, you could find
Oprah style.
one of the limited opportunities
Oprah
to play
style.
Smite 2 this weekend behind closed doors.
Watch one of them be in a seat that no one's in. I mean, someone
And
will
with
find
that,
it if that's the case.
as you
They'll just
guys
look at the seat next to them. It's
rip
empty.
apart all the seats, I'm going to throw it over to the Smite Esports desk. Let's do this.
Oh, that's crazy.
My goodness, what a way to start off this week. I know everyone needs to dry their tears off a little bit. An unbelievable way to start off the Smite World Championship. My name's Dolson. I got F-Dot, Kelly, and Hindu Man with me. We got to get some quick reactions to what we just saw, Hindu Man.
I felt I was going to be really fine here, but like Travis got me emotional now. Oh my God, because like the crew and the staff that have worked through all the years, like they are really passionate and you can really see it on a lot of their faces. But for me, it was really important to try and get, honestly, for me, 3 of the bastions of Smite esports scene with us and back this year. Like, to be clear, Kelly, you really started us off. It was a foundation. Dave, Tom, you honestly were really part of building the pillars. And then Dave, I guess you were the pillars after that, on top of that with your whole thing last year. But thank you 3 for what you did on behalf of all the esports guys as well. And it's great to have you back this year. And none of you knew that you were going to get that, but
that's
no time to run.
Now I'm going to cry. I avoided it just now, but I'm about to here on the desk. F-Dot, we've had you back. We had you on the red carpet segment. What are some quick thoughts from what you saw there for Smite 2?
I mean, like, the number one thing is going to be the passion. You know,
I can't believe it. And the amount of shade thrown at Blizzard, by the way.
I mean, Travis is up there really just, that's how we feel.
The amount
that's
of
how
shade
these people
thrown
are.
at
We used to work
Blizzard.
in the office when it was one room
Smite
called
2 was
Mushroom
already
Kingdom,
trending on Twitter.
and we were
Let's go.
sitting there, and the same people are putting all of their blood, sweat, tears, etc. into this, and it's hard to not take it personally. And so that's my takeaway. We can talk about the game later.
Sure.
But that's really my big takeaway is the human element.
Kelly, you've gotten to see it come full circle in a way, as Hindu Man tells us.
Yeah.
Some initial thoughts.
I, you
Like
know,
the Smite
started
Legacy
off in beta
Pass is
where we got
available
to
right
show
now.
it
Oh
off
god.
at PAX East back in 2013, where we had
Oh,
Root
that Bologna skin
Gaming
does look kind of
versus-
sick.
and some, like, you know, some unknown name teams, and to see it grow from there. And it just, you know, watching this Smite 2 launch, it reminds me of these parodies we would make where we would call it Smite, where it would have 2 eyes and stuff, and it's no longer a parody.
I'm not going to lie, there was discussion about the logo being 2 eyes. No joke, I know that for a fact.
What a missed opportunity.
Classic high-res.
But yeah,
I kind of would have preferred if the logo was
and
Smite with 2 eyes.
I feel very privileged to still be here after 10 years.
Kelly, we are privileged to have you up here with us. I'm privileged to share a stage with you 3 all weekend long, and the weekend is just starting. We're all here for some esports. Don't you worry. The Smite World Championship kicks off right after this.
Oh, apparently Epic. Perfect time to run ads. Apparently Epic accidentally leaked Smite 2 by having ship purchasable. That's funny. So I'm not a huge fan of the item changes on paper. I think that the game looks fantastic visually. I'm curious what they're doing with roles. I'm not a fan of the item changes, but to be fair, they could just bring relics back as they are. But I like having more items that can have active abilities. That's really cool. I need to go refill my water, but I'm very excited for this Smite 2. It looks like it might actually be a sequel, and the fact that we're not losing Smite 1 for it is incredible. The shade thrown at Blizzard is just hilarious. Yeah, I will be right back, and I'm gonna go refill my water. I like how I left it tabbed in and it still went, the screen still went black. That's really cool. Thanks. Thanks much bigly there. Oh. Hold on. I had to tab out to check on something. Whee. Ugh. Gotta hate Twitch's streaming dock thingy. It's awful. Twitch is just a pain in the ass platform. But yeah, Smite 2 is kinda crazy. It looks incredible. It looks like it's gonna be a lot of fun. There are changes I'm not a fan of, but I don't think they're gonna ruin it for me, and if they do, I can always go back to Smite 1, which is fantastic. It also gives me stupidly high hope for Paladins, given that Paladins is going through huge changes right now. And I'm wondering if Paladins is going to get a number. And unlike Overwatch, I'm highly confident that if that happens, we're actually going to be able to go back. Also, to be fair, unlike Overwatch, I just trust them a little bit more.
It's a double kill! The Camelot Kings! They will drop 3 members of the Titans!
The Tartarus Titans lose the threat. The Camelot Kings, simply by walking to the jungle, distract.
They've done it! The Camelot Kings, after one more fight, they'll get the ring for Twig! Untouched! Unscathed!
It was a good one to
Bow
watch.
down to your kings! The Camelot Kings, champions of the world!
I watched last year's Worlds live. It was really good. It was a really good
The
event.
Hammer returns to the stage. Please welcome your season
Also, if I had a
9
nickel
Smite
for
World
every
Champion,
esport-
Camelot Kings.
If I had a nickel for every esport that has a hammer as the prize for Worlds, I'd have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
The players are bringing you the gameplay all weekend long, but who's bringing you the calls? Welcome to the stage, your casters and analysts for the weekend. It's a feud match to end the day, your 4th quarterfinal. Welcome the Oni Warriors and the Camelot Kings.
Merch. Oh, that was tragic. That guy just bounced off his hands. Oof.
Our 3rd quarterfinal of the day. The SEC makes its return. Welcome the Leviathans and Hex Mambo.
Are they just walking on stage and then when the lights go out, they walk off stage through like side exits? I think that is what's happening.
Fans' hearts hearts will be broken in our second quarterfinal of the day. It's the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens.
So are they gonna have the last teams just like throw their merch out and then sit down, and then instead of walking off, they're gonna sit down? There's so much coming for Smite. Chat, I'm gonna start streaming high-res games again.
It's the Solar Scarabs.
I've got to do it. We got to do Paladins and Smite streams again. I've been loving playing them again recently. I think my burnout's starting to wear off. My burnout's definitely worn off on Smite, to be fair. I've played for like... I'm back to like my normal play hours in Smite.
Finally, a core hoping to make it back to the grand finals. Your #1 seed, Styx Ferryman.
I'm assuming they're going to get introduced one at a time. Yeah, and then instead of... Okay. The Ferrymen are coming out alone. The Scarabs are going to get introduced separately, and instead of walking off, they're probably going to sit in their chairs at their computers. Right. Okay, no, they're gonna wait until... Okay.
The stage now literally set as the teams have taken their places.
Oh no, wait, I missed the Scarabs because I was checking on
Dolson,
something.
Mifflin inbound, and Hazer join me for the first time this weekend. Miff, the teams are here. We've arrived. The Smite World Championship officially upon us.
The energy's electric back there, man. I mean, it's not often we get to walk out with those players. Those guys are going crazy right now. I mean, there's yelling. There's a lot of slapping, surprisingly, as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's just exciting being here. Like, being in the back, going through that, it's a lot different, but I mean, the energy's huge. It's so much fun just walking through and just seeing everyone.
It almost made me forget how washed up I am being up there with those guys. I don't know about you, Miff and Bobby, but I felt good up there.
Hazer, did you catch a slap backstage, or did you avoid?
That was the most I've been touched in years, Dave.
Goodness. Oh, right. Brand risk, something like that, right out of the gates. We've got a great lineup of matches here this weekend, fellas. Let's do it in reverse order, though, a little bit later on today.
Dude, the higher-res casters are just
maybe a
fucking
grudge
amazing.
match, you know, some roster swaps happening earlier on this year. Miff, in our fourth quarterfinal, we get the Oni Warriors versus the Camelot Kings. Before that, we get Jade Dragons, Highland Ravens. Leviathan's Mambo, is our third quarterfinal of the day. Dragons, Ravens, your second. Ferryman, Scarabs start us off. Great day at quarterfinals, Miff. The last one, though, is what I want to zoom in on first. It's the Oni Warriors.
By the way, I just want to point out where it says Smite 2 Devon site, also why is my stream in piss quality?
I mean, there's grudge matches there as well. We've got a defector
That said,
in genetics
to be
going over to the Oni Warriors. The Camelot Kings had to
on,
pick up quick to replace them. We saw him put down the hammer a little bit earlier. I think emotion's going to be running high in that one. I would love to hear from those players in particular.
Announced on the original
just to see if
schedule
maybe
they
there is some
posted,
bad
so
blood
it does
between
make
them.
sense that they, yeah.
As a player who's had to play against former teammates at points in your career, does that play into your mental in a matchup like this? Is there something extra for genetics in a game like this? Is there something extra for Twig in a matchup like you'll see later today?
I mean, there's always going to be something extra there. I think it's a different than you want to eliminate them. You just don't want to lose to them, and that's what it is. In genetics, he talks about it where he says he doesn't like have any ill will towards them. He doesn't, need to beat them or anything, but you don't want to lose. And then when you're stuck in this quarterfinals in this matchup, I mean, you want to be the one to win this.
Well, Hazer, it's a team in the Oni Warriors that came out of the gates hot at the beginning of the year. I've left now, so I'm immune to the casters getting it wrong on the Oni Warriors, right? I'm officially beyond that. But the casters got it wrong about the Oni Warriors at the beginning of the year. Saw what they were capable of. What's the read on the Oni Warriors coming into this tournament?
Yeah, I think a lot of people were pretty upset about the roster change they chose to make. They were looking incredible, and then they decided to replace Jake with genetics with their eye on this end of the season. Right? They made that change to make sure that they can come into this tournament, and they've got all the tools they need to win Worlds. They wanted to be able to go later. They brought genetics in for that to have more playstyles available to them, and now's the time that they need to prove that that decision was right to the fans.
Myth, do you feel like that this team has really refined their play style down? We wondered if it would be a bit Wild West at the beginning of the year. They did run it down a good bit. Do you think the essence of this team, though, has been figured out? Is it more clean than maybe it was earlier in the year, though it was winning then, too?
It was, I mean, a historic win streak, the longest win streak a Smite Pro team has ever seen, but the version of this team that we have now with Genetics at the helm has been largely different. You can really see it a lot in maybe some of these late game scenarios where the looser players on the Oni Warriors get a bit crazy. Maybe SOT's at your Phoenix for some reason. Pagon's going to be there with them. I mean, it's the dynamic duo. So is it cleaner? I would say so, especially around those objectives. But it's just about whether or not Genetics can keep those guys reined in with all this energy in the arena.
Well, and when you're talking about historic runs, the Kings
Wait,
run
in the arena?
at Worlds
I thought we
last
played
year
Conquest
comes
in
to
esports.
mind. But inbound, it's been a different look of the Camelot Kings here as of late. What type of team is coming into the Smite World Championship on the Kings side of the stage?
I mean, I think that's absolutely right. This is a different team to last year. I think they still have some semblance of the same strengths as last year's. I just think that they struggle at certain points. Early game, they really struggle to get through it. When it goes late, they don't have that single shot caller kind of guiding them where they need to go, and they kind of struggle in that portion of it.
Well, that's our fourth quarterfinal of the day. Cannot wait to get to that one. Our third quarterfinal of the day, just before that, will be the Atlantis Leviathans up against Hex Mambo. Hazer, Hex Mambo has a storied past as far as beating SPL teams. Now the roster's a little bit different, but this is a team and players on this team have made their way to Worlds in the past. Can they get it done against one of the best SPL teams?
I think it's a real tough one. I mean, they've got a really hard matchup there. They came through, it almost wasn't a surprise anymore that Mambo made it to Worlds. They came into that qualification tournament as one of the favorites to qualify. But now they're here on this stage, and it's different gravy, I think, especially against that top 3 in the SBL who have proved that they have been head and shoulders above the rest of the teams so far this year.
On the other side of the stage will be the Atlantis Leviathans. A lot of players hoping to get it done here this weekend. Inbound, what do the Leviathans need to do, not only today, but all weekend long to hit their stride and make a run at Worlds?
I mean, I think this is the most interesting team in the tournament because they have so many styles that they want to play with. And I think it comes down to when they get to that late game, will they just all be on the same page? They've struggled at certain points in the late game with, you know, following the same shot call, and their early game is usually pretty good, but if they can just come together, follow that one call, whether
Why
it's
is there
handicap,
so much
Shinto,
footage that is
whoever it
not
if they can do that, I think they can
year
really
10
shine in this
footage?
tournament.
Mifflin, remember, this is a Leviathans team that had picked up Zapman in the past.
Oh, this is year 10.
Mid-year,
Okay, the
bring
jungle
back
just looked weird.
Handicap. How has that roster change played out in your mind?
Man, it
That-
goes
I
back to the
swear that
interview
was
the
not
first
a
week
year 10
Panic Cat's in
jungle
the studio, he says,
that
"Look,
they were
I
just
joined this
in."
team, they're 6th seed, and that's just not good enough for me. We're gonna have to get those numbers up. And since then, the leadership that he has brought.
Like,
has
okay, I don't want to pull away from this, but just like
Follow that one call, shot call, and
this
their
just
early
looks
games usually
weird.
pretty
Why
good,
does this
but
look
if they can
weird? I don't know. Maybe it is, and it's
de
just something
facto
weird about
lane,
spectator
we
cam
wanna
because I
go
know stuff
here.
looks different in
and you know,
spectator.
Panda, if he gets that on her, he's saying, "Come to my lane. Let's go to that purple buff."
Hazer, I don't know if we can move on from this death segment without talking about the jungle matchup when it comes to Leviathans versus Hex Mambo. A storied one that potentially by the end of it, is there a clear favorite in the jungle in your mind in our third quarterfinal of the day?
It's interesting because Johnny's always been touted as the next adapting, right? But it feels like in the last tournament, he wasn't playing that hyper carry style so much. He's moved away and he's become a little bit of a facilitator for this team. Not so focused on the Ao Kwangs, on the Kalis. Maybe that's because of the meta, maybe it's not. But he's become more well-rounded, which I think is something that Adapting did in his career as well, right? He moved forward and he managed to pick up more of a Captain Twig playstyle where he could facilitate his team as well as carrying. So I do think it is Adapting versus Adapting Junior. But the King, he's still up there, you know, he's still around.
Right, the Adapting is still playing this week, and that storyline unfolds later on today. Our second quarterfinal will be the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens. I introduced this, Mifflin, as some hearts may break in the crowd. Lots of fan-favorite players going to be taking the stage second today. What's your initial read on Dragons v Ravens?
I mean, immediately I go to it and I think this is like a 7-time rematch this year alone. Every single land, the Dragons and PB, I mean, he'll complain about it every opportunity he gets. I always match up against Van at these tournaments, and then he'll follow it up with it. I always beat him, but he's right. It's been very Dragon-sided, and I would argue this weekend, this is the strongest version of the Jade Dragons we've had all year.
Yep. And look, this J Dragons team.
Oh, the Smite Discord is updated as well.
Not in support though. In support, being Mike v. Hurrywind. Love these two players. Love what they've been able to do. Inbound. Break down what you're seeing here between these two players, their gods and expectations in their matchup today.
I think Hurry's been one of the most surprising supports through this year. Last year, he made that swap from mid to support. He was struggling, to say the least, but now that he's fully kind of evolved into that ability to backline, ability to dive, I've been really impressed with what he's able to do in these games. He kind of has had a little bit of a
people on Discord are complaining about
shots, but he can also play some more backline
saying that this is more greedy than Overwatch 2.
What kind of matchup these two will go to. Will they be double backline? Will it be double frontline looking to dive?
The old game stays up, so if you don't like it, the new one, you can play the old one.
Interesting to still see how it kind of breaks down.
Well, the dual lane is Zap and Hurry against Mike and Coast. Hazer, the dual lane could have some fireworks here in our second quarterfinal.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it's somewhere that the Dragons will have targeted. They'll have watched that qualification tournament, and they'll have seen Zap go 0-7. They'll have seen Hurry get first blood under Tower tier. Maybe it was first blood, maybe it wasn't. But anyway, he died under the Tower tier, that's for sure. And I think this is somewhere that the Dragons will look to play through. They'll look to pick aggressive picks over there, invade purple buffs, play around that shield buff, and let Coast play aggressive. That is where he excels, and I think that is the game plan they'll come in with.
I wonder if there's a body paint diff, though. We've shown a couple crowd shots already. The J Dragons PBM fans are out in the crowd. They're painted up. I know, they're here all the time. They hit the drink booths already. They're feeling good in the crowd of the Smite World Championship.
Man. We already opened those
up.
up.
Look at them. You think they're worried about it? Absolutely not. They're feeling good. They're ready to go. And their favorite team will play in our second quarterfinal today. Our first quarterfinal matchup. Fellas, we'll get more in depth on it here in a little bit. But Styx Ferryman up against the Solar Scarabs. This is your number one.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find shit to spend my remaining gems on. But honestly, it'll probably be battle passes.
Inbound, you probably
They're
give
just
them
the
your
best
vote,
value.
an early vote before we see picks and bans in our first quarterfinal.
Yeah, just from what we've seen all year, this Ferryman team has entirely impressed.
$10 to get
good side
$5
is
back.
no pressure really on the Scarab, so
also
all the pressure
several
right now is
skins.
on the Ferryman. They're the ones that are going to have to show out, show that they're that one seed. Scarabs just have to go in.
It would
just
also
play
be
some
funny
Smite, lock in
if
some
they
gods that
count
like Deathwater likes to do.
the free battle pass
Smith,
stuff
do you think Deathwalker
as
could play spoiler today?
spending gems. I think that would be hilarious.
Young Kim, the uncrowned king. Are you joking me?
But I'm gonna
That's
have a
the
lot
goat.
of gems just
He's
from
been
the
the goat
V-Shooter
for
crossover,
all
honestly.
time, I think.
Which
I mean,
is hilarious.
legitimately, I remember in season 1, season 2, we're talking about. You guys heard about Wooney? You seen what he's been able to do in the lane? Look, Deathwalker's, he's a G.
We've heard
the OG.
We've heard what the desk has to say about the Styx Ferryman. Let's hear what the players have to say about the Styx Ferryman before our first quarterfinal.
We're really about to get started. Oh. They did the transition wrong.
Row it down. The Styx Ferrymen have adopted their team's motto and ran with it, becoming the most dominant team on the road to Worlds. With Season 5 champions Sino, Aurora, and Cyclone Spin back together, the team has enabled Baskin and back-to-back champion Paul to fulfill their true carry potential, coalescing into a team very few have been able to overcome.
What I love most about the Ferrymen is that they kind of do their own thing. They have their own identity. They play picks that a lot of people don't play, or they're the first to bring out, like Below the Jungle or the Opwatch solo, whatever it was back
Below
then.
the Jungle.
When they do pick something weird, it's because it
At
makes
least with
sense,
Opwatch
right?
solo, that's pretty
that pick
common, just
counters,
not in pro.
Like what the other team wants to do in team fights or something like that, right? And it's just like the fact that they thought about it
Why
in the
does
first
this look
place
so
is what
much
makes them a
worse than it
special
does when
team,
I'm playing?
and they have the skill to back it up. So I'm a
Do they
big
just,
fan
like,
of the
turn
Ferrymen,
textures
and
way
I
down
think
so
they
the game
are
runs
extremely
smooth?
deadly. Like a team like that is extremely deadly going into to Worlds.
They're just really smart in the way they play and the way they draft. And they just have their own picks that they think is good. They all believe in their picks and they all believe in the way they play. And that's what, like, they could have the worst meta possible going into Worlds, but if they all believe in it and they all try and play it the best way and they all play their picks, then they can still win because they are just that team.
They've kind of assembled like the no mistake squad, apart from like Aurora and Sino. Those guys definitely make mistakes, but like when it comes to their lanes, like Cyclone, Paul, Baskin, these guys don't really make mistakes. They're just not in their dictionary. They don't even know what it means, I guess. So it's definitely hard to play against them because you can't really capitalize on them
doesn't
doing
really
something
prevent you
wrong.
from making them. But
That's it. They're unbeatable. No, I'm just kidding.
They're very methodical, very structured.
they get to these objectives and these fire giants, and they can reproduce these fights like it's nothing. Like they all look the same, and they put teams in these spots where they make other teams feel uncomfortable, but the Ferrymen are also just perfectly fine just playing it really slow. If something doesn't look good, okay, let's just reset. Well, we can still just wait 5 minutes, do it again. We'll do it better this time, it'll be fine, you know? So they just do a really good job of setting themselves up in the positions they're used to.
I love getting kills like that as Maui.
Just making sure they're executing.
The funniest shit.
I think the reason the Ferryman find success, despite like all the players on the team, like the superstar carriers, like
Morgan Le Fay solo?
Cyclone, the main ones.
Wait, what was the build for this?
Wait.
Hold on.
I like know their role in the team. Like you will see Cyclones being give up a wave or two,
good, or was that
just to be a pyro on spawn, to be there and pull it? And I
was
think
that one of their wonky picks?
They just have a good understanding of their role in the team and what they need to do individually to help the team win.
And
I think that's what makes them probably the best team.
At points,
the fact that they're all on the same page, they know their roles, they know what to do, and they're willing to like sacrifice stuff to win the game for the team.
I think they're really selfless players, those three. I think that Cyclone is a person that can carry and will carry if given the opportunity, but he's not shy about he's fine with splitting, he's fine with doing stuff that's good for the team, rotating, dropping a few waves to get an objective that might get the team further ahead. And then Sino he'll sash and he'll blink in, he'll get in there compared to some other junglers. Whether it's a warrior jungle, a guardian jungle, he doesn't really care. And then Aurora, another person who will just get in there. So they kind of cause chaos in the front line and let their main win con, in my opinion, Paul kind of just do his thing and have as little pressure on him as possible.
I think to beat the Firemen, you need to kind of be on the same page as them. Like in terms of, if they pick a scaling mid, you pick a scaling mid. If they pick pressure Joe, you match the pressure Joe. And I think that's probably a main component of how to beat them is if you kind of just match them across the map, you know, if they go gold, you want to trade power, let's do that. They're a great team, but they're not like a snowball win in 10 minutes type of team. Like, they're more of like a calculated, you know, be there on time for objectives, like let me know when your power spike is, no stay in lane, don't rotate. They're more of like that type of team. So just match them and you'll be fine.
Now the only thing left to find out is if the Ferrymen are going to continue to row it down or if the first seed curse is going to strike again.
Oh god damn it. Alright, well, Twitch, you can enjoy an ad break while we're here. If Twitch is going to let me. Okay, there we go. Awesome. Give me a second, because I should actually... there we go. Just had to update the Twitch stream to have the drops enabled tag on it. Oh man. Dude, I'm so excited. Smite 2 and Year 11 both individually look pretty sick. The fact we're not losing Smite 1 is awesome. Okay, so the way that Legacy Gems work, it seems, is that they pay for... So the way that it works is Legacy Gems are just half off on everything, which is actually really annoying. I don't know what the hell they were trying to say, but the way that it looks like it is on the Smite 2 website is it looks like basically you can pay half the price of anything. With Legacy Gems. It appears to be the case. We'll see when it actually comes out, but... That or it's paying half price. It's phrased poorly on the website as well. Oh, people are already doomsaying about Year 11 and Smite 2. That's hilarious. Yeah, no, okay, so, first off, this is probably going to be a really, really good Worlds to watch. Secondly, it's being extremely overshadowed early on by Smite 2. Oh my god, dude. Also, just so that it's known, by the way, chat, this is actually going to be the longest of the 3 streams because day 1 is what runs the latest. There's 4 games, 4 sets to play. So. And we're already 10 minutes late. Comedy. Azira's probably had to drop their, government mandated 20-minute ad break or whatever. Sorry, tapped out checking on stuff. Controller. I don't trust the music. I never trust the music. Oh, but Smite 2 is looking wacky, gamers. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be great.
That's right, the Smite Season 10 World Championship, powered by our friends over at SteelSeries, has officially begun. To bring all the gameplay, you need all the peripherals, and SteelSeries got you covered. Thanks to SteelSeries for being with us here all weekend long, helping us bring a lot of Smite fun. My name's Dolson, Mifflin, Inbound, and Hazer still with me on the desk. Fellas, we have a long weekend ahead.
Like
we have best of 3 quarterfinals to go today, a couple semifinals tomorrow, leading into a grand finals on Sunday. And it feels like the weight of the quarterfinals this year a little bit different than any year in the past. Mifflin, what jumps out at you in our first 4 matchups here today?
I mean, there's always going to be the Oni Warriors Camelot Kings is maybe a fan favorite matchup because of that grudge match. If you know anything about me, I love when people are at each other's throats, and I feel like that's a matchup we can really see some of that. Otherwise, I would argue Jade Dragons versus Highland Ravens may be the most competitive match here. I know a lot of people keeping their eyes on Leviathans and Mambo, though.
That's right, and both sides of the bracket looking difficult and competitive. She's coming home. This is what that Styx Ferryman fan is hoping for. Their opponents hoping to put an early stop to the Styx Ferryman run here are the Solar Scarabs. Inbound, it's a team that's built around a couple of players who are no strangers to the world stage. Deathwalker Zeros, they've been here before. Echrome and Silenced have played together on the dual lane in the past. Apriel out of the jungle. This is a very talented team. What's the play style and what's on the mind going up against the Styx Ferryman for the Solar Scarabs?
I think a lot of it relies on April and how he's going to be playing in this game. When I looked back at that tournament, a lot of the plays they were looking to make were based off of April and based off of iSilence, what they were wanting to do. A lot of the time, iSilence is starting those fights, or April is, and then on the opposite side, April's the one that's cleaning up those fights. Zeros is just looking to farm. There's not really much happening mid lane. A lot of it is off of what Paul does, mostly just looking to farm. And I think the most interesting thing to me is Deathwalker in his ADC, or his solo lane meta, the auto attack warriors. Are we gonna see high prio on those? Is Baskin gonna match those? That's the interesting part to me.
Myth, what's your read on the Solar Scarabs and what they need to get done?
They've just got such a unique meta in of themselves, and when we hear from Deathwalker, he says, look, I'm going to play my own thing. I'm going to do whatever I want. I don't even know if I know the meta, but I know that Bologna works when I play it, and it really has. But what I've seen from Deathwalker is maybe a slight departure from what every other soul laner was trying to accomplish. Every other soul laner at the most recent tournament was diving the backline, trying to jump into the mage, block out some ADC auto attacks. Deathwalker said, I'm going to build Death's Embrace, I'm going to stand in front of my team, I'm going to soak damage, and I'm going to go hit a mask and resustain, rinse, repeat. And if you watch the stat screen at the end of the match, his damage mitigation numbers are just through the roof. His damage output is great too.
I've been told I'm allowed to let Hazer talk again, so Hazer, I'll come to you after this. Is there a match to be played outside of solo lane here? Is it all down to Deathwalker truly? What are some other keys to victory for the Solar Scarabs?
So I think Bobby talked on a really great point, is that this team is quiet in the early game. And Zeros, to put it politely, he doesn't really play until 20 minutes, right?
Wait,
but
I've just
feel
sent
like
a
this might
message
be
in
one
the
of the
Smite
better
Discord,
matchups for them. Paul,
and,
also a guy who kind of likes to farm
there's
out.
a
But I'm
role
interested to see if he
that you get
that
automatically.
If he decides to get active,
There's a role that you
rotate
get
over to side
automatically.
lanes, follow Sino
My name is
around,
Blue,
maybe
and
pressure
it's
some
just a
purples,
currently
pressure some
streaming
blues.
role.
I think
That's
that's
me.
a lever
I didn't know
that the
that.
Ferryman will be looking to pull in this game.
Well, we saw a lot of it last year was heaped expectations on the SEC
I can't
teams
wait
after what we
for
saw during the group
year
stages
11
during
and
qualifiers.
Smite 2
And we know how that
to be
turned
playable.
out in the quarterfinals. We had 2-0s all year last year in the quarterfinals. The question is, Myth, are we going to get a 3-game set, and does it start here?
Well, if last year's anything to go by, no, 3-game sets are
I know you
illegal.
hate that
What
question,
did
I'm sorry.
Final K say? They just look unbeatable. JK 10 seconds later, but that JK didn't come from a place of confidence.
I know you hate that question. I'm sorry. The 2 or 3-game set question, that's never a whole lot of fun. And I don't want the Scarabs to seem like an afterthought here, but Bobby, when they're going up against who is the #1 seed coming into this event, there's got to be pressure. But does that pressure land itself on the other side of the stage with the Ferryman?
Yeah, I think all that pressure is on the Ferryman. The Scarabs are coming here with, we made it out of qualies, we made it to Worlds, we kind of did what we need to do. Now it's just icing on the cake. If they can do something here, if they can make some noise, as Hazer said, this is not going to be an explosive early game set. This is going to be a slow set, go for that late game. And all it takes when you get to that late game is that one fight.
We've heard some from us about these teams, from the players about these teams. Let's hear from the players themselves. We got Kelly standing by for the interview.
Thank you so much, Dolson.
we're gonna
Joining
get
me
started like
here
half an
are
hour
two
late.
of the best, most innovative solo laners that Smite has ever seen. Guys, give it up for Baskin and Deathwalker.
Yeah, you know this set was
Baskin,
supposed
clearly
to
your
start
team is the
20
fan
minutes
favorite
ago, right?
to come into the competition right now. The last set that you guys lost was all the way back in October. How is that affecting your team mentally?
I don't really think we think about it too much. I think people are saying we are the favorites, but I don't really think that matters that much. Just because we played well like a random weekend 2 months ago, it doesn't mean we'll play well this weekend. So yeah, I mean, we're just focusing on our drafts, and if we play clean, we'll win, not because we're the favorites. So, yep.
Deathwalker, during the group stages, you said that 2 of your players, that was the first time that they have ever competed in a LAN, and now they are here on the global stage. How are the vibes with everyone?
Everybody's feeling pretty good. For everyone, I think it's safe to say that we've got nothing to lose. We've proved enough just getting here. We already thought we were going to lose to the Kings, to be honest. So now just getting to play against the Styx Ferryman, getting this rematch against Baskin, I'm actually quite excited to play, and I think everybody's feeling the same way.
Now, Baskin, your team being the first seed, you had the first opportunity to pick a team to go up against in the global stage. Why did you choose the Solar Scarabs?
We just thought, well, it was kind of a hard choice. The last seed of the tournament was the Kings, which they didn't look that great, but they are the defending world champions, so we didn't really want to pick them. And they were the next seed, the next low seed, so it was kind of an obvious choice for us. Yeah, it's between them or the Kings. It is weird picking a professional team because they have been scrimming the whole year, and the SEC teams haven't had as many scrims. So yeah, that factored into our choice a lot for sure.
So Deathwalker, you were on an absolute tear during the group stages in the solo lane, but now you're going up against Baskin. Will that domination continue?
Well, last year I was familiarized with his game, so I think for this year I expect no less, if not maybe even better than last year from him. But I've improved myself too, so I think it's going to be. I mean, I think it's going to be a challenge, but I'd probably dominate anyways.
Baskin, what do you feel going up against a player like Deathwalker?
I mean, from what I remember last year, he was very strong in lane, and then watching the tournament this year, he pretty much. I don't think he lost lane. He pretty much smashed everyone in lane. So yeah, that's what I expect. It's very rare. Like I've watched him for like 6 years. He very rarely puts himself in a bad spot in lane. So I expect to be a tough lane, but I think we'll pull out the win.
I know we're all excited to watch it. I just have one more question for both of you. Is there anything that you would like to say to your opponent?
Good luck, have fun, enjoy the 2-0.
Baskin.
I guess good luck, have fun. I don't know.
All right, guys, go to your seats.
I
And
like
let's
how
head
the
back
enjoy
to
the
desk.
2-0 could be interpreted
Thank you,
in
Kelly,
two very
Baskin,
different
and
ways,
Deathwalker.
and I love it.
A few things come to mind after that for me here, fellas. Number one, which way is Deathwalker thinking the 2-0 go? Is he saying you're
Hard
welcome?
to know.
Is he saying you're welcome, you're getting out of here quickly because you're 2-0ing us? But it's Deathwalker. I mean, gotta be thinking it's the other way, Myth.
No, Deathwalker always has a vote of confidence in himself and in his team. I got I'd win vibes from Deathwalker there. He looks good, but
It did. It gave off the
It's
energy,
interesting,
but it
and
could
we
have
sort
been.
of
It
talked
could have
about how
been.
the
No, we're
ferrymen
here
are the
for
ones
fun
that
at this
maybe have
stage.
the pressure on them.
See, we'll
Baskin
see, we'll
dispels
see.
that a little bit. A Solar
Be
Scarabs
massive
team in
if
the
the
past,
Scarabs took
Deathwalker team
this.
in the past that's playing without pressure has been a very scary team to go up against. I've also noticed Deathwalker a bit more dressed down this year. It wasn't the full suit and tie get-up that we saw last year. Hazer, you touched on the solo lane a little bit here. We haven't seen the Styx Ferryman play in a little while. Has the meta shifted in your mind as we move into picks and bans from what we saw last time? Has priority changed, or are the Styx Ferryman going to be just fine?
Absolutely. The meta has really shifted, and it's been a while since we've seen Baskin play it. Last time we saw him, he was playing mages. Now we're seeing Osiris and Bologna as the only things we saw Deathwalker play at the play-in tournament. We've seen Achilles, we've seen Osiris,
First
lots
draft.
of lane dominant
It's the
warriors,
first
and solo
ban.
frontliners being picked up.
Well, let's delay no further. Picks and bans
Here
for
we
game one between the
go.
Styx Ferryman
Here
and
we
the Solar
go.
Scarab starting right now.
Holy
Inbound,
shit.
what does your mind immediately go to between these two teams as we enter the ban phase?
Well, even beyond the teams, I think we have to talk about the strongest gods at this tournament. That Athena that we've seen a ton of, a god that's been super high prioed, and the
Athena's
Mammon,
been
the
really
newest
strong
god
all
to
year.
Smite, available in this tournament. Will
Oh,
she
the
be
whale
played
is
first off?
banned.
Will she be banned? And where will we
Damn.
see her played? In that mid hole or
Tragic.
in that
It makes
jungle
sense though. Whale's kind
Couple
of stupid.
junglers being banned away right off the bat. Followed by the Baba
I don't know
Yaga.
how new he is, but
Hyper, we've touched on the jungle matchup
Still
a bit,
sad.
Mifflin. Expect to see some of those bans rolling through. Any surprises, though, in the first 6?
I'm surprised to see so many targeted bans immediately. Clearly, the Ferrymen have done their homework here. Apriel on that Mercury has been dominant, so getting him off of it, a great first step there for the Ferrymen. But this has left a lot of priority on the table with Thoth off the board. Thought maybe we go
I don't know
towards
who I want to see
Kuku
win this
instead.
because like the
Support
Ferryman
priority for
roster
the
is
Ferrymen. And
just.
I know, Hazer, you were thinking we'd maybe see something like
But
an
also seeing the
Aphrodite or
Scarabs
even
win
a
this
Emoji on that
would be
slot.
really
Yeah,
sick.
absolutely.
Like
We saw Afro had so much
seeing the first
priority
seed
in
lose
terms
is
of
always
bans
a
in the
good
last
time.
tournament. I thought we might see prio picks here from the SBL teams. Those bans must have come from somewhere. But the Sobek first pick, something that the EU teams have really valued. Ganesh gone for silence. Maybe this is a takeaway. Prevent him getting that. And Deathwalker looks to lock in his solo lane pick straight away. The Osiris for the solo lane.
Locked in Osiris. Bobby, does that tell you anything right off the rip here in Osiris for Deathwalker?
Osiris just wanted to, I mean, not Osiris. Deathwalker wanted to get his god
There you
early.
go.
He wants to lock into Osiris,
Osiris
which is a god we
wanted to
saw
get his player
dominate
early.
lanes with. Baskin said it
Like
in
a
the
cat.
interview that when he
You
got
don't
this
choose
Osiris,
your
he
main,
got
your
that
main
Bologna,
chooses
he
you.
was not losing lane, and he rarely puts himself out of position.
Really good at dominating the lane on this character. Has high sustain, high DPS. One of the most recent changes to Osiris, allowing that first ability to go through minions and also hit
sustain,
enemy
high
gods.
DPS.
Just makes it really difficult
Yeah,
to find
they
any sort of
buffed
footing
him.
up against him. And then
Before
also
he got
that
buffed, he
Death
had
interaction we were talking about a little bit
neither
earlier
of those things.
really brings a lot of
He had
nuance
nothing.
to those late game Fire
It was
Giant
awful.
dances.
I haven't played
absolutely.
Osiris
This
since
build
the
for
buffs. I
Deathwalker
keep
is something
meaning
I
to.
want to touch on as well. He goes Death's Toll into the Phalanx, into Executioner normally. He goes an aggressive build and then picks up a Cloak after that. And I'm interested because the Maman's open here, and the Ferryman could opt to pick that up to disrupt that build in the solo lane. No Maman so far. It looks like it's going to be Chernobog locked in, and Vulcan to follow.
And with that Maman not being available now, or still being available, not picked, it seems like we're going for away from that god, and it's more so try to get these gods the Scarabs are comfortable with and that the Ferrymen are comfortable with. Maybe not as much on the Maman.
Vulcan picked up for the Styx Ferryman as well. Worlds Paul has arrived as well. Paul, one of the most storied players when it comes to the world stage. In Mifflin, they're going to give him a pick that we've seen plenty of plays on in the Vulcan. Is that counterable from the current standpoint in your mind with what the Solar Scarabs have left?
I'm actually concerned about this Vulcan pick, even just looking at Osiris on his own. The ability for Osiris to just stick to this god and make it miserable to exist, utilizing Tether for all that damage mitigation. Vulcan's got to knock up, aside from that, it's peel with damage, and good luck doing that when Deathwalker's on you.
I think what's sticking out for them with this Vulcan pick is that possibility of building that Mirrodin. That's something that really stuck out in that last tournament, is we want to see Mirrodin mid lane mages. The Thoth is already gone. The weird, somewhat weird thing is no Cuckoo over the Vulcan, which is something that was super high prioed, but Vulcan's still a very good Mirrodin character, has a very good build path in the meta.
Applause for the Solar Scarabs. Hazer, are the eyebrows raised a bit for the SEC team?
I mean, we saw this a few times for Zeros in the tournament, and I feel like it never looked particularly good, but he's gone back to it. He loves this god. He likes to play for the late game and kind of sit in the back line, and when he's dived, they drop that ult to kind of zone out the rest of the team and go on the frontliner. So that might be their plan here. They're going to have Deathwalker maybe solo zone and the Aplash there to kill enemy frontliners. They're going to target out the Sobek. He plucks in, misses the pluck, or the pluck is beads. You've got an Aplash, and that is a lot of damage to deal with for the Croc.
Anything obvious in your mind, Miff, to take away here for either team, or maybe now that we see them, are you agreeing with the movement?
He was terrible for a while too, and then got a couple buffs.
First off, astounded by how quickly these P's and V's are moving. I mean, at the world stage, usually use the entirety of the bank time. Ferryman finally starting to dip into theirs. I think continuing down the jungle target bans path is pretty decent. I'd probably look towards something like Susano. Apriel's had a lot of success on that pick. Perhaps that's the direction the Ferryman go instead. Take away a core of CC, Fear No Evil,
been, like,
the god
really
of
solid
ultimates
all
there,
year.
Hun bots on the ban column. Makes a lot of sense to me.
And with a few of these junglers already gone, do the Scarabs kind of look for this jungle pick here, or do they give April that last pick, that counter pick? And there's still a few more junglers that are available. The Susano that you talked about, Rat's another one that we've seen a lot of success with, Thor is another one. But before then, Fafnir locked in, which is something we didn't even see last tournament like at all.
What's the value here in the Fafnir, Hazer?
Well, it's the only other god Silence has played, apart from Ganesh and Sobek, which are both gods. So he goes towards the Fafnir. Maybe this is the limit of his god pool. Maybe he's got 3. I'm interested to see if we could maybe see an auto attack jungler here to take advantage of this Fafnir as well. Mercury off the table, so it'd be interesting to see if there's anything left for April to go.
I kind of want to see Merlin and Tiamat, just because, like,
out here again, though. That is a
so the
god
thing
that
with Merlin
tends
and
to go
Tiamat,
towards
right, is
whenever
that
this Mercury
they
is taken
have been
away, which is
good.
pretty often.
And there's plenty of auto attackers
Couple of
already
times
on
they've
the
been the
side
top
of Solar
two.
Scarabs.
They've
Osiris,
been good,
Hachiman,
and
both
Agni
can
as well.
benefit from coerce. And then
Throughout
the Heaven
all of
Banner
year
on
10,
top
I
of
would
that
love to see them
really
show up
does
and
boost the Solar Scarabs'
just
ability to just absolutely run through neutral
pop
attackers.
off.
Secure
At
advantage as
Worlds.
it stands.
It would be
perhaps
crazy.
maybe a
It would be
little bit,
crazy.
up to debate. Opwash, Corpse Explosion, of course, incredibly powerful, but Earthshaker on the other side from Vulcan means you probably got to deal with him before you look towards those objectives.
There's Worlds Paul. There's also Worlds Godpool Sino. Remember last year the Thanatos took over Worlds on the run into the grand finals. Still waiting for that man's pick. Bobby, what jumps out?
And it's impossible to pick what Sino's going to be going towards before you actually see him lock something in. We've seen E-sets from him. We've seen some hunters. He will go for almost any single class in the game. He just needs to find that first god, the god that he starts finding success with. And the Thor, as the god he's hovered, it provides a lot of just global possibilities. And it's one of those few gods with
The semi-global ult's really good for just yeeting around the map. You can get a lot done in the way of peeling, but also in the way of aggression.
Rat and Susano being the only
You're a lot
standards
harder to
available.
detect
Rat, of
ganking
course,
as well.
recently, I believe putting up maybe a 10% win rate at the last land.
It wasn't good.
Probably not something these teams are considering right now. That Susano, solidly within the god pool of Apriel, brings a little bit more initiation, which is something you generally lack when you pick up a Fafnir on your team. It's not as consistent. Single target CC, of course, valuable, but you got to burn beats first. Having anyone
So
else
what
that
I
can
don't
start
like
that
about
fight
this draft
would
is
go a long
honestly
way for
there's
the
no one
Scarabs.
here that's
Yeah,
particularly
go ahead,
fun to
Hazel.
watch
Another really
except
powerful
for
thing about this
Susano,
Thor is it can punish the solo lane. We
who's
saw
not
this
even
a lot
locked
in
in
the tournament
yet.
coming in, the qualification tournament. Thor's looking for an early gank in solo.
I haven't seen
Deathwalker
Mamam
has been
Bougie,
running it down, pressure
in pro,
non-stop.
so I don't
and with
know,
the Wukong, you can
'cause
get
I've
that
not
CC
been
chain
paying as much
and
attention as I would
in
like
a
to have
burst
been.
combo before he has too much pro online. And the Susano locked
So,
in for
rip.
April. We all knew it
But-
was coming, and we'll have to see what he can do with it.
In a very selfish way, I'm happy to see the Thor. I've always said that one of the best gods as far as in-venue audio is Thor. When the Anvil of Dawn comes crashing down, there's not much like it. And so fans here in venue, get ready for some of that this game from the Styx Ferryman jungler. We now get the teams locked in here. Inbound, were there any surprises, or was this about expectation as far as, get the nerves off, get into the tournament, not revealing anything too soon?
I mean, the only thing that sticks out to me is, where is the Maman? Absolutely no Maman pick, no Maman ban, no prio at all. Is this a specific thing to these teams, or is it something that we're going to see extend through the entire tournament? I mean, outside of that, Osiris and Hachiman, high prioed. Deathwalker wants this Osiris, and Ikram really wants the Hachiman. Hazer said there's been 5 games out of his 6 in the last qualifiers where he went towards his Hachiman. It's incredible that he's still able to get it.
What does the gameplay in your mind look like, the power curve here, Myth? I want to start with the Solar Scarabs, though, because it's the underdog team in quarterfinal number 1 going up against the number 1 seed Styx Ferryman. What is this composition built to do?
It's late game, and that's been the Solar Scarabs' MO for as long as they've been a team. I look at this squad and I see maybe slight potential to get aggressive in the Soul lane if Susano and Osiris are stacked on top of each other. You've got really high 2v2 there. Otherwise, Aposh can be farming up for the most part, controlling mid camps relatively well. Fafnir takes a whole lot of time before he's really finding the full value of his ultimate. And then even Hachiman, we talk about him as decent bully, but mostly locked in for his safety.
Hazer, what are you looking at?
I think the pressure situation here is really interesting, actually. I thought the Ferryman might opt to try and get pressure in one of the side lanes. It looks like they've forgone it in both. Maybe they're opting to use that to give this Thor a chance to gank side lanes and punish over aggression. But right now it feels like the Scarabs are in the position they want to be in, which is they're going to be comfortable in the early game. They're going to get to the late where they love to play, and the Ferrymen also love to play there, obviously. These comps both aimed towards Fire Giant fights. I feel like both aimed towards 5v5s over on that solo side of the map.
Maybe the answer is just always jungle. So I'm going to strike that. No one's allowed to answer jungle. Inbound, some players to watch here, given their god picks in game 1.
I mean, the one that instantly goes to me is that Chernobog. It's a god that has gotten a lot of nerfs recently, but Cyclone has always piloted better than anyone else that we've actually seen play it. And when it gets to those late game team fights, as Paul said, that's the point we're going towards. Who's going to be able to match this Chernobog? Where's Chernobog going to be going? Is he going to be grouping as much? What's kind of Cyclone's plan?
We can only ask questions for so long until we get some answers. Let's delay no further. The Smite World Championship starts right now.
Here we
Thanks
go.
so much, Dave, and the rest of the desk. It's Goran, it's Shelly. First off, excited to be back here in Arlington, and of course to watch the Ferrymen and the Scarabs and see how this game 1 is going to break down. And I'm going to touch a little bit on what the desk was talking about there towards the very end. But looking towards this Chernobog, looking at maybe some of the pressure in these side lanes, I mean, that's going to be a really huge deal to try and keep some of that capability up if you're the Ferryman to not fall behind, or if you're the Scarabs to fight some of what they were losing last year.
I mean, that's something I wanted to dive into previously, just because of the fact that we haven't seen the Styx Ferryman play in such a long time, right? It's been essentially months. I was curious as to how they would pilot this meta. I was curious as to where they would go with picks and bans. Remember, this Chernobog, back when they were top seed in the SPL, was absolutely owning. Since then, hasn't been that high prio, but if you want anyone in the league on this Chernobog pick, I would not hate Recycling Spin to get it, right? He knows how to ult in early on. He's okay with missing a bit of farm and fly into
Twitch. I
Pyromancer
should try
fights
and
early
get
on as well.
channel points.
And that can really help your team snowball elite.
Now, we have seen, I'm going to call it egregious. We've seen some pretty egregious polls throughout the year. 79-21 in Twitch.
Yeah, an
favoring
80-20
the
split's kind of
and a lot of this conversation,
the
when it comes to the Scarabs, what we saw last week, early game, honestly, first
You have
25
to
minutes,
remember to
don't
do it
even
for
look
next
at
game.
them for a lot of those
I'll probably
games.
pull it up
And then
in
you
this
get to that
browser,
last
and then
team
you can
fight,
see
and they
putting
turn
it in.
things around, but that's what the Ferrymen like to play. That's where they like to get their hands dirty. But a lot of the conversation was around these junglers, and specifically around Cyno
The
here.
start,
who's
the
someone I'm gonna
starts
keep
were
my eye on.
changing
Do you think that,
constantly in the beginning
you know,
of the year.
this
Like it was
score,
every other patch
agree
we
with
would
Dave,
get the
love them a
starts would
bit.
have to change,
Right.
and then
But Double Down, is he going to have the pressure to help offset a little bit? That's actually
It's just
Echrome
been
getting a
around
little
for, like,
low over and
7
left. They want
months
the
now.
chase Aurora. You can see once the plug, good body
Unchanged.
blocks by Silence, just to make sure nothing comes out. Delays first blood a little longer. They're not slowing down on the pressure.
No, I assume we're going to see sparks fly early on, whether that be for
Also, I like the
passive
Met
play or
cloak
overextension
out of
or just
Ferryman here.
some early
Aurora
cringe
on the
games.
Met
Just
cloak
pay attention
based.
to April and pay attention to Cyno. They're going to head left, they're going to head right. Paul taking a lot of damage here. He has that Aegis held on to it. Smart player, never one to waste a relic, but that was getting close.
Part of the thing with this too is you don't want to be the first one to die in the entire
This
event.
is the thing. So Vulcan,
Especially
right,
at
third
Worlds.
pick in, not something that's been on our minds for a little while. What is Paul gaining from having that pick in mid?
I think it's just something that he likes to go to. Insane burst damage. I call him a pseudo hunter when it comes to actually burning through objectives, because that turret is going to do exactly what you want, right? Just spray away, free DPS. You don't exactly need an auto attacker to pull a Pyromancer early. And of course, the burst. Paul has been on point hitting those Earthshakers. So I just think it's a pick that he's comfortable on, and of course, it can match that burst that Zeros has on the outwash.
Usually a little bit of pressure around the side camps, and we see cooldown buff easily picked up by Cyno. Shield buff easily secured by the Scarabs, trading out on those. But Charlie, and this maybe goes back to what the desk was asking, are you maybe surprised to see this 2 minutes in? I guess we're still level 3, right? Are we waiting for that level 5 mark for something big from a Thor?
I can tell you that's what Cyno's waiting for. Yeah, you better be waiting for Anvil of Dawn. Thor's ganks are not the greatest unless you have a great wall, right? If you can step behind someone, wall them off, then you have an opportunity. I think April could get aggressive here, and with blue buffs coming through, that could be the first fight we see. Cyno's a little bit further behind just because April's farming quicker. That's the nature of Susano. So much movement, so much burst damage. But Anvil of Dawn, that could be the opener.
That's such an iconic goal. Aegis used, you had mentioned Paul
Just
holding
waiting for
onto it
something
really
to
well
happen
earlier.
here.
Used
It's just a lot of farm.
when April shows up in lane this time around.
Neither side going for the
maybe
heartbeats is
foregoing some of the
interesting.
pressure they would have had. Of course, you could
Could
tell
be a big rotate.
who was here last year based on the totem
If,
chase, Trelly.
it erupts,
And the
but it
Scarabs,
won't.
you know, we had talked about it, and maybe we should touch on it, right? Deathwalker, Baskin, this is something that was mentioned in the interviews. This is something that has been going back and forth. It feels like this is a huge lane, but as the desk had mentioned, Osiris with the pressure win, at least in the early game.
And that's what I would expect as well, right?
So the junglers are going to hit
Bastion
5
loves
after
to
they get one
pressure
more
if he can.
camp.
But the Wukong is not usually that god. He plays safe. He's incredibly safe, very difficult to gank, but not that brawler, not that bruiser that Deathwalker can be on the Osiris. I'm glad that we are finally seeing the Osiris back in the meta, because this is the in-your-face, dive the backline, unkillable mess that you expect from most solo laners. Remember, when we last saw the Ferryman, it was Poseidon, it was Outwash, it was Raijin.
There's
Now we get to
feedback
see
constantly in their
Baskin on
mics.
Wukong,
I hope that
Deathwalker on
gets looked
Osiris,
into.
just absolutely scrapping. But with these plucks coming through, you got to pay attention to those beads as well. Remember, Paul just Aegis, but Cyno's got Anvil of Dawn. He can delete someone from the map if they don't have that CC immunity.
Well, Priel's the one playing a little aggressive here. Ends up opting to fall back. Not a lot of mana to work with there for the Susano. But Aurora, as you had mentioned, has been going for pluck after pluck, forcing the EI Jutsu from Echrome. That dash has been nice, safe. With ult, Echrome in theory is going to be just fine for a little while. But keeping your eyes, and specifically for me, watching over on Cyno. I mean, Charlie, this is a team that we've gotten so used to seeing work just so effortlessly well.
They're a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, they know exactly what they want to do. They've mentioned to themselves that they don't really think they do anything that special, which is wild. They haven't lost a set since October.
Man, it was Halloween? Maybe even earlier.
It was earlier. It was October
earlier than
13th.
Halloween. That's crazy. And at this point,
Was it a
we
Friday?
heard those player interviews, right? Why are the Ferrymen so good? Well, let's break it down. Do they make many mistakes? Not really. Is their positioning bad? No. Sure, they don't do any one thing fantastic. I think it's just the fundamentals, the basics, that they just don't bad on. And because of that, their team fight is deadly. They know how to play from behind. Remember, Aurora, if we do see them get a little bit down in gold, they'll go for a wraparound play, something like that. But Something to consider. Remember, silence on the Fafnir. He's got
Nothing
chain
yet.
CC.
I'm just waiting. I'm just waiting. First
Right?
kill
He's got
first
the
kill of
eggs,
Worlds is
40
going to be
round
crazy.
burst damage. Same with
Or it'll be
Sino.
really
If
anticlimactic.
silence
That's
hits a
also
good
possible.
hammer, that draconic transformation, you could keep this Vulcan in place for a solid 5
Aurora's
seconds.
over there
and
looking
chain
for
everything together.
something.
A little bit of damage thrown out towards Apriel. If Aurora hits his pluck just a few seconds earlier, we're maybe having a different conversation for silence. Baskin as well is rotated in, stun, beats, forced on Zeros, and he's going for the chase. They're looking for a little bit
he's
more,
going down.
and they're
Oh,
chasing
that's
him
going to
down,
be it.
but now you've got Apriel, and Apriel comes in to turn that one around. 1-for-1 trade, but the first blood to the Scarabs. Now the Ferryman forced to run away.
But Death
Baskin
Walker could get another
Birdform
one.
gets him distance, and it should be enough of a disengage to walk away.
And make no mistake, that was much
that
better
first
for the
blood
Solar
bonus
Scarabs.
goes
Aurora
over
plucking
to the
just
Scarab.
to make sure that Baskin can get out of trouble. Cyclone Spin flies over, thinks he's going to help his team get first blood, ends up getting first blooded. Sure, Paul cleans up the kill, but look at that goal differential, Gore. That's the Solar Scarabs playing perfectly, even a man down. Cyclone flew over just to fall down. That is not the start you want if you're the Styx Ferryman.
1,000 gold, but we've seen steady building is what can make a huge difference here. Speaking of builds, we've seen, I want to say like 3 different starts in solo lane. I'm going to bring us back over there, especially with a huge rotation from Baskin, like the Tiger Stun mattering. Seeing what Deathwalker's able to do though. The Phalanx start up at the front. How do you feel about this for the Osiris?
Yeah, it seems like these auto attack solo laners have switched out the Berserkers, switched out the Glad Shield. It ends up coming back later on in the build if you would like, but this Phalanx is just a great start for Osiris.
I
to be an
don't like
absolute
it as
vulcan,
much,
and that's
but
what he wants
it
to
is
do.
a really good
Deathwalker
item.
ults in. Lord of the Afterlife, no fear. Do you think he was like, guys, I'm going to need help once I ult in? I doubt he said a word. I think he ulted in just because of that confidence. Maybe a bit of the world stage swagger on him, but he's just unkillable at this moment. Paul used his ultimate to confirm Zeros, and beads are down for 80 seconds. Now Sino's got a target. Anvil of Dawn coming back up soon. Watch out for the outflash.
And you also got to talk about Cyclone Spin, right? I mean, we Anvil of Dawn, we see how fast the Susano can be, but Cyclone can change the numbers game pretty much instantly. At
Also,
any
I love
time,
seeing
so
Book of
Ekrem's gonna
Thoth
have to be
back in
on
the
point
game,
either
by the way.
with rotations,
I want to point that out.
or
It's
just
always nice. It's
presence
always nice
all
when you Book of
around,
Thoth.
like
I don't know.
you
It's just
had
a nice,
mentioned.
satisfying item.
That are down, not just in mid, but in duo. A little bit of a reset.
Gives you
7 minutes in,
a load
Charlie.
of mana too.
And we're still hovering, actually growing up to about, what, 1,500, 1,600 in favor of the Scarabs. And a lot of this is just that neutral farm, and it's surprising to see them have this much control, although the desk had mentioned a lot of lane pressure and everything like that, but realistically, in duo lane, it feels like we've seen Cyclone Spin and Aurora willing to push up. We see them willing to push up now to some of the neutral camps. But where are the Scarabs? I mean, why are they dominating this hard? Maybe because they're looking for fights where they
got
can fight it,
shield.
maybe because they're willing to contest these neutral objectives without really worrying about it.
I'll tell you where that gold lead is. Look at Apriel versus Sino in the net worth charts. It'll tell you a tale. That's about 800 gold just in difference of the Susano versus the Thor. Sure, First Blood goes into that a bit, but that's just superior farm. Sino has not been on point with being able to match that level of presence. Of course, Thor is a little bit slower on the farm game, like we mentioned. But remember, Cyclone Spin flew out. We even alluded to it. It was a bit of foreshadowing, I guess, about how he's not afraid to take these early ultimates. He's not afraid to miss a few waves. I was thinking more like level 12. I did not think it was going to be that early on that Cyclone flies through, especially losing his life in that gank. That gives Ekrem a lot of space as well.
Apriel stun now on the Deathwalker.
Deathwalker might go down. Deathwalker should go down.
Chase him down. Knockup's good, but Somersault Cloud should counter it out. But is he going to chase? He goes for a leap from Deathwalker. Gets him out of there in time. And it's going to be just fine. Plus, they get the
Unfortunate
blue
for the
buff.
Ferryman.
I was waiting for Sino to dunk in. I guess he had low health, not enough to try and go in for the confirm. It seemed pretty easy, right? Somersault Cloud, I'll go first, and then you have Anvil of Dawn. It goes further. We'll easily confirm, but the rotation in from Zero, Silence was there as well.
It wasn't just the rotation, they just executed on it too
you
late.
got a guaranteed kill, which, looking at Sino's health and mana, was not guaranteed. Not worth it. We're already down a bit of gold. Let's play this one safe. So what seemed like a pretty good gank attempt and a blue buff invade ends up netting not too much. You lose Somersault Cloud, you lose Lord of the Afterlife if you're the Scarabs, and of course that Typhoon from Apriel. But we're back to the farm game.
2 levels in the jungle, though, and you've been highlighting that pretty well. That's where a lot of the lead is. But Charlie, it's getting to the point where it's almost 2,000. We're approaching 10 minutes, so you're feeling pretty confident if you're the Solar Scarabs. And that confidence has really been exuding through the jungle play. Like you said, going back to the farm game. Now we're hitting those level 12 marks, well, at least for mid, specifically for Paul. You had mentioned wanting to see Cyclone Spin, or originally thinking he would start rotating around 12. with the death on board, do you think he's as willing to just let it fly?
I'm going to be honest with you, Gore. When I see a Chernobog in my games, I say, don't even rotate. Just chill. Eventually, it's going to be late game. You're going to hit level 20 before anyone because you're just going to split push, and then you can just diff everyone because you have more items. The Styx Ferrymen don't really play like that. If Cyclone gets real far behind, yeah, he'll just AFK farm. But at this point, they still feel like they can find engagements. They still feel strong, as they should. It's not that big of a differential. So yeah, I would not be shocked at all if Cyclone flew in, like even right now. There's nothing going on, and he could still fly in, and it wouldn't shock me.
That would shock me, if I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think I'm going to see him be too aggressive. But I also am willing to admit that the Ferrymen are the team that most acceptable of taking their own deaths if it favors their team. I think we may be seeing Sino maybe at the top of that list, and right now taking a lot of damage. Good hammer gets him away from April, but Baskin's taking some. Has the somersault cloud. So he doesn't feel too much pressure, but both of them knocked back to base. Right around the blue buff respawn. This is great pressure from the Scarabs.
That's good. That was thin margins too. If that hammer gets knocked up, Sino's toast. There is no beads. This man had Aegis. If his hammer's knocked up, you are absolutely falling down. But that's just going to put Baskin even further behind. Now make no mistake, the Solar Scarabs played for pressure, right? That's why you grab the Osiris. Baskin is not picking the Wukong so he can win the 2v2. He's picking it so he can survive the 2v1 if Sino wants to go left. But we haven't seen Sino go left because there's a Chernobog in that lane that got first blood. You're not going to fight over there. Aurora gets plucks, that's great, but Cyclone is not bringing that much DPS. Not as much as Silence, not as much as Echrome. So Sino's in a rough spot.
Well, yeah, it's almost like Cyclone's on an auto attacker, and those by design don't come online until late game.
But it's
like
not going to get active anywhere else except for mid lane. We saw one attempt on Zeros' beads since then. Those relics have been up the whole time.
Actually, mid was where I was looking mainly. Obwash Vulcan. Feels like Vulcan, a lot of follow-up. Obwash, a lot of follow-up in terms of damage. Now with the beacon spawning in theory, you're going to see some pressure. Right now,
yeah, we should see a big fight come out of this one, but right now it should be in favor of the
hanging around in the
Scarabs.
jungle. Shelly, we've seen half and half. Sometimes
But if we see something big come out of Sino, that could be the
rotates
difference.
in.
Or they're
You've
just
got
not
something
going to
like
go
a
in.
Chernobog. In theory, you'd rotate in if a fight was going to break out. The Scarabs recognize
The Scarabs have their entire team there, and they don't go for Beacon. Ferrymen get away with it without rotating anyway.
Despite everything that's been going on this game, the Scarabs lead continues
That kind of
to
hurt
grow
to watch,
just a little
I'm not
bit
gonna lie.
further. Now 2,600 gold, 12 minutes in.
And again, it's not like the Styx Ferrymen love this, right? They're not hyped about it. They're not happy. Hold that thought. Sino loses. That Aegis gets knocked up.
The damage is there, and April has the chase down. Sino
can't
the
do
fall back. You've got Aurora in an awkward
anything.
spot with April still here. You have to be careful. Luckily, Dash gets him away, and it's another kill over to the Scarabs.
And April does not make the same mistake twice. Last time, missed the knockup. Could not catch that hammer. He said, this time I'm catching you out. The Aegis did nothing. Sino falls down. This Susano is making it all happen on the world stage. April is going to be a growing threat. Already has the Jotuns, the Hydras as well. Why not get some DPS towards Paul?
Brings him down to half. Forces the Aegis as well. Isn't going to chase down any further. Charlie, for a team that seeded the beacon just a minute ago, they do not seem to care about the pressure anywhere else. They'll throw it down.
Yep.
Now you've pulled Aegis on both Sino and Paul. It feels like
I still don't know why they ignored that beacon. Like, they looked like they were going to contest it. They got the whole team to rotate over, and then they just did nothing.
You had mentioned he's going to go up, dunks down onto Deathwalker, has the spin, but do they have the damage to get anything done? He's just walking out of there.
Does not care about anything. Yeah, because when Osiris is strong, that's just what he does.
Wow, the ult hit, believe me, I saw it, but it didn't look like it. How far it did, but the Pyromancer, this is going to be absolutely free here.
We'll see if I have time to play a game.
That is exactly what the Vulcan brings. I told you, it's like a pseudo ADC. You drop the turret, if no one kills it,
we'll see if I have time
plenty
to
of
play a
DPS.
game of Osiris
And that is where the Styx Ferrymen can
sets,
succeed.
but I probably
He's
won't.
grouped up early on.
Maybe we could try and do it in
objective
arena.
I still think the Scarabs are fine with that, right? They step forward. They are trying to put Baskin behind. They are trying to put Deathwalker ahead. They've been successful on both fronts, but this Runic Bomb comes into conversation now. Do you group up, drop it on a tier 1, and just give your team that extra boon of gold? Do you save it for a Fire Giant?
They get
Many
the
of
steal?
opportunities here.
I can't tell.
But do you think it's even worthwhile? Because we usually see him held for
Looked
like tier 2s or
like
for the FGs, but
they got the steal.
2,500, and that's after getting the Pyro. Is it worthwhile going for it if you have that opportunity, dropping it on something like the tier 1?
All right, hold on. I got to wrap my head around this one. Silence upgraded the Phantom Shell already. it's just for Sino's wall. Maybe, I mean, it can absolutely destroy Zeros. It can absolutely destroy Echrome. That's a lot of gold put into a Phantom Shell for a wall that is going to have to be placed perfectly. Sino can do it, let's be honest. One of the more talented Thor players.
The other thing, though, with Phantom Shell as well is it does provide a bigger shield.
Maybe some nightmares from last week.
Than
Some really good Thor walls last week, locking people down.
And of course, obviously, both I think are bigger than base.
The early pressure, rotation, at least vision coverage right now.
It does
for the
matter
Ferryman.
that little bit,
On the
but
low side of the
it is
jungle.
weird.
Standing over here.
They're on a ward, though.
It's just the question of whether or not they want to start. Aurora's been spotted.
But
Turret
if
dropped. Gold Fury.
Scarabs are that sure
immediately leaked
that Sino's walls are going to be
that was a damage check.
that good.
Exactly.
It's just
hey,
like,
you
okay.
guys, what would you do if I dropped a turret on gold? And they said, we'd probably go check it. And they're like, all right, cool. We were just checking. we'll try it again in a couple minutes once we get the ward coverage down. Although, this build coming online nicely. Zeros, I assume, has some gold in the pocket. Doesn't quite have that staff of Mirrodin. But if you want to talk about burst potential, Paul's got it in spades. If Zeros can't go back to base, and it doesn't look like he's going to be able
also,
to.
I love seeing Chalice of the Oracle, by the way.
Now come
out
over.
of Baskin.
Cyclone's been joined. Zeros
love
is
to
right
see it.
here, but the ult secures and Gold Fury to the Ferryman. Now Sino.
I saw Sino in the
sky,
air,
wants
comes
to come
down.
Zeros is the target,
Oh, they're going to find one.
Zeros is
No,
who
they're not.
chasing down Shell to get some
Not
of that health. The
guaranteed.
knockup from April keeps him alive a little bit longer.
Ooh, he does go down. Silence gets Cyclone though.
turning it
Oh god, Ferrymen are just dead here. Aurora and Baskin have no health left.
Can't survive, and the Scarabs keep doubled up and look for more April. Not willing to chase it under the tier 1.
They're coming,
but
though.
the Scarabs looking
Gotta stop his
good.
back.
Oh no.
Will they be able to find it? They stop Sino's back. They're falling back, Charlie. They're playing cautiously. They get what they need.
Dude, Scarabs might actually take
the gold
the
is not
Scarabs
looking
might
too great
actually
for it. Still
2-0 this.
about
At this rate, they're going to
2,500
2-0 this set, and that's
Solar
going to be
Scarabs do, but they'd be able to
insane.
find some chase down. If you use all that damage to try and go in for the confirmation, and more specifically, if you use all that damage on the outwash and you can't kill him quickly, that's when a problem's going to emerge. Zeros did exactly what he needed to. Popped the relics, dropped his damage, and said, I'm gonna run around like a chicken with his head cut off. You guys, please follow up. And that's exactly what happened. Echrome comes in big. There's a beautiful mounted archery. And of course, April still an absolute menace on this Susano. Yeah, scaling is the word here, as far as I'm concerned. The Scarabs are fine with fighting right now. The Styx Ferrymen are still looking a little bit later down the road.
One more
right?
wave
They'll
and
take their
Deathwalker can
objectives,
just
but
run
if
in
they
on
could
the
choose,
tower.
they would not go for these fights.
But there is there's an end of that road, right? You can kick the can pretty
Okay,
far
there's
down.
no
but
way
then
Scarabs
eventually
just
it's
give
gotta,
this up
You
again.
know, there's a reckoning that comes towards you.
Like, I know that without the move
That's what the
speed,
Scarabs
the
are waiting
beacon
for. They're waiting for
is
that
not that
reckoning,
crazy,
whether or not the
but
Ferrymen
like,
are gonna
it's
have
still
that
a
explosive
lot of
turnaround.
pushing power.
Well, that's going to be the question for them. Second beacon goes the way of the Order team. And Shelly? Neutral farm. I mean, I keep going back to it because admittedly that's where it is. We talked about it. Still 2 levels in the jungle. Now 2 levels in solo. You got a level lead in the duo lane. And you are starting to push not only, I guess, 3,500 gold, right? Trying to find that 4,000 mark for the Scarabs. If you get, say, this Pyromancer that's spawning in relatively soon, or if you go for a Gold Fury once it's in just a few minutes, that's going to really help push you over that edge to open up those team fights.
Yeah, and as far as build power spikes go, the Solar Scarab's just looking a lot cleaner. Deathwalker, 4 items to his name. Baskin has 2.5. Of course, gold in pocket, yes, he should be able to get that full 3 pretty soon, but it's still very far behind April, though, taking a lot of damage. He's got the movement. Would a Thorold come through? If Blink's available, wouldn't risk it. Sino thinks better of it. But with that, look at Aurora. No Gauntlet Thieves, that cloak not quite stacked up either. Silence is a 2-level deficit. These are the start of things. They're going to start to add up. But even so, the Styx Ferrymen feel confident going in for the Pyro.
They've got Paul for the ult, but he drops it early.
Little
Scarabs steal that one away. They're getting the objective, and they're getting out.
Yeah, Paul a little bit early on that Earthshaker. Didn't quite have the damage he thought he did, and Zero said, hey, I'm going to drop Empty the Crypts. At the very least, some tick damage could come through, and that's exactly what happened. Silence picks up the Runic Bomb, and now both teams have one.
Paul put under pressure there in mid. And that's the thing, so, we talked a lot about the pressure in solo, and maybe we should, again, just because to clarify, it's now 3 levels for Deathwalker. 5,000 gold for the Scarabs. Sub 20 minutes, they knocked down another tier 1 in mid. So favorable map position. But Shelly,
This is
especially since you
insane.
called it out, maybe we'll get to see some
Oh,
of it.
Deathwalker's
We
just
got to see
W keying in
execution
and they can't do
super
anything
early
about
on
it
for
now.
Deathwalker.
Yep.
Since then, he has felt unkillable. I think even in this moment, it kind of showcases how he's feeling. He's stepping up to the blue buff, full invade, only seeding because there are 2 people, and still
Did he get it? I think he
able
got
to
it.
cause a little bit of trouble. Does
No,
not
he
steal it,
didn't.
but does cause some trouble for him. But how do you feel like, the XE early on, the fact that he's so tanky, like, how is this build shaping out for him, especially going into these late game fights?
This is the DW special, man. He just likes chopping it up. Bellona, Osiris throws the early Executioner in, just upgrades it whenever he can, and then just absolutely W keys. It's going to be a little bit difficult later on when Cyclones
Third
get
item
active
Prophetic is
a
just
bit
so
more
weird.
crit. At the moment, it's just that fail
But
not,
like
but
the games run long
right now,
I would imagine that
that
Pro
is
is
the
going to be
word I
no
would use
exception to
correct.
that.
Even if they could lock him down, no, the 6 Ferryman that is, beads available, Lord of the Afterlife available, has not needed to use them because who's trying to kill the level 19 Osiris? It's gonna catch up, right? He can't be unkillable forever.
I don't like that his
But
mic
if
is
the Solar
having
Scarabs can
feedback.
just end the game before that point gets around, right? Before those power spikes are reached, then yeah, Deathwalker's not gonna care. First to 20, actually, I think E-Chrome beat him by a small margin. Either way, Protector of the Jungle for April, E-Chrome's level 20, Deathwalker's level 20. Starter items will be upgraded very shortly.
Yeah, those first 3 level 20s being on the opposite
There's
side
the
of the
tower.
Ferryman. And it's not
Deathwalker not
often we
even
get to
needed.
see them trail and farm. And admittedly, last week, one of the weakest points of the game for the Scarabs was their early game. And while it's not necessarily explosive, right? 6 kills on the board total. They have done an excellent job of just farming. I mean, look at that. It is a steady, steady slope down in their favor. And Jelly, at this point, you're looking towards Fury, which is up, and I think E-Chrome starting to get a little bit of
going
damage.
for fire.
And there's not going to be a response.
Ferryman on fire.
Or like you said, fire. Deathwalker spots this out immediately, so they know what's going on, but you've got the burst. Paul is going to be essential for this one.
How long is Deathwalker going to be able to
goes
survive in
All
here?
he wants to do is disrupt. Stun onto 2. Relic
He's going to get another
on
cloak
Paul,
stack.
and he's
Ever
looking for
important.
more damage. There's the
He's not even taking
Ferryman.
damage.
Get themselves the fire,
Ferryman
but can they
do
win
get
the
it,
the chase?
but it's not going to matter.
For the Scarabs.
Scarabs still have everyone. Paul and Cyclone are down. Baskin's half.
Trying to escape, and it's what Wukong does
Baskin's
best,
going
but
down.
it does not
Yeah,
happen
Priel
for
gets
him.
it.
Triple for a
Sino and Aurora get away, but you have a
They didn't
20-minute
even
fire
go with the
giant,
Oni
and
Fury Gore.
that
The
was not
Scarabs
worth
were
it.
onto that play immediately. Paul just trying to survive, trying to get his burst damage off, and sure, the Styx Ferryman confirmed the objective. They've got Fire Giant on 2, but the Solar Scarabs are running it down mid.
Got the pressure on tier 2. Don't know if they're going to do much. Sino backs the base. Truly, this is perfect opportunity. Back, Oracles, Fury,
yeah.
Golden Pocket.
They take
You've
Fury
essentially
'cause-
nullified that Fire Giant play. But you've also kind of given yourself limited options to do after this Fury. Next few minutes for the Scarabs, what do you want to see them do?
As far as I'm concerned, the Styx Ferryman did that to sort of stem the bleeding, right? Now, the Scarabs can't get Fire Giant for 5 minutes. They're going to stall. They're going to slow this game down. But the Solar
Yeah, you
Scarabs have
invade.
such a lead. They've got Oni Fury. Titans
Maybe
will
go
be
for some
marching very
towers.
shortly. I want them to push as if they have the Fire Giant. I don't care if you don't have the
Yeah.
buff. You have more items. You have more tank stats. You have
Like
more.
they have this huge lead.
Yeah, it's about
They
time the
should
Solar
push it.
Scarab group up as
They
5
should siege a
and start
tower.
getting these towers down. No runic bombs in play currently, but spawning in here shortly already. The Ferrymen are here. Let's see how much Deathwalker takes.
Oh my
Look at a
God.
lot.
This time they're finally chasing
Okay,
him down.
well,
They finally
Deathwalker
got
goes
what
down
they
for the first
needed.
time.
100-0.
Oof.
Deathwalker caught out at the Pyro, now pulled by the Ferryman. Trying to cut down some of that 6,000 gold
And now
lead
they're
the
not going to
Scarabs
be able
have,
to
and they'll bring
contest the
it
beacon with
back
Baskin
to a
still there.
manageable position. But Trelly, looking
Everyone's
at the
full
map,
health.
beacon is where the Ferrymen
Cyclone's missing
opts
like
to turn their
double
attention.
digits, and
Not
that's
many
it.
tier ones to run to.
They're
No
not going to be able to
defensive
even get there in
aids.
time.
Right there in the middle of the map. That line of scrimmage knocked further back. Now Titan's going to be spawning in left. If you want to see him push, especially with no worry of Fire Giant, this might be the time.
Yeah, Deathwalker made a mistake there. You can't step up that far. And again, the tank stats, he was unkillable until I said Cyclone was going to get some more crit online. The second Deathbringers gets online. That health bar just started getting absolutely melted. Just a wall. That's all it really was. The wall from Sino into the pluck from Aurora. This build needs a little bit more tank stats. It's like a Mantle of Discord or a Spirit Robe coming in later. I don't think Deathwalker's going to make that mistake again. Wait for the team.
I haven't played
until
ADC
you
in a
group
while.
up.
I
The
need to.
Ferrymen, they've shown. They still have some legs in this fight. They can step forward. They can look for a pick if you're overextended.
We talked earlier and mentioned a lot of the gold lead, just in general, the experience lead. We leaned heavily on it, and admittedly, you only hit 20 once, and then you're locked there forever. Everybody's caught up, 18-18 for the sports. They're the only ones who haven't hit 20 just yet. But it is 5-0-2, 100% kill participation for April. This Susano has been
Man's on
just
point.
absolutely above right now, and maybe looking to show it. Teleports in, knock up good onto Paul, but the Aegis.
Paul gets the Aegis out, and it's going to be enough to get the kill onto April, and Villadon goes in. Ferryman might actually be able to pull this around.
This field of death laid out in front of you. Have to play cautiously,
Around
have
big
to play
wall.
carefully. Sino apparently didn't get that memo. Instead, goes in a 2v3. Good damage.
Aurora, Cyclone,
Begin
Paul
playing
are
it
all
safe. Zero's isolated, locked down
low.
by his team, and one more kill through an alternate timeline. Great wall just to secure it, and suddenly we're looking at a much closer game.
Wow, I mean, that was thin margins as well. April held the Typhoon
Right.
so close, but the Aegis still connects there for Paul. He gets to live to see another day. And then just turn around, hits him with the Earthshaker and the backfire. Notably, Paul still had alternate timeline. Even if April did a 5-0 shutdown for timeline, that's never worth it. But the timeline stands tall.
Feels weird seeing
the
timeline
Ferrymen
be
are pushing
played.
up left, and they have a full health Titan helping them out with their siege. I mean, I'm going for the Phoenix here. You got plenty of time, but April did spawn back in. So yeah, maybe you grab the tier 2 and back it up. You forget, the Scarabs have been winning this whole game just by nature of gold.
That Fire Giant, they still had it on 2 for that push. Falls off now, so a minute for that respawn. Around the same, we're looking at for a Primal Fury and just a little after for a Pyromancer. A lot coming up, and it's all gonna be at once, Trelly. But the pressure, I mean, the willingness right now for the Ferryman to step up to the objectives has been entirely around Paul's ult. And that diamond is full.
Relic Dagger Glyph? Yep.
His relics aren't in the best position, but it does feel, especially since we have a minute to play with, that he is the one to target if you're the Scarabs.
Yeah, I think April
Racer
recognize the
upgrade,
mistake of,
wards,
I can't just 100 to 0 anymore. I can't just eat
lots
that
of
Earthshaker
items,
anymore.
beads
They're gonna play this fight a little
upgrade.
bit differently, but look what happened in the meantime. That gold lead is gone. The Ferrymen have evened out this game. Fire Giant spawning in here shortly. Aurora already looking to get some ward coverage down and just be a mobile ward for his team. Hey, the Scarabs aren't here just yet. But this is where Cyclone Spin could really make a difference. Head over to left, get some split push, pull someone over. That Phoenix is wide open. That's where the Chernobog can be annoying, but the Ferrymen feel better with Cyclone nearby. They could always go for
Deathwalker's
Fire
confident
Giant.
in the 1v1
Remember,
here.
The burst is still disgusting from Paul.
Chase down, right, with Cyclone Spin. Is that
You don't want to
something
push the
you want to
1v1,
use
but
the ult for? I mean, most of the time,
like, you
I'm
can
not
tell
using
he's
the fact
willing
that
to
you
take
should
it
be
if it
in
comes to
theory
him.
over at that tier 2 line, trying to knock down minions. And using that to join the fight a little bit later. But do you like the idea of maybe trying to find some of that burst early and use that for a potential chase down? Use it maybe as an escape? Is there a lot of dive to threaten specifically Cyclone?
As far as I'm concerned, Cyclone should hold on to the ult until someone gets weak. That's usually what happens. Oh, there we go, let's go. Everyone pops their ults, everyone begins to chase. Even if you don't go on that low health target, you've created a slow, you've given vision to your whole team, and you reset your cooldowns. All beneficial, so I don't want Cyclone being the first one in just about ever, unless it's a targeted 1v1 versus Echrome, where he's going to win just about every time. Crit versus Kins, Echrome did not build to 1v1 Cyclone Spin.
Pyromancer is going to be the first heat check. Of course, ward game right now, Trelly, is deathly important. I see a whole string of Ferryman wards on their side to make sure that they can cover up any deep vision that the Scarabs have thrown down. Objectives are so awkward when you have Apwash specifically. It feels like he can create that huge no-play zone, but all it takes is Paul aiming just a little carefully, and suddenly things fall apart. Do you like the Scarabs being the ones to kind of vibe check the Pyromancer? Do you think that, especially since they just lost a massive chunk of their lead, in fact, all of it, should they maybe let off the gas pedal a little?
As far as I'm concerned, this is an even game, Gore. I don't mind either team going in for a heat check, right? Yeah, go in for see if you can find some damage, see if you can
How
find
goes
some
the matches?
poke,
I don't know anything.
no team feeling too confident. That's what I've been waiting for.
Scares were doing really well early on. Ferrymen have gotten a couple of really good fights
Whole beads
in
without
the last
committing his body like
10
a
minutes.
pluck, and
So
he can just half health any carry if he finds one of those walls. Don't think you want to pluck in silence, though. As you can see, Aurora took much more than the Fafnir. That's the one guy you don't want to be dishing into your team. His escape's just too far.
Yeah, I mean, Deathwalker, and you had mentioned this, but that crit is working overtime right
and
now.
at this
for
point,
Cyclone.
it's
It
literally
just
just
shreds
down
that
to
Osiris.
it's just down mostly to
Now
macro.
I really want to see him split push. If someone heads over, he flies in, you win the 4v5.
They need to be in the
And
right
if they
place at the
don't,
right time
free
and then
Phoenix.
execute
You
their
drop
fights
2 bombs
correctly.
on Phoenix and a free Phoenix, exactly. And you could still fly in whenever
It's
you
all
want.
Yeah,
the
that
big
disappear.
stuff. They
I'm
need to
really-
know where to
it's
go
so-
when.
I guess in contrast to last week, right? Deathwalker just looked so unkillable in so many of the games, especially as the Osiris. Do you want? I mean, we can see the build, right?
Oh,
It's
that's
not
never mind.
planned as
Bloodforge
of
and
right
Scorching Blink. Never mind. It's not all wards.
Trying
Oh,
to go
there's
for
the wall of
Spectral. I know
wards.
last
Here we
week
go.
were even talking like it feels
There we
bad
go.
to have to go for
Oh, no,
it.
right, but it won't be
But
from
if
Baskin because he has
Cyclone's
chalice.
smacking you down like this,
Like a true gamer.
sometimes you just gotta bite the bullet.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to come through. I think Silence is going to pick it up because there's no way. Like, you already have your breastplate. I assume that Spectral just
Phalanx
started.
is still
which means
sticking
it's
around,
not going
though.
to be done for quite some time. But no, Deathwalker is
cloak is
committed.
not stacked.
This is an expensive build he's went for. I cannot see him selling any of these items except maybe the Xe if he feels like, hey, I'm way too squishy at this point. I need that extra defense.
21 stacks. Okay.
Not something Deathwalker likes to do. He still likes to 1v1.
I don't know if chat will be able to see that. I would imagine you will be able to see that.
It's not going to happen at this point, but we have stalled so long.
21 stacks at 30 minutes. That's weird. But I mean, it's if you're third building cloak, you know, if the game goes long enough, it works out.
The benefit of, I was going to say even, the Styx Fairymen just pulled ahead naturally at this point.
I don't like that very much.
Solar Scarabs, though, what's their opening, right? They've got the hammer from Silence, they've got a pull from April, whereas I cannot stress enough how easy the Thor wall is to just break this fight wide open.
Baskin is the one who's hovering up a little further than everybody else. Sino goes for the wall, doesn't get the double tap though. I thought Deathwalker showing himself in left. Yes, he has teleport, maybe that's gonna be the opening. And there's a little scuffle in the Fire Giant pit. The Ferryman not willing to lock it down. You had mentioned it. One Fire Giant already on the board. Now Enhanced is what we're waiting for. Pyromancer, it's going to be coming back in a little under 2 minutes. There's a Primal Fury on the other side. Risk to try and go for that. But with the beacon coming up, now the heat check comes through. Ferrymen are exactly where you need to be. They might have this one just absolutely covered. Silence, Deathwalker trying to get in.
Scarabs aren't even going to be able to get there.
For the Scarabs, and it looks like they're turning
free EFG for the Ferryman, and they're going in on the fight. But Baskin could be in trouble. It depends. Cyclone ults in. Tornado goes out, finds nothing.
I mean, distraught.
April can't find any value,
but and now you've got 5 with Enhanced.
Gore, I gotta wipe off the glasses I'm not wearing for a second.
Yes, they lost EFG. They didn't lose anyone. So they can back up and defend this.
Like, they're not gonna do it, and the Ferrymen are like, we sure are. We can just go in, pull, get the burst immediately. No relics used except for the bracer and of course Baskin's blade.
Exactly
look at the
30
relics on
though.
the side of the Scarabs.
Wow.
Vegas is down for 0.
Now they have a huge uphill battle in a game that I mean, this was theirs to lose, and they are now in very real danger of losing it.
Not to mention, Cyclone used both Runic Bombs, so
all of the towers still standing that were standing when they took that gold period. 12
Paul can find an ult that connects on the Ecrum or Zeros. Maybe April. It could change the pace of this game. And Trelly, I'm happy to see they're falling back, right? Some golden hand, 3,200 right now for Aurora. So a lot to buy and a lot to do. But we got to look in on their aggression, how well they can break into the Phoenix, but more importantly, how the Scarabs can hold on, because this is where we've seen them turn a lot of these games around, is this late game into a Phoenix dive, forcing a team to make mistakes under their Titan.
And this is where I think the Ferrymen have a lot of options as well, right? They can split up, and I think that's entirely possible. Send Baskins, then Sino. You have Enhanced Fire Giant. Any one of the Ferrymen besides Aurora could solo a Phoenix in seconds, right? That's the benefit of this buff. You still, if it's a 2v2, Cyclone can join them over on right. The one thing I don't want to see is a full 5v5 in left lane, and that is something the Ferrymen love to do. They feel confident as a team. Sure, you got 5 bodies, so you feel like your fight is much better, but spreading the Solar Scarabs thin, trying to weasel out the people with no relics, try to get some CC onto Zeros or onto April. I think that's the best way to play this. But so far,
you know what I've just realized is that my overlay is covering a lot of stuff. So I'm gonna during games we're gonna actually start taking it down during games because I realize it's covering a lot of stuff.
Saw 3 potions of power. I see an elixir held onto by Cyclone Spin. That's where the gold is gone. It was a massive lead for the Scarabs, but now 33 minutes in and only 2 kills down for the Ferrymen. They've got almost 9,000 gold in their pockets. Strelly, you knock down the tier 2 and right, you eclipse that 10K, maybe you have your opening.
And let me be clear, we have not seen Cyclone Spin, Auto Attack, Deathwalker since Dominance has been purchased, and the 3K pot has still not been purchased. Right? We saw him get shredded before, that was pre-Mantle of Discord, but Dominance and the Elixir of Power and Enhanced Fire Giant, that's going to eclipse all of that. This Chernobog is going to be absolutely swinging.
But that EFG is not going to last much longer.
Right? The Ferrymen have been playing this one slow.
If they don't get something out of that EFG, it's
send Sino mid.
But they got the tier 2, right? But if they don't get any more out of it, then it's not there. They're under the Phoenix.
They've got the knock-up Silence taking a
Wall
surprising
finds
amount of damage. Knock the
nothing.
Phoenix down and just a few autos. Now you can pivot over towards the mid lane.
Yeah, this is bad for Scarabs.
Do you see him go in? Do you see him dive? Or do you see the Scarabs? Especially, I mean, Zero's ult available, right? How well is their defense going to go?
Oh, he's going up.
He's up in the air, looking and trying to find and get some stun onto April, looking for the 1v1, but the teleport's a little bit better. Wall will not lock him away, but that knocks him back to base, opens up a little damage on the Phoenix. Zeros drops the ult, forces the Ferryman to fall back, play it safe for a few more seconds.
And that's what I expected from the left lane, right? The Scarabs didn't even defend left lane. They essentially watched everyone walk forward. Some relics are down now in the Styx Ferryman. They've got a little bit more time left on this buff. They want to step forward. They want one more Phoenix if they can, but lots of ults available.
Baskin into the back, stun immediately onto Echrome, trying to make him
Aurora
uncomfortable.
makes it out.
Disrupting the
Deathwalker,
front line, and Deathwalker
very
gets knocked down to
low.
his death bed and is slowly running away.
Silenced is
taken
down. Deathwalker's
Baskin
won.
doing everything he can.
No way.
in his
Echrome's
power,
trying to
and
stay
he's
alive. No,
got
that's
the
game.
rest of the team to
Nope.
back him up
Nope,
and do
that's game.
what they need. 3 already knocked down.
I
on
thought
the
they were going to do
Scarabs,
something
the
sick, and then
Ferryman
Cyclone got a double.
Looking at the Titan doing everything in their
This
power
was
to control this. Plus,
so
onto
strong for the
Deathwalker,
Scarabs.
and with the damage, they have Trelly with 4 already gone. They're going to march into the Titan room, and they're going to take game number 1.
They're going to play this one slow. Zeros has some burst damage. Look at these low health bars, Gore. This might not be as easy as you think.
Oh
Zeros
my
has
God.
some damage. He needs to
They're
find
not
kills,
taking
though.
it.
He doesn't have any kills yet.
He's trying to hold it. You need something big. No defense. You can root for it as much as you want, but he's not able to find it. Game 1 to the Ferryman.
Wow, and that was a dominant performance from the Scarabs early on. The Styx Ferryman looked a bit shaky.
They should not have lost that. They should not have
They
lost that.
It's been a
The
while,
fact they
but
managed to is
once they got their
insane.
bearings down, once they understood their burst, they just stepped up and played objectives better. A free enhanced Fire Giant in a pretty much even game, that can't happen in game number 2.
Yeah, it was such a wide opening as well, right? And we saw it, last week, watching Scarabs games, where was their opening? It was Deathwalker. And it felt like walking into 4 and not having to stress about anything.
Right.
This time around, and we saw it, he walks up, Cyclone just says,
Scarabs
no, man.
just had so much
Like,
control,
you can't
and
do
then the
that.
Ferryman just said,
and
"No,
punishes him. So is it a
here
build
now."
thing? Is it a playstyle thing? What needs to change for the Scarabs if you're looking towards game 2?
Deathwalker can't die like that if the whole team is grouped up. He was by himself. He had been unkillable for the first 20 minutes. Why not just, death check a Pyromancer and see if you're good? He wasn't. He learned immediately, but it didn't matter after that. The Runic Bombs added up, the Fire Giants fights added up, and the Ferryman had just unlimited confidence for the rest of that game.
Well, the Ferryman, they strike first this time, but it takes them a little while to get there. We'll see how game 2 is going to shake out and what the Scarabs have to answer back right after this break.
All right. I will also be right back after this break. I'm not going to get the stream. We're just kind of hope for the best. I'm going to throw my overlay back up since we're out of the game. I'll be back in a couple minutes.
Smite World Championship is officially underway, and it's the Styx Ferryman drawing first blood over the Solar
Wow, I got back
Scarabs. Welcome
just
to the
in
analyst
time,
desk.
huh?
Dolson, what's your name? Inbound, Hazer, Mifflin's here with me as well. Fellas, it was looking a little shaky there for the Styx Ferryman right off the rip. Jungle for the Scarabs, a major sticking point early in that game. But Hazer, the Ferryman, find a way to turn it around.
Yeah, it seemed like they just hit a point where they figured out they could fight. They had this amazing counter-engage comp, and about 24 minutes into the game, they kind of got a fight where they killed April. They shut him down from 5-0, and it was a huge fight. It seemed that they controlled it from there. Their late game was so powerful. This crit Chernobog, Bobby, was absolutely crushing it.
Yeah, and the crit is a good point to take home because no crit on Echrome. He just doesn't opt for it. He goes for that pen build, or the Penkins build. And yes, it's really good for killing those tanks. You shred through them. But that potential to just one-shot one of the assassins, the mid laner, the hunter, it's just so much built into that I think not having the crit build is a little detrimental, because even beyond that, objectives. Your objective damage is so much worse. You have this Fafnir, and you can't get to those objectives and just do them as fast because you don't have the crit, and then you just don't have that Vulcan also.
And that leads me to a concern in the itemization as well. I saw anti-crit on Fafnir only. You kind of want that on your Osiris. You kind of want that on your Soul Laner as he's leading the charge for the most part. As well as the fact that I thought the Styx Ferryman did a really good job playing around that Fafnir. Not in particular in the team fight, but addressing it at a macro level. What is Fafnir good at? Getting onto neutral objectives and dealing with them quickly. And the Ferrymen say, okay, what if there aren't any neutral objectives to do? What if we'll trade 2 or 3 of our lives on Gold Fury or on Fire Giant or on Pyromancer, because then you get nothing afterwards. So I thought very intelligent play there from the SPL.
Lots of ebbs and flows in game number 1. Let's take a look back with our Steel Series moments of glory from game number 1. Again, right off the bat, it's looking all Solar Scarabs all day. Suddenly, though, Hazer,
yeah, this Fury fight was just insane.
A little bit better. This is a big team fight early in the game where the Ferryman still had some leg. What's the breakdown on the Ferryman side here? Outside of itemization, those sorts of things. Paul, I think, in this moment, really makes a turnaround in game 1.
Yeah, this was the one. Paul's known for his relics, and he gets an outstanding Beads Aegis. Susanoo had been crushing the game up to that point, but as soon as he falls down, the punish is immense. Vulcan, Thor, they stop you escaping. Bog goes up in the air, slows you on the way out, and is able to get to your backline. And as soon as you lose one member, you know, you might lose 2, 3, 4 in quick succession. And I think that's what the Ferryman did really, really well with this comp, both in the draft and in the execution.
The backline.
Question is inbound. Is this the type
half
of
his
game
health
where
just got
it took
chunked at once?
35
That was
or so
tragic.
minutes just because of that beginning? Really, all the confidence is there for the Styx Ferryman. If they maybe were off to a slightly better start, could you have gotten like a mid 20-minute game type vibe from the way the Ferrymen were playing there towards the end?
I think maybe if they look to snowball it super hard, but that's just not the Ferryman style. They don't care to end the game pre-30. They want to hit that 30, 35-minute mark. They want to go for those EFGs. And I think when you fully do get to that late game portion, that's when their shot calling really takes into effect. Yeah. And you see like this really good macro play where they're all just playing together. Before that, it's a little bit harder to end, I think, also. EFG just makes the game so much easier for sieging and stuff like that. So yes, maybe with a little bit more snowball they could have ended, but at least with the Ferryman, I wouldn't expect too many 30-minute games.
Yeah, curious to see, because Mifflin, now the question is, what type of feeling does game 1 leave you with? Because I think there's a couple ways of looking at it. One, the Scarabs are very much in this set. They swing big here in game 1. 2, the collapse from that big swing was equally as powerful on the other side. What emotions are you left with, really, for either team here after game 1?
Look, from the interview before the game, I got maybe a sense Deathwalker
on the official Smite game
Twitch
Twitch channel.
Me they can compete
and
they can win out in that early game handily.
Shadow
I almost want to see the Solar Scarabs full all in on the early game style, because clearly at that late game team fight, that's what
is hilarious.
Part of it. If they have just a little bit more pressure on objectives, a little bit more ability to play through that early game, they can push the lead that they had. It was 5,000. I don't want that to be lost on anyone. Sing the praise of the Ferryman all you want. 12-0 totems to Deathwalker in lane. Everything looked good.
And I think it starts with the support. I think this Ganesh is more of a late game god, but they didn't play him to go to these objectives. They don't have that crit also on Echrome. So there's just the difference in they had that 5K lead. How did they try to push it through a couple of fights?
Did I
Those
miss
fights
game
don't
2?
pan out. They end up losing a lot of that lead. They just go for these objectives like the Ferryman did. That's their way to push the lead. That's what they should look to do. Maybe a Frenzy or a Bracer
I think I
on that
missed game 2.
and look for that route.
Yeah, I do feel like the Faf found limited value there. It seemed like Silence got forced onto it almost as the only god that was available that we've seen him play. The only god left, I should say. And it didn't really seem to find the pressure around objectives that you would expect from a Fafnir.
Goodness, what a roaring start we're off to here at the Smite World Championships in Season 10. Game 1, we've broken it down. Stick around. Game number 2 of our first quarterfinal coming up next.
Did they really just do a 5-minute break just to cut to another 5-minute break? All right, that's it, chat. We're going into an arena game.
Wardens. I don't think we're too happy with how we performed against Wardens.
I'm kind of shocked we made it through, actually. Like, going into the tournament,
Let's open the game
we
up.
barely practiced at all, and like we were talking about sacking the first set against Kings because we thought like they were really good. And as I said,
I'll just let this run in the background, honestly, whatever, who cares?
And it was so easy, so I was like, what the hell is going on here?
Our matchup into Ferryman, it's gonna be quite tough. I think we're probably the right team for it.
If I have to, it's
I don't know if this team is
my concern
crazy
is getting a
aggressive early
strike.
game.
And not just a claim.
I mean, even if they are, I'm sure we'll find a way to
right?
deal with it. But in general, I think we're both sides would be pretty happy to farm up, go late game. Maybe they feel more confident in their late game against us, but I mean, we feel the same way. So maybe it's just a matter of
yeah, I have no idea how long this
immovable
break's going to be.
object
If I had
versus
known that they were going to do
unstoppable
5-minute break into
I
something, I
think
would
the
have just
teams
come
we
back,
did
sat
not
down,
want to
and
play was
opened the game.
Levi's or Warriors because I feel like they kind of run it down a little bit more. I feel like Ferryman probably a little bit more preserved team, which probably suits us better. So I'm actually kind of happy with the matchup, honestly. And I can't believe they picked us first over Kings anyway, so it's kind of weird.
it feels good playing against him again. It just feels good in general playing against someone like Baskin whenever there's a world stage, especially since I'm coming from the SEC. You know, it's kind of a reminder that I still got it. if I'm completely honest, I think 2-0 sticks fair.
I don't know why stream is stuck.
But
it sure is.
Hey, I gave us like a 20% chance of winning.
Now at least.
I think that focus at 20% and I go 19%.
Still just that stream and not mine. All right, well, only 5 minutes, so. Smite is also, as you can see, just refusing to open. And with only 5 minutes plus whatever it takes to actually get started, we're going to be... Wow, okay. I don't know why it took that long to connect. Screw it, we're going to try and get into Arena anyway. Because it's Arena, I kind of have to go Cloak first, and I can't really go Phalanx, that was the issue. But that's okay. Oh shit. Hopefully we don't get claimed. We'll probably get claimed. But, you know, as long as we don't get struck, who gives a shit? Does the thing go over the 3 likes on YouTube stream? Oh, yeah, I can cool. At this rate, we're not even going to be in-game by the time the second game starts. That's okay, though. That's probably what I'm going to do, is just boot up an arena game or two between each thing, if I'm not, I don't have anything else to do. Medium waffle. We have a whale, we don't get to have fun. So yeah, I gotta get Cloak, for sure. What's the build then? Cloak into Xe into... Depends if the whale's the problem with her, not an easy go magic prot. Same in Merlin, I guess. also don't remember my level build order. I think we do 3 first, or I don't remember. I don't remember. Needs shard. Not gonna bother with pots because it is arena. We don't need to bother with I for gore recipe. It's okay. Everyone for gore recipe. The timing. I missed the whale chat. Tragic. Well, it's just a bunch of wacky shenanigans. Okay, we're gonna head back and grab a recipe really quick. Cause I for gore. Now, kill 30 minions is going to be difficult to do in arena. I meant to. Okay, that's okay. Yeah, okay. I just had that entire wave jacked. That's gonna be painful.
Good friends, it's me again, and here we are outside of the arena at the merch booth. I'm actually online because it's I've been here for like an hour.
I got
Check
5
this
of
out.
those
Look how
6.
many
It's not too
people
bad.
are lined up for all the merch, and they're feeling it. Who are you rooting for? Geb! I don't think I'm allowed to say what I want to say about Geb right now, but you know Raffer said it. So anyway, the merch that we have going on here is really, really dope. I'm going to see if I can sneak back here real quick and show you. This is really
Anything
like,
I can
yeah,
do
you
to
got all
get
the team.
minions.
Smite 2 jacket, okay? This is the one I'm walking home with, without a
Alright,
doubt.
I'm gonna level up the
All right,
one
I
for
had it
clear.
yesterday, and it took
I think
a
that's what
lot
I have to
for me
do is
not
go
to
like
wear
1,
it
3,
today.
2.
But now that we've spilled the beans, I can absolutely rock it. On a serious note, Skulls has done some really, really cool work with all the teams repped up here. You've got some like God card stuff, some mouse pads, and just general stuff. We got fans, obviously. What'd you get today? What'd you get today?
A jersey.
Which one?
The Smite jersey.
Smite jersey, I like that. Rooting for the game
Howie.
more so than anything else. Is this your first SWC?
It is.
And how are you enjoying it so far?
It's a lot of fun. I get to meet all the people that I've been playing with for years.
Awesome. What's your name?
Barbara.
Barbara, well, I'm so happy you were able to come through and enjoy the jersey. And so that's just one fan that's out here doing their thing. Like I said, we got a whole bunch, and there's a hell of a lot of people doing the Smite thing over here. So, over here in the Leviathan jersey, let's chat. What's your name, man?
My name's Josh, or you can call me TMG Scoopy.
Nice, nice, nice. When you're coming here, are you rooting for the Leviathans, or is this just a jersey on hand?
No, yeah, absolutely rooting for the Levi's.
How long have you been a fan of the big guys?
Well, I mean, they've changed the rosters over the years, but they got King Kenneth, so got to root for him.
Now that's really what it's
Like I have to
about,
do it to
seeing
farm. I
some of
have to
the
do it to farm.
older legacy players
Because
out
otherwise
here.
everyone else is killing
You're
my shit.
online. You already have the Leviathan jersey. Something wild is going on there. So real quick, last question. What are you buying?
Oh, I actually am picking up the Wheelish jersey.
Gary said, wait, one more time. What are you picking up?
Picking up the Wheelish jersey.
That's right. It's a Wheelish. Shh. It's a Wheelish. Do not bark at me in the comments, a Wheelix. It's a Wheelish.
Sorry,
Shut up,
in game
Ed.
it's pronounced that way.
Shut
That's
up.
what I'm going with.
It's been a Wheelish. That's how you say it.
For 10 years. For 10 years.
Thank you. Thank you. You've brought me much validation. We'll come down here because these players were yelling, which is kind of my gimmick. So I got to see who's stepping on my territory. Hey, hey. Hello. What's going on?
Just finished the claw machine. You can win like some crazy shit in there. You can get like 1,500 gems and fucking like the dolly thingies and a lot of Steel Series shit. So yeah, you should try it. It's free. Yeah.
30 seconds, 3 swears. A new record. Time for me to toss literally anywhere else. See you later.
Morgan just doesn't turn around. Oh, I was right. The magic damage is a problem. So, I'm gonna have to get Shoguns here. Ow. It doesn't matter if I do my job. Also, I love the amount of breaks they're cutting to. It's great. Like, we're literally going into game 2 at this point, at the time that we were meant to go into set 2. I still need 10 more stacks. Ow. I just kind of can't play the game. Hey, stolen fitness. Gotta get my stacks. Does he go down from that? He does. Okay. Cool. I can get Shoguns now, which will help a lot. Look at that. I love the fact that it took me 8 minutes to get the first part of the recipe. And then I get the second part done in literally one shot. Alright, let's get Berserkers. Get some Fizz Pots. Let's go get the attack speed buff as well. Let's try and really rip out some wonky shenanigans, shall we? Hello, funny whale man. Nice time dilation, idiot. Nope. I didn't want to have to do that, but I had to do that. Okay. Do this. Are we actually going into game 2 yet?
The way I see Baskin is a jack of all trades, master of all. That's probably the best way to describe him, I think. He's amazing in every meta. He knows pretty much every matchup in that meta, and he plays every single god in that meta to like pretty much utter perfection, you know. It's very rarely you'll see Baskin.
At least they got the whale. They're focusing the whale. It takes them like a minute, and they're still doing it.
Of his own doing.
Baskin was someone I looked up to a lot because he was the guy, the GOAT, alongside like Benji. Way back
I need
when.
to be going after.
So someone I wanted to kind of copy.
Charybdis and Sep.
My playstyle around, like, because he was the one who was like farming until level 20, and then he'd rotate, and I was like, damn, that looks so fun. I want to give that a try.
Baskin Robbins, the adapting of North America for a while. Everybody in North America loved Baskin. He was the up-and-comer, and yeah, I mean, I still think he's got it. Like, he is one of the most mechanically gifted people I know. You can put him on any character in the game, and he's going to play it well. But he's not, like, overly egotistical. And if he needs to play weak side, he'll play weak side. Like, he doesn't have to be the person to play through. He will play whatever role he needs to perfection.
I mean, back then it was Baskin versus adapting. Who's the best player in the world? And obviously everyone in the EU playing against adapting, scrimming adapting every day. Him just 20-0, killing your team, 3-0 in scrims. Just everyone just.
Was that red actually still up?
I think they got that kind of treatment with Baskin and NA as well, but I think it was more the fact that Baskin didn't accomplish anything meaningful in his career compared to adapting going back to back, which why everyone in EU thought that Baskin was overrated.
Yeah, I just think he's been incredibly good individually, based like in any role in any year. He's just a very talented player. I just think the only thing holding him back from like, you know, like traditional like GOAT talks is just tournaments, right?
Honestly,
like,
binding probably isn't even that bad.
Won one tournament. He just won his first tournament this year.
Because
something like that, like big tournament. So I
I
think a
have
lot
two
of people are
slows.
still
I've
like
got the
waiting
stun.
until he wins walls
I've got
to really like
the 3
cement
stun.
that, you know.
I think
as
it's hard
well.
to say who the best player is
said-
ever, and I think that's the fun. Like that's the fun of that talk is like you can always argue for other players, and I think I'm lucky to have Baskin, Paul, Cyclone, and Sino. Like all 4 of them, you can argue
You can't
are up there
teleport?
as
The
well.
whale?
So it's really cool that they're all
Like anyone else on their
my
team, really.
and especially Baskin. He's just so good.
Yeah, back in the day, EU versus NA was a big deal.
Team?
And, I think
Where team?
Sort of.
What are they doing?
I think the lack of success that NA had at LANs sort of made it so that EU was sort of like.
What are the
didn't
mages
have,
doing?
Like, the superior play
I
style.
don't understand.
And I
I
feel like
get it. What were we doing
adapting
there?
is more of like a late game player.
Friendos.
And I'm more of like a early game like push your lead type player. So it was sort of like a nice like dichotomy, I guess. But he ended up owning it.
I need to
other
hit
ways,
Charybdis.
so
That's the
we
problem
found
here.
out who was better. But hopefully beating this land. So
Got him.
I think this is the strongest team I've been at Worlds. I've been on other teams that have been strong and favorites, but I definitely have not felt the level of confidence I do like going into this land. And it might be because we won the last land, but I just think we're a very prepared team and we always play well at
Oh
tournaments.
no, Merlin.
Let's go, J Dragon. 3-0, 2-0, whatever. 3-0.
Yeah, it's going to be another simple year, you know. Just like last year, we really just crushed them that time, so.
Yeah! I didn't even ask a goddamn question yet. Anyway, we're here out in the pit. We've got the merch booth over there, and here are. They told me I couldn't drink on camera, so I came here to the gamer shots.
All right.
We've got.
Stacked.
They actually
Evolved
didn't
cloak.
tell me that. We might visit the bar later, but advanced. Well, you can do whatever you want to do, man. Yeah. So advanced CG, They've got like Smite flavors and stuff. Very cool. Right now, these guys are drinking up on the Maui Tropical Splash Strawberry Peach. All right, boys, how's it taste?
Great.
We got him. Let's go. Smite 2 is happening. Yeah, I saw. It's actually crazy.
Maui-licious. Yeah, I'd buy that. Vikings. No, sorry, advance.
Take this one away. Take this one away. He's gonna go. Bring him out. But this is actually funny. This is not
Yeah,
the
Smite
first
2
time
looks
we've
Smite
had
2 looks
guys take
really
their shirt off
exciting.
and paint their bodies. Once upon a time, we
It
had
looks good. The changes look
coming
nice.
out here. So this is just more
I think at
legacy
worst it'll be
brought.
fun.
I'm not going to do it anytime soon. So that's
We're gonna go
kinda on you
Stone-a-Binding
guys.
here.
But no, that's not happening. But like that's the wild
don't quite
part
get
is
to the
that there's so many
525.
different types of fans out here. You've got these crazy people.
We had
This
some
guy seems a
auras
little
I
bit
might
more
be able to
normal.
in fights.
Talk to me. You're rooting for Hex
fine.
Mambo, huh?
Mambo!
What makes you root for Hex Mambo like that?
They got a dope name.
That's my type of fan, man. There it is. Absolutely. And there's that guy. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. What's your name? Talk to me a little bit.
What's going on? It's going to be your boy Emmett or Good Comms. I'm very excited to be here at year 10 of Smite, baby! Woo! Year 10!
The second to keep chasing.
All right, after that, I got to question your name. Do you actually have good comms, or do you just scream at your teammates?
A little bit of both, but I pride myself in having one of the best comms in the gold lobbies. If you see me in there, Emmett
Kill
volume.
the set. Somebody.
Good
Thank you.
comms, I'll
They
be
just
there.
weren't shooting it. Nice.
Volume.
But yeah, a lot of what they're doing for Smite 2 is really cool.
They call me the Gold League Goblin.
You know, I forgot to do something when I was up. I need to grab my phone charger.
Like 20 times, but that's okay. Listen, we bounce back. We
It's
bounce
okay, I
back,
don't need to
baby.
reach out.
We
It's fine.
bounce back. Woo! I'm excited.
All right, man. You should not have the
I
advanced
cry.
GG shots, all right? You should not have any of that. The level of energy here is off the charts. We're going to walk down here.
Boink.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, actually, my man over here, I signed this earlier. This is the Smite Wood Championships. Talk to me a little bit about what happened to make you think about bringing this here.
I thought about the guy that brought the toilet seat last year, and there's also a guy that brought a toilet seat this year. I was like, you know what, I have to do something funny. So I thought, like, what would be funny? A plank of wood called Smite Wood Championships.
Smite Wood
certainly works
Championship.
out.
I mean,
think I'm
look,
looking at Bobby
what
and
are you
El
gonna
Young, and
do
they're definitely in the wood
when you
league,
walk into
so
someone's
I think
house and
this
you see
kinda
that?
works out.
The answer is you're not.
I'm see
You
Oh,
won't.
wait, I
You're
signed
just
this too, didn't
gonna
I?
be baffled.
Never
Gonna be left
mind.
speechless.
Only good players signed this one for sure. You got a lot of names on here. Who's your favorite, and who do you need to get before you leave?
My favorite, probably Rexy, because his handwriting.
Bro, I'm on the piece.
Hey, but Rexy's handwriting, chef's kiss.
I like that you double down on that. I'm going to give that to you. But out of all the names, you obviously don't have everybody. Who is somebody that you need to get before you leave?
Adapting. That's the king. That's maybe my favorite player of all time. I need his signature on here.
King Kenneth. Well, he's out
That
there.
was a really
he's
close
certainly
game.
here, and he might. I mean, he will.
It's literally
Kenneth's
just
the man.
like if
Absolutely.
my team
So,
wasn't
you'll see him.
focusing
Thanks
tanks
again. This-
constantly.
This is
At least
dope.
that's what it felt like they
Big,
were doing.
Big fan. And
There's
so,
been a couple times where I go in on a squishy, and I
what are
just
you doing here?
I probably should
What
have
are you
gone
doing
Kins
here?
instead of Binding,
All right,
honestly.
well, we got J-Mac. I can't say that. I can't say that. I'm not Tina. I'm not Tina. But so this is a man on the street bit.
All right. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Oh, you're just gonna give it to me. All right. I don't know why we're over here. He just hands me a microphone, thinks I can do anything, like I speak for a living or something like that. Oh.
I didn't do bad
Hey,
for damage, and then
He
for
can't even
Mets
hear me. This
I
guy's deaf.
did pretty alright.
Oh, come here. Yeah, come over here. Look, Tom gave me the microphone. I have
when
no idea
Osiris
what to
doesn't
talk
suck,
about. This was
he-
not
he
planned
kinda fun.
whatsoever, and you're the first person I recognize to talk over.
All right, I'm gonna queue again. Gonna go grab a phone charger
Don't
really
worry,
quick.
I don't know what to talk about either. What are you doing here, man? How's it going?
I'm just chilling, you know.
Just chilling. Anybody you're hanging out with this weekend?
Benny ditched me, bro.
Benny ditched you just like that? I think this is the time to call Benny out. I want you to say some words for Benny.
Come over, bro.
Come on, Benny. Benny, what are you doing? They just left you like this, all alone, abandoned. I can't believe Benny would do something like. Where did Tom? There he is. Come take this microphone back from me. I'm irresponsible with a mic.
Sorry, I was a little busy. I'm going to keep being a little busy. So thanks, J-Mac, for doing some of my job, and back to you.
Oh. Did my mic not unmute, or did it not mute when I went to grab my cord? Huh. Either way, I came back at a good time. Is basically all I've said is Wukong's. I thought I had him at M1 because that was like a thing that I sat down and did. And then also that I came back in Q and we got dodged. Awesome. That is not what I wanted. That is not what I wanted. That is not what I wanted. Oh god. Put me into arena, please. Thank you. That just to make sure it's caught up. And yeah, we should have time for an arena game because we're actually having a timer. It's a timer that's longer than 5 minutes. So yeah, this is what we're gonna do. Is just between games, we're gonna queue up for some arena, hope for the best. You know, probably get terrible teammates because I'm queuing for arena alone. Maybe do some meme shenanigans. Maybe play some full power Guardians. Full power Odin, because that always goes well. I could play Tank Morgan. I need to know what the build on that was. I wonder if enough people are playing it like currently that I can just queue up for solo lane and have it happen, or have it come up. You know? Probably not, but maybe. It looks like there's a few different versions of the build, which is kind of cool. Apparently it just builds largely like the attack speed bruiser builds, but, you know, power instead. I am going to try for the normal build. It's gonna go terribly having to stack Transcendence, but we're gonna try for it. That. I am also really curious what changes they're like making to the roles, because that seems like something weird that you don't need to touch aside from making more character, unless the goal is kind of just to make more characters workable in more roles, which would be really cool. And I kind of hope that's the direction we take. I don't remember my leveling order. Is it 1-3-2? I feel like it's 1-3-2. Doink. Well, I was gonna say that's unfortunate, but we got him, so it's fine. Good try, Mulan. Oh no, the silencing sphere. Dome. It sounds better if I say sphere. Don't you be all oohing at me. It's not a phase. 19 is the goal here. Alright, one more wave and I should have 19. Actually, I could kind of just wait it out, but yeah, we get this wave, and then I get 19. Alright, we'll take it. So now I actually have to be, like, killing waves is the problem, right? And also the buffs here last so much shorter than Conquest, and I hate it. It's okay. Damn. I move on. Ow. Honestly, I probably should have rushed trans and skipped out on Bluestone until second item. Like, second buying starter item in Arena is probably actually viable. It's just, you know, who cares? I wish you could pick up the coins as people other than Karon. That'd be awesome. Alright, ridiculous. I'll put one level into my team. How much damage are we doing here? 220. Just got one go. Owie. Okay, bye. I gotta go. Okay, well, we're actually able to get stacks going, which is good. Okay, I want to get red buff. Just to really further my wave clear. Okay, that's unfortunate. Nice. Owie. Owie. Ow. My face. Well, the good news is we get Prophetic. And then we can go into Soul Eater next. Love that that counts for a stack. How much damage is my 2 doing anyway? About almost 200. I'm the only one stacking, but they're not gonna let me. It's annoying as shit. Uh-huh. Now they're not gonna let me stack either. Okay. I am spamming middle click and it's just not ulting.
And we are back with our first quarterfinal of the
But
Smite
I have
World
to go so
Championships
deep
here
just
in
to stack.
Season 10. Appreciate everyone's patience.
God, I hate
Obviously
people that play
a
like
bit
this.
longer than a 5-minute break there after game number 1, but it is all fixed. It is all good. And we will be getting right into game 2 here very, very shortly once we load into picks and bans. So I appreciate everyone's patience, but we are good to go to move into game number 2. Myth inbound and Hazer still with me. Myth, I don't know if you remember, but during my casting days many moons ago, remember? I did. I dabbled in it. I had a little bit of time during that break to drink coffee, which is always a very dangerous thing. I haven't eaten a lot today, so
you brought it with you.
I'm real jazzed up right now to get into game 2. Let's remind ourselves, though, of what happened in game 1, because it was a game where Hazer, the Solar Scarabs, come out swinging, but it's ultimately the Styx Ferryman taking the first game.
Yeah, absolutely. An early game led by April and Deathwalker. Really, they get off to a great start, 5-0 on the Susanoo.
Why wasn't I up?
But it just seemed
Why
like
did that
late
take so
game,
long?
The Ferryman had a better game.
I
plan,
swear that was
better-
longer than usual for the
a bit of
channeling.
Patience, I suppose. They waited for the right fights to come to them rather than forcing things. And
Alright, I need
eventually,
shell.
they just seemed to get the better of the Scarabs in the late game.
And then we can go Glad Shield
Yeah,
after we get
and
Soul
I
Eater.
think you hit it right on the head because the early game of the
probably
Scarabs
just
was
go
really
like
good.
Thieves or something.
Totems were going hugely in Deathwalker's favor. April was playing phenomenal also. And even in mid lane where we expect Paul to kind of slowly get ahead of everyone, Zeros
Alright,
was
well,
basically
got my
even.
stacks done.
But when it got to that late game, unfortunately, it didn't seem like the Scarabs wanted to pull the trigger on these objectives. Yes, they would be standing around them, but the Fafnir would just wait for that transformation until the fight had already started. We talked a little bit about the Fafnir already. If you're playing the Fafnir, when it gets to those late game fights, they're decided so quickly. You have to be in the dragon form before those fights start,
Nice.
and you have to be the ones playing on the front foot.
I have Soul Eater up,
The Ferryman
so
that
I need to go
dictated
get
the
that to
majority
get
of
it
those
stacking.
engagements. Remember, sure,
Ooh,
the
when did
Scarabs
they
maybe
nerf
had
the price of
opportunities
Soul
to
Eater?
pull
Holy
objectives,
shit.
but the Ferryman were on
Or did
top
they
of
just
them
shift the price
on
into the lower
cooldown.
tier,
I thought the
or into the higher
5-man
tier?
group of the Ferryman was just a pace that the Scarabs weren't quite capable of keeping up with. Sure, in the micro play, we could argue April, of course, getting a little bit more involved on map than Sino did throughout the early, which I
Okay,
think plays
we're
into
not
what you
going
were
back in
saying,
there, then.
Bobby, where Paul wasn't really allowed to be as aggressive as we would have expected because his Aegis was on cooldown the entirety of this game. Susano just constantly on the center of the map. But otherwise, it's the grouping that really impressed me from the Ferryman. 5 stacked on Gold Fury, 5 stacked on Pyromancer, and it felt like the Scarabs were slowly trying to catch themselves back up.
Yeah, we saw as early as that first blood rotation, we saw Wukong and Chernabog diving in Apwash super early on in the game. They end up losing first blood for that. The Bog goes down first. But that showed the game plan for the Ferryman in that one. And let's see if they continue with that.
Like I said, the coffee is starting to course through my veins a bit. So let's get right into picks and pans for game number 2 between the Ferryman and the Solar Scarabs. Are there any obvious adaptations in your mind, Mifflin, from game 1 moving into game 2?
I don't think the Ferryman want that Susano on the other side anymore. That was a clear just win condition for the Solar Scarabs. Set pace early, dominated team fights in the mid, and transitioned relatively well into the late game, barring one catastrophic failure where Paul just slams everyone with the Earthshaker.
And that Susano pick that you're talking about wasn't even Praya. That was a bottom pick that they could have gotten rid of. I'm more focusing on the supports in this early portion. Lock in this Sobek. This Sobek has been so good, even back in qualifiers. There was a lot of stuff that Aurora was able to do with this Sobek, and part of the reason they were really able to win
Trying
those
not to
late
talk
games
very much over the
is 'cause
commentary right
it
now.
gives you this free engage. That Fafnir doesn't really have that. I really like the Sobek here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Sobek will be the pick we see for the Scarabs. Was taken away last time by the Ferryman in that first pick slot. This time they swap sides. I'm expecting to see it mirrored.
Yeah, the Sobek works
but I do
really
not
well
think
for them.
we'll
I
see
would be
Aurora
surprised if they
copy
didn't
what
take
went
it
on
again.
from Silence there, and the Fafnir is something I don't think we'll see repeated.
I want to ask a high-level question here. Really, anyone who's feeling confident can jump in.
He's the smartest one.
Toph picked first overall here. Maybe this lends itself to an answer. Remember, during the Scarabs video that we saw during that first break, talked about their play style. Ferryman like to go a little bit later. They were happy to match up against that.
Unfortunate. What is the recommended build anyway?
Does that man get an industry plant in here? What's going on?
Is that man in the crowd? Is there any hope for either of these two teams? Is there any desire for either of these two teams to pick faster, more run it down, knowing that their opponents don't want to play that way?
I'm not sure. I feel like the Scarabs are encouraged not to go
Here we
towards
go.
that now because they won the early game, right? And they weren't able to convert it. Their late game comp was not good enough. Their engage wasn't strong enough. And they got punished by the Ferryman. So now I think they're less likely to continue with pressure, especially when you're on elimination point. I really feel like it's difficult to run a game down when you're facing elimination from the bracket, Bobby.
Yeah, and it's a difficult thing to do also, to be able to play that early game portion. So I don't mind going for this more later game comp. Yes, they only have one character so far. They have this Thaw.
Nope.
But they didn't play for that early game in mid either. They played for the early game kind of in the side lane. Yes, Hachi not really the greatest early game, but Osiris is the one that I'm really focusing on.
I don't like
Deathwalker
Bluestone very
gets it
much.
again.
I'm gonna be
This is a
honest. In
matchup
this
that
build, I
Basket
think I
picks
should have
that
gone something
Wukong
else.
into, and we've seen this matchup way too many times where
Maybe I
Wukong
just
doesn't
sell out
really
of my
do
starter
anything in it.
for
He
this.
plays for
It's
that late game.
arena builds
And
get
I think
wonky.
that's all really Baskin cares about. I don't mind the Wukong matchup if he's going to lose. I just care about that late game potential.
And just to reiterate, it was 12 totems to 0 in favor of Deathwalker throughout that laning phase, roughly accumulating for about 1,500 of the 3,000 gold lead we saw at that about 15 minute mark. And it's a matchup that we're going to run back once more. Baskin, of course, dominates those late-game team fights, but it was rough for the first 15.
I think his goal this time is to get one. He's
At
going to
least
turn
one.
it
He's
around.
gotta get at least one.
He's going to give it a go. They go for the same duo lane, the same solo laner, so we're running back the side lanes here for the Ferryman. I want to see a change up from the Scarabs, though, Bobby. I think support is the place to focus.
Yeah, and before we even talk about the supports, finally getting rid of that Susano. That's something that Mifflin was talking about.
Yeah, I mean, Susano is just kind of a
Susano
thing,
for
though,
April.
in pro, where,
He's
like...
played more than the Susano, but he just looks exceptionally good on it. And for supports, agreed, no Fafnir. I don't want to see Fafnir. There's a lot of other gods
Very
that
well
are able to be
programmed.
played in a spot like this. Even a god like Yemoja.
But yeah, so the Susano is just kind of the sort of thing where, like,
I'm not seeing very high
you have to
cloud.
respect it.
I
You
think
don't
it
always
makes
have
sense in
to
a comp like
immediately
this.
try and
You
deal
get
with
to
it,
that
but
late game
you have to
portion,
respect it.
she gives you just so many
If you're playing
opportunities
against
to
a
play those
team
fights.
that can
In
use
late
it well,
game, you can
you
play
need
heal, you
to
can play
acknowledge
to
that
dive,
and play
you can play
around
to
it, and also,
separate
yes,
the
for
fight.
selling starter, I'm just going to get
Maybe
Heartseeker
he
here.
doesn't play because, as you said, he's only played those 3 gods since qualies, but I just haven't loved the Fafnir.
I might even consider something like an Ares in this position for the Sora Scarab. She got a lot of mobility on the other side. Maman plays very well into that too. Lockdown 72 transformations. Don't let Chernobog jump into a wall. Prevent the initiation from Sobek. And then put some threat on beads. Not exactly a lot of CC on the Scarabs just yet.
There was some surprise hazer about Maman not being picked or banned in game number 1. Now makes the World Championship debut here in game 2 for the Styx Ferrymen. Surprised to see it take this long, and it's only been 1 game.
Yeah, it's a smart pickup here by the Ferryman because I think it's another god that's taken away from April, right? You've denied the Bats, you've denied the Susano, you've denied the Mercury, and now you're denying the Maman as well. So he's going to have to go deep into his god pool. But it's not a big
gotten the
Sino
Mulan
god,
off of
in
them.
my opinion. It's going to be interesting to see how he plays it. Normally, Sino a bit more of a facilitator for this team, but Maman really is a hyper carry god.
We've seen a little bit of Maman flex even into mid lane. Curious to see if Paul's maybe been practicing.
I was gonna say, she's
We've
doing
not
a
seen him
lot of
play it
damage,
yet,
and I'm able to
but he's
just
had
schmelt into
3
her.
months since we've
It's
last
not
seen
very
him win,
difficult.
last seen him played. Maybe he's been practicing enough, or maybe
Let's go
they've just
Spirit
been able
Rogue.
to flex and kind of change up how Sino's going to be playing his jungle position. Because usually, we see the Ferryman play, Sino's that
Swing.
engage player. He's the one that's looking to kind of start those fights. Maman doesn't do that. She wants to clean them up.
Yeah, she wants to be last in, but get all those kills, deal a ton of damage, and really just hold down the WP for the most part. But I like this interesting pickup. Camazot's end set actually very interesting to round out this draft. But if it is going to be
we hit
Maman
20.
in the jungle, we talk so much about the jungle 1v1, especially around those fire giant dances, around these objective sieges, things like Phoenixes. And Camazot's is maybe the only god in Smite that I would
Keep up
say
with my
can
team.
handle a
Okay,
Maman
bye.
regime.
Styx Ferrymen lock in set with their final pick of the 5 going into game 2. Reminder for everyone, this is a best of 3 quarterfinal. Styx Ferrymen win. Solar Scarabs, their
How much
world's
life
run is
steal
over.
does she have?
Scarabs win. We're obviously
Just
going
Bancroft's
to winner take
siphons.
all, game
That's
number 3.
unfortunate.
Stage now set. Hazer, Styx Ferrymen have been forced to change up their draft a bit from game 1. What does this composition hope to do for the Ferrymen in game 2?
It is late game, late game, late game. They've got a Maman to do a little bit of the early game
Nice.
work, but my goodness, is this scary to play against late. Set, one of the best dive characters in the game. Wukong, unbelievably safe. Bog, probably
Damn it,
the
the
premier
minions
late
beat that.
game hunter.
That's
And then you've
dumb.
got the Sobek as well to do a bit of the heavy lifting in terms of engage. They have gone
Hi
all
there.
in on the late game here. They saw that they could weather the storm of losing the early game against the Scarabs in game 1, and now they're planning on doing it again, but this time with an even more powerful late game comp.
Damn it,
And on
minions
top
ate it
of
again.
that, their comp kind of just plays really well together. They have this dive comp that you're explaining, and Chernobog's a really good dive hunter. You let your entire
That's why
team
we're
go
getting
in,
rogue.
you play far back, and then you can look to go in whenever the fight's starting to go
We still
down.
get kills out of
I
this,
think the
though,
big
which
problem
is huge.
a lot of the engage is really on the Sobek and on the Wukong. They're not able to get these fights started, get some good engages. Might be a little hard for the Ferrymen to actually get some good fights.
Well, Bobby, I'd like to hear your opinion on how this Terra is going to play into the Styx.
Of course, this
Ferrymen's
game is
draft.
running
We're seeing a lot of
stupidly
delayed
long.
damage. Maman Brigitte, all of her damage delayed. Earthen Fury having that massive heal, the mitigation. If it's an all-in dive composition, as far as I'm concerned, Terra is one of the best counter divers in the game.
Terra's usually been a really good counter
what I
diver.
could.
Unfortunately, with Ankh, how it is in the meta, it's
Fair.
very good into these healing backliners like Yemoja, like
The
Terra.
anti-heal
Part of the
item
reason we
is
haven't seen
good
it as
into
much,
the
but the real
healing
strength of this Terra
champions.
is into that
Oh
Sobek
my
matchup
god.
where Sobek's
I
gonna have a
cannot
hard time
believe
starting
it.
fights onto this Terra. So it really just comes down to
I
Osiris.
am
How is
shocked.
Deathwalker going to play into the Sobek? Is he going to be able to live it? We saw it one time on the Pyro
Oh,
where he
no.
got plucked and he died before he even hit the ground. If it happens like that, it's going to be a pretty easy fight, but if they can't find Deathwalker, who are they going to find?
The stage has now been set. It's a potential knockout game number 2 as we go down to Gormizer and Trelly for the action.
Thanks so much, Dave and Trelly.
Oh, we got it.
We're in for
Just in
a treat,
time.
right? We get set back in mid. One of the classics.
Just in
It just feels like something that's
time.
gonna work really well. But both these teams, late game slanted. That could be dangerous for the Scarabs.
I think so as well. But you gotta wonder how is Zero's gonna position against this much dive. You got the Wukong, which fantastic. Baskin played it in game number 1. You have Set to deal with, and now you've got Maman Brigitte. This isn't Paul sitting back on Vulcan. He will be getting active at Thoth. Not a lot of self-peel.
I think a little bit of pressure on all of them to try and get that going. One thing the desk was actually just talking about, and we actually got, I guess, a preview of it. It was a 35-minute preview, but a preview of that solo lane. Deathwalker on the Osiris, Baskin on the Sun Wukong. Scarabs right now fighting for their life in the tournament, right? They need to make sure they win this game. And Trelly, a lot of pressure last time, early game. They're able to control just a little bit. And it is now a little more in favor of the Ferryman in the Twitch poll as well. Do you think that's the Maman, that weight, that extra 3%?
It could be a bit of the Maman. I would say a little bit of the Set as well, and just the fact that, hey, the duo lane of the Ferryman just played this draft, right? They had the Cherno. They had the Sobek. Didn't go fantastic early on, but they knew exactly what they were doing towards the later end of that draft. So
we'll see how this shakes out.
Said, you know, the Ferryman realized
like
we can weather the storm. We can sit this one out until late game, where it's going to be disgusting. But
the core there with Baskin, Aurora, and Cyclone all being on the same characters, and then you've got some good old Set mid, by the way. Love me some assassin mids. I'm not good.
All of those can change a team fight.
But they're cool and they're fun.
We just watched him in those group stages, and he was deleting people with his character.
I'm interested in this duo lane. Last time, E-Chrome. It was a lot of this. It was a roar up close onto E-Chrome just to deal some damage. Right now, we're not expecting too much, but Plucks, right? That is something that is very dangerous. Silence doesn't have to worry about him, but E-Chrome, even when that dash is available, was feeling a lot of that pressure. But we had even seen it, you know, Cyclone early rotation, falls down, and then really doesn't do any of the other Chernobog things we had been expecting. Are you still, what, last game you would give him like a level 12 mark? Are you expecting something like that, or you expect maybe a little more hands-on approach? Maybe you could face that if Beads get pulled by Zeros in the mid lane. You can see some action already starting on Sinos.
I mean, that's a risky start for Zeros. You have two options there. You take your dash and you go, oh, I've got evade and punish. I can use it to get aggressive. I can use it to get back. Or you take the glyph, you get a little wall, and your one goes a bit further, right? One's not going to get you out of trouble like we just saw, but hey, he had better damage. But now you lose the beads. Paul goes forward, just trying to poke out, right? They want to get their backs, but Sino blinks.
Hey, that's the chase.
This
but
won't
do they
be first
have
blood.
the
They're going to get
damage
under tower.
lockdown? Body blocks not confident enough. Goes in.
Never mind. Huge minute and a half in first blood.
Start things off right.
And that all starts with Zeros losing his beads early on, right? I really don't think you need to take the wall there. If you have your dash, you don't lose beads, you don't lose as much pressure, and you feel safer. But now you get first blooded, your beads are gone, and worst of all, you gave Paul Set a first blood. He can do it.
Just does everything he needs. This is a signature pick for a reason. 2-0 start, Trelly. And that's dangerous territory to be playing when you've got the assassin in the mid lane, plus the Maman beside it.
And that's going to be infectious, right? It's not as if Paul sits back and does nothing. Paul is one of the most mobile mid laners on a pick like this. You'll see him in duo lane. You'll see him over in solo. Set with his clones can go across the map in an instant, and now you've given him, I said 1-0 lead, now a 2-0 lead. It is going to be disgusting. This Transcendence is going to get online immediately. Why not? Purchase a chalice. You've got the gold to burn.
He is in a great spot. You know, last time around, it's still a little shy of 1,000 gold, but because we kept mentioning for the Scarabs in their farm game, now you've got something pulling towards the Ferryman and something to really combat them. That was some of the weakness we saw for the Scarabs during their run for those qualifiers in those groups to get to this point. Trelly, of course, you gotta imagine. Trying to keep a level head right now, right, as much as possible.
Oh, yeah.
You're down 1-0. You don't want to get knocked out here and now, so holding on to the best they can. How do you counter that, though? When a set gets a 2-0 start, he has an experience lead, you're doing well, where do you start putting pressure if you're the Scarabs to slow that down?
You said, how do you counter it, Gore? Very carefully is what I would say. It's not easy to deal with a Fed set. It's not easy to deal with Paul. Put them both together, and you've got disaster on your hands. But you gotta bait out the dive, right? Kingslayer, once it gets cooking, can absolutely run through a team fight. If you bait that ult out early, if Paul loses his beads, it gets a bit more difficult, right? CC is a great way to deal with Paul's damage. There are options available for the Solar Scarabs, but one thing you gotta keep into consideration, we are playing in front of a live crowd here in Arlington, Texas, and there's a lot of Ferryman fans in the audience. You know, every time a kill comes through, the ground starts to shake and the Scarabs can hear it.
You feel that weight, especially on the stage. I was even talking with Deathwalker for a little. I mean, he's locked in right now. You can see that on all of their faces. They're trying to hold on. The composure for every Scarabs player, and admittedly every Ferryman that I saw during that break. Very relaxed, right? Just trying to figure out changes for the next game, where they're going to go, what they're going to be looking at. And Shelly, the Ferryman pretty much went back to the same route outside of some aggression. And you know, we've talked about Maman, and maybe we should start to break into her now, but it really does feel like you get the Wukong, the Sobek, the Cherno. You have some of the essence of the front line, at least, and a little bit of the back line from last game. And this Maman is the spice that really makes it a new dish. And the build already is kind of catching my eye. Going for the tier 2, not upgrading fully to the Doom Orb, starting another item. I know we've talked about it, and you say, like, third item, that's when we get to see Maman really kind of pick up.
Yeah, you would say that until you see that's a breastplate for Sino, so maybe
going into something else.
Maybe a little longer. Yeah, maybe take a little bit longer, or just playing safe.
But also
remember,
despite the fact I don't know if this is going to be just one defense item or if it's going to be a proper bruiser build out of the jungle, but that either way, I think
this is a night and day difference.
This is going to be.
I'll tell you what, you lose the burst from Vulcan, you lose the objective shred on Vulcan, and now Sino is on the Maman. Sure, that's your magical damage, but I doubt the Styx Ferryman play that 30-minute enhanced Fire Giant fight the same way this game, right? It's not as if Paul can just say, don't worry guys, I'll burst the EFG, or don't worry, we have that much DPS for it. They have to play around objectives so much differently. Sure, Cyclone Spin's gonna get crit, he'll get online late game, but you can't just go towards objectives and say, hey, we've got more burst than you. Zeros is on the other side of the map, and he's got plenty.
You had mentioned, I mean, not even just objective conversation, like straight up Paul, Sino, Cyclone, like, well, I guess it depends on what Sino's build is going to be, but the two of them, for Paul and Cyclone, you're in the wrong spot, Zeros just gets rid of you.
Yep.
Like, you're just gone in a late game team fight, or you have the Aegis of your life, and you get to turn things around, and that's a really risky 50-50 to try and coin flip. But when it comes down to, like, team fights, that's
Thoth is really dangerous
that's
late game.
really the big thing. The slowdown,
but I mean,
right,
first
from
mage, that's
the
kind of
aggression, the junglers, Maman level ahead, Paul level ahead, but the two assassins haven't really been able to join forces again and get those sparks that we saw in the first couple minutes.
I mean, why would you at this point? Like I said, you got the 2-0 set. Paul is able to control mid lane perfectly. Zeros is not going to want to step forward. If you don't have a reason to engage, the Styx Ferryman should not be engaging. It's more so on the Scarabs to try and say, hey, we don't want to let you get late game, where Maman just gets to delete someone, where Paul has free reign of the backline. I don't care if you have Beads, Aegis, and alternate timeline. If a Thoth dashes and Set's got Kingslayer, he's going to find you.
Oh, real good leap. Still some good damage get thrown out toward him. Half health. It's just going to be an invade on the buff. Tries to fight it back. Again, decent trade back with Sino. But it's just a little bit of poke here or there. I do want to ask, though, Trelly. It's been a little while. For a long time, mages not only dominating mid, they were over in the solo lane.
Right.
But now, getting an assassin back in mid, not something I had expected to see, at least not on day one. What is this life of Set looking like, especially now? Well, I can even say it now in the year 2024.
It is the year 2024, and I will say it's not the Paul special. There has been Shinto loves this, but there have been plenty of mid laners that have gone to the Set. I don't think it's, you know, the end all be all top meta pick. It's, does it look good here? And more specifically, what am I up against? In this case, I thought, like I explained earlier.
Yeah, that's the other thing about playing like these weird picks is like they work better in draft because you can, if you want to play something crazy like this, you can at least plan around it in a draft.
Because you can just brute force a gank if you're a Set here. Just go for skewer, force the dash, teleport, pre-beat the root, and you're going to be able to just rip through with those Kingslayer procs. So yeah, I think it was a matchup Paul liked. It's a pick that he plays disgustingly well if given the opportunity. And I wouldn't be surprised if he goes back to it continuously this week.
Deathwalker forced to ult. Well, we're looking at Paul specifically. Is there anything special about the build you expect to come from mid? I mean, outside of the starter, I guess, from jungle to mid, that's going to make a difference. But anything that's going to stand out to you, or is it just going to be pretty standard?
Well, the Paul special is to throw a defense item in the mix. Hasn't done that so far. Obviously, it would be like third or fourth item slot, but you can also just go full raw damage, and that's going to work just fine as well. there's an opportunity to sell away the Sundering Axe if you want a little bit more DPS and you don't think that the upgrade's worth it. But as far as I'm concerned, just full red items, man. Get a Serrated, get a Bloodforge if you'd like, get Heartseeker, and just get as much poke as possible.
Red items match the blood of his enemies. That's what he's trying to spill out there. Right now, 2-0, and it's both on Paul. He does not seem to be too worried about Zero's damage just yet, but it's still an unfully stacked Book of Thoth. We've seen a little bit of bulk, Shelly, but you know,
bunch of extra
admittedly,
stacks
maybe
next to
expecting
Trans.
more sparks in the solo lane. Was I wrong, or is this just something that you know? Well, I guess because it's a Wukong, there's not too much you can do to make something happen over there.
Yeah, if anything, Sino had the ability to get active early on over towards Deathwalker. You force that Lord of the Afterlife. It's not like there's a survivability relic in play. It's just that ultimate, but Sino hasn't been the one to pull the trigger too early, right? Even at that Anvil of Dawn in game number 1, it wasn't as if he was throwing those out constantly. He prefers to sit back and farm. And again, in game number 1, he was getting behind. He was losing those trades. Now he's ahead. He's got an assist under his belt. April has died already. You don't have to get active if you're the Styx Ferryman.
I can't believe Ekro canceled his back. I thought something was about to happen. Silence doing his best bodyguard. Make sure that a pluck can't come through from a roar. Can't quite get to the carry. And luckily enough for Echrome, gets to back up, farm up a little more, then find the reset. Although with the Devos Knowledge, might not need the full reset. Pressure in duo, pressure in mid. It feels like pressure and winning right now over there in solo. The Ferrymen have the pillars of the map absolutely controlled. So Maman, we've been talking about, now tier 2 on that breastplate. Do you like Sino's pace right now? We'll have to hold that thought for a moment. Zeros, half health, dash is good. Baskin with an early rotation just to get a little bit of that poke. It seemed like Paul wanted to make the rotation, couldn't quite get in there. And they didn't force Zeros to feel uncomfortable enough to get any relics.
And remember, that happened last game. Rinse repeated the same exact rotation from Baskin last time, pulled the beads, and Paul was able to find the Earthshaker to commit the kill. But I believe, yeah, April got like a triple kill off the back end of that fight, so wasn't the best idea. Gets run back this time, not even the beads here from Zeros, just wants to play it safe. Paul gets some good poke onto Zeros, so with the dash available, feels better about diving. One skewer, if you get 2 clones, can actually take Zeros out here, but he's staying so far back, and that's for good reason. I see 4 Ferrymen surrounding this mid tower.
Well, that's going to be a Camazot's die. Nope, never mind.
I'm surprised Deathwalker got out of there as quickly as he did, but plays it safe. And now you're forcing some of that safety, right? That's the big deal, the big pressure point for the Ferrymen. Charlie, we're getting to the point soon. We're going to talk about Pyromancer, Gold Fury, probably in the conversation relatively soon. But as we had mentioned earlier, in big team fights, when Zeros
I wonder if that was
available,
just for the mana regen for now.
That's dangerous to go for. When can the Ferrymen feel confident?
I was going
Do
to
they
say
have
no,
to kill
'cause then you
Zeros
go
first?
earring,
Can they
but
start
no,
to
you
step
can go
up? Can they
earring
heat
if
check?
you're actually
Or
building
is
a
that vibe
breastplate.
going to be shattered by a thought?
As far as I'm concerned, they can still step up. I mean, it's going to be force the dash from Zeros and immediately go into the pull, even with Final Judgment. A max range ult, with how quickly the Ferrymen are able to burn
stacks
through
does he
some
have
objectives
on
and
book
pulls,
there?
can be
50
risky,
something.
but
It's
I think, like I
50 or
said, the
56.
Ferrymen, they can just sit back on their laurels, right? They don't have to step forward. They don't have to pressure anything. It really is the Scarabs that would want to try and just go in for a soft defense.
Really hard
so
to
far,
see.
they have shown no sign of wanting to force anything as well. They're sitting back. They feel confident in their late game as well. And it's not as if they don't have tools. I mean, Echrome on one game has that hard carry potential, has the attack speed, stim baked into the kit. Throw that with a Thoth, throw with the Camazots, and they've got answers as well.
Beacon, half charged for the Scarab. Sino meets April in the jungle. Good damage, and chases him down just a little bit. Not gonna follow any further. Beacon changes hands, though. Ferrymen march forward with 3.
Scarabs don't
Sino
really have
again,
enough
still
of a
looking for
presence
some
to
poke,
contest
still
Beacon
looking for
here.
that pressure, but with Zeros, half health. April falling back to base. This one looks like it's gonna be pretty heavily commanded by the Ferrymen. Charlie, they're gonna pick up the first beacon of the game. Small advantage, but one that grows over time.
Certainly does. Sino heads over to duo lane, just backs in the purple buff. Wants to see if Echrome will get aggressive. I don't see Mount of Archery going down ever if there isn't this an absurd amount of pressure over on left lane, because so far Cyclone and Echrome have just been respecting each other, right? They
just
sit up, both clear the wave, and then back up. I haven't seen any
there doing
relics
nothing.
or low health bars. They have just been chilling, and that's what you can expect from a duo lane from a game like this, where there's no ganks coming through. It's just show up to neutral farm, maybe some soft invades, but that has been about it. Paul gets those 2 kills under his belt, and then stays in mid, as far as I'm concerned. Hasn't really left, hasn't felt the need to. Look at the solo laners, right? Teleport's not even upgraded. That tells you the story. They're not trying to rotate out. They're not trying to show up to a ward on the left side of the map. They're staying put.
You had mentioned last time, you know, while we're
Sino's
looking at
going
relics,
over.
The shell, specifically for Silence,
could be
had been
big.
upgraded really early on. It was dealing with a Thor wall, so there's definitely a conversation around it. But this time it's a roar that I'm looking at, right? The meditation already towards the top.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of gold poured into that, but do you like seeing that early on? We've seen so many teams get med baited.
That Cloak of the Ascetic can go hard, man. If you don't expect the cooldown to be back up, if you see that, you know, Silent already used his dash and needs a little bit of help, or he's just trying to dive forward, you can definitely just use that meditation to roll, and that's exactly what happens here. Purple goes down, Sino still wants to step up. That's the benefit of this breastplate, right? You don't have to fear the physical damage dealers earlier on, so Sino can just be a menace. Look at him poking out Silence. He's got nothing better to do.
The way things have changed, Shelly, at Sino, who is maybe the one that has the limelight right now. Not necessarily because of the KDA, right? 001, the kills are over on Paul, and Cyclone's been actually picking up a tower in the process of all this. And it is Cyclone and Aurora that I think changed some of this recipe, right? Because they're doing similar things to last game. Deathwalker was under the ire of Aurora. Any pluck goes towards the Osiris, pulls him back in. Cyclone just slams a bunch of crit autos into him, takes him down. You have a Thor wall to really enable the pluck. How does the Mammon change that engage, right? Can it still just be Aurora, or do you need a little more, maybe the knockup, you have to use the ult commit, maybe harder from the Ferryman to get something to happen?
Yeah, as far as team fights go, it is going to be more so on Aurora. I think that Sino is going to wait to all in, use that blink, get to the back line, you know, dash through, soul surge, that sort of thing. But not right now, right? It'll be in ganks, and now finally Pyromancer started up. This is where the Ferryman got so much value last game, and they're getting it again. Yeah, not even in close. Zeros didn't even step forward. Silence didn't even know what was going on, and that's going to happen for free. Cyclone just flies on back. What a beautiful play. Comes from base and uses the ult to fly back to lane.
I just have nothing to really say about this game. There's not a ton going on.
Farm haven't done a gold check in a
Which
little
is
bit.
weird because we're 15 minutes in. There's
It's
just
still
not a lot
just a
that's
2-kill
happened.
lead for the Ferryman,
Also,
but it's 3,000 Shelly and
pointing out that
7,000
we're
experience
15
in their
minutes in
favor. No
at
level
the
20s on
exact same
that
time the
is
casters
all
do.
on
Paul's
just
1K up.
mostly Sino, all there, and Paul. I mean,
caster
they
brain
are
cell.
feeling this lead through and through in every single roll.
Man, it's not good when you see that April is behind Silence as well. That's
What if
amount of
Sino
farm
gets it
that you
double?
can't give up.
I
As a
seriously, what if
jungler, you
Sino
need to be a
gets
little
it
bit more
double?
ahead,
Yeah.
but he's been being starved. The
Well, of course
invades have
that's
been
not gonna
coming through,
happen,
and of
but
course,
it
Sino
could.
owns the jungle at the moment on this Mammon. He walks up fearlessly around corners. He's been living around this purple
Yeah,
buff. He
Echrome
says,
can't
hey,
really do
Cyclone,
anything.
we already got the tower. Let's see if we can find Echrome, and constant pressure towards this Hachiman. He's living under tier 2.
Yeah, Echrome
Not a
kinda
great place
lost
to be,
the-
but you
the
have no
1v1.
other options.
They're looking
So-
for a purple buff. Again, Echrome can't do much with his tier 1 gone. Paul maybe enables good rotations. You can see him walking up behind Aurora.
Ooh, there's going to be 4 there.
You had already mentioned it.
This is going to convert into a Fury if no one comes over.
Has the ult, has the beads. Doesn't have to use either there to get away. Ichutsu just enough space to make sure that there's the distance away from the Ferryman. It hasn't stopped Aurora from playing aggressive. But a heavy investment from Ferryman on left. It feels like they're willing to show face over here often. And you haven't really looked at that objective just yet. That Gold Fury kind of sitting there tantalizing.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying from last game. It's a night
both
and
of
day
the
different
ADCs and both
composition.
of the
It falls on
supports just have
Vulcan.
no
That
depth.
gold's been pulled twice by now, but the set just brings different objects to the table. Similar amounts of shred. Yeah, the auto attacks will chunk, but it's that burst and it's that turret. There are two things that can come into play. He's here from Echrome, but Sino wants to go in.
Up down for Cyclone Spin, chasing with Echrome and Sino, but he takes a lot of damage. April separates the fight. He's in a 1v2. You gotta play it careful. He gets the kill. He's looking for him, but he loses
neither
his
of them
life
gets
for
away.
Baskin
Ouch.
with a massive rotation. Teleport down, gets to the back lane, kills
going for
off
tier 2.
Echrome. And now, like you said, push down the lane. They have control, and no one's coming to stop them.
Yeah, no one on the side of the Scarabs. I mean, props to April. Takes the 1v1, says, I'm going in here, gets good damage, and Sino ends up falling. Of course, you give the kill over to Cyclone, you'll lose a tier 2, and Baskin with the clutch rotation confirms the dive. Now the Solar Scarabs have to figure out, hey, Gold Fury looks pretty good right now. Are we going to show up to her? The Styx Ferryman is going to get it for free.
Beacon
More
seems
like
to be under
Gold
control for the Scarabs, so that means Zeros is in a good presence to try and get aggressive around a Fury, but won't be there in time.
Garrett's
Ferryman
got a beacon.
pick up the gold, and Charlie, they extend this lead 4-1 in kills just
Put up the
3
window
minutes after
and
the
then
last
walked
check-in.
around it.
Now 4,000 gold for the Ferryman.
And that's something that probably could have been stopped, right? But look at Deathwalker's relics. He never upgraded that teleport. Baskin invested the gold for his team, makes the clutch rotation, confirms the kill.
Always
that
upgrade your
rotation got a
TP
tier
nice
2.
and early.
They got the kill. and a Gold Fury, whereas Deathwalker, I think he invaded speed buff and pushed down the tier 1. So he was getting things done, yes, and the XP looks fine for him, but did not end up getting as much done for his team because that teleport wasn't an issue. In this case, though, do you think that was a choice he made willingly? I'd say, hey guys, we can't fight. I'm not going to upgrade teleport. Don't expect me to rotate. I'm just going to own this side of the map.
So far, he's doing a pretty good job of that, right? Everybody else has been falling behind. 2 levels still in the jungle, despite getting a kill there for April. And specifically getting that kill onto Sino, a very important one to maybe pick up and stop Sino.
3 level difference on
ADC.
ADC.
That jungle the same way
Wow.
he was before.
This does not look good for Scarabs, but to be fair, they threw away a game with a similar lead.
Ferryman to try and step forward to. We haven't
So
seen
it's
pressure
not
on
out of the
Zeros
question
yet,
that
right
they
now,
pull
Ecom,
back
no beads, no
from
Aegis.
this.
If you start a fight, is it
I'm
around
happy either
duo
way
despite
with
the fact
whoever
that
wins
there's
this,
not
because
a
either
lot of room to work with over there anymore?
underdog
I
or
mean, they have the ability
you know,
to, right? As long as Cyano's nearby,
Cyno,
he can catch
Paul,
out
or
Ecrum,
Cyclone.
force the dash, then Cyclone goes to the sky. But
they're cool.
Ecrum shouldn't even be in duo
I know,
as
they're
far
fun
as
to
I'm
watch.
concerned. There's no tier 1, there's no tier 2. You're really risking stepping up that far.
I
But
lean toward the
Pyromancer's
Ferryman
back
because I
up.
want to
That's
see
the
more
ultimate
shenanigans.
Forces out Lord of the Afterlife, but Deathwalker should be all right.
Now Cyclone Spin, though, on this side of the map, maybe is the showcase. Always say, watch the carries where they go. Silenced is the goal right now. Doesn't get pulled back.
And they're not going to be able to get this.
At
Not
least
on a
stunned for
Terra.
a moment there. Zeros with a charge up, couple of
'Cause
shots.
The thing with Terra too is when you're running away like that, if needed, you
Now
can
around the
put the pillar in
objective,
front
we
of
might
you
have
and
a
double
different
dash into it.
conversation. Deathwalker
To get
plucked back, and Baskin runs in to control him one last time. Slows are good, but they don't really have
Very
the damage follow
tanky
up
Osiris there, but
Have fallen
Deathwalker's
back
not going to have a lot
front line. Finally has
left.
Sino
He's
for some
low.
assistance,
And he's
they're
the only one
burning
being
that
targeted by
bar
4 of them.
slowly.
He's going to go down.
Deathwalker taken down by
Cyclone gets
Spin,
the hit.
And now the re-engage Sino.
Yeah, this is going to be
chasing
rough for any of them to get away. Has the internet gone down? Or is the stream being slow? Nope, this is a YouTube stream issue. Alright, epic. Is it an issue on the Twitch? Is it a Smite game stream issue? No. No, the YouTube stream is just...
They watch the carries.
Is the YouTube stream just dead? Hold up.
Last time, slows
Nope,
are
we're
good,
back,
but they
we're
don't
back,
really
we're
have
back.
the damage follow up their carries.
Nope, we're not.
Have fallen back. The front
there we
line
go.
finally has Sino for
Missed a
some
little bit.
assistance, and they're burning that health bar
Oh, no, we
slowly.
didn't.
Deathwalker
No, wait,
taken
this is from
down
before
by
we
Cyclone
rewound.
Spin.
This is from
and now
before
the
it froze.
re-engaged Sino
Yeah, okay.
chasing down.
Because, yes,
Best they
silence
can.
should...
Get
Okay, yeah, the
away
YouTube
from
stream
the
just
Ferryman, right?
died.
Except Deathwalker. He's going to stand here and try and defend. Not losing a tier 2 for free. Definitely a good look.
Anyone say
But now
anything in
Primal
chat?
Fury is spawning in. There is a lot of real estate for the Styx Ferryman to grab.
Yeah.
6-1. Not been much
Google
action here
Twitch.
for the
No, thank
Scarabs.
you.
They haven't had many opportunities to fight back. And the Styx Ferryman, they're going to keep up this pace. Look at this. Cyclone just flying in, trying to force out that ultimate.
Gets it, no problem. The relics are going to be there for Ecrom. I mean, we already talked about he doesn't really have anyone that's safe on that side of the map to farm. Maybe those minions are going to help out with the tier 1 and give them a little bit of an assist, and it is a
And
little bit of
minions
gold
help
for the
quite a bit
Scarabs.
with tier 1s,
And a
to be
small
fair.
opening on the map. Trelly, otherwise the lanes mirrored for the most part. Not a lot of damage on Zeros' tower, maybe expected from a Thoth, but keeping things in parity for the way things have shaken out those Zeros. And Silence have to be careful, zoned out by a roar. Tier 1 in mid goes down. Meanwhile, Cyclone take down the Primal Fury, and they just extend this lead. They use this Fire Giant to the maximum of its capabilities.
Deathwalker was pushing right, goes back to base, wants to help defend this tier 2 tower. As the Styx Ferryman, still with a bit of a puzzling siege here. You got Cyclone Spin over on left. He's got no fear at all. He knows exactly where the majority of the Scarabs are. April trying to go for
Also,
a
I'm willing to take
wraparound,
a
but
food
doesn't
break
really
between
find a
sets,
way
chat,
into this
so
engagement.
that is
If
known.
anything, Deathwalker's getting aggressive.
Might be in trouble. Paul has him right there, but can't quite get the damage necessary. Now
Deathwalker is going to get away under the Phoenix, but with both tanks low, they're going to have to go get their health back if they want to defend this, which is going to be a huge opening for the Ferryman.
Paul not playing a ranged carry this time. Will have to get in there to deal a little bit more. But Trelly, they're looking for it.
Yeah, that
It's
Phoenix
conceded.
goes down.
Ferryman's
There's
get
nothing...
the first Phoenix of the game.
Because there's nothing Scarabs can
no
do.
response. A little bit of damage onto Baskin, but he
Both
falls
of their
back,
tanks are
and
dead
with a
if they
good
engage
shoot
in
to
that
the
scenario.
right, dodges out Zeros and is going to escape this fight.
Yeah, and the Styx Ferryman, they get in, they get out. Like I said, early Phoenix. I thought the target would have been just tier 2s. but you don't want to overextend. Your lead is not so massive that you can do no wrong, but look at this wraparound play. Allure loves this. He wants to find Zeros.
Has the knock up. Again, both relics and the dash there for Zeros, but the chase is on. Cyclone spin, landed down.
But Aprila's down, Silence is down. Deathwalker's not going to be able to do anything because he's all the way over
him out of there,
here.
but it can't save
Oh,
Zeros.
God.
It can't save Silence.
He's over there
it
at the
might
other
not
speed.
Save Echrome. He's just
Echrome
outside
can't
the
be there.
Phoenix line.
April
Should
gets
be
away,
fine,
but
for a team
barely.
with Fire Giant, it opens up a lot more of the map. They're going
That
to
was
go for the
just
tier 2 and keep on pushing.
You cannot group up in a small corridor against Paul. He has so much damage with these skewers, and now mid Phoenix is the target. Deathwalker on the opposite
Yeah,
side
they just
of
got
the map.
another
This
Phoenix.
is a 5v2.
This
they might go
could
in
be
here.
game.
Marching
They do.
already. He's
This
shown
could
himself
be
back.
game.
Is there. You've got the 3v5. Deathwalker leaps forward.
Real's
Has
looking for
to make
something.
It the, or the tournament could be over here. Falls back to the
Deathwalker has to go back to Fountain to get healed, but it's
Maybe a little
fine
bit
if
of a
he
vibe
sticks
check
it
here, Trell. They
out.
have to fall back. They leash the Titan.
A little bit of greed
now
there.
you got to get away with this murder. Deathwalker with a teleport goes around looking for the slow. Has Sino locked up where he needs it. Gets
Deathwalker
the kill.
finds Sino.
Necessary to turn this
Is
one
this the
around.
start of the comeback?
Ferryman
Is this the
scattering
start of
to
the
winds
comeback?
as Cyclone locked down. Knock up good.
Oh,
but you can't
Deathwalker
save the
finds another
backliner.
one?
Deathwalker with the play to turn this one on its
There's
head.
just no way at this point that Baskin gets out. Yeah, no bird.
Echrome picks up
No
the kill
birds.
as well. The Styx Ferryman.
No
have bit off
relics.
more
Shout out
than
to
they
No
can
relics
chew.
from
Paul
last
and
year.
Aurora,
That was
the only
great.
ones left alive.
I want to
And now
find
it's
that
going to be
clip.
a
I wonder if
Pyromancer
it's
attempt
on.
here for Echrome. This
I
is
wonder
going
if
to
anyone
work out.
clipped it
Grab
on their
yourself a
Twitch.
Runic Bomb. And what do the Solar Scarabs do now? Just checking. See if they can find any lazy backs. Doesn't seem to be the play. It's not the end of the world, Gort. The Ferrymen were able to grab 2 birds, right? That was more of a damage check just to see if they could send Deathwalker back. He showed up immediately, hit a massive ultimate, goes back to base one more time, and then teleports in behind. He is doing just about all you can on an Osiris.
Zeros, maybe a little heat check damage. Paul or Aurora lose their life there. It's a massive stagger. Changes maybe the field we're looking at. But now, Trelly, you've got Fire Giant coming back just under a minute. You've got respawns coming through for all of the Ferrymen. Zeros, I should say, if Aurora had any backup, this might be a lot of pressure. He's waiting for Paul, who's looping around. Looking for the mid laner, goes in, instead finds Echrome, forces out the Aegis. No beats just yet for the carry, no ult to work
Echrome's
with.
got like
Echrome
nothing in the tank. Oh, they have
You've
oh
got
god, they have no damage. They have no damage.
exactly where you need the Zeros. Echrome backline
Paul just goes
already
okay.
off the board.
Now they end. And April is just being chased away by Sino. It's the jungle fight. Bat out of Hell comes out, but it's not going to be enough.
Marching straight down mid.
I mean, you've got the
keeping at least
tanks
one
in base.
Sino, making sure there won't be enough to defend. The Titan is in danger, and so is Silence. You got the frontliners doing the best they can, but the damage check, it's still there. Trelly, Paul, low.
If Ferryman managed to lose this, I will be shocked.
April already gone now. You've got to make another
Oh
miracle
no,
happen.
Deathwalker!
Doing what he can. No one can take him
Oh
down.
my
He's
God.
got 4. He's got 5 surrounding him. Finally,
He
they go
almost
through.
got
They kill the Osiris.
all
they
of
march
them.
into this Titan room, and the Ferrymen are going to do what they've been doing all year. They're going to keep
Silence still get one, though.
winning and take the set 2-0.
Look at those low health.
Wow.
Low margins, but the Ferrymen do not care.
The
They have
Ferrymen
the damage, they
make
have the Titan,
it
and they
a
have the
2-0.
calculated play to take this
Scarab
one
started that set
2-0.
so strong. That was a really disappointing game
Jelly.
1 out of them. The game 2, it looked
might
like they were
check
going to bring it
the
back
Titan.
there for a
Yep.
moment.
It
but
doesn't
no.
go well.
I thought that was going to be
Deathwalker was
catastrophe.
just...
Right.
They do it a second time, and everything just
That
lines
was
up.
all there
Deathwalker
was.
almost makes that
It
miracle
wasn't
play.
enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. He was over on left lane once again. When the Titan Siege is coming, he's in no man's land. He quickly gets back in time, but just did not have the damage, right? You saw Silence hit so much CC. The damage was there. They just couldn't finish kills. And when you're trying to keep the Titan alive, you got to kill those damage dealers.
This is a team that everyone in the Pro League has been struggling to take down. The Scarabs gave them a run for their money. Game 1, closer, advantage even over the Scarabs for a majority of it. This time around, though, every step of the way, double kill early, 2 kills picked up for Paul. Creates a very troublesome dynamic for him. And then we finally get to see why that Maman has been so highly prioritized.
Yep, and that's the thing. Sino, all he had to do the whole fight was keep April busy. He's like, hey, I'm not going to try and kill you. Eventually I will. He'll get the solo kill, but you just can't back. If you're not doing damage to our damage dealers, the Titan will drop. The Styx Ferryman calculated, and that's what has made them the top
let me
seed team in
check
this
my
tournament.
Discord
They do
and
not
see
make
really
many
quickly
mistakes.
here.
And this is a team, and we've seen this countless times and discussed with other players, all the other casters, like anybody who talks about them. What do? They play their roles and they play them damn well. Is it going to be insanely flashy? Sometimes yeah, sometimes no. This time, I'd say the flashy was there. And of course, the guy who was doing a lot of the flashy plays, we've got Paul, I believe, on stage who's ready for an interview.
Hello and welcome everyone. I got Paul here with me. So at the start of that game, Deathwalker said that he hopes you enjoy the 2-0. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I mean, it was fun set, but I don't think it was as easy as like a 2-0. Like we were actually kind of getting owned game one, so it was
That is
definitely
true.
not an
Also,
easy
I
2-0.
cannot find a clip
Yeah, I
of the
want to
no
talk about
relics
game
thing.
one there
That's
because it looked like
saddening.
it was relatively even, and then you guys were able to claim the Fire Giant, but
That's
then right
utterly
afterwards, of course,
tragic.
we saw you guys go
But yeah,
down 3 players. How were you able
Someone
to
died while
regain
their
your
relics were on
composure and go
cooldown,
for the
and
win?
I don't remember who it was. One of the
So at that
casters just
Fire
goes, no
Giant,
relics.
3 of us died, but we actually got it. So when
I was
Fire
watching
Giant's
with
down,
friends,
we're
and we
actually
just all
delaying the game
started
a lot.
laughing.
And so we're just like, okay, let's just farm up. We're gonna win this late game, and that was kind of what we did.
And obviously, game 2 was starting to go a little bit better for you guys. You guys were controlling until the final moment there. It looked like there was a moment where it could have been reversed. What was comms going like? And once again, how were you guys able to claim the win?
I think the call was go for the Titan. And I'm just like, I'm scratching my head a little bit. I'm like, I don't know if we can go for this, but we kind of threw a little bit, but I think we were like always
I
in
still
control.
can't believe
though.
we're getting Lore Lady.
Yeah, definitely, and obviously going 2-0 in the first quarterfinals is a great way
Like,
to start
it's-
the game.
it's-
Tomorrow,
I like
you
how
guys
just
have
all of our
semifinals.
memes
How's
are
everyone
coming
feeling
true
about
right
that,
now.
and what are you going to do
But
to prepare?
Lore Lady is going to be playable.
We're feeling good. We're just all
We've
just gonna keep
got Smite
just trying to
2.
get better and more focused and just be the best we
That's
can.
absolutely insane.
And you guys did a great job. Congratulations again, Paul. I'll let you go back to your team, and we're going to be heading back to the desk.
It's a 2-0.
Okay,
but
well, I don't
not
want to
as
just walk
easy
away from the
as a
stream,
2-0
but
seems,
I'm
according
hungry,
to
so
Paul.
I will be back
We welcome
in
you back to
a
the
little
post-game
bit.
desk
We're going
as
to
Dolson,
bring
Miff
the
will
overlay
leave down,
back
and
up,
Hazer will break down what we just saw
and
and
yeah,
set
I
the
will be
stage
back
for the rest of the day.
soonish.
Fellas, our first team falls out of
after I
Worlds. Our first team
consume a
moves
food.
on. Miff, I think there's something about just getting through that first game for the
Give
Styx
me 1
Ferrymen. They
second
were
to just put a
favored.
thing on
I
screen
think it's the
showing that
outcome
I
we
am
expected.
eating.
Weird things can happen in best of threes, but they got it done and got their first win.
And they find their equilibrium going into game 2, considering the pace of game 1, getting essentially blown
there we
out
go.
throughout
Perfect.
the early, and then having to
I
fight
will
your
be
way
back
back in.
soon.
They can kind of wear on your mental a bit. Are we going to lose out on the early again? Do we have to play into this deficit? But the Ferrymen keep their heads on straight, and it was a concise victory.
And the interesting part to me is they showed now that they can play 2 different styles. They have that game 1 objective style, go to the objectives, burn them down, Mirrodin 50-50s. Game 2 style is completely different. We want to dive into the backline. We want to take as many fights as possible, running them down. Yes, they played the Chernobog in both games, but the Chernobog was utilized in different ways. So I think it was interesting to see the Ferrymen, our #1 seed, has multiple different metas that they can play already.
We'll see more of those metas unfold as the weekend goes on. We're going to look back at what happened here in game number 2 through our Steel Series Moments of Glory. And Hazer, maybe you can walk me through some moments that jump out at you. This one seems a bit cleaner from the Styx Ferrymen right off the bat. Paul on this set making his mark.
Yeah, absolutely. I talked about how they didn't really have great early pressure, but Paul and Sino wanted to prove me wrong. They pick up 2 early kills in mid and get this set off to a roaring start. And then from there, they just controlled the map. They actually transferred that over to the duo side of the map and gained a huge lead over there. And they just controlled the game. They played super clean. They didn't make hardly any mistakes. There was that one, maybe a little bit of a dodgy Titan push, but just really, really clean Smite from the Ferrymen.
I suppose when you build yourself a 10,000 gold lead, you can fumble a little bit in the Titan room and then just regain and come back just a moment later. Miff, was this the Styx Ferrymen you were expecting to see today, specifically here in game 2?
They exceeded my expectations, because I'll be completely honest. Maman Brigitte is so important in the meta right now, and I was not certain that Sino had one. So him even putting that on display puts you in check for P's and B's for all of their sets going forward. You now have to respect that pick.
I feel like he's kind of done me in there, though. I said it's not a Sino pick, it's not a hyper carry pick, and then he builds breastplate second item. He finishes it before his Doom Orb. He makes things work the way he wants them to work, whether the kits are intended for that or not.
Heard you, made the pick, made it work. Inbound, is the rest of the tournament on watch now? Look, Styx Ferrymen, they're the #1 seed. I think we're all on watch anyway. But has the gauntlet been thrown down a bit in our second match of the day, our second game of the day in our first matchup.
I mean, I think Mifflin hits it on the mark. You expected a good team coming out, but we were shown even more than expected. The Maman, which they both touched on, we didn't know if they were able to play it, so that's something that's interesting to see.
The bracket begins to unfold now as our first team has moved on to the semifinals. The Styx Ferrymen await the winner of the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens. Leviathan's Mambo later today. And we will end things on our first day of the Smite World Championship with the Oni Warriors and the Camelot Kings. Let's set the stage for a potential semifinal. Dragons, Ravens, Myth. What's a better matchup for the Styx Ferrymen in your mind?
Man, it's interesting. The Ravens, of course, having a tumultuous path to this event maybe leaves a bad taste in your mouth a bit. Do they have it? Are they able to compete still at this highest level? I'd argue yes. The Ravens have really impressed me throughout the year, but something about Vaporish Coast Dragons is just a little different.
Hazer, the emotions of the arena, I think, are going to be on watch here in our second quarterfinal. Set some early expectations for me, if you will, for Dragons and Ravens.
I think this is a match for me that will be won and lost in the mid lane. We've got Venenu versus Dardes. Dardes has a eclectic god pull.
Say what you want to say. Say what you want to say.
Well, sometimes he doesn't play things that are good. Sometimes he plays things that are bad instead. But with the Maman mid that he's shown, hopefully he comes out and he shows he has a Toth, a Baba Yaga, a Raijin. I want to see the best meta picks coming out from him, and I want to see him playing strong on them. Maybe with a sprinkling of spice in there. Maybe a Morrigan, maybe a Hera.
Though the story ends here for the Solar Scarabs, I want to give all the love to them. What a year they've had. Again, an SEC team making it to the world stage. No small accomplishment. But it's the Styx Ferrymen moving on to our semifinals, and that is quarterfinal number 1. We've got 3 more quarterfinals left for you here today in our first day of the Smite World Championships here in Season 10. Don't go anywhere. Quarterfinal number 2 coming up next.
Stars like ladders in the sky keep burning, burning. It's crazy how the storms keep raging. And I'm here.
Woke up this morning, feeling reborn, and it's like a new dawn. The misery's off, the energy's on, and I'm feeling strong. Yeah, something's evolving. If I'm being honest, nothing can stop me. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly. I can't explain it. Feeling like something inside me. Like nothing can stop me. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling infinite. I feel invincible. I surpass my potential. Ain't no resisting it. Only surrender and turn my trials into temples. Out from disparity into the clarity. Elevating at a mock speed. I see no winning, becoming unlimited. Growth luck trying to stop me. Cause I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly. I'm feeling godly.
Yo, my crew the best. Yo crew way less. My crew the best. Yo, cool, way less. My crew, the best.
What's good? That was quick. Welcome back, friends. We're here at SWC. I'm right in the middle of it, and I'm chilling with my man, Rathan, actually. We want to talk about two people that's been away for a minute. Welcome back, brother.
Thanks, man. Good.
How you been?
I'm good. Life is good.
What you been up to since, since we've seen you?
Actually, since last year at Worlds when I got stomped by Leon on stage, I've just been working. That's it.
I mean, that would make me kind of leave as well, Leon. I think this is the third time I've roasted him on camera today, so like maybe I'll pump the brakes on that. But real talk, good to see you. I've talked a lot about what it's like kind of returning here and seeing the Smite family, pretty much. Give me your feels and your thoughts on what it's like coming back and just. I mean, I've seen you get mobbed by people out here.
Yeah, I know, it's great. I mean, this is like one of my favorite events of the year. It's digitally, especially this last year, kind of being at a distance because of work and everything, and like you see everybody all over Twitter and Twitch, and then just getting out and being able to say hi and get flagged down by people and hear all the stories and good stuff. It's good.
I mean, for me, it's a lot like everybody has that one friend that you could like chat to, and then y'all get busy, and then 3 years later you pick up like nothing happened. That's the entirety of this audience for me, to be honest with you. Like, that's kind of how I've been feeling.
Yeah, no, same with me. It's kind of funny, like, hear, like, stories or, like, moments on stream or at past SWCs. You're like, oh, my God, I forgot about that. Yeah, I did do that. Oh, shit. Right?
I know that part.
I was trying to actually repress that and not think about it. But thanks. But, no, it's been great. It's been awesome.
It's definitely been a lot of fun. And you know what my favorite thing is that I never get tired of is somebody comes up and they're like, hey, man, cool. And you're like, nice to meet you. And they're like, yeah, my name's Josh. I go by, but this happened before with my buddy Cactus Chime. And I'm like, oh, you're in my chat every day. You're hanging out. Oh, cool. We already know each other. Yeah. And I think that's like 75% of all of these interactions.
Yeah, 100%. I remember last year I had somebody come up and they were like, "Hey, can I just get a picture with you?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." What's your Twitch name? And it was somebody who'd watched me for like 5 years. I'm like, "What are you talking about? We're family. Like, get over here." But yeah, no, it's great. I love all of it. Come say hi if you see me. I'll be here all weekend.
So you have been one of the bigger supporters of a lot of the players, especially living down here in Atlanta. You've definitely lent your house and your home and your kitchen to a lot of the guys. Are you rooting for anybody in specific?
I want to see my boy Lasper play super well. He lived in my house when he was playing Raijin mid and nobody wanted him on their team. So it's good to see him shining in the jungle and kicking some butt. So hopefully I see him today too. So.
It's been a lot of fun taking a look at what he's been able to do, and hopefully they'll be able to kind of stand up and do their thing. So what do you have, any words of wisdom from Coach Rathan?
Coach Rathan? You want to kill the enemy Titan before they kill yours. That's the big one. I thought a lot about it, and that's really the key.
I hate this guy.
I'm not good at this game. I'm bad.
I feel you. Gold for life, baby. Rathan, so much fun. Thank you. We got everybody kind of. You want to give a shout out?
Yeah, shout out Odin, Dalton, my boys. We play all the time. Let's get it. Odin, Dalton. Hope you're watching, boys. Let's get it.
Hell yeah, it's a lot of fun here at SWC. I'm going to bounce around. Time for game one.
Gods and goddesses, welcome to the stage, the Highland Ravens. And make some noise for their opponents, the Jade Dragons.
Finally a moment for our painted up Jade Dragons fans out in the crowd. They've been hanging out, getting rowdy all day, and now their team takes the stage. Welcome back to the analyst for our second quarterfinal of the day. Still Dolson. Frog joins me now. Inbound and Hazer still here with me. You guys will be with me for a little while. Hazer, you and I are going to be on opposite sides of this desk all weekend long. Now we start to get into the SPL versus SPL matchups. We'll bounce back and forth a little bit throughout the rest of this weekend. The one quarterfinal already in the books here, team. It's a 2-0 for the Styx Ferryman. Frog, I'm going to jump right to you. Our next matchup, Jade Dragons, prior to Leviathan's Mambo, prior to Oni Warriors, Camelot Kings. Jade Dragons, Ravens. Does this one have the potential to go 3?
Oh, absolutely. I think this might be the most anticipated matchup for the entirety of the day. The one most likely to go 3. Of course, 2 SPL versus SPL teams in our one might consider the 4th seed Jade Dragons versus the 5th seed Highland Ravens, right? So these teams are extremely close together to the point that a lot of people expected the Ravens to qualify through in the initial qualifying phase, and so they had to go through that secondary tournament. But I think this could be a pretty close one.
I think it could be. I hope it is. We had all 2-0s last year, hoping for some 3-gamers today on quarterfinal Friday. Remember, the winner of this one moves on to face the Styx Ferryman in the semifinals, the number 1 seed. That's looking great after their set earlier on today. I think there's a lot to break down here, Hazer, between the Ravens and the Jade Dragons. I'm starting with the Dragons. I'm looking at Mike because one thing that really comes to mind, remember the heartbreaking semifinal loss last year for the Dragons and Mike. After that game, the camera cuts to him. He's doing a lot of, it was on me, guys, I'm sorry. He's a competitor through and through, and Hazer, I imagine that moment is adding some fuel to Mike. Clearly it did, to come out hot here this weekend.
Yeah, I feel like that moment might have even fueled the roster change this team decided to make. They saw that things weren't going their way and they decided to make a switch. PBM, a player who cares immensely about this game. He's been competing for a long time and he is, I don't know, one of the most passionate players I've ever met in the scene. He clearly cares so much about winning and about coming out here and he will do whatever it takes to win. This year it happened to be a roster change they decided to make. They brought in Coast for Vote, and I think that's been paying off for them. They've finally kind of found their way as a team and gone up to the 4th seed.
On the flip side, though, we'll get to the Ravens a little bit as well. Team that got selected, or I guess given to the Jade Dragons by the end of the selection show. Zapman, Hurrywind, Ven, Scream, Haddix. This is no pushover roster inbound. What do the Ravens have that they're bringing to the table against the Dragons?
I mean, I think the biggest problem with this team is their consistency. I think they've shown supreme highs. They were dominating in phase 1. This phase 2 hasn't gone as well for them, but they have that sky-high potential where that is going to make this such a competitive game. They have these world champions that have competed at the highest stage. They've won it all. And I think that's going to play a little bit into this. A little bit of their problem, I think, is will they be able to match that Jade Dragons early game? If they're able to do that, going to the late game, I have all the faith in the world in this Ravens comp.
So Frog, I think some of that then brings up Scream, the jungler for the Highland Ravens, matching the pace of what Lasbra does on the other side. What are your expectations for the Highland Ravens jungler here in our set?
I think Scream in particular, one of those players in the league that has almost like a not necessarily meta influence Godpool. He will really bring out anything that we expected, that we never expect him to bring out. We've seen him on the Third or on the Gilgamesh, right? In the past lives, he's played anything under the sun. And so I think especially against Lasbra, who is maybe more of a traditional jungler, we find him more likely to see him on those assassins. That being said, Sino falls into that category. We just saw him on Thor and on Maman, the 2 top, we saw those a lot recently. Yep. So it could be that they've tried to corral Scream a little bit. They give him here's the gods you can pick, bring us to the meta. Or, if they let Scream play his game, I think that the Jade Dragons might be caught off guard.
And there are a lot of conversations on the duo side of the map for the Highland Ravens. The Zapman passive, it tends to kick in right around now during the year, during the Smite competitive year. Worlds has arrived, and so has Zapman, alongside Hurrywind over in the duo lane. Highland Ravens bringing a lot that the Jade Dragons are going to have to watch out for in our second quarterfinal. Inbound, but the Jade Dragons are bringing a lot here themselves as well. It's not the same Jade Dragons that we saw on this very same stage last year, but it's a team that, after an ADC change, has sort of started to find that identity and really thinks that they can make a run at things here this weekend.
Yeah, and I think the ADC change is the place that I would start looking at. That is the driving force, I think, to a lot of these Jade Dragons comps. They want to play through duo. They want to get a lead through coast. They want to have Mike ahead. And that leads them to playing gods like Afro, gods that dominate this duo lane. On her in duo, another god. And it'll be, on the opposite side, Zapman's not doing that. Zapman's playing to just kind of live the early game. He'll die as many times as he needs to if he means it's going 30, 35 minutes. And it'll be interesting, the playoff of how much will they play to mitigate that duo lane of the Dragons? How much will the Zapman, Hurrywind duo really try to just live to that late game, and are they going to be able to live for it?
Lots of storylines at play here in our second quarterfinal of the day. Let's hear from the ADCs themselves. It's Kelly standing by with Zapman and Coast.
Thank you so much, Dolson. Everyone, please get some noise for Zapman and Vaporge Coast here.
So I had the stream up, the Smite stream up while I was
you
away.
are
And,
a 3-time champ. This is your 7th
I think what they're
time
doing,
at the World Championships. What is it
I'm going to run an ad
about
break
you
on Twitch really quickly.
that
We're going to do
makes
3
it so
minutes,
we keep
so
seeing you
hopefully we
back
don't miss
here
any of
time
draft.
and time again?
I think it's just the feeding that I do. No
what
one
I
really
think they're
feeds like I
doing,
do.
though,
So I made a career out of it, and I
think that they are literally just now, because
I've been playing for 11 years, so I know how to win Smite games, and
we're now starting over an hour late.
Well,
on
that
the
leads me
second
to my
set,
next
even though
question
the first
then,
set was a
because while I
2-0.
was watching the group stages, I kept hearing something about a Zap passive.
So-
what exactly is the Zap passive?
very rarely
What I think
do
they're
I go,
doing
like,
is just
0-10
speeding up
games
all of
and-
their
and
breaks
things
now.
like that, and I end up winning. So I started a meme
Now
out
that
of it,
we're
just
this
saying,
far
like,
behind,
make an
and
excuse
we're
for
probably
myself,
not
you know, like,
going to get
it's a Zap
unblocked. Like,
passive.
this
I really
stream is
just bet.
probably going till like 9 o'clock.
Well, we'll see if you're going to feed again today. Coast, you are the newest member to the J Dragons, and arguably the reason that we are seeing them here today on stage. What is it that you provided for the team?
I'm just always looking to run it down. I think Dragons, like, the Rob was a really passive player, and I'm always looking to get in there. So I think now we always constantly have a lane to play through. So yeah, I think I've just helped out early game, and I think I'm a really good caller late game. Going to get everyone on the same page, get everyone hyped. So looking forward to it.
I just want to see
Well,
how much
what you do
XP
for
I
the
got. I
early
did level
game,
up on
Zap,
that game too. Nice.
we've seen the early game not necessarily be the Highland Ravens bonus, but every single time you guys
viewer star
are still
updated?
able
No.
to stay strong and
Good.
come back. What is the main factor to that success from coming from behind?
There's just not to panic. You know, deaths happen, but as
I
long as you
forgot to
stay
vote
the course,
in-game
do your
for-
buffs,
for
farm,
these,
you don't fall too behind, and you can still win in the late game team fights. So I would say just being level-headed.
And obviously,
I can only vote
mentals
for
are
one
such
of the
an important
matches
part
because
of the game.
everything
Now,
is late.
gentlemen,
Nice.
there's 2 great teams here, but only one of you can make it to the semifinals tomorrow. Coast, is there anything you'd like to say to Zapman before we get into game 1?
Obviously, good luck, Steve. I have a lot of respect for you, but I hope you get real comfy in that tower because I'm going to be pushing you in there all the time. So get comfy, man. Get comfy.
Zapman, anything to say in return?
I would say he reminds me a lot of myself when I was younger, you know, so I wish him the best of luck, and we'll see what happens.
Ah, good,
All right,
good,
guys,
good,
go to
good,
your seats
good.
and let's
Camera
head back
crew
to the
Getting in
desk.
the way of themselves. Nice. Nice.
Those are some big words from Coasts, because the 3 lightning bolts on Zap's collar glisten a little bit different on the world stage, and to look at those and still have that confidence, Hazer is maybe exactly what Coast is talking about with his aggressive play style.
Yeah, I've actually heard from the Dragons that him in comms, he's so positive, he's so aggressive, and he wants to play and he wants to own, and he thinks he's better than people, and he'll say it. And that's like a bit of bravado that I feel like you need in competitive. It really helps you to play your game, to play aggressive, not to you know, fall into timidness on the world stage. I don't
You
think
know,
there's
provided
any
you're
danger
not
of that with Coast.
blaming your
A
teammates
lot of world
7 years
champions
later
on
for
the stage
missing
in
an
this
Odin
matchup, a
jump.
handful of them on the Highland Ravens. All right, these 2 are conflicted. I met them earlier on today, actually, and they were really looking forward to this matchup. Unfortunately, the way the quarterfinals fell, opposite teams. So much conversation around the duo lane, as it should be. Mid lane as well, especially as we start to set the stage for meta and picks and bans. Frog, when you look at Dardas, when you look at Ven, is there crossover? Is there carryover? Do you imagine a mid lane dynamic starting to form between these 2 teams in picks and bans?
Yeah, I mean, I think the mid lane's been an interesting one recently. You have these more aggressive picks come through. We just saw Paul play a couple of them, the Vulcan, the set, of course.
Yep.
I am not anticipating either of that from these mid laners.
Sure.
I think more meta-focused and more prone to play around those side lanes. You just heard it from Coast, right? Yep. They want to push down that dual lane. That being said, you get a lot of strong mid laners there. You get your Babas, you get your Thos, you get some of those slower mid laners that are ready to farm up. You get the Hera from Dardas playing his own meta a little bit. So there's a lot to look forward to. I think if you are going to see those mages focus in picks and bans, probably more likely to be on the side of Venenu. They definitely like to play through him as they get towards that mid 3v3.
Inbound, a matchup that we've seen plenty throughout this year and in the history of competitive Smite. Nika versus Haddix over in solo. What does that dynamic look like in your mind?
I mean, this is just 2 really strong solo laners. They play through whatever their team needs them to play, whether they need them to play those warriors, those guardians. And I expect pretty much the same as last game, or last set. I expect Osiris's, I expect Bellonas, some Wukongs, maybe an Achilles here or there, Kukulkan. Really basic warriors, because that just kind of seems what the meta has devolved into. But they both play them to the top of their game. They're both very strong. I would say Haddix maybe lanes slightly stronger, but I think Nika's slightly better in the late game. But they're both just very close to each other in terms of skill.
You feeling the same, Hazer? Any additional thoughts on Nika v Haddix and solo?
Yeah, I think we saw Haddix absolutely dominate the tournament coming into this
Yes.
one, right? He was by far the best solo laner, maybe Deathwalker up there with him, but Haddix was just able to run games on his own for this team, and I'm not sure that he'll be able to do against Nika. Nika, I think, a step above a lot of the guys who he's crushed. I'm kind of expecting these 2 to cancel each other out across the set. Both play really well, really solid, but neither able to gain a real upper hand over the other.
Well, fellas, let's get into it. Picks and bans for game 1 between
Here
the
we
Jade
go.
Dragons and the Highland Raven. Kicking off right now. And a lot of priority we've seen towards early jungle bans. Granted, we're only 1 quarterfinal into today, and that may change. Frog, what are you looking for here in the first 6 bans? Standard run-of-the-mill meta-type bans, or any particular players getting singled out?
I think there'll probably be a little bit of focus. Inbound already mentioned the Aphrodite potential from the Jade Dragons. That's a pick they like to go back to. Of course, the On Her. Granted, we saw, you know, a little bit less focus on that On Her towards the last qualifying tournament, but given that it's something Coast likes to go back to so consistently, no surprise to see it banned out there. I think from the Dragons, though, you're focusing out Scream is absolutely the right player to target. That Thor taken off the board, perhaps the Maman Brigitte as well, potential ban. Other than that, though, there's some small targets. I do expect it to be pretty standard from these teams.
I want to touch on this On Her again quick, because this is the god that Coast kind of made his name on, and they banned it away first. So that means they're trying to set the dual lane stage a little bit. Is Coast going to be able to dominate dual lane without that On Her? Will he go for that Hachi and just look to play more aggressive? I'm curious to see what his next god is.
Yeah, an interesting one there as well. We've seen a first pick side ban Athena here. Did the Ravens not want it? Were they not interested in a trade? They get the Baba Yaga, so a few mages denied in this one. Over to Dardes to see what he can get, but Baba Yaga for Ven, certainly a really, really powerful pick.
Baba Yaga opens up now new opportunities for the Jade Dragons. Osiris Hachiman, you're getting the idea, Frog, that these are going to be a couple mainstay picks this weekend.
That's an exciting top two for me for the Dragons. I think Hachi getting up top early, making sure that Coast, despite getting banned out early, does take the Hachiman and make sure that you're comfortable over there in the dual lane. And then Nika, I mean, this Dragons team, we have not gotten to see them since this meta change, since Mages left the solo lane. And Nika, of course, one of the star warrior players that we've seen over the last couple of years. So
just
getting a top pick for him, somebody he can be aggressive on over in the solo lane, really speaks to the Dragons what they're looking to do.
There's just characters that haven't been good for a while. So it's just, whenever you see characters that have been good for a while getting banned, it's just funny.
This leaves open both the Ganesh, the Sobek. We've not really seen Mike go towards
even better when they're characters like Raijin that were just bad for years.
Can just lock in this Sobek
and it's just suddenly, yep, prio ban.
Willix is another
I tried to point that out in a cast once. I'm just like,
Scream is a player that's made his
about
name
Raijin for a second. By this point, he had been meta for like 2 weeks.
I think that
right?
does
The
point
patch had
towards
been
a
out
Sobek, as you said. I wouldn't be surprised to see that locked in there. As we
and I
see
pointed
the
out, and I'm like,
Bobby, you're on point here.
That'll be
Sobek,
an interesting ban to anyone that's played Smite the last few years. He's like, nothing interesting here. Raijin's good right now. I'm like, yes, but Raijin hasn't been good in like, I don't know how long. I just know it's been used.
Signature Morrigan
like Raijin's just sucked forever, as far as
I mean,
can
if you
tell.
like something the other team's got, well, you can get it yourself, I suppose, if you pick up the Morgan.
And so when they buffed him, I was like, damn, I'm gonna point that out when I see it on cast, and I did.
So far, nothing sticks out to me as like this is a god I want to transform into. There's no Wukong for survivability. There's no big assassin ultimate available for him to want to use. That kind of shows me that the Dragons are going to look for maybe like a Hunbots in this next
Also, Morrigan is
bottom
interesting.
2 picks.
Usually played in the solo lane, probably gonna be in the mid lane
sticks
here.
out as a good Morrigan transform.
Frog, in your mind, though, it has the
could be
Willix
Morrigan
and now the
jungle.
Morgan. Does that start to play into the mind of the
So,
Ravens and the
if it's
Dragons here
Morrigan
moving into the second wave
jungle,
of bans?
then
be careful of what you
they're
pick. You don't want the
wasting
Morgan
bans.
changing
And
into
Morgan
it on the flip
jungle
side. You got
is
someone with a lot of knockups.
thing. I don't think
You're
it's very
maybe trying
good right
to
now, but I don't
avoid
think
more
Morgan in
facilitation
general
of
is that good right now.
Absolutely. You're
Specifically?
looking to
I don't think
influence
he's
that
bad.
second half of picks and bans around these picks. I
People
think
play
the
Morgan
Dragons,
jungle.
they've
I don't know
got
if it's
those
good enough for
bottom 2 picks and have to make
Proceed.
a couple careful decisions because, I mean, like Bobby mentioned,
know.
the Hun Bats, yes, a good Morgan transformation, also as a jump for the Awilish. So you're both looking to get good options for Dardes to be able to impact fights on, and you're looking to not be as susceptible.
But yeah, if this is Morgan jungle, and they pick another mage, that's going to be hilarious that they've just banned
with some of
Lance and
these
Dodgy.
bans coming through, I mean, taking the Nike off the board, the Ullr off the board, looking either for the
I like taking the
jungler.
Nike off when you
I
have
would like
Hachi
to
and
save the jungle
Osiris.
for the last pick here for me.
Hazer, what does the dynamic look like going into the final 4 picks now that the last bans have been locked in?
Yeah, I'm curious about this.
He'll do
Ullr
it
ban.
too, so
I'm not gonna
find
lie.
him and he'll help you out. Sorry, Hazer, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm curious about this Ullr ban, honestly. The Dragons, that's a god. I don't feel like we've seen that at all. Is this some insider info, maybe? The Dragons think the Zapman has a strong Ullr in the pocket, perhaps. They get rid of that. Now they need
Ullr's
their
been
support
decent ever
pick.
since his
I
buff.
think
I think
Terra's
people,
looking
I remember
pretty
people
great here.
overhyping him. I think he
Knockup
ended
immunity
up
for
still
the
being
Sobek
decent,
and
but
the
he never got
Willix.
anything rolled
really,
back.
really strong
So he's still
in
just
that
strong.
aspect, but it will be a jungle pickup. Nemesis, and they saved the support pickup for last. Mike may be looking for something a little bit spicy here, Bobby.
Interesting.
Yeah, and Aphrodite is still an available god for him if he does want to opt for that. My only question with this Dragon's comp is if they opt for that, one, they don't have great engage, very low CC, really just relying on Afro Kiss, and two, they just still don't have that Morgan transform that I'm personally looking for. Nem is a one-off by yourself or focusing out one character, it's not really what you want with the Morgan. You want to be able to get in there, transform into something safe. Maybe he's really just looking to turn into that Sobek after getting that engage, and then they're looking to just dive the Ravens comp. But diving to Baba is just not something I'd usually want to do.
Not a lot of room for error after game number 1. Feels like we were moving very quickly through picks and bans at the beginning of the day. It's usually these last 4 where things slow down a little bit. Frog, you getting the idea that the Nemesis is maybe thrown a bit of a question mark to the Ravens?
Yeah, I'm a little bit off-put by the pick myself. A lack of CC on the Dragons, as Bobby mentioned, but look on the Ravens side, that soul lane lock-in, we saw Haddix dominate on this pick, and on just with Warriors and soul lane, a ton of pressure. This Danza, though.
All right,
I mean,
Bologna Danza to round it off. Bologna's always a fun one.
What's the read?
Bologna's a great one to watch, but Bologna falls apart in late game, and that's something they're going to have
from everything, not just auto attacks when he's using that 3. So going to be more powerful in boxing matches, more powerful in team fights, but this character is so all in. Steve, he likes to drop an 0-7 every so often. Danzaburo, definitely a character capable of that.
And it's a very good matchup into this Hachiman. The Hachiman, when he gets you low, he wants to be able to ult onto you to take that fight. Danzaburo wants you to come fight him. He wants to be the one that's fighting on his 3. And then he also, if the fight is going bad, he can look to use his rocket to get out of there. I really do love this pick. This Danzaburo, not something we've seen really at all recently, but with that buff that Hazer's speaking about, I like it in a comp like this.
Remember, Coast told Zap to be ready to be on the back foot, be under his tower. Maybe Danza is an answer to what he heard on stage. Atlas, the final lock-in, Frog, for the Jade Dragons.
I'm down for Atlas.
Full 5. What is this composition telling you?
That's a pick the Polar Bear Mike has gone back to time and time again. I mean, it tells me that they are running forward. Nemesis wants to go in off this Osiris engage. Atlas wants, I mean, we've seen Mike build more damage items on this support pick than he builds tank items as games have gone late. And so I expect both of these tanks to be frontline picks for the Dragons. And then, I mean, Darda is just being there invisible, using the sentry wards, trying to catch somebody out in a bush or something like that. And I think the Dragons are looking to be right in the faces of the Ravens.
Remember, through picks and bans, it felt like there were a couple of picks early that threw us for a bit of a loop. We wondered what would be answered later in the draft. It was the Willix on one side, it was the Morgan on the other side. Hazer, in your mind, has the picture around this Morgan been made a bit more clear? There's some obvious options in your mind for the transformations.
I wouldn't say obvious. I think Dardez is one of the players who plays Morrigan a lot for her base character and maybe isn't so worried about the transformation here. I think Nem, as Bobby mentioned earlier, is still one of the stronger ones. Bologna could be okay as well. It's a decent one for him, but there's nothing that jumps out as like, I go deep into a team fight, I transform into a tank with a big ult, and I do Morrigan things, you know? That's the kind of classic Morrigan playstyle. I don't feel like that's there for Dardez, but I also don't really think he needs it. I think he can run this character in the base stance and still control games.
And Bobby, I want to go to you about the other pick, the Willix. A lot built around it now, both on its own team and the opposing team. How dynamic does this pick look, given the other 9 characters in the game?
I think this Willix pick will be the defining pick in this game. Ooh. I think a lot of what Scream is going to be able to do is off the back of his play, but I also think it's off the back of his entire team, how they play around him. The Dragons comp is obvious with what it wants to do. It wants to run it down, kill the backliners. It's still obvious what the Ravens comp is, but it's so much easier to do. Hit a knockup, get the pull beads, and I think if Scream can get off to a nice little early game run, maybe even just farm up faster than the Nem can, I think they're putting themselves into a really good spot to, snowball it a little bit.
Question is, Frog, is that dynamic in your mind very similar between Lasbra and Scream? Is the story maybe the same for both sides?
Yeah, I think that Lasbra is going to be a little bit more delayed in getting involved, but that's just nature Nemesis, nature the other side. Wheelish, definitely more likely to get involved early.
Lots on the line in this one. It's game 1 of a best of 3, and we'll go to your casters to kick it off.
Thank you so much. Over on the desk, game number 1 of our second semifinal about to kick off. It's J-Max Mifflin here to bring the action for the Highland Ravens and the Jade Dragons. For the Jade Dragons, we haven't seen them in such a long time, Mifflin. Do they have any fans out in the audience? 30 Jade Dragons fans even out here at this point?
No.
What?
No, apparently not.
It said I had 15 seconds left, and then it shut down as soon as I tried to click on it.
Highland Ravens? We just saw them last week. Are there any Highland Ravens fans out there?
Fucking app.
We're starting to hear them now. Everybody's out there rooting for Zapman. We'll see if he can bring some success to the Ravens as they go into game number 1. Again, it's J-Mac Mifflin and Doug, as always, here to bring the action
for our second quarterfinals matchup.
And I think it's important to even kind of start with the Dragons. They qualified in all the way back in November was the last time that we saw these guys. Haven't got to see what they can really
Bologna
do
is going to be really good into the
Nika's capable
Osiris,
going
having the
back to
disarm
style
and a fair
warrior
bit of
play,
sustain.
seeing a lot of those mages
She
now
definitely
kind
has the better
cycled out
wave
of that
clear
lane.
of the two.
Yeah, I think Nika's
especially
maybe one of the
once
biggest
they
fans
start
of that
getting
change.
their
Was
attack
not,
speeds
and
online.
was very vocal
Bologna
about
will
this, by the way.
have
Not
the
a
hammer to
fan of
clear
playing
wave
mages every
much
single time.
better.
So Osiris, Bologna, the
Her early
standards,
game's
the
really
Amaterasu,
strong. It'll also
things
help
like that, being
into
back
the
in Soul Lane.
NEM.
Certainly something the Jade Dragons
Whether
Soul
you're
Laner
building that auto
excited
attack
about.
or
I like this composition on both sides.
ability based, either way, it's still going to be all on AA cancels. So NEM's going to get shut down pretty hard.
Jungler Scream on this Awilish. A lot of weight on his shoulders. I've been a major proponent of this pick. Has really, really good early game pressure.
Mike and Dardes are
has the ability to establish
on the
pace
Dragon
and
side,
some
by
clear
the way.
targets on the other side. I think Dardes probably in some trouble throughout the
I'm
early.
going to pull my overlay
Let's
down
keep our eyes
as well.
on Dardes on this Morgan, because that's another thing that Des
But
brought
yeah,
up was no
so
really good kind of
the
immediate
Bologna
transformation
is going to be
targets.
really
Typically, you
interesting
look
to
at
see
your
early
jungler,
on.
Sometimes you maybe look at enemy mages for that kind of confirmation. But
The dual lane's
you kinda have to
interesting.
see
Neither of them are
exactly
particularly
what
strong
Dardes
early, but
decides
I'd
to go
give
to,
it
but I think they're
over
right to highlight saying that
to
Dardes
the
really
Ravens for
does
early game
just
here
love
as well.
base Morgan style play. Not very often that he's looking for those ideal transformations. Zapman is low, 100 HP. Banner is down.
First blood before a minute.
Tower this game.
He called it in the interview and he brings it here. First wave knocks him down. Old man Zapman taking a back seat. And it's just simple aggression there. Pull in from Mike and Coast. Connects the eye jutsu stun, and from there, that's all she wrote.
Yeah, I'm definitely
Worst
rooting
case
for
scenario,
Dragons on this one,
it's
but
both relics down for the Highland
I
Ravens
like the
dual lane.
Bologna pick.
It could just happen
I
again.
want to see that do
Everything
well.
down for the Jade Dragons,
I want
too.
the
This
Dragons
is
to
going
win
to
the set.
be a very dicey duo for both squads, but now Zapman's got to sit under that tower exactly where they Porsche, Coast, and PBM want to keep Zap this entire game. And another point that was brought up is just, this Danzaburo, we have not really seen him, even after the buffs, didn't feel like we've seen much. We'll always keep eyes on Scream. You never know what this guy's going to do. And with this Awilish pick, we saw Scream pick it up during playoffs. Didn't go the typical build path that any other jungler was going.
We don't want to talk about Scream's build. He comes out of the booth and says, I was cooking, right? Kin size, I believe it was Phalanx as well. Just very unorthodox build. That's Scream's MO, though. Always goes a little bit off the beaten path. So we'll keep our eyes on that itemization across the board. I'm expecting largely the standard here. This doesn't seem to me to be a draft from the Jade Dragons that should dictate Scream going something unorthodox.
Already with that first kill
I'm always
for
down
the
for a
Dragons.
bit of
Where do we
jank,
see
though, is the
the
thing.
continued pressure? For now, it has just been in the duel and keeps that man back, but only level 3s between them, so not too much has been gained for the Jade Dragons off of this first blood. It's really only been that first blood bounty separating these two squads.
And so far, Vapor's Coast playing well around his pressure. I wonder which of these supports decides to rotate out first. Mike generally likes to be involved in that mid lane really early on, loves facilitating
Same.
Dardes.
I like going over as soon as I can, but I also like making sure I roll before I do.
Scream blinks over, waiting for the flip, but Lasper's able to dash away. Now it's Haddix who gets stunned out instead. Good tether by Nika, keeps the enemy
Nobody's
solo
dying
at
unless they
bay.
hypercommit.
But that is going to be a set of beats down for Lasper now.
Get used to seeing that interaction, especially throughout the early game. Lasbra does not want to fight Scream. Not just yet. Later on, full 6 slotted, things get a little bit different. Throughout the early, Scream's domain.
Invaded, purple buff. Zapman trying to step up to start his clear on the buff, but PBM's just standing by. Goes ahead and grabs Chester. Just going to walk down at Zapman and try and keep the camp his way. Zapman throws down the bottle. Mike gets taunted back. With Hurryman around the corner, should at least guarantee the purple buff now for the Ravens, but this is just typical old-fashioned Jade Dragon style of play. Get that lead in one of your lanes and just keep up that pressure.
But talk about the timing of that pressure. Mike delays the Ravens so significantly. It grabs you free neutral camps. You lose maybe 3 minions of tower worth of gold as well. The Han Ravens dual lane slowly bleeding, even though they've actually confirmed their own buff.
Hurrywind able to steal the shield buff, a bit mistimed from Mike and Coast, and now it's Hurrywind who can play aggressive towards enemy purple, but Coast and Mike, they're going to go ahead and pull that buff all the way back to the tower, so not much.
That man got first blooded. He was first to 5 in the duel lane.
Now level 5 on that Awilish.
Not by enough to matter, but
keep eyes on when Lazarus may step up, because his are still down for 90 seconds against Scream.
Get Lazarus build as well. We've seen Atalantas in that slot pretty frequently.
Things could still go their way.
Helps out with chasing out
that
your
hyper
kills,
early
but
kill
you need to
doesn't
find
matter.
a kill to find the full
Outside
value
of
of
the
that
gold.
item. So keep your eyes on them.
So unless he can snowball off of that gold, Vaporish won't be able to capitalize too much on that.
Towards that dual lane. You got decent interactions in a Sobek. For the most part, he's going to pluck initiate, go into lurking in the waters, and pray that he's tanky enough to walk out. Nemesis strips
Just like there's
defense,
players
it's that
on
much
every
easier
team that I like,
to jump on
except for
Hurry when
Warrior
punish some
Force
poor positioning.
I don't know. It's just. Yeah,
Where Scream
there's
likes
the
to
quote
continue to put his pressure. Just find Lasbro, chase him out through the jungle. Do you try and help out your solo laner? You know, Nika's been having a decent time. Now with Eagles rally down for Haddix. Could be
Rally
potential target for Lasbro to go over and maybe help
for
out, but
Totem.
Scream has been on this buff. The moment
Totem's
it spawns
really
up, they're not
valuable,
giving
though.
Nika an inch to breathe on that buff.
And it's not like Haddix needs to hold on to that ultimate. How concerned is he about a rotation from Lasbra? Not very. Scream spots him out in the jungle there. Lasbra clearly makes eye contact as well. So it should be a fizzle on the aggression. Maybe a little bit more on that right-hand side.
You see Dardes also grouping up over in mid at the time. So around those mid harpies, the left ones are up, but Jade Dragon's nowhere in position to try and stop that. And now all the lead that the Jade Dragons had gold-wise has slanted itself all the way back over to the Highland Ravens, where in fact, we have the Highland Ravens now in very small gold lead at this point. That pressure and duo, they just couldn't get anything done with it.
Because it doesn't matter.
It's interesting too where that lead starts to establish itself. Scream now slightly pulling ahead of Lasbra, which is something you would come to expect in this matchup. You've got a clear advantage on a wheelish, so ability to control the neutrals a little bit better. As Mike nearly finds the pull onto Zapman there. Maybe would have been able to strip away those beads. I'm really waiting for Lasbra to hit that 2-item power spike. It feels like...
And another one for Totem. Oh, is this me or them? It's them. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry, chat. Also, I see that it's not quite...
A little bit old now, showing my age. Jotun's Wrath, 20% CDR, power, pen, it's everything you want.
The issue,
Just a good all-rounded item. Keep eyes on Lasbra throughout his build. And also, I'm still just going to keep watching Scream. See if he goes back towards the build he did during playoffs, or see if he kind of more falls into the more traditional standardized build that we've been seeing from some of the other players like Johnny adapting what they've kind of pulled through. But Zapman in danger. Two-man rotation his way. Does get into leaf in time, but it's pulled out of it immediately. Lasbra cuts off the path, and it's a second kill onto Zapman. The Jade Dragon striking the duo once more.
You just can't walk away from the Atlas ultimate. Danzaburo easy to knock him out of that leaf form. Zapman much too far forward on his own. Great punish there from the Jade Dragons, putting a lot of attention in that duo lane. The ability of this composition from the Dragons.
Because if your ADC gets ahead, you can just do so much.
Is going to start to rear its head very soon. The Ravens need to be able to match that pressure.
Mike went back to base. This is 2v1. Hurry's still in dangerous territory. Goes into the water. Crashed out immediately, but just to get that dash cooldown back for
not
himself.
in danger.
So the support bailed out just a little bit by fortunate back timing on his part, having Mike go back a little too early.
Yeah, Mike, he got his job done. There's not really a whole lot of reason for him to stick around. Surprised to see Hurry even go for that pull there. I mean, no one on his side to follow up. Just trying to slow down the farm, be annoying. And I believe it was PBM himself that had said, if the enemy
I'm really
team thinks I'm
excited
annoying, I'm playing
for
support
the next
the best I
Paladins
can.
and Smite patches.
That's all you could ever
Oh
ask
my
for in
god, they're
support.
both
Beat
massive
Crown as being an
changes.
annoying player to go against. Feels like every time we pan over to this solo lane,
Find a lot more about the
Nika's
Smite
sitting
stuff
half
tomorrow.
HP, maybe even less. The bullying that Haddix has had on this Bologna started to do its number towards Nika's health bar, but maybe the fortunate part for Nika is that the furthest that Scream is really going into any of these lanes is either right to this totem or towards that cooldown bar.
Phalanx into
Scream hasn't had
Berserkers?
too many opportunities. We saw the attempted gravity surge just earlier, but PBM beats in that
So the
first
thing
slot,
about going
incredibly safe.
Phalanx,
Would've burned
right,
through
is that you
CC.
have to build it first.
And I think
but
it's
in
a
the
smart
case
answer from the Ravens
of
composition
this
at
solo
that.
lane,
Looking at it, I'm not seeing a whole lot of AoE
careful
CC, or
about
not
it
consistent
because
AoE CC anyway. Zapman's got a bit
then
of it with
going
Sake
Berserker
Bottle,
second is a little
Haddix with
awkward.
Eagles Rally, but small
Looks like they're
circles.
both going for it, though.
Pretty difficult.
Unless they're going
for the
Glass
Hound
Shield.
Ravens to
That'd be
burn through
funny.
all the CC immunity. for the
Triple
Dragons.
shield.
Ultimates and beads included.
You even look to the opposite side for the Dragons, and there's
I mean,
not really
I'm
a
down
whole
to
lot to
mean-
be able to punish from it. Those are
I am
loops to
always
really be able
down
to
for
pull
some
from that wheelish, so
wonky
not a whole lot of
shenanigans in
threat
the build department,
in that
okay?
way. Group up around
Or
mid,
the
Lazarus
extra
half health. Scream jumps over the wall back to safety, and Venenu up into the house. Gets some damage onto Dardes. Dardes feeling a little bit low, but he goes right back in, transforms to the Bologna, picked up the Scott. One other step is not enough, and Scream goes down. The group up from the Jade Dragon saves their jungler,
they're
takes
fixing the
down
orders.
Scream, but now it's Haddix trying to get active against Lasbra, and now Nika chases
they
him
go.
down. BBM walking through the mid, plucked back by Hurrywin, but not quite enough follow-up damage from Venenu to take down this
Yeah,
tank.
you're not
Talk
going to be able
about
to do
ice
much.
and Dardes'
2.5
veins, decides to
less.
walk through the fires of Ven, transform, and then up down at 1/100th HP. doesn't have any concern in the world, trust that the rest of his team is nearby, and the Jade Dragons always been known about that mid 3v3. They love getting involved exactly there. Great play from Dardes, and the transformation target into that Bellona, I think, telling for how the Jade Dragons want to play these engagements. The desk called it out. It's dive.
Ghost, though, might be in danger. Hurrywin on the way. Beads still available for the Hachi.
Ooh, the minion
Ghost will quickly jump onto the mounted archery, bail himself
That's very
out,
poorly
and
timed
save
wave
his
for,
relic for the next
Ravens.
rotation over. But Scream has not been too
Go
apt
for
to go over
Dragon.
to the lane. It really feels like Scream hasn't been in a lane very much just yet. Maybe we'll see him get
And now
involved
Mike
over
is
on the left
there,
side.
but
Hurrywin and Zap keeping Coast and
Scream
Mike
is
now
waiting.
there on tier 1.
Yeah, Scream hyper-focused on his ability to just farm up the map consistently. It is a very strong 2-item power spike for a Wheelish. Getting that Hydra's available boosts your burst incredibly. Gives you essentially 100 to 0 capacity for squishier targets. Helps out a little bit against some of these tanks, but I'm not sure we're going to hit a portion of this game where Scream hits Nika and is happy with the numbers he's seeing.
It's only getting worse from here. It's double.
Also another Chalice of the Oracle
For
on it.
Nika, same thing for Haddix on the
Nice.
opposite. I don't think we'll see these
Nice.
jugglers anywhere over here. Probably once this level 12
Fellow
mark hits,
believers.
that second item finished up for
and
Nika.
Haddix is going for
So in that case, if you are
Shocking.
Scream, if you are Lasbra, which lane do you put focus on, or is this just a sit there and focus
Because
on your
Haddix has
farm?
literally been
If it
ulting for that
were
totem.
just
This
a
is
few
like-
minutes earlier, I'd say
I'll be
focusing
more
Mike would be a
surprised
pretty
if Haddix
decent
lets a
option as
totem
you
go
elect to
under, like,
for
any
prophetic in first
circumstance.
slot. Takes a little while to stack up that item. Don't exactly get the full defensive capacity of it. As Hurry, where are you at?
Caught out in the jungle, and Lasbra, Slice and Dice is good. Killing spree already for the
Gold?
jungler of the Jade Dragons, and they might just go to
That
the
is
Gold Fury
not
to get
gonna
the
feel
Oracles,
good.
but maybe just one too many bodies of the Highland Ravens lurking through the jungle. The Jade Dragons, they'll call away from the objective, just get their one kill.
And the Ravens are just all the way around the map, getting caught out here, there. The Jade Dragons, much more concise in their positioning. I feel like they've always got a buddy. Someone's always with somebody. As Coast taking the 1v1.
That man, though, he's walked
maybe
away from
4-0,
his
but
grass
the
invade porch.
gold
Coast can
is
try and turn this fight because Mike is
not-
just around the
it's
corner.
in favor of
Ultimates
the
are
Ravens
both down.
in a very
The beats are
minor
down
way.
for Coast, but he
It's
drops the
basically
banner,
even.
and it's not far enough. And he's just out of range for the in-hand. Zapman playing aggressively, and for his money, he gets the beads away from
Where it
Coast.
could come up
That might set up for another
is the
rotation.
mid and
Now
solo
Hurrywin
laners are
and
significantly
Scream are
ahead.
over here. Mike
Play.
picked up just a bit. Gravity Surge gets the beads away from him, and Mike can safely charge back towards his duo.
Wow, that was great positioning there from Mike, just to avoid the feather step from Scream. If you get your dash canceled there, that's your life every single day of the week. So good timing on the beads. Scream tries to min-max his positioning by moving away, but maybe he can catch him here.
He's doing his best to
Yeah.
stay alive. Hurry,
Beacon for
stun. A lot of
dragons.
hope to the support of the Highland Ravens. It is that first beacon going over to the Jade Dragons. Let's see them just a few minutes.
There's a lot less
once we get to
focus
that
on the
second
beacon ever
fight,
since
but
they removed
we
the
saw
move speed, and I
very
get
early
why.
rotations now
But
from some of these soul laners to maybe try and get active, see exactly what can pan out around these objectives, because it feels like less often than it used to is where we
Haddix,
would
you
see the
can't be
big group
losing
ups around these
this.
beacons. It used to be
Yeah,
once they
there's
came
the
out,
disarm.
everybody wants beacon. I'm getting all 10 players
Then
on the
you need
map
to be there
there.
sooner.
Now these soul laners a bit
Because
more
you
apt to
also
stay
need
in
the
their
sustain.
lane.
The rotation this early isn't exactly worthwhile unless you know you're going to get a fight off of it. Then it's really, we're at the beacon, but we're fighting for the Gold Fury. Speaking of Gold Fury, good luck to the Jade Dragons trying to sneak that one away if they ever try and approach it. Look at the ward coverage from the Highland Ravens. Seems to me Zapman made a call out. Guys, they put pressure on my lane, and I'm kind of sick of it.
Fury started, and it's Mike with the ultimate right on the center of it. Lasbra ults Venenu trying to keep
Lasbra's
him
looking for
out. The ultimate's already too
shenanigans.
early
Hurry's
for
the only one able
Dragons.
to get
Now they
over
gotta try to
there, but
confirm
it's going to
gold,
be
but
enough.
with Hurrywin nearby, they don't have the secure to do so. The Highland Ravens have repelled the Jade Dragons around gold.
I like that call from the Dragons. You don't want to leave it on a coin toss, especially against lurking in the waters. The Morgan, great as a magical assassin, not exactly an objective secure, so don't leave that up to chance. Instead, played a little bit more defensive, a little bit slower. And you at least heat check the Highland Ravens. See how quick that response time was, burn through some resources, get rid of the teleport from Haddix as well.
Ooh, big damage already from Venenu. Darda is going to have to go back to base now. We do see that Venenu's already starting to build into that prophetic cloak. Should have that very shortly. And then at that point, the guessing game comes down to who on the Dragons can kill him. with so many
then.
members of the Dragons going back to
Yeah,
base or
the Dragons
scattered
haven't
to the
worked
wind.
ever
The Highland
since
Ravens go right
right?
for the Gold Fury and see if they can pull this objective and grab it for
Yeah, and
themselves.
Dragons
They'll
are
get
just
gold.
going for
The Dragons now answer with a
Ravens get it,
Pyromancer.
and then
Unfortunate for them is that Haddix is
Haddix
already
is
there,
here to
slowing
keep
down their
off the
damage
Pyro.
output on it. Pyromancer down to a third. Nika on the way. Triple ultimate from Haddix. Not enough to steal Pyro, and not enough to lock the Jade Dragons down. The Ravens get
That
one
would've been
objective. The
sick.
Dragons trade out with another.
Clean win
that
for the
would've been
Highland Ravens until we see where that
spicy.
runic bomb goes. Thought maybe Haddix had the steal. The stun was so well placed. Scourge maybe could have taken it away, but used it just a little bit earlier on. The Highland Ravens have
I
been
just
doing
had a
such a
friend DM me
phenomenal job,
with
J-Mac,
the
just
Smite
in
2
macro
trailer.
farm.
I was like, dude,
They've not got a
I'm
single
literally
kill
still
just
alive.
yet. It's but always been
I
even
saw
or
it
favorite
happen.
to the Highland Ravens, barring the 30 seconds after the first blood. I just think the Jade Dragons are really struggling to find where to push their lead. They need to get Vaporish Coast out of that lane. A lot of the aggression has always been rooted through Coast on this team. We even heard in the interview, it's a lane that you can play through consistently. But Zatman took the interview as well too
assuming
hard.
that's
You want to
gonna
be
be
in
a
my tower?
Shoguns,
Fine,
but
also play a safe pick.
Genji's
Gonna sit in the tower
probably
and
not worth
essentially
getting.
make you stay here. So as you want to keep me on that tower, you got to be in the lane to make sure that
Oni
that
Hunter's
happens.
always a nice
Man
item,
runs
but
into 2 in the jungle.
Shogun's
Will
is
back
30%
up
attack
to the
speed.
safety of that tier 1
He's
tower.
looking comfortable, ain't he?
Feels like it's right at home for Zatman at this point. Not in like in a rude way, but like Zatman's like, yeah, I'm just chilling. No problem with me. I'll sit here. I'll farm up because this has just been kind of their MO. You know, Zatman, even on his time all the way back when, you know, the Atlantis Leviathans and teams before that is, I might go 0-7, but look at my carry over here. This guy's going 7-0. What matters if I die 100 times? As long as my team is able to win off it, that's all that matters to Zatman at the end of the day. 2v2 around solo lane. Not really gonna feel on much here.
Yeah, not a whole lot of aggression anywhere on the map just yet. And as the game goes on, each one of these kills starts to gain a little bit of importance. If we see this pace continue to that 25-minute mark, one team fight's all it's going to take to completely close out this game. Fortunately for both sides, structures stand, all 6 on either. So it would be a little while until we see them be able to approach some of those Phoenixes. Instead, now you have to evaluate, well, if it's a pick-based game, if we're not going to have the team fight, who's got an easier time finding those picks? And I'd argue, to a certain extent, it's probably the Jade Dragons. Dardez on this Morgan, the ability to just stealth up, burn through resources, and then transform into a tank and then leave, would generally be something you could exploit if the game were a bit faster. Changeling, such a long cooldown, but no fights in 17. I think he can do whatever he wants.
It's from Lasbra. Will there be a turn and burn now from the Dragons? Starting to group up in the left side jungle, but not going to get too much more aggressive. And kind of going back to Venenu on this Baba Yaga. Now Prophetic Cloak starting to stack up. Means that he's going to get really tanky really quick. The Jade Dragon going to try and exploit that weakness early. Already forcing the home sweet home out of Venenu. Nika tanking this one up, no problem. It's a fight over in the jungle though. Scream jumps over the wall, and it's a follow-up by Nika. Beam from PBM to try and chase down, but the Jade Dragon to spend a whole lot of resources to get to the fight. Now what do they have for the fight itself? Zatman on the rocket, forces the ultimate out of Vaporish Coast. He's on the run. Nika frontlining, but Darden's at half HP, transformed into the blown, and now it's dangerous business for the Highland Ravens. Venenu on death's door, but somebody's got to put him down. It's Mike to do so, and Coast with a double Scream, able to grab one and make it 2. 3 still standing on the side of the Ravens, while the 2 of the Dragons turn tail and run.
What a back and forth engagement, but it's Hurrywin that gets it all started with that pull onto Mike. Mike gets the peel from his team. Dardez transforms into a tank and says, I'm right there with you. Difference is, Mike stays a tank. Dardez only gets to be one for so long. Left in no man's land, an immediate turnaround from the Highland Ravens, but not before Lazar able to hit a pay dirt on a few priority targets himself. Hard to say which one just wins out cleanly. Mid for mid, even trade, ADC for jungle. Considering Coast is already nursing a pretty nice lead, getting Zatman off the map, it's pretty nice for Coast to get even further ahead.
As this game continues to go on, that kill on Venenu gets harder and harder. He already lived for way too long. But what tools do the Jade Dragons have to be able to dive this Baba Yaga once that Prophetic Cloak is online and she becomes way tankier?
You know, Baba Yaga is actually interesting in that you can have the exact same answer to a Baba Yaga as you do as like a Cthulhu or a Zhonghui. Oh, you went into your ultimate? What if you had less defenses? What if you were just a little bit squishier? That's the solution provided by Lasbra on this Nemesis. It could be that you just run him down afterward. The only thing that slows you down is the initial knockup from the home sweet home transformation. We saw that there. We then had to early cancel the ultimate, I believe, trying to get into that lead.
Scream
uses his ultimate so he didn't get pulled back by Mike because his bead's still down for 60 seconds. Starting to get a group up over in mid. Even Zapman rotating out of the lane. Lost his tier 1 tower. Said, okay, well, I'm free to roam anywhere that I want. Went for the mid-Harpy camp with that Fury and the Pyromancer back up. Starting to see both these teams get a hard group up for themselves. Jade Dragons all towards the Pyromancer. It's only Hurrywin there to try and defend the objective. Meanwhile, for the Highland Ravens, they'll take the trade again and say, okay, Dragons have the Pyromancer. We'll go for the gold Fury, but maybe the Dragons make the faster call and go towards Fire Giant. The Ravens only have Hurry here, and
Something
Hurry's
like
not
that.
gonna be there.
That's what I was
Longer
expecting.
killing spree for Vapor's Coast. Haddix and Venenu on the way. It's only going to be these two to defend the Fire Giant, and I don't think the Highland Ravens are even going to step up to defend. The Jade Dragons get Pyro, 2 kills, and a Fire Giant.
Such a smart call from the Jade Dragons. They know the Ravens are on the Gold Fury. Send anyone over there, and there's no way they get there in time to defend the Fire Giant itself, especially after Hurrywin just peeks around the corner, stays around a little bit too long, and the Jade Dragons, they jump up in the jungle.
Tanking the tower, minions on the way, and the Jade Dragons will grab tier 2. Nika pulled back by Scream, but not a whole lot of damage going Nika's direction. Only about a quarter of his health pushed away for the time. The Jade Dragons can fall back. No other objectives to go on the map because the Highland Ravens did the only other one that was standing.
Man, this Wheelish is really struggling to find value. No pulls on high priority targets. Coast largely left alone. Dardes, he's been initiating more fights than he's had initiated on him. The Jade Dragons just have free reign of the map as it is. The Highland Ravens need to find an answer, and I think a lot of it will reside with Scream. The desk already highlighted how important he is to the pace of this game, but he needs to find someone on his own. If it's going to come down to these 5-on-5 engagements as we've seen, Scream's really going to struggle dealing significant damage, and in situations like this, that's when Scream gets a little bit unorthodox in the build. That's where we can start to see some of that tankiness develop, and considering I'm looking at a tower shield right now, we could be seeing Scream go back to his old ways.
The Phalanx might be just around the corner. The problem right now that Scream is having is every target he tries to pull with this ultimate has beads or is a tank. Hurrywin and the rest of the squad just not able to pull these relics away from the Jade Dragons, and it's essentially making Scream kind of play on hard mode with this pick.
Yeah, you could have Hurrywin, I suppose, go for those plucks a little bit more consistently, but now the Highland Ravens playing at a deficit need to be concerned about a 5-stacked Fire Giant team. If I pluck them and they have beads, do I just die? That's a quote from iRapper, by the way. Said it all back 3-4 years ago, and it's still true. Hurry is not exactly tanky just yet.
Only 3 items into the build, and one of those is just raw HP at this point. Lasper and Scream, bit of a tussle in the jungle, but this might be the one beneficial matchup for Scream as he's 2 levels up over Lasbra. Not even going to take that chance to go for the 1v1. Instead, it's just Nika running down Scream under the tier 2 tower while Lasbra chops away at it. Haddix with the Scourge, make sure that the damage to the tower is not that much. And Mike, hold on, getting low, use the ultimate. Hurrywin's going to chase him. And Venenu with the home sweet home. Now Dardas at half HP. They're just going to keep on chasing Zapman. One auto away, throws out the sake bottle.
And they're not going to go after Dardas. Haddix goes in on Vaporish, though.
Onto the carry. Coast has
there's the disarm. Vaporish can't do anything.
Him down, surrounded by the entirety of the Ravens. Coast stands his ground for as long as he can, but Scream is there to send him to the afterlife, and now Nika just going to be chased away by 3.
The Highland Ravens get a miracle defense there. The Jade Dragons play the map
so
split up. They've been winning out consistently in the 5-on-5. I'm surprised to see them take a 3v3 on left and a 2v2 on right. I mean, Zapman, of course, does so much more damage than I think anyone expects, essentially.
That was good play
taking that 2v1 on tower line. Mike tries to tank up that tower, but not EFG, means that tower is going to stand for a while. And I believe Mike maybe loses 60 to 70% of his HP to PvE alone. The Highland Ravens forcing the Jade Dragons back. Still with Fire Giant on 3, though. You have to show a little bit of respect.
Nika's going to try and scare the Highland Ravens away from this beacon. The Jade Dragons are also standing right behind him to make sure he's got the room to do so. And if you want to take a look at maybe why Zapman's doing so much more damage, it's double crit, but not the double crit that we've come to expect from the Hunter builds. Usually, it's the Demon Blade into Deathbringer, but it's fail not in that 3rd slot for Zapman.
If you're going to start every fight by ulting in, I think that's a great way to go in the build. Nika pulled back, thought maybe be able to force out that beads with the gravity surge. Scream wants to hold on to that ultimate, keep that threat available for maybe someone that doesn't have beads currently. Keep your eyes on Dardes, keep your eyes on Mike. Even Mike at this point, likely susceptible to a pull, so long as Zapman is there, so long as Ven's ready for the follow-up. The Highland Ravens now starting to pose a little bit of threat towards the front line of the Jade Dragons.
Just as quickly as the Dragons grouped up around Pyro, they dispersed for the time, but now looking for a group up once more. But last time the Dragons went for a Pyro pull, they went straight to the Fire Giant. I don't think the Highland Ravens will make the mistake of trading Pyro for Gold Fury any longer, knowing that the Jade Dragons just have the gall to go for an objective pull like that when the game was as even as it was.
It was just that perfect information of knowing the Ravens weren't there in numbers. If it's a 5-on-5, the Jade Dragon's not crazy enough to just do it in the face of the Ravens. That was a calculated decision with all the information on the map. Good ward coverage on that left-hand side earlier affords them that decision-making. Ardez, considering a step forward there, really has been leading the charge on a lot of these engagements, and with Polynomicon now has 100-0 potential in just base stance. Go for the stun, the dark aspects, get your dark omen, and all of a sudden one auto attack and Zapman's off the map, or Ven's off the map.
See a bit of a group around Fire Giant from the Jade Dragons. Lasbra hanging out in mid. He finally has hit that level 20 points, able to upgrade that starter item for himself. A couple of the other members of Jade Dragons, or at least just Dardez, still hasn't had that chance to go back and finish up his. But it's a fire pull now by the Jade Dragons. 3 of the Ravens nearby, 1 on the way. Venenu already being launched at by Mike and Nika, and Zapman does not have very far to go. He's being chased out, tethered away, and Lasbra knocks him off the map. But now it's Lasbra versus Scream. Nika's got to go and bail out his jungler, but he's not going to be able to do so. Screams, he's got too much damage, and it might be Nika next on the chopping block.
Haddix is going to go
still
next.
walking at the enemy, but Venenu stands his ground. No ultimate available to the Baba Yaga. For the time being,
Haddix
it's
is
Mike
all the way
pulling
over
back
under tower.
Hurwin, nearly
Not sure how that
delivers it to the team.
happened.
Jump in, disruption is in, the Scream like a maniac walks into 4, loses his life because of it, and now Hurry might go down as well. Zoned away for the time
this
being.
should be
Haddix back on
doable,
the
but they're
scene.
just not.
Dardez low, Venenu jumping in aggressively, but he hit the decoy. Sundown loses both relics and the rest of his health bar. Timeline pops just for the time, and is it enough to save him? Can he even get any damage? Dardez essentially taunting him in the backline, saying, please step further to your own death.
The Highland Ravens get over aggressive Scream with a wild man jump in, just try to peel out for Hurry. Hurry's out. You're jumping into 4 on your own. Hurry decides to peel back in. Well, I can't just let Scream die. If he goes down, we can't fight back anywhere on the map. Trades his own life, 2 for 0, and the Jade Dragons then cleanly take the engagement afterward. Relic graveyard for the Highland Ravens.
That was
alternate
such a good fight, and then they just kind of
and the Jade
stopped
Dragons
fighting
get to
good.
regroup first. 30 seconds for Ven on respawn. Takes about 15
They had
seconds to
everyone
walk there from base.
low, and then they
I think
just
they're
couldn't
letting the
secure a
Fire
kill.
Giant go down again.
I think that's the call from the
And then
Ravens.
Scream
Haddix
went
the only
down,
one
and they
really in
should've
the
backed
vicinity
out.
to try and stop that, but
And they just kept
low
running in.
chance odds to take a Fire Giant. Not 0, but I don't think Haddix wants to walk too far forward, so Jade
that point,
Dragons
Haddix
get their
honestly should've
second
just stuck
Fire
around if
Giant
that's what
of the
they were
game,
trying to do.
27 in, and really their
By the
first
time he got
significant
back,
lead of this game as well. 6,000 gold up for the Dragons.
Let's figure out where the Jade Dragons
But then
put
Haddix
some of that
hasn't done
siege,
anything.
though. Previously,
So, like,
it was
what
split
was the
all the
point?
way across the map this time.
What was the point of Haddix
I'd like to see
leaving
them play
at
at
that
least a
point?
little bit closer. You could split up 4-1, 3-2, that's fine, but stay in lanes that are connected, right? If you're in right, play in mid. If you're in left, play in mid. I think the answer is play in mid.
Play in mid.
So as long as you can get involved in a team fight, the Highland Ravens, I don't think we'll put up too much of a defense around these tier 2s. Ven can keep the waves out, but has to utilize that second ability, want to hold one of those potions in pocket. Maybe it's an all-in initiation style defense. Keep your eyes on Zapman. That rocket could be a difference maker.
Dragons might just like to play this one a bit slower. Still 20 seconds, never mind. Nika hits the gas pedal, goes right into the Phoenix line, thrown back into the hands of the entirety of the Ravens. And Nika is down to a quarter HP. He's got to try and walk through the door, but he can't. The towers are still up. The Phoenix are still there, and Coast goes down instead.
Down. Mike is
puts
going to
him
go down
away, and
too.
Mike walks up to distract and bail out the
But
rest of his squad.
that's going to save
Two
everyone else.
more down. Now it's the Highland
never
Ravens
mind.
with full advantage.
Jade Dragons fans are used to this situation. J-Max Siege has been a weakness for this team for so long, and the Highland Ravens proving it once more on the defense. Fire Giant maintained on 2, but not the 2 you wanted on. Fire Giant on the Hunter is the most important, but Coast goes down first. Great play once more by Zapman. Scream isolates Nika at the tour, and all of a sudden now the Highland Ravens who are thinking maybe on the back foot, maybe have to defend their Titan, starting to approach the throne room themselves.
It's 15 seconds of the Costa's
It's
having
really
over
interesting
20 till the
seeing,
remainder.
They have time.
Tier 2 down, and now it's on to the Phoenix. They still
Bologna
kill the
and
minion
Osiris
wave.
both
I
be
don't
on,
think the Ravens stick
full
around
tank
any
builds
longer
as
than
well.
that. So instead of losing a bird of their own, they turn it around and strip the entire mid lane away from the Dragons.
Fortunately for the Jade Dragons, silver
Wait, and
lining is
they're on,
the buffs hadn't spawned just yet. They lost the fight so quickly. The Highland Ravens can't take anything more on the map. Pyromancer is a consolation prize. I'm sure just happy. Icing on the cake there for the Ravens. The Jade Dragons, they were so close to being able to find some sort of footing in that team fight.
Yeah,
I think
they're
it
on the
goes all
sustain.
wrong
They're,
with
they're on
Nika's
embrace,
ult.
not
It
temper.
just puts him too far into the back line of the Ravens.
Interesting.
He's completely isolated. And then from there, it's just pick your target. I'll take
Also, I
this
was
one
right.
target here. Nika's on his
there
own.
was a
I'll start to
possibility
move
of it being
slowly
Onis. I
through
never,
the map
never,
forward
never
from
came
there.
back to that when he finished up
Great
the.
mobility from Zapman
We
once
have
more.
Haddix
The Jade Dragons
selling
have
the
to
recipe
find an
and then
answer.
waiting a moment to grab
Clearly, Nika's not winning the 1v1 up
last
against
item.
Scream, but he could probably isolate Zap
Crit win.
himself, jump onto him, play the sustain battle. We've seen
Just
Deathwalker
base.
try something earlier today, just
For
like
now.
that. Back up, take a longer
No
fight.
glyphs,
play
so we
around
can
the
assume
Death's
that's gonna go
Embrace. There
red.
are opportunities for the Jade Dragons besides just walking into the birds.
Well, Dragons will get a Gold Fury, at the very least for themselves. Still holding on to the Fire Giant for at least a couple more minutes for Lasbra and Dardes. And speaking of Dardes, what are some of the ideal, like, even transformation options? Is it just go into the Haddix, have that second tanky front line for you with the Bologna, that CC? Or do you start going into some of these more damage-oriented
like
options?
chaotic beats.
For Dardes, it depends on
Temporal
positioning in the team
beats. Why
fight,
would you
because
go
we know Dardes is going to
chaotic?
try and play that base stance
Do that
first and
much.
foremost. So if you know you have the damage to completely 100 to 0 your
Like, if it were
target, you
max
can see him
health,
go towards
that it worked out
a
that,
Haddix
you know,
transformation
but
into
it's
the
not,
Bologna
it's-
just for
it's current
disengage.
health.
If
Or
you're
it's
chasing
not
down, I
current,
could
think
even see a
it's
Scream
suggested, but
transformation there.
it's
There
5%
are
current health, just
essentially
isn't
no
that good.
bad transformations, barring maybe an Atlas or a Sobek in some of these fights. So
Like, if they're
I
high
would
health,
really keep my eyes
sure,
on
but
Warrior and Assassin transformations here for Dardes, but if I'm being completely honest, I'm mostly
Always
concerned about his
getting
ability to
winded.
just play in that base stance. Feels like he's been
Didn't
too
really know
comfortable
me.
there.
like all
Fairway a
week
bit
long.
poked out. Able to dash back to the rest of his team, but more than anything for Haddix, taking that bubble away from PBM. 60 seconds on that cooldown, and a very easy God to be able to remove that one off the map entirely. Walk up, hit Scourge, bubble is gone for 70. Lather, rinse, repeat anytime that you see Mike walk up to the front line.
Yeah, Mike has been doing a good job creating that space, though, hasn't he? Even here, putting some pressure on a Haddix. Seems to be a pretty significant difference in how tanky some of these frontliners are. Mike takes so much poke from Ven and has already completely resustained it, whereas Haddix, just one bit of damage towards him. He's been around that 80% mark. The Highland Ravens have not been able to find fights in neutral territory just yet. The majority of their team fight wins have been on base defenses, first on left, now on right. You have to be able to take a 5v5 towards the center of the map if you want to confirm a Fire Giant. And now enhanced Fire Giant means the Jade Dragons will have that much of an easier time sieging if they get it again.
And one storyline that always keeps coming up with Haddix, it just feels like he can get so unkillable in these kinds of metas when you can get those warriors back in, those real tanky style of gods. It feels almost impossible to kill Haddix, and so far in game one, it hasn't been possible. Sitting at 1-0-4 right now for his team, and is really one of the ones that kind of get the Ravens going during a lot of their previous sets. When the rest of the team's falling apart, Haddix shows up on these beefy frontliners and just says, I will stand here, you have to get through me to get to the rest of my team.
He's been doing a good job of it, but it's the damage behind him that is the concern. Zapman's struggling to get into the back line unless he's playing on Phoenix.
It supports
You
both
can
sell
jump onto the
recipes,
rocket
by
and
the way.
join Haddix, but then
That's
you have to be
fine.
concerned about the immediate turnaround potential.
Can we
of the
just
Jade
talk about the
Dragons.
fact?
And
Hold on.
playing with decent
Why
range.
does
but
Mike
hasn't
have more
quite had
damage than
enough
Zapman?
DPS to
Hold
legitimately
on a
knock down
second.
Nico or stop Mike from
I
looking
don't
to these
think that's
pools.
supposed to be
I'll
there.
really be keeping my eyes on the Highland
Oof.
Ravens' abilities to actually knock down frontline. That's one of the weaknesses of this crit build from Zapman. You do a lot of damage to squishies, but it doesn't seem like Nika cares.
Mike now no beads. Ultimate from Scream has been used. That's Haddix walking up towards the front line, just a zone to make sure that Hurrywin has an option out. Hurrywin not quite the same level to resustain, but that's the Ravens going to Pyromancer. The crits are melted to its health as Nika dies in the middle of 3. That's ultimate down for the Osiris, and Haddix will be just fine. Uses his beads to stay alive for the time being. The Jade Dragons get a couple of very important abilities away from them.
And the Ravens not exactly willing to stand their ground there. Hurry, so low HP. Didn't want to look for the pluck. A pluck on Anika from that position, though, would have at least burnt the beads, and if he doesn't utilize beads, gets thrown into 4 as he completely isolated himself, going in aggressive. Instead, he's just scary enough that the Ravens give up all their space.
Hands Fire Giant
The Ravens are
down
actually
to
going to be
half.
here for an
Mike
objective,
goes
but if
right
Mike's
to the
able to
back line of
defend it
Venenu
well,
into the home sweet home already. And meanwhile, it's Haddix versus 3, and he's kind of winning the team fight. He needs
actually
Hurwin to bail him
working for
out. Nika
Ravens,
trying to chase him down.
Haddix
Dart is thrown to the wolves. And
Yeah, because of
knocks
Zapman.
him away. Now
Wait,
Lasbra trying to get to the back line, but he just can't find a path through.
Is it
Maybe to
time?
Venenu, maybe to Hurwin,
Are the
but
Ravens
ultimate
finally going to take an
timeline is
actual,
back
like,
up for Ben Lasbra
palpable
now.
lead?
No beads, a great pluck from Hurwin.
Haddix on resustain, could join his team, keep your eyes for that TP. Might just tank up that Fire Giant. Jade Dragon's not healthy enough to contest. Maybe you send someone nearby for a Hail Mary steal. Or maybe you're not concerned about it at all. The Highland Ravens on full reset. Have plenty of time to play with here. 30 seconds on Dardez's respawn, and even once he gets there, won't have any relics to play with.
Could have at least
the Highland Ravens' first look at a Fire
started
Giant
it
play.
to see, though, if they were going to come at you. And
back
then,
up.
and then
As mentioned,
we
20
moved from
seconds
there.
till Dardez
Nope.
is back on the map. The
Oof.
Fire Giant got down to
Oof.
under half from the Jade Dragons, reset, and now it's the Highland Ravens in the driver's seat. There's 3 from the Dragons in the jungle, 1 lurking in from mid being Lasbra. Can he get in and get the damage done? Can a steal even happen? It's getting low, 10%. It's a coin toss, but it's going to be a weighted one for the Highland Ravens. And now Nika pulled back. No beads available.
He's in trouble. See the Osiris
Schmelt. Chase him right down. No balls to walk through. It's Scream with the kill.
Lasbra's right there.
Dragons playing without 1. And Lasbra still not on reset. Means that the Highland Ravens are fast enough here with EFG. They could just knock down this weakened mid Phoenix immediately. Weakness of having the Morgan on your team is a non-standard mage. Base defense doesn't look so good.
The Highland Ravens keep up push in mid.
I mean, but if they really
just
wanted
go back and go to the towers and
the
safer
standard
call
mage, they could
is
always
this
just
tier
go,
2. You still got 40 seconds to play without Nika. You might as well just strip whatever you can for free. Scream over the wall. Group up around left. They might just go for another Phoenix. Haddix and Hurwin charging forward. Zapman only needs a couple of seconds with this bird. It'll make short work of it.
Scream, gravity surge for intimidation factor. Keeps the Jade Dragons back as the second Phoenix falls down. And still 15 seconds left until Nika rejoins the land of the living. The Highland Ravens have made short work of the Jade Dragons base and can collect so much gold on map. Not that it matters nearly as much anymore. Majority of players approaching 6th spot, just about every starter item upgraded. We're talking about
running into
relics
a wall.
and potions, wards, and the like for now. All that said, map state probably a permanent advantage for the Highland Ravens.
Except the wall they're running into is not actually a wall. It's just styrofoam, but because they think it's a wall, they keep hitting it.
Answer for the Ravens. Where do you go? It's the only place left. Got to run down right.
Run right through it.
The
It's
attention
like
of
a
the
paper
Jade
thin
Dragons
layer.
any
You just
way
run
that
right
you
through it.
can. The game plan for the Highland Ravens.
They don't know that,
Starting
so
to
they're
head
not
back.
doing it.
Upgraded relics, an elixir of power now for Scream, 3K spent
Elixirs.
for that extra damage boost. See if I can make it work for him. Now 6-2-1.
Everyone
It was a
ignoring
very
the
rough start for Scream to start this one out.
Like, if
Didn't
you're the
look like with
Ravens,
the 2-1 slash
figure
line, just couldn't get
you're in the
anything
area,
going.
you might as well
Now
just
starting
take
to
the
find some of
beacon
those
real quick,
ideal
right?
targets in these
Just
team
put
fights
one
and
on
starting to lead that team to victory.
And just that, got that tankiness online. It was like, okay, well, I'll just be a part of the front line with the rest of my squad. He's been playing right there with Haddix. He's been right there with Hurry.
If they're going for the
Just an
red, you
additional
can
threat
have them
of CC off the back of
go do beacon
tail whip or
afterwards.
a pluck, and it's looked so good for the Highland Ravens. Where's the Jade Dragons now? Even with a little bit more
for no
AoE
other
on
reason,
their side with Odysseus
you
bow pickup
deny
for
the
Forest
Dragons
Coast,
the beacon
have been
here.
struggling to spread the damage evenly in the team
you're just
fight.
gonna
Haven't
stand
quite
around
got
in
enough
mid lane
single
and-
target that they could just stop Hurrywin on his pluck.
Couldn't see the
They haven't
timer.
got enough AoE to stop the
You're
everyone
just gonna
around
stand
Hurrywin
around.
either.
Firemancer for the Highland
I still
Ravens.
think they should go do it.
Not much that the Jade Dragons do to try and stop this one. Now that means a runic bomb in
Not at
pocket.
this point if they're all grouped.
As long as somebody goes over and picks that one up. It was Hurrywin who has it for himself. Now over to tier 2 tower. The last permanent structure still standing for the Dragons, but Lasbra's nowhere to be seen. He's over on the left side defending against the minions. Pushed them far enough up to where it's bought his team a bit of time. But the Ravens and Zapman specifically are doing so much damage to these towers. Again, he only needs a few seconds.
Ravens end the game
but Dardis
here.
just tries to make the hero play himself. Dives to the back
Not
line.
if Zapman goes down.
Just gonna get bullied out
Dardis.
by the Dragons. So Scream. Lasbro's gonna chase them. The 1v1 will go down with Coast coming out on top. And now it's Nika zoning away.
This has been a painful game to watch. This has been a painful game to watch.
3 versus 2 to the back. The alternate timeline is good, but how much can it buy for Venenu? He gets stunned out of his jump, and Mike punishes him for it. Hurrywin places the runic bomb for safety.
Haddix can't fight against all four. It's the kid who knocks him down.
Minions already in the Titan room. J-Mac, hurry. Not able to make his way back to base. Can the Jade Dragons end from this position? Seems to think so.
The better question is,
just
can they
running down
not?
that right-hand side, Nika has
How do they
teleport,
not?
can rejoin his team.
No, they're far enough away.
I think they might
Zapman's
go
going to be up,
again
though.
here.
It's only going to be hurry wind
This
up
could
for
be
another
rough.
20 seconds. They've got to be quick. They've got to be decisive with what they want to do before Zapman is back up. The rocket will be available.
Run in, kill a bird,
For the
run in,
Jade
kill a bird
Dragons.
if you have
Just
time
go
for the
for this
second one.
right side Phoenix. Still 10 seconds on Zap. 15
They
for
can't, no
Scream.
way.
I think their call is get a bird and bail out.
You can get two
way.
birds.
And that was Zapman on the respawn. And
Nope.
speaking of Zapman, eviscerated in that team fight. Dardes hero play leads the charge on Phoenix line and just strategically removes him. Transforms into Nemesis just to get the chase down potential. Can't really figure out which leaf he is. Doesn't matter. Slice and dice essentially the whole lane right there. Knocks out 3 and finds Zapman in the 3. From there, the Highland Ravens spread across the map. Scream loses his 1v1 in the jungle. Hurry when trying his best to peel out with Haddix, but eventually at 10% HP, can't blame the guy for just fully escaping the scene. Seems to me, whichever team starts the siege, probably not going to be in a great position 30 seconds later.
It's the Highland Ravens. Pick up in jungle. Fire Giant's about to respawn, and all Phoenix is back
It's
up.
just been totally ignored.
Now for the Jade Dragons.
Is
Still
it
one
the
more
sixth
fire wave
beacon?
in left
I
to
don't
deal
think
with.
so.
The Jade Dragons.
It should be the 5th
need to
beacon,
let this
right?
one go. It's
Or the
enhanced
4th if they
Fire
haven't taken
Giant.
it.
You've got all 5 standing. If you lose one Phoenix in trade, not the end of the world. I think the smart call
Yeah,
by the
at this
Dragons
point, now that
send
you're,
a
now
few
that you're
people up.
contending
You
for
need
fire.
to make sure
Nope.
there's at
Yep,
least
Nika's gonna
one person
not go for
dealing
it.
with that
No.
left side wave.
Nobody there for now.
Why not just
The
take
Jade
it if you're
Dragons.
backing?
Nika starting his back, but I'm not sure he even gets there in time, J-Mac. Might just be that he shows himself on
Bird,
map
but he
and
backed too late.
loses the bird. And that's the case. Just too slow to get there. Meanwhile, Fire's low.
Down to 10%
So again,
health. Mike's
why
gonna
not
try and
just take
steal it.
the
Can't do
beacon,
so. The Highland
Ravens?
Ravens get the Fire Giant. It's Haddix in the back line. Trying to zone away the damage deals. Benika is going to do just the same in the Highland Ravens back line. Remember, now there's no timeline available to the Ravens
That's not
mid
gonna feel
laner,
good
so
for
the
Zapman
Ravens, they'll
having to
get
ult
the
away like
enhanced
that.
Fire Giant, and they're going to bail out as
Still
quick
lower
as they
damage
can.
than
Lespra
Mike, by the way.
walks too far forward. Eats poke from both Ben and Zapman, and that'll send the Jade Dragons back home.
Titan never allowed to regenerate as that left side Phoenix goes down. EFG going to simplify the siege on an already weakened mid-bird. The Jade Dragons struggle on base defense with just compositions. It can't be poke. It's got to be that all-in that we saw on right. If that's
could
the
also
case,
go for right Phoenix,
can
though.
you all-in a split engagement? If the
There's
Highland Ravens
the
are
beacon they're
concerned
going
about that true 5-on-5, why play it? 4-1 split.
They could go for right,
have
it
Scream
neutrals
play the
out
center of the map. Trust that he's at
their
least
down
can
Phoenix.
distract Lasbra. It's not exactly the most favorable matchup for a Wheelish from
While
here.
also
but
still taking advantage of the weakened
Edge,
Phoenix
Lifesteal, and
in their
Fire
mid
Giant
lane.
resustain. You don't need to win the fight. You just have to be there and force someone to respond to you. The Han Ravens in a very good spot from here. I'm watching the Jade Dragons closely. Playing pretty far outside the base, but haven't pushed out those left side waves. Could be. We've seen it before. Maybe a group up, try and catch the Ravens slipping in the jungle.
Someone in the stream chat just said,
about the Sobek
I've been
Wheelish
gone for
combo.
7 minutes. What's
Not
going
only
on?
beads on every single member of the
So
Jade
much
Dragons,
has
but
gone wrong
even
in this match for
3
both
different
teams, man.
sets of that Magi's Blessing afforded to the mid 3v3 of Lasbra, Dardes, and PVM. 3 players who, not only in their own relic department, but with their build, are just making sure to try and negate what Scream,
Wait,
what
PVM
Hurrywin can do, and
still
buy themselves that extra level of safety.
PVM still has.
Keep your eyes on
Oh,
it.
the chaotic beads were
I wonder,
PVM.
though,
Okay, like,
what's going to be the tipping point, J-Mac? What is it exactly?
but PVM still has
that the
recipe.
Highland Ravens can completely confirm a siege. With no runic bombs in pocket as it stands, you don't exactly have the ability to immediately burst down a bird. Lasbra's done a great job here pushing through mid, so no minion waves to play with there either.
Also, Blink
For
on
the Highland
Atlas just
Ravens.
feels weird.
Right
You
back
don't really
to
get
the
a ton
scene
of
of the
value
crime.
out of it.
Won't even go through the weakened bird first. Instead, 5-on-5 on right.
Last time it was Dardes who kick-started the fight for the Dragons, just walked up in the middle of everybody's stealth, put Zapman at half HP. And then it was all she wrote for the Dragons. Hurrywin's gonna try and get it done. Pull onto Nika. 40% of his health gone in the blink of an eye, but Zapman can't get any damage on the bird. Instead, it's all damage over towards Haddix instead. He's got the teleport to come back. But the Dragons are giving up their defense. They had a great one on the bird, but now just
Why'd they
giving
give
it
up the bird?
Ultimate from Coast gets some good damage. Lasbro just snake around the backside, gets the blink, gets the ultimate, but doesn't get enough damage in response.
Van
And it's
Hurry.
the Highland Ravens who will back away, because look at how
very
low
much in
everybody is, and
danger.
why is Zapman Zapman so far back by himself. That's
Haddix
two
is
now
down.
for the Jade Dragons. And Scream, Ven, and Hurry all on the run. But I don't think they can escape. Venenu is going to try and stop
Ven's
Dardas.
down.
But Venenu's got nothing left
Ven's
in the
dead
tank.
here.
He'll jump away. But
You
Mike
know
is
what?
going to chase him right down.
Scream goes in for a kill.
Gets the kill. Scream caught out of the jungle. Mike going to stand there.
Should have gone back in because now it's up to Hurry to defend this.
Dragons, it's a triple kill for Dardas with a weakened Phoenix. The Dragons have 45
Don't worry,
seconds
guys.
to
Hurrywind
push.
has
has to
EFG.
pull out a hat
But-
trick here if he wants to keep
but
his
don't
base
worry,
alive.
he can keep the
Fire
game
Giant
going.
Sobek, it's
We're gonna
scary,
reach
but
an
is it
hour for game
stop
one.
all the Jade Dragons scary? I don't think so.
We're gonna see at least defense on the top side for Lasbra and 4 commit for the Jade Dragons on the push. Hurrywin in the lurk in the waters, gets some damage, but he's not gonna get enough. Dardas stuns him out, and the Jade Dragons will take game number 1.
Talk about a wild back and
what
forth
a
battle.
game.
Sieges go one way or the other. Either team approaches a bird. It seems like it just doesn't work, and eventually the game goes long enough. The Jade Dragons find such a clean team fight. 44 minutes in, odds stacked against them, and just make the comeback
I'm gonna bring
win.
the overlay back
How
real
many
quick,
times
but
this
I am
game
gonna
do we
go
see the
refill my water
Ravens
again
go
really quick.
5, 6,
And,
7,000 gold down, step up to the Jade Dragons and win a fight handedly? But on then that inverse is how many times we see them step up to a Phoenix, and it just goes so horribly for them.
I couldn't tell you exactly what it is between these two teams, but the ability to knock down a bird and survive seems to be a foreign concept in this matchup.
It's just walk up, kill a Phoenix. All right, cool. Everybody back away. Nope, all of a sudden, Zapman is the one person who's sitting so far back, had his relics, had ultimate, gets caught on the middle of all of it.
How is he there alone?
And I don't know why Zapman is so far up by himself on the Danza.
He must have gone in with the initiation. My eyes got lost in the color explosion that was that team fight, but must have followed up on Haddix's ultimate, and Haddix says, well, I'm a tank and I'm gonna walk away because we are getting stomped in this engagement. And Zapman, once you ult in, you're stuck in.
I mean, maybe it was once he saw Lasbra blink in between like 4 people, he said, I guess I'm going to go away from Lasbra. I don't want to die to Scorching Blink, but maybe not quite the call that he was able to make there. It's the Jade Dragons who come out on top in game number 1. We'll throw it to a quick break, and we'll come back with game number 2.
Can it be that I can see excessively? I need to breathe. Let it away. I can breathe. The cycle's back.
Locking him down. Finally, someone's able to kill him. But Trelly, it's 1 kill in a field of death for Hex Mambo. 4 of them are gone. Haddix with a double. Now Julio taken off the board. A full-on deicide for the Ravens.
I think this year, coming back from Leviathans, he wanted to do some stuff a little bit differently than what he was able to do on the Leviathans last year. Just like play what he wanted to play. And then I think with having Scream on the team, funny enough, I think it kind of opened up what he can play. He's been playing a lot of different things than he's used to playing. It just kind of made him really comfortable on different things and kind of gave him, I think, a good confidence boost on some of the stuff that he hasn't
Speaking
played
of being
before.
back,
and kind of allowed
here's
him
me
to
consulting
be
to
that
make sure that it was
mechanical
Death's
player that
Embrace we're gonna
he
try and play
always has been.
an
really
arena
just,
game
like, show that
real
he's
quick
got
between
that-
games 1 and
that
2 here.
dog in him, I guess.
I really enjoyed coaching him. I think that he's a really, really intelligent player, and I think he's got a lot of good opinions about the game. I think that he can be a bit hard-headed at times, but not in a way where you can't get through to him. So I think that he's got a good mix of I feel really strongly about these things, and I think that he has good and correct opinions
Alright,
of the game
what's-
as well.
what's something funny
But
we
I think
could
that
do here?
the good thing about him is he can also,
You know, let's
in certain
just work
situations,
on,
concede a bit to at least make it
just work on
manageable for
this
the team.
bunch.
And individually, that guy as well,
to
he's
right
really talented.
I don't think of him as like a carry player with like the mage meta that's been going around a little bit this year.
You
To
know what,
me,
actually, you know
Haddix
what,
is
no,
just
no,
a
I know what I
super
want to do.
consistent
I want to
player.
play tank.
Honestly, it's not really.
We'll
I
use
don't
the
know
new
if it's
skin.
a fair critique of him or his teams in the past, but
got this skin.
You have to look at him and see that he hasn't really had a lot of tournament success.
As far as like laning, and again, it's hard to say nowadays because it's not nearly as skill expressive, but like I think he's probably one of the better like actual solo laners, like person in the early game.
They really
so
kept in.
Definitely has that advantage in a lot of sets. Like
They really kept in him saying that it's
he
not
goes
as
for, like,
skill
out-of-the-box
expressive
picks
to
as
be
much,
playing solo lane
which is a
anymore.
weakness.
That's hilarious.
But I think just him being a very consistent and stable solo laner is like an absolute like win con and such a gift for the Ravens.
He won't be the guy to lose you the game, but he won't be doing what Haddix does to win you a game. I think he kind of just, he goes from like an S tier to maybe like an A tier. if the meta shifts are not in his favor. He's also just got a generally aggressive playstyle.
Alright, two people are about to dodge. That is unfortunate.
You know, if Cthulhu's
got
meta, you know he's not blocking that Cthulhu.
They have
not that it's a bad thing,
potentially 4 tanks. Okay.
Like know what to play into and how he's going to play, and it's kind of easy to like prep that way against Hadid.
You know, I've just had an idea. What if I further expanded my Smite challenge idea? And this could be like my way to be playing the game throughout your left and right. But what if I further expanded my idea of
it's crazy.
Every subclass in every role? What if I expanded
so
that?
Basically, you said I'm really annoying to deal with, but I'm good.
To also needing to get
That's pretty good.
in
This is like, I feel like this is a whole glazing video so far. Oh.
Joust and slash.
Oh, I've heard this so many times from Twig. It's insane. He tells me I'm a meta player, or he's like.
I would also do ARAM, but part of the problem there is just
about this.
actually getting the roles that I would need.
Right? Don't listen to it.
But I think just him being a very consistent and stable solo laner is like
I take it back. He knows what he's talking about. Never mind. He knows what he's talking about.
win con and such a gift for the Ravens.
You hear that? I'm a gift. I'm a gift for the Ravens. Never mind, Twig knows what he's talking about. Oh.
Okay, so we're going Soul Gem into Pythax. And then after Pythags, we're going into Valor. Maybe not Valor off the, but it's like did I take that from Gilgamesh? No, he's one right now. Awesome. Like if I'm going to be playing like I get increased moves. I can't CC the Yorm, but I sure as hell can crush her. Also, Cat Yorm best skill. For Yorm. That's best Yorm skill. Best Jormungandr skill. Oh no! Shadow being violently not at. Oh. Okay, Pythags, who be the cheap option in this trade? Okay, there we go. Anyone stacking I need to worry about? No? Cool, I have Gore Recipe. That's like an arena thing to do, is just always forgo a recipe. Part of it's just because you don't have as much time to remember it, though. You know, you kind of gotta just binge more power. Let's go. Boarworm's doing boarworm things. And I am doing running away things. There are 3 of us just firing. Oh no. Okay, well the good news is we get this. Yeah. And then we're gonna go Valor. And I think we're gonna go Onis. No, we're gonna go Onis into Valor. I have to. It's better for the mana regen. Tell me the Afro is not broken tank, please. The perk is building wonky. running for real. I was about to say it burns not having the 1250, but then I saw how close I was to it, so we're fine, we're fine. Okay, the Yorm also isn't building tank, so I won't have to worry too much about that. Hitting into the wall with my abilities. Wow, I just keep getting my shit cancelled on. So yeah, having a bunch of magic procs helps a lot. Let alone when I actually get, fucking...
With generational improvements, aesthetic updates, and our consistently high build quality, this system is bound to be the envy of both family and friends alike. For yours, check out StarForgeSystems.com, and I'll see you in the Forge.
I just want to max out my movement. It do be arena after all. Dear God, the startup time for that though. Spark is probably not a great matchup.
Game 1 of Dragons and Ravens officially in the books. Started like an hour ago. Goodness, what a lengthy game number 1. All the love to the boys joining me back on the desk, and all the love to StarForge
Meant to start an hour before it did as well. That's the crazy part.
For this event, hand built in Texas, and man, good enough for the Smite World Championship. Good enough for you at home. PCs at varying price points. Make sure to check them out. Thanks again to StarForge Systems for bringing our players the best experience they can get on the main stage. Also, for everyone in venue,
all right, we're gonna get Valor. It's gonna help with her, but it's also gonna help more generally as well.
Those guys, you go to where you checked in up front at the front of the venue. Take a right. There's a concession stand down that hallway. You're gonna walk down that hallway, and the Oni Warriors hanging out before their matchup
Catworm got away
today. So, want to plug the meet and greets? They're going on all weekend long. Oni Warriors right now, front of the venue. Take a right. If you get it wrong, Frog's fault. We'll blame him for that one.
I wrote that down. I want to meet him.
That was for you. And you know what? You'll get a chance to after we take a look at the Steel Series moments of glory from Game 1. There were a lot in this one, Hazer. A 40-some-odd minute game. Both teams had their opportunities to win. Yet we're looking back in the first couple of minutes, and what a back-and-forth affair we had.
Absolutely. I mean, this game started off great for the Jade Dragons. They controlled that early game, controlled that mid game, and they got to the point where they had FG and they wanted to siege down the solo side of the map. And I feel like that's kind of where this game went for both teams, sieging. Big issues for both squads in this one. We see the Jade Dragons were really controlling this. This is all Dragons highlights up to now. They seem to just have the better end of the early game against the Ravens.
He's put the
back into it big time around FG, Bobby.
Yeah, and sieging is the entire highlight for both teams, or I guess I should say poor sieging for both teams.
Yeah.
This want to just 5-man group for both teams, just run it down. I mean, the one side, Nika ults into the Phoenix. Team doesn't come with them, Nika dies. On the opposite side, Ravens go for the Phoenix. 5-man on EFG, they go in, or they start backing up.
Okay.
Zap goes in and he dies. So it's just
we
both
get
of
a
these
bunch
teams
of
don't
CDR.
seem to be on the same page
Actually,
with their
Cat
sieging.
CDR, right? Once we get pot.
The crazy thing is you don't have to 5-man siege. Play to split a little bit. That's how EFG is won. That's like the best way to play around it.
I think this type of game, I mean, you really get the chaos in which Morrigan can thrive. Dardes looked like a man on a mission in this game. You saw him, I think, on multiple attempts of those siege opportunities. He gets that invis stun onto Zapman, and then he gets the triple kill to end the game and be able to push down on the Titan. I'm not sure that this is a pick that they can really allow him to have in game number 2. I mean, but even outside of that, even outside of picks and bans,
get away.
These sieging attempts, the back and forth, I think both teams have things they want to clean up from game number 1.
Absolutely.
Once we get the glyph, I probably live that. I definitely live that with the glyph, probably. Wait, that's
damage. Zapman,
okay. You know what I mean. I'm confident that I live that with
Where
glyph,
is that
what I'm
Zap
saying.
passive? This is the
Getting all those extra procs.
Up against Coast, New Boy.
And the best part is, we're not really going to have to worry about capping the prots and having them go away for a little bit.
We talked a little bit during the game. Now it's
due to the fact that they're so heavy on the magical damage that unless Herc is just running
were there
at me,
build concerns from you in game 2? Some things you saw that surprised you potentially, or was it smooth sailing on that front?
oh my god.
I think the biggest thing that stuck out to me was the Magi's into Bologna. It seemed like they had this Magi's on cooldown for 90% of the game. That's just not a god you can build Magi's into. She forces
What's
it
the other
easily.
glyph do? I don't
Something
remember.
that
These both used to suck.
Scourge is on like a 15-second cooldown. You can easily pull it.
No, it's not too bad actually.
Is actually starting. That is an issue. Don't build it into Morgan or into Bologna. Build something else. And then the opposite side, I think the potential frontline damage that the Ravens had, the Baba build path, 2 defense items, and then Zapman's build path with no Kins, no Deathbringer, really made this Osiris hard to deal with. Only 1 death onto the Osiris, and it was on that int.
That's exactly it. We were talking about how do they kill this Osiris. The only time they managed to kill him was when he jumped in between Phoenixes and was stuck there like a lemon trying to open the door with no Phoenixes down. Couldn't get out of there, eventually falls. But I do think that was a real issue. Something that we've seen from other teams is perhaps the Baba Yaga skip out on that cloak and go more damage.
See what adaptations are afoot as the Jade Dragons and the Highland Ravens go into picks and bans for game number 2. A reminder, this is a best of 3. Jade Dragons win, they're going to the semis, and the Ravens are going home. Ravens hoping to push us into a game number 3. Frog, the typical question would be, you get 6 bans right off the rip now.
Hello,
are you
crab
expecting
man.
changes
You are
based
not
on the
crab.
picks that we
You
saw
are worse
succeed in the
than
first?
crab.
I think you are expecting changes. I mentioned already, I would like to see
The
that
crab
Oregon
grab.
band. I mean, we were criticizing it a little bit on the desk early on, saying that there are no golden transformations, and still Zardes makes it look like a standout pick, one of the signatures
Oh
from the Jade Dragons mid
no.
laner. That being said, I do.
Okay,
I
cool.
don't think it's
I'm
a
literally,
bad idea to
I
stick
can't
to your
move.
guns, right? I mean,
That's
they
not how
had
that
a
ultimate
lot
works.
of pressure on
That
both
is
sides.
not how
They
that
got
ultimate
plenty of
works. You don't
BFGs.
just get
If they just
stuck
clean
in
up that
place.
sieging a little bit, they could go back to what's been working.
I just hate this Athena ban. Hazer talked about it in first.
I only
place.
know because I've done that to
First
people
side,
and
this
they
is
get out
such a free first
without
ban, or
beat.
just something that you can force them to ban. Unfortunately, they're banning it themselves.
These men disappeared 48 hours ago.
Add jump scare. Okay. Cool. 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 I don't care.
Hazer, that you maybe either team feel comfortable just running back what you just played. Is that maybe why we're seeing some similarities? You're thinking execution diff in game 1.
Okay, I can just wait a moment while I figure out what to buy, but I think we're gonna buy like either coin or Typhons. Probably Typhons, just for a bunch of extra power. Because if I get Typhons, I could go another tank item. Because if I do this build, if you do this build with Shroud. Hi there.
Now remember, Vapor Coast in the pregame interview said, Zap, hope you're going to get nice and comfy beneath your tier 1 tower. And then immediately into game 1, Coast finds a kill. Obridge. Three times is enough. Send him home. Well, Coast is doing his best. And a great start, what I'm getting at in game number 1.
Yeah, I need to get Typhons, and then we can get like another tank item.
Frog in the pivot pick from Zapman.
I think it's definitely a go back to comfort for Zap. We've seen him on this pick before, and Heim notably, if you're looking to stay safe under the tower, Heim, one of those safer hunters, can be able to teleport all the way back down the lane. And so he's going to have a little bit better of a time in that 1v1, and I think allows Zap to have a little bit more presence in that lane.
So I can wait a moment till I actually have enough for Typhons before I go back.
From getting locked in. It is one of the hardest counters for the Morgan to play into. And actually with that, the Jade Dragons had to flip over from that Morgan to this Aphrodite, but I mean, Aphrodite is something they're just as comfortable with.
Absolutely, I love this Afro pick, especially as it's
Here
a
we
god
go.
who you can pair with somebody who's feeling hot and just stick to them and let them dive, let them play aggressive, give
Okay,
them an
and then we
extra
go
beat,
into,
an extra
I don't know,
Aegis. And right now, I feel like Mike's going to go back to what we've seen him do before in this
It's
Afro.
just a lot of
and
prots,
stick
you know?
to Coast. He's going to allow Coast to play extra aggressive.
We don't
get
have
more
many
done.
prots
Just
going
dropped
on
50K
here without
in
our
the last
stacks.
game with an Atlas supporting him. Now he's got an
We
Afro
don't have a ton of
paired
prots with our
I,
stacks, to be fair.
You know, I'm starting to feel a little bit scared for the Ravens here.
Frog, do you think that Aphrodite now forces the hand of the Ravens to change up their style a bit, or is it not quite that seismic of a pick?
I think it definitely does force a little bit of an adaptation. They've held on to that jungle pick. They've held on to that support pick for later in the draft, right? Don't have
Why is
that
the
so back.
Capricorn
And so
music?
you're going into the Aphrodite. Not only do you want to
Can't
think about
fight.
anti-heal, but you also have to think about how you're going to
just have no
dive the
help.
picks that are attached. You know,
He's
there's a little bit
tankier than I am
extra,
and
not
doing more
just
damage
heal,
than I
it's
am, and
literally
I'm very annoyed
invulnerability,
by that.
Right? That you cannot
He's not
kill this
building
guy through that
tanky, he's
Aphrodite
just
ultimate.
tankier and
So
higher
you have to be
damage than
thinking
me.
about, especially these roaming picks, the picks that might be in the backline from
That's
Scream.
really fair.
How do you want to be diving this Hachiman and whatever mid laner comes out for the Dragons?
And before we even get to Scream's pick, I'm curious what Laz is going to kind of go for now, because if you look at the Jade Dragon's comp, where's the engage?
Yep.
Aphrodite Osiris not really going to be doing anything.
What do you
on that
mean?
front.
Afro
Maybe
can
Laz
just,
has
you
to
know,
kind of forego his pick for
stun
something like that
someone and then
unbox
you
just
jump
to get
on.
the fight started. Because if they don't have that, last game they had Mike on the Atlas and just blink in and start fights. They don't have this unbox. What are the Dragons going to do to start these fights?
Laz had his chase down in game number 1. And again, we've seen in these Final Four, this is when the
Yeah,
picks take a bit of a
it's
breather.
risky, but
So
I
went
think
through
that there's
the
enough
first
tickets
6
left
picks
that I can
in
go
this game. That man getting some love from the crowd.
final
oh, no,
item
the coast.
thieves,
Oh, we've
and
seen
we
these
should
two.
stack it.
Well, the Jade Dragons fan happy with how game number 1 went. Nice suspenders, by the way. Maybe tomorrow we'll see what happens with my wardrobe. Lancelot locked in for the Jade Dragons. First time we'll get to see Lance here, Hazel.
I do like this. A little bit of AoE here. Good secondary front line, I would say. Lance, a strong god at diving, can get in there, can be the engager for this team. He can allow Afro to stay further back, and he can dive in with his
need it,
Osiris. It's
but
also a
might
pick
as well take
that I
it.
like for Laspra. He's probably maybe the second best Lance in the league after Captain Twig. Been looking really strong on that pick this year. One other thing that I wanted to take a note of is these bans. I don't know if these teams have been scrimming each other or what. We saw an Uller ban bottom 2 last time, and this time we've got Zeus and Evo banned out by the Ravens, taking that away from Dardes. I have to think, Bobby, that these teams maybe have had some practice against each other coming into this event.
Yeah, I might have told you that we were going to be
Of course.
expecting Hebo Zeus bans you to call me
As soon
crazy.
as I go in, they
This
collapse.
is kind of coming out of nowhere.
A little
Not from-
specific, huh?
it must be, because it's not from Qualies, it's not from before. It's been maybe a year since we've actually seen Hebo or Zeus, so they kind of do come out of nowhere. The Ravens with these last 2
far
picks,
right.
something that's sticking out to me is, what is Scream really going to play here? The only thing that really sticks out to me
Try and
that
get
I think he could actually look really strong
power
on
buff here.
is that nausea. Something that he can waste a bunch of time, allow his team to kind of ramp up in these fights. Because last game, the Awilix had some really big pop-up opportunities, but for the most part, Scream didn't have any hyper-carry potential. And Nasha, not really a one-shot character, but I think Nasha hyper-carries through the potential to just waste a bunch of time, get a bunch of relics, and then just execute the person that he does get the beats down on.
Could be interesting for the Naja. I'm looking for Scream as well. I mean, this would be the time to pick up some spice. If you've been hanging on to a pick,
I have to get this
is
now.
the time
We can
to
get Gemma
pull out
Focus
something
later,
that
but I
fits
have to get this now as soon as
Scream
it's
and
active.
Cool.
You're a smart
And
man.
Surtur is the lock-in.
Hazer, Surtur, for the jungle of the Highland Ravens. Saw it a little bit early in the year.
Surtur jungle, always a
Mid-season,
fun
I
one
was
to see.
off somewhere else. Still a surprise though here at Worlds.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen
Incoming
him in
cat.
the jungle a little bit,
I'm the only one that dies out of this. Nope, I'm not. Okay, well, at least I'm not the only one.
Out of this god front load.
Also,
And I think
just
one
no
of the
stack
items that he likes to build as well,
on Thieves because
recently
nothing
got
died.
buffed, Bobby.
Tragic.
What's the name of that one? The auto attack
Arc
one?
Druids.
Arc Druids, that's the one. Really, really powerful on Surtur. Got a buff recently, lets his in-hand damage really do a lot to the backline while he is that little bit tanky himself.
My only worry with the Surtur, I think it's a great pick. We've seen it before, the hybrid potential from him.
Just wanna
But
get
do
my
they have the
assists,
potential
man.
to kill through this Aphrodite Hachiman backline? A lot of safety and just a lot of damage also with this Merlin locked in. Scream's going to be put into a position where either he's going to have
Surtur
to
Merlin,
build a
by the
little
way,
more
is just
damage,
it's
I
a
think, or
funny
he's
little
gonna have to
throwback.
find a lot of anti-heal opportunity because through that, so much safety on the backside of the Dragons.
I mean, this worries me, just like you were talking about for the damage, because I automatically, you pick Merlin, you think of it as a little bit unsafe, perhaps. You don't have that huge dash, and Hachi, of course, can run away on the horse, but they've both been playing so aggressive. They force Coastal ult in, and if either of them are left unchecked, that's really what the Afros are going to do. They're going to dive one person. And maybe you kill the Merlin and Coast goes crazy. Maybe you kill the Hachimen and Merlin gets to go crazy, right? I mean, it's a double-edged sword for how you're looking to dive the Jade Dragon's backline.
Yeah, curiosity reigns supreme for me up here on the desk. Inbound, I actually want to come to you as a former competitor. A 45-minute game like that at Worlds does not go your way when you're in a relatively commanding position. You have a chance to siege, maybe grab a Phoenix. What is the mental reset that's required for the Highland Ravens after dropping a game like game 1?
I mean, I think that's the value of the veteranship on this team. That man's brought in for his potential to win these worlds. And if there's anyone that's going to be able to give you that mental reset that, oh, I was 0-10, it doesn't matter, let's go to the next one, Zapman's going to be able to do that. It's the same thing with Scream. Scream is really good at that also. He's able to just kind of mentally reset, go into that next game, and that is kind of a strength of this Ravens, I think. They have that veteran leadership, and they have that potential to just lose game 1, not in the way you want to, and then go into that game 2 and just reset.
Wonder if, you know, the Surtur, is that a mental reset type of pick? But really, Hazer, I'm wondering if this Heimdall that we talked about earlier in the draft is a mental reset type of pick for Zapman. Was not a great KDA in game number 1. Heimdall may be a bit safer to get into a power position in game 2.
I feel like this is a go back to comfort for Zap. He did his spicy pick, he did his thing, he was like, Danza, this is my pick I prepared going in. Doesn't come off for him, and he's like, okay, I'll go back to basics, I'll go back to what I know works. But one
so good bit of damage off on him as well, which is good.
Target. This Afro counters out fairly well, and I think that's going to be a real problem.
Let's look at the health ball in here.
All 2-0 quarterfinals last year. Do we get our first 3-game set? We'll
Let's
go
go
down
quarterfinals. There's a lot of 2-0s in the semifinals,
That's right, it's
too.
the Jade Dragons trying to make their way to the semifinals with a 1-game advantage now against the Ravens. But it always happens with Zapman. If you go back
it was
to old reliable,
mostly
open up the
2-0s
say,
last
what can the
year
Heimdall
in
do to see if he
general.
can bring it back some victory?
And I think the Heimdall is just a smart decision again to keep
in
Dardas
Overwatch World
off
Cup
of that
as well.
the Morrigan. That pick absolutely blows the doors open in game number 1. So not only a favorite for Zapman, but a smart denial.
Excuse me, did YouTube
away
lower the
from
quality
Jade
of my
Dragons.
stream? It did.
That said, it's not the most interesting thing that we see on the Highland Ravens. It's got to be that Surtur pick. The Fire
100%.
Giant Unleashed, now
Oh,
playable in Smite.
dude, Surtur
That is a
Jungle
guy
is
that
good.
I'm very, very much so a massive fan
Got
of,
Merlin as
especially
well,
through
Afro,
levels 6
you know,
through 12.
lots of
Feels like he
throwbacks.
really does get
This is
a
like,
lot of that damage stacking up.
honestly,
You can play him
these comps are
hyper-aggressive.
kind
His
of just
burst
like,
is
yeah, here's the
relatively good,
history of year
easily
10
confirmable
in
single target, but
one
easily confirmable
viable
CC. Makes it just so
draft.
easy for you to roll through just about any given lane. But that comes with a flip side, a double-edged sword, as we heard on the desk. Your late game, not so great. If you're not stacking up your passive, if you're
wanna
not
see stats
playing
here really
well
quick
with a
before
lead,
things
if you have to
get
go
super
towards
started.
slightly defensive items, all
So
of
I
a sudden
had
what
bottom
was
damage, but I had
100 to 0
really
becomes
good
like
damage because I had the
180.
damage of 2 of their mages.
That's why we've kind of been seeing almost that
I
flip
don't
where you build
understand why the
super
Yorm was
damage
just
or,
taking
you know, a lot of
nothing.
damage right out the gate.
That's
and then you start
really
kind of becoming that,
frustrating.
I guess, third tank in this case, you know, alongside Haddix and Hurrywin. So I wonder where Scream will go with this style of build.
Okay, there we
You
go.
see the Soul Rangers get to the minions
Now
first,
we
where
are
they started
indigging.
scrapping over on their side. Last game, it was wave number 1 that we had saw a kill for Vapor's Coast up against Zapman. Might not see that same exact level, but Hurrywin instead is the one starting to fall a bit low in duo.
And duo lane fights for the Highland Ravens just not exactly favorable
So
at
Dardas
any
is
point
low
here,
on mana
unless
already.
they
That's not gonna
actually
feel
kill
great for
someone.
farming
Otherwise,
on
it's
Merlin.
all right, I'll back up, I'll clear the wave,
On
I'll
any mage,
sustain
but on
all the
Merlin
while.
especially.
Coast doesn't care if you continue to hit Flux like this. He'll just play around his HP, he'll play around Mike, and so long as Mike has mana, Coast has HP.
Mike should have plenty of mana to spare, not just from being the support, but also having that meditation available to him.
Does.
So more health, more mana available for the side of the Jade Dragons in the duo.
Yeah, that
and the duo
draft
lane
was
is where
just a
it
crazy.
kicked
It's
off
like
for
a
the Jade
who's who of
Dragons.
year 10 Smite.
And then it got
It's
like
crazy.
really quiet for a while, where we saw maybe a little tussle in one lane, maybe not tussle.
You
It
got
wasn't a whole
Koth,
lot of team fighting
Thorban,
after
Baron,
that first
and
blood hit for the
Yemoja,
Dragons,
but also
and it felt like
Kibo,
a lot of the
you
lead
know,
they could have garnered
Athena's
kinda
been
got a
ever
bit squandered.
present. Surtur in the
Lost out the Jade
jungle.
Dragons, that is a
Merlin,
neutral farm
Lance.
by
Lance not in
just
solo, but
speed
Lance.
of clear from speed
Lance was
that
good in
was
solo at the very
outpacing
beginning of the
Nemesis on
year.
other side. This time around, speed
Yeah,
of clear,
and support.
probably leaning a little bit more so towards Lasbra. That's not to say that Surtur doesn't have the ability to clear out these camps. He certainly does. It's just not the same level of AoE. He has to channel some of those auto attacks a little bit more consistently. And Doug, I'd be really interested to see around level 4 or 5 for Scream exactly what he decides to max out. I believe we're probably looking at about 1 point each ability from here. So we'll get eyes on that before too long. Not exactly a hyper-aggressive first item pick in this Surtur. I'd call him a 2-item power spike style pick, and we'll, with that second item, get a pretty good idea of what
Out of the,
Scream's
I mean,
trying
if
to
you're
go
going
for.
full power out of the jungle, then yeah,
Looks like
definitely
Typical
second
Yoda's
item.
kinda
But
start out, and then from
he
there,
can come
do you go
alive.
into more damage, or do
First
you go
item
into
if
the
you're going
defense?
tank,
I think that's
especially in
the
solo.
question we're waiting for.
The other thing with Surtur
Scream.
too is he can kind of build anything and make
Your
it work.
question previously is, where do you go? He's gonna wait and see. Do I need that extra big burst damage immediately? Can I get a little bit more of that
You know,
gradual?
good items at least.
He blinks in up against Lasbra, gets the beads from the Lancelot. And Lasbra will be fine for now. Nika playing as the gatekeeper to the back line. Throws out that tether, stuns out both Scream and Haddix.
Is the one. So it's the one max there for Scream. That's a lot of additional burst, makes it that much easier to stack up the passive, make sure you get additional damage from that first ability. Of course, finish off any sort of target, be it a god or a camp, as long as they're taking the dot damage from his first ability does more damage later, and that continues to stack up just about infinitely. No one's hitting the cap on that one. Generally, we see about 60 to 70 stacks towards the latest portions of the game. But Scream, for now, in an okay position to continue just playing passively on map. Until Lazarus starts to throw around his weight a little bit, you don't really expect Scream to be the one getting things started. If anything, you can leverage the global or semi-global from Surtur to follow Lazarus around the map.
Just kind of the story of these two teams in general, or maybe more specifically a couple of players on these teams, goes all the way back. We'll have to hold that thought for the moment. Zapman jumps into the Bifrost just in time, gets away from Lasbra.
That could have been
You look
bad.
at some of the storyline with these players, specifically Venenu versus Mike.
I
It
forgot to
feels
put
like
my
ever
overlay
since
down.
Venenu had left Mike's squad, it has been an uphill battle for Venenu, no matter what team he's on, no matter where Mike lands, for Venenu to find success against Mike's teams.
Yeah, it was on the Bolts, now on the Ravens. Been stopped by the Jade Dragons the majority of major events we've had so far this year, trying to break that curse at the World Championship. I think Van is in an interesting position here in that he is just about the majority of the late game team fight potential for the Highland Ravens. Massive damage output, the most consistent damage outputter they've got, as well as essentially another pseudo frontliner can join up with this bruiser style build. We see Prophetic on Baba Yaga just about every time this god is locked in. 3 stacks from her passive means you don't really have to concern yourself with actually making contact with both physical and magical gods, just simplifying your entire game. And that allows you to, with HP shielding on Home Sweet Home, just WM1. And any Smite pro will tell you, that's exactly what you want to do.
Asbra, no beats, has to use the ultimate.
I do need to
Good
play
poke
Baba
from
Yaga.
Venenu, dismounts him for a moment.
The funny triple
Laz,
stacking
quick on the
build where you
trigger,
go.
able to get down to the Grand
you go
Joust in
book.
time, gets away from both Scream and Venenu.
So there's a build you can do with Baba Yaga, where you start on tablet, which tablet's not good right now, right? So you can skip this. But the rest of the build is you just go all of the stacking items that you can. You go like Book of Thoth, and then Cloak, and then Warlock Staff.
Doesn't really have anything forcing them any further down the map. Even then, and the desk highlights it very well.
And then if you want, you could also go like
on
Thieves
beats
for
behind
maximum
Ravens isn't
comedy on the
exactly
tank front.
high. You've got a lot of single target CC.
You could also do
once more,
Karn's point.
Hurry, Scream, and Haddix.
Probably better
Considering
last
that
item to do,
department.
but
Zapman
you know.
with the ultimate, but if Heimdall's
you
using his ultimate aggressively,
choose
he's
to not
probably
go Karn's
already won the
It's-
fight.
it's just
Otherwise,
ultra
we'll see that,
stacking
for the
build
most
is-
part,
is
just
funny.
use as a CC immunity or dash out.
And one guy we really don't see too often, almost feels like it's a comfort pick for one player specifically in this Merlin. Usually we see BennyQ kind of default back to it. What is it about the Merlin on this
but the
composition
Merlin's
that
just, like,
maybe kind of sees
solid.
good for Dardas? You know,
He's
what
been
is it
good all
about
year.
this guy that really sticks out to him as to going towards it?
It's a relatively safe pick. Flicker just really, really fast dash for him.
Yep, Blink, but in
maybe it's the
combat, it's
AoE
crazy.
damage potential. You can keep
And
back
way
the
more
Highland
often.
Ravens. A lot of them are not going to exactly be
Slightly less range,
sneaky
but that
with how
doesn't
the
matter
fight's
for the
gonna go
trade-offs.
down. Scream's going to walk at you. Hurrywin's going to walk at you. Even Ven is going to walk at you. So walk through AoE persistent damage from Merlin, a little bit harder.
Ika used the Lord of the Afterlife. Scream barely gets up into the Comet in time. He'll crash right back down with Venenu over in mid. Quick collapse by the Jade Dragons, but not quite enough damage yet to take down the Surge. Still base defense stats, enough to keep him alive, but give it about another 5 minutes and that might just be a death on the jungler.
But given another
This might be
5
Bruiser.
minutes, and I think we might be looking at a very tanky jungler here.
Oh,
as
never
Scream
mind.
doesn't like to go
Druidstone.
down a
Still
more
might be
defensive
Bruiser.
path in that second slot. He's really considering his options. Was a breastplate, now going down that Druidstone tree. That'll help out a little bit, and the desk highlighted it well.
It's probably going to be
Doesn't exactly
binding
sacrifice
because
too
of
much in the
having
damage
a slow, a knock-up, and a stun.
Versus Nika will
I had to guess.
pretty much just go like
Also,
this
just
until
'cause what else are you
somebody else
building out? I
shows
guess
up
not Druids, but-
to ruin the party. Had their stats a little bit over on the side of the solo lane. It really feels like we're getting kind of sent back 4 or 5 years in the past with this solo lane matchup here. The Osiris
I wonder
Bologna.
how good that
Not something
that
we've
old
seen
build
in
is.
quite some time.
It's not
You know,
even that
usually
old,
maybe
but
one
just like I
pops
wonder how
up.
good that build is
Now
that
it's
people were
Scream
doing for a while
Hurrywin
after
stepping
the
up. Get some poke towards
after all the
Rasbro,
item
maybe
changes
going for an
came
invade,
through.
but there's no
Well,
camps
people
up
were
in
just
build for either
doing
of them to
all
take
of
just
the
yet.
I don't know if you
tank
saw that J-Mac.
damage
Scream's
items. and
already
it was
starting
like,
to hit pretty hard. And it's difficult at this portion of the game to deal with the little fire imps that
Infused
Surtur
Sigil,
spawns
Glad
up.
Shield,
Later on,
Arc
they're going to die
Druids,
to
Mana Core
inconsequential,
Spikes.
accidental damage. Darda's going to throw out a vortex, and all of a sudden, every fire imp around.
Everyone was part of that build.
But we saw it there. Lazar takes about 100 of his HP just trying to get it off.
I don't know what the last item was.
Batman
And if you were support, you would just go like
on its way. We'll just
Sentinels, cloak.
kind of wait really for the
Glad
big team
shields.
fight to break out. A little bit of poke action
Cloak
between
or
the two mid
thieves.
laners.
Glad shields, arc
Nothing
druids,
that's going to take
Manticores.
either one out just
The
yet. As long as
thieves
Flicker
could
is
go
up,
for
Dart
win.
is
Like, you
usually
just
can get away
you just take the build and
from this
replace
Baba
it
Yaga
with
unless he's in
a support
melee
starter
range of the gun at
and,
that point. But
you know, use the
if you're
support
that close to a Baba
tank
Yaga,
items,
you're
use the
probably
zone
already
roll both
messing
of
up
them.
as a mid laner.
So Ven's been doing a good job though, trying to put some sort of pressure out on the Dart as
It was a really fun build to play.
Keep Lazar involved towards the
Wasn't
center
that bad
of
to
the
play
map,
against
restrict his
as long
ability
as you weren't
to
dealing
get
with like
active in
mid
these
game where the
side
build
lanes.
was basically
Side
unkillable
lane
while it was
matchup for the
deleting you.
most part going to go even. We've seen the Soul Lane.
But early
boxing
game
match,
before it came
wet
online,
fight,
it wasn't that
whatever you
bad.
wanna call it.
And then
I call
late game was like, yeah,
padding
maybe Sage
stats
just
that
let them
Soul
handle
Lane
it.
so often do.
It's kind of just how
And then
tanks
in the
work in the
dual
late
lane,
game.
it's this awkward interaction of Vapor's Coast chomping at the bit, just wants to fight, and he's got the resustain from PBM to do it. And on the other side, it's, well, Hurrywin's got resustain himself with Sickening Strike, and Zapman's playing maybe the safest hunter in Smite, so when do we get the fight?
They'd love to be able to fight. Vapor's Coast thrown back. Zapman uses the ult, pulls beads away. Hurrywin in the waters. Get some extra damage up against Coast, but not enough for a kill just yet. Quick stun by Mike May. Had to save Coast from a potential second pluck. And with Scream waiting around the corner, one missed position is all the Highland Ravens need to find their opening.
So you do burn the beads off Vapor's Coast, but worth noting, Mike is beads for Vapor's Coast, so do it again. On top of the CC immunity available to Coast himself in Ultimate. A very safe lane here for the Jade Dragons. It's not even as if Scream's gonna have the easiest time chasing out Hachi, so any interaction I think we see in the dual lane for the most part is just gonna reflect on the dual lane matchup. Now without beads, if Zapman's left alone with them, Coast might feel a little bit more pressure.
He talked a little bit about how maybe late game gets a bit tougher for the Highland Ravens. For the Jade Dragons, if this game keeps going at this pace, Blasper keeps taking that much damage, it's not going to be a fun time for the Jade Dragons at all. But as this game starts getting a little bit later, because it really feels like we're already starting to push towards the depths of this matchup, how does it favor the Jade Dragons? Is this a winning style of gameplay, sit back, farm up, or is this one that might want to get a bit more active early?
I think the Jade Dragons have got really good potential
could've
at
been
burning
bad
objectives,
for the
which is
Ravens.
something we should likely see in the next 4 to 5 minutes. Otherwise, both sides are going to have significant difficulty in initiating fights. Nika can create a lot of space, but his CC's largely conditional and takes a good long while to channel up. PBM, single target, Lazra, massive cripple field, doesn't exactly lock anyone down, it just prevents them from running further away. So I could see a late game where it comes down to poke battles between Ven and Dardes, or maybe ADCs trading a little bit of auto attacks back and forth. Likely we see something like an Odysseus bow again, just to spread some damage evenly through the fight. The advantage I see for the Jade Dragons in late game, though, is that sustain. PBM just simplifies so much of the team fight. It's not, well, if I walk up, they'll do 500 damage to me and I can return 500. I'll walk up, we'll trade 500. You can heal me for the 500 while I wait for my cooldown to come back up.
We're nearing the spawn of the first beacon. Still about 45 seconds till that one pans out. Probably going for a bit of an invade. Mike spots him out, but not much the two can do. It's just for that Chester camp over anything, and the shield buff to the way of the Highland Ravens. Asper shows up to the left side just to make sure Highland Ravens don't try anything sneaky. And 11 minutes into the game, we're dead even, or double digits in gold, single digit in experience separating the two teams.
There's just not much that can really happen this early on. Both teams struggling to find easy targets. Hurry seems to think he found his. A Porsche Coast set flying.
He just only got his beads up now, and on landing, Zapman's got a lot of damage, and with Hurrywin nearby, it's the Highland Ravens on the board first. Zapman returning the favor.
And talk about how narrow the margins are.
Crazy,
what is
the
that,
first
half a
blood,
second until his beads are back and available?
The first
the
bloods
Highland
went
Ravens
from
just have those timers down pat. The Porsche Coast pays for it and now gives them the advantage around this Stygian
Zapman getting first blooded at 40 seconds.
Up, only 3 Dragons
Zapman and Hurry getting first blood.
Even over here.
12 moves.
This could mean that the Highland Ravens could
This
be
should be a
opting to
free
go
beacon
just
for
towards the
the
Gold
free.
Fury. Haddix and Venenu will stand nearby while the
No.
other 3 go towards Gold Fury. Can Lasbra even steal this one away? Jumps up onto the horse, gallops him, but he gets stunned off the horse. Now dismounted, uses his beads, and might just have to dash away. The Highland Ravens get the Gold Fury for themselves.
There, but now there's
Haddox
3
have
on
AP and Vaneno on the
2.
run. Nika and Mike are
Ven
just
might
gonna
not be
choose
able to
when
get
he
away
gets
with
stunned.
just a
Out of
house.
the
Not
but he's got nowhere
enough.
to go. It's Dardes with 1.
Haddox.
And Haddox on a quarter HP, able to get some bailout from Hurrywin, but
gotta
Lasbra,
blink out.
he is
Ouch,
on
that's
the
not
hunt,
gonna feel
sees
good.
the blink, backs away.
Ugh.
Can Tabby even get out? Does he have a Bifrost to escape, or can he just get the back in time? I don't think the Jade Dragons realized how far back he was.
No eyes on Zatman, so a good escape.
never
One for
took the
Gold
beacon.
Fury trade,
Tragic.
but waited further in favor of the Jade Dragons. It's tier 1 tower in mid. Opening with the map pretty significantly makes it easier for the next round of Gold Fury for the Jade Dragons, or even Pyromancer when it spawns up. Credit to the Highland Ravens, though. Great screen from Scream. Just says, all right, well, if the only threat of steal is Lazarus setting out a spectral horse, what if I stun him off? From there, Lazarus just fully commits to the disengage, and there was no steal potential left for the Jade Dragons. Good chase down, though, as Hurry hit a minion.
And now with no tower to run to, but Dardes out of cooldowns can't get the last bit of damage to take down Hurrywin. An unfortunate minion blocking the path of the support for the Highland Ravens. But he's fine for the time. Even if you look at the gold after that trade out, was, remember, Gold Fury and a beacon to the Ravens, but that kill, that tier 1 tower, at least gold-wise, puts us net even for the Jade Dragons and experience favoring them.
Scream pretty far forward here. It does a ton of damage to Mike and has none returned. Resustain available as Hurry back to the scene of the crime. Will rejoin the team fight. I don't really think the Highland Ravens want to force too much here. Jade Dragons can just kite around the engagement. Instead, I think it's really more so about just preventing that Pyromancer, and the Ravens do a good job of it. Haven't exactly seen proactive play from Scream insofar as ganks, though. I want to see how that ultimate's going to play when he's not just using it to escape.
Ah, look,
this
a free
threat
Pyromancer.
from Dardes is always there. Just pull Pyro, drop it to 60, 70% with one ability rotation, and someone from the Ravens is going to have to show up every single time.
I mean, the Dragons realized they didn't have enough damage for Pyro, or they caught Venenu on that ward just below the pit. Backed away for the time being, so no Pyro to be had for the Jade Dragons. Gold Fury's still going to be down for about another minute and a half before we get maybe another chance at a fight on that side of the map. I mean, a moment we had seen
Meanwhile, in
Haddox
solo
rotate
lane,
over to
solo
the
lane
left
is
side of the
happening.
map. That's
I always
kind
love
of
when
the
they cut over to
telltale
solo
say,
lane.
hey,
It's just like,
I'm
yep,
over
that's
here
a
in
slap
mid.
fight
I
that
think
has
we
no
can do
bearing
gold.
on
It
anything.
worked out well for the Ravens, but
Good.
Nika just kind of sat back for a little while, waited, and then once the fight
Very
starts
helpful.
up, we see Nika really rotate in.
He farms up all the while until that rotation comes through, puts him maybe about one tier of an item ahead, but that tier has
By the
to be a
way,
tier
Chet,
3,
you know how we're in game 2
value
of the second set of
spots
the
out
day,
Zatman
right?
on
Well,
that
did you
tower
know
for
that
a
in
good opportunity to get aggressive?
in a little over an hour, the
Just
final
not
set
certain
is
the Jade
supposed to
Dragons
start,
without
so you know
Nika
we're a little bit
create the
behind.
space to look at that Pyromancer. We've seen both Mike and Dardes hovering Pyromancer for what feels like 2 or 3 minutes now. Just, is anyone nearby? If yes, reset. If no, we'll commit a little bit more to it. But the Ravens have had the answer each time. Get Nika out of lane, play with his lead. All of a sudden, Ven can't just walk up and heat check you as easily.
We do have that staff of Mirror to now finish up for Dardes as well, so extra bit of damage versus defense for Venenu. But now it's the Ravens stepping up to Pyro for a round. Mike, a bit out of position, but still has access to the ultimate,
Someone in the
so
YouTube
will
chat said
remain
they're
fine.
worried
All
about
the
people
Highland
who
Ravens
are
want this
upset about their
Pyromancer. They'll
skins
commit
not
further the
transferring because
objective.
they're
What about the
concerned
fight
at how much
after
money.
Haddox gets stunned
To which
out?
my
Nika,
response is
he gets
just
stunned as well by Scream, but
any
Nika's not going to give up this chase. He's 2 levels up on Scream. He'll just hold W key, left click,
the
chase
real
down the
counterpoint
jumpler,
is
try and get
well,
that
the
ultimate
real
if he
counterpoint
can,
is
and he
Scream's
gets
about to
it
die. He
just
doesn't
in
ult. Yeah, okay,
time.
he gets it
Scream
barely.
able to escape, but those are narrow margins.
Send all the Highland Ravens
My counter argument is
packing.
just
They
like,
force
but
coast
you're
to the
not
side of the
losing
map.
your
Fire
skins.
Giant,
You know?
it's a viable
First off,
option.
they might come
Fire
back.
Giant now down
We don't know how they're
to
going to handle it if they do.
40%.
Secondly,
Removed from it, the
Secondly,
Highland Ravens
they
walk
will
forward.
still be
Hurrywin's low,
available.
but Nika dives on top of 2 with Zatman and Ben. They can't heal back up, and it's only 1. Haddox is by himself. He's got Eagles rally out of the team fight, and Nika pulled back in right to the hands of Venenu. Scream full HP. He blinks in, tries
What
to
is
get
this fight?
Lasbra, but won't find the CC, won't find the damage.
All right,
just
and
yet.
then no one dies from
the
that.
Highland Ravens keep the Dragons away from
No,
fire.
it's
Love
fine.
the attempt
Everything
there from
that
the Jade
happened there
Dragons,
made
but a better
total
answer
sense.
from
I
the Highland
promise.
Ravens. Returns
Trust.
it back to an advantage state to
Source,
the order
trust
side.
me, bro.
I know it's a lot of scrapping, not a lot of killing, but at the end of the day, it's Pyromancer for none. The Highland Ravens keep that Runic Bomb in pocket. Scream holding on to it. It's 1,000 true damage on structure or objective. Meaning they've got biggest number on map for confirmation. There's nothing the Jade Dragons can throw at a Gold Fury to beat 1,000.
Good lord, Lasbra
1,200.
takes so much damage from Scream. That's
That
the
was
damage we were
1,200.
starting to talk about just a bit
Maybe they
earlier.
nerfed Runic Bomb,
Fully
I don't know.
maxed out that first ability.
I don't know why you
got
would.
that
You
Arc
really
Druids
need
a
it.
few stacks up.
I
Let
thought it
that
was
one
full.
unleash. And you can see
don't know.
what it can do to the squishier target in this Lancelot. Not going to get too much more damage probably in the build for Scream now that this Runeforge is done.
But yeah, with the Merlin,
Likely
you're
just
not
looking
really
towards
doing
more defense, but
1,000 damage
there's a nice
in
little
one
heat
go.
check for Scream versus Laz.
There's always going to be a
Likes to
window.
go towards something like a Spirit Robe. Would get some CDR, would stop a lot of the CC, the inconsequential CC of the Jade Dragons.
Let me check.
Jade Dragons right
'Cause, I
back
mean,
at it though, aren't they? J-Mac Fire Giant pulled once
Merlin
more.
might.
Giant started up. Highland Ravens starting to slowly collapse back in. Haddix is the first one in the pit while Venenu just pops damage over towards PBM and Coast, but Venenu has to use the blast off to get away. Mike is at half HP and Haddix is going to commit to the fight himself. Hurrywin dives in along with him. There's no ultimate left for Mike, but
PBM
they're
might go
going to
down.
commit to the kill to him instead.
Nope. Gets
Lasbra and
away,
Nika are
goes
being
back
chased
in.
down as Hurrywin's low, but Haddix
Hurry's
to
gonna
the
get
near
low, but that's
backside. Can't get
tradable.
anything. Scream, though. They want to take
Scream!
down Mike. It's 1 for 1, but Scream is going for more.
He got one, he got one, he got one.
He wants Coast. He'll get the relics from both of them, but can
Lasbra
Scream even
gets
get to the
that
back of the
man.
kill?
Scream
Yes,
gets
he can. Double kill
pressed.
and 1 for Haddix. That's 3 on the side of the Ravens, but it's Lasbra and Nika trying to chase down Venenu. Can they get enough damage to kill this Baba Yaga? Zatman's still down for a while,
Ven's
but
gonna
Venenu
get
doesn't
away.
need the help. The Dragons will not continue their pursuit.
The battle of the dive is the Jade Dragons front line. Lasbra and Nika leave the back to their own devices. Dardes, PBM, they Porch Coast on the retreat the entire
That's
time as the Highland Ravens
insane.
take a split engagement in
insane.
the jungle, but win out cleanly. It's the defensive capacity of this Ravens draft that gives them that opportunity. Good luck chasing out Zatman. He's just got too much in the tank. Teleport away, CC immunity, both relics were available, I believe, and now all of a sudden, the Jade Dragons overcommit, stick around too long, and Lazarus done it himself this time.
Scream's just gonna run him down. Hurrywin right
Well.
behind, but they can't close the gap just yet. Scream's blink not back
allowed?
up yet. Used it just to start that fight out, but will now force Lasbra away. Beats down for 150
Lasbra barely
plus
getting away there. It's
on
just
Lasbra.
painful.
Scream
Man,
got a
I'm
heat
just
check
trying to
earlier.
check
It says,
the
I'm
damage
more than
ratio on
capable of
Merlin's.
1v1ing this guy.
Yeah, Lasbra does not want to line up against Scream. Just way too tanky, not enough damage. I mean, you could go for the poke battle, and then Serrated Edge for Lasbra can help out a bit on resustain if you're allowed to go hit a jungle camp, but I don't think Scream's going to let you walk away from him for free. Jade Dragons, they're keeping up this pressure though. The Highland Ravens have the answers
60,
each time. Answer this time.
170. Yeah, you're not doing
Reset,
1,200
Hurry's
with
gonna have to
Merlin.
rotate through and take it up for him. But on the other side, it's Pyromancer. For
That's
the
his
Jade
biggest
Dragons.
burst is
No crit
his
this time
arcane
from
stance
Zatman,
2.
so can't solo the Fury on
It's
his
only got
own.
170
this early
base
in
and
the
a
game. He'll get some
60%
backup.
ratio.
Got real close.
So
That's
will
not
be
great
Fury
for
for the Ravens,
secure.
but as you mentioned, they trade that out for a Pyromancer, and if we're back to the same point that we've been all game, barely 1,000 gold separated the teams.
And good for
XP
burn, though.
nearly dead even at 20 minutes of the game.
Shredded
This is as
objective, you
close of a
literally
game
just
as we
go
can get.
It's just a repeat
either
of
ice
game
or
one,
arcade.
right? Feels like it's going to come down to sieges and maybe mistakes there. It's neither side really finding the advantage in neutral territory engagements. You'd think
just throw out a
jungle
2-1
fights
or
would
a
go a
1-2.
little bit better for the Jade Dragons.
And then
That's
you go
one of
fire,
Merlin's
and you
just
just
bread and butter
shred that
engagements.
shit
Okay, well
with
the
your
jungle
ADC.
corridor's tight and all my abilities fully encompass them. Highland Ravens have navigated it very well. Ven in particular has really impressed me with his positioning in some of these fights. Nika has been very much so just trying to remove Ven from the team fight, and Ven's always there to do just enough damage to the backline of the Jade Dragons that he's got his job done.
So now we wait, maybe just for the next objective to spawn back up before we see these teams group up once more. That man taking a 1v1 under the tier 1 tower and not only winning
Not
the
under a
1v1,
tower
but
anymore.
taking the tower all the while up against Lasbra. And not going for crit for either of these hunters last time. Zatman was pumping out some big damage numbers on objectives, but once it came down to the team fight, we really didn't get to see a whole lot out of Zatman, especially on some of these sieges.
Yeah, we'll see a little bit more now. Kinsai's finished up. As that man's only able to hit the front line of the Jade Dragons, he'll at least hit them hard now. XC, Dom, and Kins. Good luck. No amount of defense is going to make you immune to the damage from Zatman here, so even Nika going to have to show some respect going forward. Keep my eyes on it, though. No crit means that he's got a little bit less of a good time fighting the actual squishy, so Lasbra can actually close gap, if a Force Coast can find him, hasn't gone for crit himself, but would be a little bit more of an even engagement.
Dragons starting to group towards Fire Giant side.
I like how he ended up being right and wrong, and also right and also wrong about the tank item, by the way, because yeah, Screen ended up going for Arc Druids and Stone
They move
Up
on to the
Binding.
semifinals. Highland Ravens have
Also
got a battle back,
Runeforged.
not just this game,
Not
but
surprising.
also for game number 3. As close
I'm
as it is,
guessing
these are the
final item
moments
is going to be a
where
Prox
we really
item,
start to
but
see
I
these games
could be
get
wrong.
drawn out a little bit more. The kill numbers start to drop a little bit in these really high stake situations for teams.
And neither side just has a clear answer to the Fire Giant question, which is who can pull it and how do we secure it? Runic Bomb matched on both sides means 1,000 true damage is the best case confirm on the objective. Burn potential favors the Jade Dragons, but it seems to me the front line of the Highland Ravens has been getting the better end of a lot of these team fights, so even if Dardas does damage to Fire, can't exactly stick to it.
Are you seeing what Scream is doing to maximize stacks? Kills one minion with his first ability, throws his little Surtur minion at him, and then he picks it up to throw it away to get another stack. That's how much this guy has been min-maxing how many stacks he's able to get on that first ability.
And that's the only way to keep Surtur involved in late game team fights. You need that passive stacked up, otherwise your first ability is doing nothing. It just does not have enough damage on the base stats itself, so love what we've seen so far.
Yeah, but it
Scream.
does
He's been doing it
a
around the mid camps as
comedic
well.
amount of
He's
damage.
playing
Here it
very
is,
well
yeah.
in the back camps. He's willing to sacrifice time in the jungle just to confirm a little
It
bit more
is,
damage from that
it
ability.
is hilarious how much damage it does when you get it fully stacked.
Batman, when he's able to get to the back line, it's not too much on the side of the Highland Ravens. And even with Veneno, it's a lot of residual unless you can get a double potion, maybe that Witchfire magic thrown in at the same time.
Because you get up to
Highland Ravens get some more
200
coverage now around the
stacks.
Fire Giant pit. Maybe
Like,
some
that's the
much-needed
insane
vision
thing.
against the Jade Dragons. We've seen that they're a team where if you give them an inch, they'll pull that Fire Giant and really kind of just beg anybody to show up and say, we're just going to take the objective if you're not here. Highland Ravens
Like,
have
that's
Pyromancer.
literally
pulled down
1,000
to
burst
half.
before you
Pluck
get
on
into
Nika
procs.
is good, but Zapman stunned in the back line.
When he
Pyromancer
whacks you
reset.
with it,
Eagles
and it's
rally in
magic
by
damage
Haddox,
coming from a
and
fist
it's
source,
Scream on
too.
top of Lasbra. The fight has been split into 4v1 each way. Nika half
Pyro for
HP.
Ravens.
House out of Venenu, just throwing
Lasbra
damage,
half
throwing out
is
as much
pretty
as they can. But
big.
Dardas and Nika have stacked up, and Nika's been thrown back. But Hurry's too far forward, even with all the help. It's still not enough damage. The Highland Ravens, they're
Dardas
the
and
ones
Nika
got to
both
back
gonna get
away now.
away
Slept
as
on facet of
well.
Aphrodite's game is how much defense she shares. Whoever's mic is kissed to, just going to be a little bit tankier. So, the Highland Ravens have to be really choosy with their targets. Late game team fight goes slightly south. Only support dropped.
Oh, they're getting
20
flanked.
seconds
Oh, they're
on
getting
respawn.
flanked.
Jade Dragons, they're pulling the
Oh,
fire for
no.
what, the fourth time?
Zapman's got a 1v1 Nika, and this isn't a fight he wants to take. He gets some help from Venenu, stun onto Nika, and Scream's getting out a lot. Haddox
the 4v4.
in the middle of 3 gets a big bludgeon, but it's not going to be enough.
Nika gets
to
away,
take
but he's not
down
going to be able to
Nika.
come
It's
back
the
into
Jade
this fight.
Dragons on
Zapman
the
trying
run.
to
They
secure
had
the
5
buff.
going in this fight, and they might
Black
just
Hole
lose
goes
a
out.
couple
It's a
of them.
lot of space control
Can't
from
get away. He
Dardas.
needs help from Mike, but there's no ultimate. Wow. And so
Then
Venenu's
gets
able
Victorious,
to close that
though.
one out, takes him
Then
down.
Scream
The
and
Highland
Haddox
Ravens have turned
really
around
need
for
to
one
watch
of
what
their
they
own.
do.
Aggressive lead from Ven.
Kind of up to Zapman
D6
to get
the
anything
Death
else
of
done,
Coast,
and they are backing
45
up. I don't.
Great
Yeah,
space
they should have
created.
done that sooner.
Enemy Coast really wanted to connect with Scream.
Not much sooner, but
it would have
that
taken
was.
3-4 auto attacks from there. Doesn't have crit, so can't just get lucky. And so Scream baits him out of position, and Ven says, well, I know your relics aren't up, buddy. Knocks him down. That jump from
Also,
Baba
Silver
Yaga
Branch,
probably doing
funny.
upwards of 30%.
Love me some Silver Branch, though. It's a cool little item.
So now it's 20 seconds without ADC, and the Highland Ravens in the driver's seat looking towards the fire. But Zapman hasn't gone crit, so objective burns relatively low. Baba Yaga, this is not her MO. We, for the most part, just see Baba Yagas go for poke in situations like this. Fire, HP's not moving.
No crit available for Zapman. He's just chipping away at it slowly. Nika back at full HP, trying to get inside of the pit. Lasbra looping around because Venenu's starting to fall low. That's a juicy target for Lasbra. He goes to the backward branch. Joust, but Venenu's got a house of his own.
Ravens get fire. Lasbra's out of mana. Not going to be able to run away very easily. Yeah, no, he's dead. He's dead.
To save forward, and with it, the Highland Ravens can charge forward. It's Haddox finding a big Eagles rally to zone the Dragons away. The Ravens get a bit of wind under their sails.
They still have tier 1s that they have to barrel through.
This Lancelot's not doing a lot of damage. Connects with Ven on the ultimate there. And you'd think, okay, clean win. Instead, it's the Highland Ravens grab fire, grab the fight afterwards as well. Lasbra, no mana to take that engagement whatsoever. as this next item is picked up for Lazarus, a little bit more percent pen. You could deal with some of the defense stacked up by Ven, by Prophetic Cloak, but all of a sudden it's the Highland Ravens with the first significant advantage in this game. Gold as well as fire on 5, and all neutral objectives to be grabbed. Plenty of towers to collect. Only silver lining for the Jade Dragons, and it's a significant one. Merlin is maybe the best mage on base defense.
We saw it so many times through the regular season. Having a tough time sieging or defending
that's
sieges.
fair.
Pick Merlin, pick Marty, you're set. Sit back and you can kind of just coast on anything that gets thrown at you. At least one of those pieces picked up by Jade Dragons with Dardes on that god. But now, it's kind of the real big question for the Highland Ravens is how much have they been able to clean up their siege from game 1 now here, because that was their difficulty. When they had the advantage, siege is no problem. But when we got to those 5v5s, the Ravens just could not break the base.
Add another tank to your composition, it's a little bit easier to start sieging up. For me, it's, is ADC alive? If yes, you're allowed to siege. Who's tanking the tower? Usually it's the soul laner, usually it's the support. Now you can add Scream to the mix, start mixing it up between the 3 of them, and all of a sudden create some space, have Ven poke in some damage. Things look a little bit easier for the Highland Ravens here. It's just that persistent damage on field from Dardes that is going to be a major thorn in the Highland Ravens side. Good luck walking into a Phoenix range when there's an Arcane Blast there, when there's an Ice Storm on your head. You got to deal with Dardes. There are answers to him, though. Maybe just send Scream into the back line with the ultimate?
We do have a bit of pause in the action. Actually, a bit of a delayed, Titan kind of marching out. Usually it's around that 25, 24-minute mark that we see that one out, but because of how much fighting has been around this Fire Giant, for how many team fights have broken out there, it has really just kind of been delaying until we see them now. Highland Ravens having that Fire Giant on all 5 can start their march up the right side.
It seems to me right side is exactly where the defense is going to lie for the Jade Dragons. Looking at it as it is, the Jade Dragons are actually playing pretty far outside of their base, so maybe you try and catch the Highland Ravens on the way in. I think they'd be much better suited just playing inside of their Phoenix. The unofficial 6-man additional DPS going to be significant. That's the Savage right there. He's a bit of a savage. That's why he's allowed to walk in front of the caster shot. I think the Highland Ravens much better position this time around.
I was not ready for someone to just walk up and wait.
I keep talking. It's like this circular conversation I'm having with myself. Better siege, better defense from the Jade Dragons. Siege where both teams struggled previously. History's any indicator, whichever team's sieging tends to lose the team fight.
It's kind of just this ultimate flow chart that keeps going out and just keeps dividing into smaller and smaller branches at this point. We'll have to see which path we eventually get led down to now. For the Highland Ravens, they continue their siege forward. Remember, they've got the Titan on their side. It's going to be fully alive and healthy. We can jump back into the game. The Highland Ravens start their siege.
Ooh, and they're going to have Pyro as well. Yeah, that's going to be big.
Runic Bomb makes sieges a little bit simpler for themselves, and putting it to the belt of Scream means that he has a small bit of split push potential.
And if it's going to be a 4-1 split, we have seen many interactions between Scream and Lazra, and it begins and ends with Scream hitting as 1 and Lazra saying, well, that hurt a whole lot. I don't want to fight you anymore. So I think best case scenario for Lazra is ignore Scream, maybe run past him, try and deal with those minion waves, because it's not an enhanced Fire Giant. You can't just ignore the backdoor protections just yet.
On the tier 2s, you kind of can.
It takes a little bit longer to chip away at these towers anyways for both of these hunters. Scream will go for the 1v1 against Laz under tower, and we can already see how that one's going. Scream favored for that. Highland Ravens do manage to get the tier 2 tower on right. Still 2 left standing with Scream already starting up the split push. Makes it that much easier for his team to rotate over and just start chipping away at the next structure.
So it's going to be the case. I wonder if you just play the shuffle game, send Scream left, keep that split push up. Haddix, there's a lot of damage there. Has teleport available, so if you want to go ahead, head back to base, resustain, and get involved again, an option available. No neutral objectives on the left side of the map means the Highland Ravens essentially just collecting classic farm, oracles, collect your camps, head back to base, power spike up, but it's a little bit of time lost in their Fire Giant power play.
And for all the damage that's thrown to Haddix, that's their double defense on both fronts, physical and magical, maybe now. At least this Mantle of Discord gives him a little bit of that extra boost to try and help out. But with Fire Giant fading away in just under 30 seconds, Jade Dragons didn't lose anything that would deter them from stepping up. And now that's an enhanced Fire Giant that can be fought on essentially even fronts. I say that. It's an 11,000 gold lead for the Highland Ravens comparatively. Still a tough one for the Dragons to fight into.
A pretty significant advantage here over the Highland Ravens in itemization. Zatman in particular finishes up Odysseus bow and picks up a power pot, whereas Vaporish Coast just has the tier 1 bow. So AoE damage now over to the Highland Ravens, a little bit of additional power and just way more auto attacks. Oboe, the most attack speed that any item gives you in Smite. It's not exactly an expensive item though. If the Jade Dragons can delay just a moment or two for Coast to farm up and finish up that
Wait, is Oboe the only 30%
such
attack
a
speed
big
item
boon
left?
to them.
Wait, really? Have all of the others been nerfed?
Here I see just how much damage Dart has been putting out this game.
That's neat.
30,000, 33k
I didn't know
to
that.
him. The next
And
below him,
not realize that.
10,000 down on Venenu.
I mean, it's not the only 30% attack speed item.
Walked up into Dart's
because
damage, starting to stack up.
Demonic Grip.
With approaching 6th
But
slot and
it's
having
the
an
only-
alternate timeline. Dartis is one that you've got to keep your eyes
Those
off
are
of
the only
Highland Ravens. Not
30%
one you can
attack
just
speed
so
items.
freely walk into
There's
it.
one magical
You know
one.
what's really concerning me, J-Mac? Let's call a spade a spade. Why are the Jade Dragons struggling as much as they are? 6,900 damage from their jungler, out damaged by Aphrodite, and I'm not seeing any damage items for PBM. This Lancelot has just been meeting up with Scream and then running away from Scream.
Yeah.
Hasn't exactly
That has
gotten into
just
the back
been the
line,
whole
hasn't
game.
found a
Lasbro just
priority
gets hit by
target. Even when he
something,
does, the
somewhere,
damage is
from
not
someone,
impressive.
and it's over.
The last time we saw Lasbro do damage to a god, it was Venenu, when he already had his prophetic cloak, and he didn't even kill the shield from that Baba Yaga ultimate, so just not quite there yet for Lasbro. And need to see a step up in the next big team fight, because the Highland Ravens, who we've already seen from Scream going this full tanky kind of hybrid style of route for him, it's been working out really well for the Ravens. In fact, he's so confident, he's walking up and he's 2v1ing and still winning those 2v1s.
And what did Lasbro do? He just watched nearby, like, Nika, watch out, that guy hits really hard. I've got a lot of experience with it. Don't get too close. Someone has to get involved here from the Jade Dragons. Nika's doing his best to just stand in front of the damage and allow the space for Dardes to put up the 34,000 that we've seen already, to allow Vaporish Coast to shoot
Base
those shots
Pridwin
from
is
downtown.
interesting,
I wanna
especially
see
in
Lasbro
support.
either
But
go for a split push play. If you're
I mean,
not
yeah, you
involved in the
just get
team fight, if you
aggressive
can't
and you
get
just
things
go for
done,
it.
go do something in the PvE.
both
Or go
sides
for a
want
deep
Pyro, but I
flank
think
and
what they're
maybe get
really vying
behind
for here is
Zatman,
FG now that
get
it's
behind
enhanced.
Ben. The difficulty of that
Because
is,
whoever gets
Heimdall's got
Pyro
a lot of vision.
has a huge advantage in
Beads
securing
ultimate.
FG.
Fortunate for him, no crit on the side of the enemy Hunter, so Scream will
And
be
then
able to
if
go
neither-
back to base, but losing out on that ultimate, that CC
You
meeting
know,
on two
then
fronts,
neither
not
are
just
gonna get
ultimate,
FG most likely.
but also Beads burned away. Thought maybe he'd catch the slip on Coast, but now it's Coast doing the damage back to him, and the Dragons back to the Fire Giant this time. Still missing out
Now
on
the
their
Dragons
one. The
having that
jungler of the
massive
Ravens not
advantage.
back yet. But the Jade
They have
Dragons
all the
still not
control to
willing
play
to
with on
commit to the
FG now.
objective just yet.
And here's the thing about burning
there's not really
beats
much
from
Ravens
Scream,
can do
something
about it
we talked
either.
about, what was it, 32 minutes
He's
ago
gonna
now.
have to
The ability
sit
to
there and
initiate fights for the Jade Dragons is very limited. No beads on Scream. Who's punishing him? Is it Nika with his stun? That takes a long time. Maybe a kiss from Mike, but then you got to deal with all the other people around Scream. It's really difficult, I think, to punish him. You've got 2 minutes to figure out how you're going to do it, but even looking at it, who did it there? EI Jutsu from Vaporish Coast. Can you trust Coast to dash on Scream every time? I don't think so.
That's not ideal, man. Sending your Hunter to use his only mobility to pull beads, maybe
was
it
the
can
kiss.
work out. Scream gone. Vaporish
Scream
Coast gets
melted.
one, and now Haddix the next
Oh, and
level
Haddix is
target
down
block.
too.
Mika takes him down. Have the
2
Highland
deaths, no
Ravens
beacon.
just step too far
Oh.
forward. It's now going to be 3 versus 5 on defense. Venenu running back.
Dragons are gonna
Zapman
melt the
5,
tower.
It's an Aegis gone, and a Beats ultimate as well. No resources left defensively for Venenu.
40 seconds left on nearest respawn. Jade Dragons, 5 strong. Runic Bomb in play for Nika. You can knock down the Phoenix here, but the Highland Ravens have a lot of damage to play with. Ven, in particular, needs to be dealt with.
30
They don't
seconds
even
on
need the bomb.
Scream. Phoenix is
Yeah, they're
down.
gonna use it.
5
They do not
versus
need it.
3. The Jade Dragons are walking into the throne room, but the damage from Venenu is starting
Is
to
this
stack
game?
up. The Dragons
Is
gotta
this the
commit
set?
everything here. And if they do
Is
so,
it already
they'll
over?
send the Highland Ravens packing, but there's still just enough from the defense.
Why are we
of
getting a
the
replay
Highland
now?
Ravens to keep the Dragons back.
Vaporish Coast
that was the worst time to get a replay.
pushing down the center. We hit the rewind button here. They've done it.
They did win
That's
during a
it. The Jade
replay.
Dragons just have enough to be
That's
able to get in there. It
terrible.
seems the minions were just enough to
I
hold
don't
things
know-
back. They've got the wave to help them out.
I don't know
The
why
Jade
Prod thought
Dragons
that was a
take
good time for a replay.
Congratulations to the Jade Dragons. One misstep from Scream on the center of the map.
I don't
One
know.
kiss from Mike opens up the entitlement. Haddix tries his best appeal, but all he does is put himself in poor position.
We didn't even get to see the game end.
And do the rest of the damage there,
We didn't even get to see the game end.
By the time we get back there, and it's just a few minions
Why
standing
did we
tall
cut
to
to a
say,
replay?
we'll finish the job that you started for us.
What a wild end to that game. The Jade Dragons 2-0 continue their streak of putting the end to
what
the
point
Highland Ravens runs here at these
would
events.
you think it's a good idea to cut to a replay when they're in the Titan room?
Finals, their opponent,
They hadn't backed up.
6 ferrymen to fight off against. We've seen this one back and forth so many times over the course of the regular season. We've seen this battle between those
Everyone
two
in
teams.
both
We can
chats
actually
is
look back
asking
at
them
the
to show a
scene.
replay of
Oh,
the end.
Jade
Here it
Dragons,
is.
Apologies for what had happened through, but it is just Coast just literally standing his ground, just throwing auto after auto at the Titan.
Yeah, because they had their
Everybody goes down,
ADC.
there's just enough minions from the wave.
It's
Coast
literally
playing aggressive
just
as per
Vaporish, but it didn't
usual.
matter.
Another EI
Shouldn't have
shoots
cut away
who
until he
said
was
that.
dead.
Coast, you gotta want to
When the
depend
Titan
on
was
this
that
guy
low,
to
they
use dash to win
couldn't
the game.
beat. That was
It did
bad.
multiple times. Gets beads, gets a
Everyone
kill
in
on screen,
everyone
and
in
now
both
hits the game
chats
of
is
the Titan.
That's
very
all.
upset.
You'll never catch me doubting Coast again. He could be your initiator.
Oh,
He'll be your tower damage.
bad,
He'll deal with the
dude.
objectives. He'll do the DPS.
Like
he'll
I've-
put the damage in the PvE, the PvP, whatever you
it's
want.
a one-off.
He fixed the
It
Jade
happens in
Dragons,
every
and
sport.
he pushes them through quarters.
I guess
You know
except
what
for
Zadman saying? You reminds me a lot of him because that's
and-
the exact style of play that Zadman used to
every
pull.
esport.
This is the next 3-time ready around the corner here,
But
man. Vaporish
that is
Ghost
just
has done really
unfortunate.
nothing but
That
impress
is
me ever
terrible.
since he's jumped into the pro scene itself,
All
going
right, chat.
from whatever
I'm gonna
team
be right
he is
back
on and now
really
to the Jade
quickly.
Dragons. He has looked like one of the best
Twitch,
hunters
you
out
can
there.
enjoy some
He really
ads.
has. Now
we'll be back
everybody
soon
at
if
this
there's
tournament
time.
putting Vaporish
We'll
Ghost
hop
on
in
check.
again
How do
to
we
Arena.
stop him? Are we going to address his God pool? Do you pressure his lane? Because really there needs to be an answer. He's the difference maker. He does it all. It goes all the way back to him just getting the beads off screen. If that doesn't happen, this game goes another 10 minutes at least.
Vaporish Coast not only turns this team around, but turns the game around for themselves. That's it for me and Mifflin. We'll throw it over to Kelly over on the stage for our post-game interview.
Thank you so much. And everyone, I need you guys to welcome Nika here. Nika, thank you so much for joining me here and for taking a moment to answer a few questions. First of all, how does it feel knowing that you're going to be making it to the semifinals?
I think we're all like a little relieved because the best of threes are like the most tense spot. You know, like if you make one too many mistakes, you can just get punished so easily. Especially the Ravens. Like we always play the Ravens in these tournaments, so they always push us. So respect to them and just well played and a good season overall. And yeah, just happy to make it through.
I think all of us could feel the stress during both of those games because there was moments. The first game lasted 45 minutes. It was very back and forth, and same thing in game number 2. What was really the turning point in that game where you guys knew you had it?
I think a lot of it is just remaining calm. Like we felt like we had the drafts on lock, especially game 2. We just had to slow it down and be a bit more disciplined. Like game 1, we kind of tossed the game a little bit and gave them a big chance to come back. And game 2, we just wanted to slow it down and be a bit more patient and let them come to us and abuse the mistakes they make instead of the other way around.
Well, that discipline's going to come in handy tomorrow because you are going up against the Ferrymen. How are you and your team feeling about that in the semifinals?
We have a lot of respect for the Ferrymen, but I do think we have a good matchup into them. I think historically we've always done very well into their players, and I'm extremely confident tomorrow, and I can't wait to play.
We can't wait to watch you, Nika. Thank you so much. And guys, let's head back to the desk.
The Jade Dragons are able to hold on here in quarterfinal number 2. And this is a set where the Highland Ravens come out swinging. Remember, early in game 1, Ravens have a lot of momentum back and forth. Siege has gone right, Siege has gone wrong. But it's ultimately the Jade Dragons with a 2-0. Worth mentioning, the opposite start to the season and end to the season now for these two teams. Ravens in phase 1 were 7-3. The Dragons in the other division, 3-7. Now we move on to Worlds and the opposite outcome. Jade Dragons stand tall. And some moments of glory brought to you by Steel Series here in game number 2 of quarterfinal number 2. Inbound, walk me through some of what you saw here from the Jade Dragons on their road to a win.
I mean, a lot of it was them on the back foot once this game hit that mid-game portion. Really slow early game again, nothing too much popping, but as soon as you hit that mid-game, a lot of this Surtur damage was able to come through the Bologna dive. They couldn't really deal with it. And I think Coast's build doesn't really allow him to really kill tanks in that early portion. But once he got to this late game, the build really came online. The Aphrodite really paired with him. He was able to just shred through both Bologna and the Surtur. if it does go late, you have this Aphrodite, there's so much peel potential, so much damage potential, and you saw once they found Scream in mid lane alone, he gets stunned and he dies before he even get into ult.
Goodness, the tense ending to this game as well. God, we got a chance to look back at that one. Zapman nearly gets it done with a quadra kill in base. Frog, I want to just turn our eyes now towards the happy portion of this one, and that's the Jade Dragons moving forward. Feels like a team that not only in the back half of the year, but now to start off their Worlds run, from Nika's words alone, the weight maybe feels a bit off after the best of 3.
Absolutely. I mean, you heard it from Nika there. I was talking to PBM earlier on in the weekend, and it's always these best of 3s that are a little bit iffy, especially against such a close team like the Ravens. We knew that this was going to be a back and forth set, and sure enough, both games have some elements of that. But to and I think that's why you see the call at the very end there. They want to not only necessarily get out of the game, but they want to take their opportunities where they provide themselves. And in a best of 3, sometimes you have to take those risks.
Sort of opposite KDAs between Zapman and Vaporish Coast. Hazer, what'd you see from the Jade Dragons and the Ravens to give us the outcome here in game 2?
I think there was just a lot of patience here by the Jade Dragons. That comp, I mean, first blood in this game was about 11:40, 12 minutes sort of thing. This game went slow. When you've got a Merlin in mid and an Afro in support, you want the game to go slow. You want to go late, you want to slow it down and go towards the late game. Merlin ends up with 40k damage. This is a god that we hadn't seen at all in the play-in tournament. I hadn't seen at this event so far, and Dardez made it sing. I think they just needed to wait for their comp to come online and then wait to punish the immobility on the other side. Scream on the Surtur eventually caught out, and I think the Ravens had a little bit of helper syndrome there. They all tried to help out the Surtur who got caught, and they get duly punished and end up losing the game.
That's the give and take of these best of 3s, right? You lose game 1, and then you have a decision to make. Do you try to get creative and find yourself a strange win in game 2, or do you return to your roots? Do you play it calm? Do you slow things down? The Jade Dragons stuck with what worked in game 1, got them a second win. The first semifinal of the day tomorrow now set. It's the Styx Ferrymen up against the Jade Dragons. We're gonna move into our second half of the day. We still got 2 more quarterfinals. It's Leviathans versus Mambo, followed by Warriors and Camelot Kings. Stage now set, Frog. Ferrymen versus Jade Dragons, a best of 5 to start our day off tomorrow. Initial thoughts?
It's an exciting one. The last time that these two teams matched up, I believe it was a 5-game set back towards that regular season, right? And so, and you heard Nika in the interview, they think they have a pretty good matchup, and confidence is everything, especially after the set that maybe, you know, off to a little bit of a shaky start. The Styx Ferrymen, they do take that 2-0, of course. I think both teams going to be going back tonight, definitely watching each other's sets and trying to plan what they can for the best of 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, set, maybe literally. Paul looked pretty good on it earlier today. Quick thoughts from you, Bobby, on the first semifinal we'll have tomorrow.
I mean, Frog hit it on the head. It was a best of 5 in the Dragons. If you ask them about that set, they think that they should have won it, and they really just threw that set. So now's the chance to prove that they were the better team.
Remember, Ferryman last year was the Titans, and the Dragons matched up in the semifinals as well. That one went 5. Dragons roster a little bit different, but still a fun storyline to follow. We still got 2 more quarterfinals remaining here today. After the break, the Leviathans and the Mambo take the stage.
Aight, we're back. Alright, here we go. Let's try and get a quick arena game in, shall we? Let's try and get in a shenanigan. Mage Sylvanic. No, hold on, wait. I'm doing it. They'll never see it coming. remember when Charon got leaked. I should have done Charon. Have I played full power Charon? I feel like I played full power Charon. But when Charon got data mined, he got data mined as a mage. And I was like, I'm betting that the data miners are doing that based on the fact that he's ranged magical, right? And I was like, but we haven't had a Guardian yet. You know, and you know, ranged Guardians aren't common, but they do exist. And I was right. He ended up being a ranged Guardian. I don't know why so many people were like pushing back against me on that. That like, oh yeah, Charon's the mage. That's what the data miners. Yeah, because that's what we get told by the data miners. What it probably says for them is that he's a ranged magic damage dealer. Oh yeah, I can't go soul gem, can I? Unfortunate. I can go fighter's mask. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get fighter's mask later on, though. Okay. It's a little wonky. I don't even get a tier 2 out of this. So yeah, we're gonna last buy the mask for now. Ross, wacky. You don't see a lot of people playing her. Fun character, but nothing super special in terms of both fun and gameplay factor. Okay, I just couldn't move. Well, I just got stuck. I thought there was rubber banding or something. Why is the audio quality ass all of a sudden? Hold up. Is it supposed to sound like this? Is it supposed to sound like the audio equivalent of Minecraft spaghetti? Yo! Is the Sylve actually building power? Oh my god, yeah, we're doing this. We're really doing this right now. Okay, we have to go Pendant next. But the fact that we get move speed out of Fighter's Mask is kind of schnutty. No! Squirty, you blocked it! I am trying to heal the Bologna! Hello? My mouse crashed. My mouse crashed. My fucking mouse crashed. I can't. There we go.
That was pretty weak, but I told you earlier I hate it when hosts do the cringe, like, let's do it again, so we're not going to do it again. But I'm hanging out here in the pit.
Damn.
And I've
He really just said no second chances, huh?
With real quick. Where are you? Oh, shout out to the total.
Hello, Whale Man.
But I'm talking about this guy. I'm talking about this guy. What's good, man? What's your name, bro?
I'm Jared, but I'm also going by Beans Jeans.
Beans Jeans. Yo, I recognize that name, actually. You've been in this fight for a while, huh?
Yeah. I've been playing for, what is it, like?
Just want to make sure I know the timer on it.
So I've been around for a while. It's a lot of fun. I have a lot of fun with it.
That's wild, man. How you enjoying this weekend?
I'm having a lot of fun. This is my second time here at SWC. Last year I got Barracuda to sign my forehead. This year I wanted you to sign my forehead. I'll have someone else sign my forehead.
Well, to follow in the footsteps of Barracuda is a big deal. So I guess I have to now.
Oh, she going. Nice. Hello, can I kill her? Thank you.
Hey, yo, my man. Let me get a picture with you, cool? Come on now.
Nice. Okay. No way, he just stands in it, right? Oh shit, he did. Oh, no way. Did he just blink into us? Oh, hi there, whale friend. Little friend-shaped creature.
Gods and goddesses.
Yo, Lord Lady.
It is time
What you
for
doing?
your third quarterfinal of the day. Please make some noise for your team, Hex Mambo.
Mambo, he's nuts. It's over. Hunbats is dying. Never mind. Hunbat should have died.
And their opponents
Just
make
the
some
heal spam.
noise for Atlantis Leviathans.
So much healing. I kind of want to get Karan's coin. I'm gonna get Karan's coin. You know what I might do for the memes? I might just go full into the tree that I'm in 3 deep in.
The most chill intro music of all time. Thanks, Mambo and the Leviathans. Welcome back to the Analyst Desk. My name is Dolson. Mifflin's with me. Who's it? Still inbound? Hazer, you're all
Yo,
the way
I
down
got
there.
it!
I don't know if you're getting any closer to me for the rest of this weekend, but I'll remember where you are eventually. Fellas, we're going into our third quarterfinal of the day. It's Hex Mambo, Atlantis Leviathans at this point. Back to another SPL SEC matchup. Leviathans, though, Miff, it's a team with some history of world championships, and they'll pull the favorites card here in this match.
I mean, clear favorites as
Tiny
far as
lack
I'm
of
concerned. These
coordination.
guys
We pop
have
Aegis
been
here to get away from some
really
stuff.
stepping up their game ever since Panda Cat joined the squad. What was it that he said?
Boink.
6 seed not good enough, and since then just gone straight up. Something like
he wants
that.
to win.
He wants to win, and that's kind of his MO.
Bobby,
I
what's the
will
win
need
condition
CDR.
of this Atlantis Leviathans team, though? How have they been winning?
So probably gonna go
I mean, he
Mirrodin.
hit it. I mean, it's
Oh, is
Panda
it just
Cat.
Panda Cat?
It's got to be Panda Cat. He is the one that
think I'm
has
not calling that out?
dictated this team from that 16th spot all the way up to that, I mean, 2nd seed. I mean, competing for 1st seed even at some points. And
Dude, I wish
if he gets
standing in.
something
I
like
wish MP5 counted.
Toast last game. Scary thought.
On the flip side,
So
though,
much
Hex Mambo,
healing.
they bring a very talented roster.
Like it's all healing over time for the most part, but there's
We
just
talked as
so much
talent
healing.
Before this, some matchups we really wanted to look at and players we wanted to highlight. Johnny V adapting. Hazer seems like a pretty good place to start between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean it's the original EU hyper carry jungler, and the new boy on the block, Johnny, has kind of been just dominated EU in general over the last 3-4 years. He's been head and shoulders above every other jungler for a long
get out
time.
of that?
Now he's here to test his mettle against well, many consider to be the best of all time in the jungle adapting.
Get a bit more into this matchup in just a moment. Myth
Damn
says
it,
it's
I wanted
Panda
that
Cat,
so
and that's
bad.
it. No more analysis to be done by us. Let's hear what some of the actual players have to say about the Leviathans.
Okay, Spear of Deso is actually probably high-key insane if you're going full power Umoja, right?
With a rough start to the year, the Atlantis Leviathans decided to drop Zapman, a player that years ago they picked up in order to make a Worlds run. Testing the waters with that 3-time, Rongyu, Shinto, and the rest of the Leviathans hope to use what they have learned to facilitate returning player Panda Cat and lift Thor's hammer at the end of the year.
I would say when I first joined the Leviathans, all they really needed was like a voice that'd be like, do this, this, and this.
You walked right into
win.
it. I knew that would work.
Skill, but I would say they didn't have the confidence.
Let's go.
Believe that if they did this and this and this, they would win. That's all they needed. They needed that kind of direction. So I would say after we won,
Some
they understood how to
Overwatch
play the
style
game.
shenanigans
they
here.
got that confidence.
Okay, I trust
And
that they
would
can
say
handle the
wasn't
Hunbucks.
as needed in that aspect of the game, right? Maybe they wanted now a player that can win lane better than
I would have
me
had
or,
that
or
if she
anything
didn't.
like that. Just something different. And because we were losing a bunch, I got the short end of the stick, which happens. Like it can happen to any team. Like someone just gets the short end of the stick depending on the variables going on in the team at that point. So yeah, I mean, to answer the question, I don't think they needed me anymore.
Especially with Shinto and Rongyu, like they were still not new to the league, but they weren't as tenured as the other players.
Noodle
and I
League?
think having that
thought I heard
cohesive
Noodle
Zap on the
League.
team really lent itself to
Assuming
them
he said
in a good
new
way.
to the league,
But now
but
they've like learned
I heard
so
Noodle
much from
League.
playing the league and potentially just from Zap himself that maybe having a more
Hi there.
consistent player, like somebody else you can play through in Panda Cat.
Like, yeah, even when they
or
can run away from
just
it, because
even having,
Umoja
like,
ult's not
Monica
that good in
side
arena
lanes,
because they just run from it
they
every
don't
time. But
need
like,
Zap
even
at
if they
all.
can,
they can do it themselves.
doesn't matter
They've grown
that
enough,
much.
and there's 5 people that I would be confident to like follow on a call on that team.
Shit.
So it really did. I think
Hi
it
there.
was a good choice. If they felt like it wasn't working out with Zap.
I thought the Levi's were bad at the start of the year. I did not think they were good. And then something changed, and I don't remember what it was. And
So
they
the one
started
thing I
doing
don't
that.
like
As
about
soon as
playing
they
full
picked
power
it back
Umoja
up,
now that Ishel exists
started
is that I'm
doing really
just
well.
playing
I
bad
don't know why
Ishel, and the
that
siege
changed
minion is
all
just
of their
ignoring us.
players to start owning, but it did.
When you're Panda and you're coming into a team that
shitty
didn't
that the
perform
siege
as well
minions
as people
fucking
might have
ignored us.
expected in the first phase, they're looking for someone to kind of give them that like little pep in
Okay.
their step, give them a little bit of energy, and I think Panda has been exactly what I would expect him to be. I don't think he's as dominant of an ADC as you might imagine him being in years past, like seasons 4, 5, and 6. Must
I
not
might go
because he's
Relic
playing
Dagger,
poorly. I
though.
just think, competition catches up to you at
It
some
kind
point.
of depends.
He did start owning. Panda Cat did start owning out of nowhere. I think he was always good, but I don't know.
I'm playing like I only have one ability in fights, because that's kind of just how I play with power
dominating
Umoja.
Everyone, besides my dual lane. My dual lane is sick. But everyone else has been getting owned.
Maybe they just needed like a spot somewhere on the map to really get the team going, and I think it's shown this.
Okay,
This with the, you
once
have
we hit
Pika, who's
20,
been playing like very well.
we can
You have
see what we
Shinto, who's
get out of
probably been the
Mask.
best player in the league, like in my opinion.
Well,
Anyway.
actually, no, 'cause
And you
it's
have
what,
Kenneth,
5
who
stacks,
can
60
adapt
power,
like,
right?
He always has the potential to
5 stacks,
just 1v9. That's the king
remove
right
a
there.
weakness, gain a
They're
strength.
kind of Warriors light,
Yeah, okay.
in my opinion. I think
So
they
it's
have
60.
a
So we're
similar
already
play
there.
style as the
So I
Warriors,
can
where
just
they
go
kinda
Relic
wanna
Dagger then.
Bring it to you, outplay you, and things like that. I'm obviously very familiar with their players. Shinto's a good friend of mine, or was a good friend of mine.
Yeah.
No, just kidding.
That team for me is kind of like Oni Warriors Light, where
Oh!
they do have a chance to play better than you. I think Shinto especially is kind of him at times for sure. Like,
Oh, no.
Just a very, very, very good player. But yeah, I think same sort of spot with the Warriors. Like when you're down 0-1, when your backs are against the wall, like how do you respond? Who are they leaning to in that moment? I think that's the question mark for me.
They're a bit trigger happy on some plays like objective pulls. Like even if they're in like an 80% probability win spot, they're like, yeah, we'll just rip an FG in front of 5 people, and if we get it, we get it. If we don't, GG. And it's like, I think maybe they take too many risks, but I think at a tournament, being a team that's willing to take risks is it's like a good trait to have, because if you're the team forcing the other team into decisions, then you're just opening yourself up to
Now I'm dead.
to get into a winning spot.
That's my second death of the game, chat. That's my second death of the game.
So will they
We
fall
have
into
so
their
much
old
healing.
ways with the weight of the world stage hanging overhead?
Oh my god, why is this working?
He is right about many things in this.
Why are we winning this? Like, fairly bigly. Should we lose a little bit, but then Disco gets a kill. Is yeah.
5 and 5, above or below the start of the year for the Leviathans.
Below.
Below.
You're all right. I don't know.
That's not a guess. We were there.
Yeah, you were there. I was there too. 3 and 7 to start the
3
year
tanks
for the
versus
Leviathans.
1 tank, but 1
in
tank
phase
is working
phase
so
2,
goddamn better.
Leviathans go 8 and 2. Talk about flipping a switch for the Leviathans, and I guess that video gives Myth some credit. A lot of Panda Cat making a difference. If you're a coach though, Hazer, you're looking at all the talent that's on the
we need more
Leviathans
pens. That's what we
side
need.
of the stage. How are you adapting to a
fucking hell?
I
can't go out in the tanks anymore.
How are you preparing a pick ban strategy against
Like, I
a
should have
studded
enough
team
pen.
like the Leviathans?
I'm also almost at 20. I need to
thing
get
I
there.
would worry about as a coach.
Okay, that'll do. That'll do.
Don't take my word for this because I never won Worlds. But
Oh my god, and this is my
I
CDR as
would
well.
worry about Shinto. I think he's the one I would.
We have
look
5
for.
stacks of strength, right? Yup.
I mean, it's
Yup.
full of stars. I mean,
Movement
it's crazy to
acquired.
say, like adapting, fine, okay, Panda Cat, and the one I'm talking about is the star, is Shinto. But I think it is. I think Shinto is the star. I think he is the one to shut down. If you're gonna shut someone down, I think he's the one with the more explosive picks that you want to take away from it.
We don't have to take Hazer's word for it. Kelly's standing by on the main stage with the head coaches.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dolson. Joining me here, the 2 coaches of our respective teams, Slaney and Davey. Slaney, you guys, being one of the teams that have qualified straight to the Global Championships, have the opportunity to pick the 4 remaining teams that you'd be going up against. What was it about Hex Mambo that lured your decision towards them?
I mean, realistically, they're an FCC team. They're full of really good players, but...
See, we're kind of starting to fall apart, but we're at the stage of the game where it doesn't matter.
We were scrimming the other SPL teams, so they're going to have ideas of what we do. I think it's easier for us to go into a
Like
set
30%
with them not really
pen,
knowing
right?
what we do. So that was probably the main driving force.
And speaking of you guys being an SEC team, you are easily the greenest team here. 3 out of your players have never even been to a Worlds before. What have you been doing and the rest of the team been doing to prepare them for this moment?
On the drinks, really. Just, you know, it's only Kenneth. Kenneth's just Johnny's little... Kenneth went back to SPL to get away from Johnny, you know? Like, Johnny's just that good. That guy. So he's not ready. Kenneth's not ready for him, you know?
What do you feel about everyone saying that Johnny is the new adapting? Do you agree with that?
Johnny isn't no new adapting. Johnny is better than adapting ever was, ever will be.
Slaney, do you have a response to that?
I mean, only one of them is a 2-time.
All right, I can already feel the fire going on right now, so I'm just going to ask you guys one more question before we get into the quarterfinal. Is there anything that you would like to say to the coach and to the players of your opponents?
I love Slaney, but unfortunately, it's got to be the way it's got to be, you know? 1 week on the coach job, it's too easy. It's too easy being a...
Slaney.
Good luck, have fun.
All right, guys, let's get into game number 1. Let's head back to the desk.
Smart man, Slaney, letting the talk for him. Davey says the strategy is those little golden honey bears I keep seeing.
Oh,
people
God.
around the venue with. Apparently that's.
Oh, that's amazing.
Go ahead.
I can't believe that worked.
I was crying, and I don't want my makeup to run.
Remember the last
I
time you
can't
cried,
believe that worked as well as it
Do you
did.
remember when it was?
Oh
I
my
watched
god,
Pitch
chat.
Perfect
I just played Full Power Emoji.
All right, it was pitch perfect.
Fellas, Anna Kendrick.
Let's sink our teeth into this matchup a little bit more. A lot of focus in the
Again,
pregame
mid lane's
talk
probably
about
Atlas
Panda Cat
Emojo
versus
because I'm
Spudio.
gonna play.
But then in the interview, a lot of focus on Johnny versus adapting. Inbound, what's your read on the Johnny versus adapting jungle matchup?
I mean, I don't think Davey's particularly wrong in terms their picks this year have been a little bit different.
Oh my god.
Is Johnny better than adapting? That's yet to be seen. He's not proved it. But this is a good time to prove it. This is the game that you want to be able to go in.
Can't believe I don't have the emoji at M10 yet. We're gonna have to fix that soon enough.
That does set the tone for the rest of it. And I think.
Oh my god. I only did 21k damage somehow. That's tragic.
You telling me
I
if Johnny
have no
wins
one to
this
shoot at
set,
other
you're
than
willing
Banks,
all in
yes.
on him having a better legacy, or what's
Oh,
going on
God.
there?
If Johnny wins this, Johnny and Mamba win this, I will
That
say
was
right
so
now that
stupid.
Johnny is a
That
better
was
jungler than
glorious.
adapting is right now.
What about ever? Like, as far
No,
as
I can't say
dominance
ever. I
concerned?
can't say
Anyone
ever
can ever
yet.
say that.
I can't say
can't.
ever
He's
yet.
the GOAT.
Luckily for Mage solos are cringe fans out there, we haven't been seeing much of that today. We'll get into picks and bans for game 1 between Hex, Mambo, and the... Don't make fun of me, Myth. I'm a little rusty. We're getting back into it. It's all good.
Speed up, because we got
Hazer, what are some
behind somewhere
expectations
along
here
the
in the
way.
first 6? More run-of-the-mill? Are you pick banning a priority player on either team?
Well, looking back at Hex Mambo's picks over the last tournament, they had a lot of variety across their picks. The places where you look where they played the most, I think they played Sobek 5 times. Kha'Zix and EU SCC players in general seem to be really liking that. And it is
Sobek ban, not surprising.
Too. Leviathan's clearly done their prep. And the other
Even
one, I
just
guess,
context of today alone, Athena's just strong in general. Especially, you can play her in jungle and support.
Yeah, Hachiman is the other one I'm looking
another
at.
thing.
Seen plenty of Sobek today. Not anymore, though. Banned out by the Leviathans. Athena, Aphrodite, so back-to-back support bans for Hex Mambo. Surprise in them.
Not really. I think the supports have shown that there's like 2 top tiers with a couple in the next category. I like those bans. Something that's sticking out to me so far is this Osiris. And before I can even get my point in, Osiris is gone. But that's the god that stuck out to me as this god is getting first pick. Everybody wants to play him.
Seems like if it's not Osiris,
So for this one, I kind of just have.
Or the Sun Wukong
I just want the Leviathans
we know the
to
Osiris
win.
Sun Wukong matchup.
Also, the
really
Osiris
favors the
finally
Osiris.
banned
A
after
little bit more
all the
nuanced
showing
when
we've
Levana
had.
and Sun Wukong line up against each other, I think. Totems go a little bit more evenly, but it comes down to the dive. On the other hand, though, why worry about solo laners when you can get premier mages on the table? Thoth in the first slot, long range, artillery damage, and one of the favorites of the Leviathans.
Yeah, this pick has been so powerful in the recent past. We've seen this god since the Book of Thoth build came into the meta. He can one-shot again. I can't believe that. Seeing Thoth will take
Let's
this
go!
1700.
Nike's always a treat to watch.
On the other side, we see the Nike and the Hachi bubble.
And I love this Nike pick with the Osiris
The
gone.
Nike.
We saw this a couple times into the Thoth at
The
Top
Nike.
5. And the Thoth could do nothing against the Nike. He doesn't do enough damage to get through her shield. We very rarely see Sunders nowadays. If we do see Sunders, maybe it's a different story. But until we see that, Nike dominates Thoth in this matchup.
But a smart answer to the Nike, if you're going to initiate every fight with that leap, a Wheelish there to keep things rolling, and it also denies the Wheelish pick if it is going to be an Odin lock-in for the Atlantis Leviathan, another standard answer to that Odin. I like how this one looks. It's one of the Leviathan's bread and butter as of recent. Adapting was the one to bring a Wheelish back into the meta. High early game potential, almost acting as a bridge pick. Looks to me to be a very strong late game composition. Starting to come together here for the Levi's. Odin going to initiate your fights, and Thoth going to finish them.
And to double down on your Odin point,
Raijin. I was just talking earlier about how I'm still upset that I got shut down on that cast.
Hachiman cannot run
Like,
away from that.
oh wow!
So,
Like I was literally, it was literally just, ooh, and a Raijin ban. Now that's an interesting one, given the history of the character. That's not interesting at all. He got buffed, now he's top tier.
That's that X factor that the SEC teams have brought to the main stage in the past.
So
the picks and bans seem to be moving.
I was so annoyed when that happened, and I still am.
Teams on her in our previous set of
I didn't know who I was casting with.
In the first wave of bans, but Hazer, the on her falls to the second wave here, and the Leviathans and PandaCat.
I need to do casting again, but that's something that I'm just not going to be able to do much
if
here.
you're thinking about one and her player, it's going to be Coast. But after that, you're probably thinking about PandaCat. He's been really strong on this pick. He has liked pressure hunters as well. Even going back to the Mage ADC meta, he was playing Sol a lot, one of the best players on that, and really wanting to run it down, get those bastions early, you know, push people under the tower and dominate. Thor taken away as well, another jungler that can get out of the cage. I wonder if there's going to be another target ban towards Johnny taking something
the
away.
ADC bans. How do you know it's not Thoth ADC?
Against this
Odin ADC. I mean, come
I'm
on.
surprised to see that Chernobog ban. We've
No, but
seen a lot of
I do like
Ron
picks
priority,
like
especially in the most recent events. Feels like that
I like
solidly
picks like
within
Thor and Athena
PandaCat's
and
God
Afro.
pool would play pretty well into the Raijin.
I love when there are picks viable that can be in multiple
You just want
roles.
to start the fight with the ultimate.
I think that's so
remove
cool
60%
when
of their
you
HP
have
and
those
say, well,
viable.
if they step up any further,
It's always
they just
fun.
lose their life. But Hazer, you were telling me,
I think it makes drafting interesting because I have to think about
No,
like
I think that the god has fallen off pretty hard.
if a
in
god gets
ADC.
picked, you kind of have to think, right?
I do like it in mid, and I thought Shinto
Are
might
they-
go towards it.
are they
Probably
picking
not
this
with a 12 on
character?
the table.
Fair.
But
You
yeah,
know,
I
for-
think the
if
god's
it's like
pressure
Surtur,
is
are they
so
picking this for
low.
solo or
Obviously,
jump?
Cyclone's
Right now
still
it's
made it
gonna be
work,
jump,
but
but-
I think the god has fallen off pretty hard, and we shouldn't
back-
be seeing it
back in the
prioritized so
beginning of
high.
the
I
year,
think bottom
could've
two
been either
band,
one.
though, just about where it belongs.
And with all these Guardians kind of gone to the wayside,
I mean, Marty,
you
if
feel
he
like
gets
that
picked,
next
that's
tier of supports.
mid or
I was
ADC.
interested to see
Beginning of the year,
what
it could have
Kha'Zix
been
was gonna
solo
go
and
for.
jungle
We saw it
as
at
well.
qualifiers that he likes this Terra.
Could
but
be
he kind
support.
of defaulted to it in that Sobek
If you wanted to
matchup,
get
but
really
it seems like he
aggressive
still
with
just
him,
likes the Terra
he's
outright.
a
Does
support
not
if
really
he
matter
wanted to
what
be.
the Levi's are looking to play. He'll just play that Terra.
What do you think of it in this matchup,
Speaking
though?
of
With,
supports,
you've got a
hello,
lot of support
Nox.
experience, and Taro was one of your go-tos. Is this a position you could see yourself going towards it on?
With the opportunity to just play something like Nox into Terra, that is one of the most miserable matchups, because if you ever put your 3 down, there is nothing you're going to be able to do. You're not going to be able to dash away. You're not going to be able to engage. And the disengage potential from this Levi's squad is through the roof.
This is a PandaCat pick. Uller, one of his more storied gods. We're going to get to see it on the main stage in game 1 of our quarterfinal. Haven't seen it yet this weekend. Miff, what's the heat check on the Uller here for PandaCat?
I'm not a massive Uller fan, being completely honest, but when Uller is 6 slotted and he's gone the Bluestone build and he's got the Brooch, the damage output is pretty ridiculous. Just Hail of Arrows feels like it does like 40%. But the difference is, I come from an era where Ull is the de facto lane bully. And that's not exactly the case anymore. He's more so a late game scaler.
Sorry, I had to get one in really quick there. Heavy inbound.
And when it comes to this late game that you're talking about with Uller, not really laning phase, he is one of the few hunters that can actually stop Nikes too and actually get some damage onto this solo laner. So I actually like it in a matchup like this. I'm not a huge fan of Uller in most games, but to damage the Nike, very few gods are going to be able to do it from that hunter role, unlike Uller.
At the end, I don't really have much
the
to
one
say
problem
about
I have with this Uller, though, is look at what it's paired with. Where is the objective damage coming out from this Leviathan's comp? Top, great secure, but DPS on the objective, not especially good. Wheelix typically not doing all that much damage with those abilities, going towards more of a Hydra's power-focused build.
Attack speed,
so I'm not sure
it's actually going to be Uller
if
mid,
Fire Giants are
Thoth
going to be
ADC.
plain sailing
That's
for
where
the
your burn's
Atlantis
coming
Leviathans with this comp. Uller not going to be able to shred through that Fire Giant like other hunters would.
But it is worth noting that since we'd last seen Uller played, he has had some buffs, like having the ability to have access to both of his passes regardless of stance, so maybe some potential to play around a slightly different bit of itemization. When we talk about Ull, traditionally it's always all ability damage, Transcendence, Bluestone, Jotuns, Hydras, things like that. Maybe with some of those changes and Levi's bringing out something funky, could be an auto attack Ull, help out with that DPS. Not something I'd call for, but could be.
So we're potentially worried about the burn of the Leviathans. Inbound in your mind, is that something, though, the Hex Mambo on the other side excel at? Or is it a bit of an even game in that regard?
No, it's fun to have.
I mean, Raijin's not really adding too much objective damage. A lot of it comes down to, is he going to build crit on this Hachiman? We've seen a couple builds now come through. Crit, Deathbringer, all that good stuff, really good for objectives. On the opposite side, when you go that Titan's Bane, that Kin-size build, not really as good. So it really depends on what type of build he opts for. I hope for the crit build. I think the crit build is much better in this current meta, but you never really know until you get into that game and you decide, do I want to kill frontline or do I want to play for those objectives?
Yeah, hard agree on that. I really like the crit build into dive assassins like a Wheelix as well. She can get in there, she can explode you real quick with that feather step. But if you Aegis that out and get a couple autos on her with crit, she can die immediately on that dive. So I'd like to see the crit build out of Spudio here.
And I'm glad you bring up the Wheelish because there is interesting interaction in the jungle 1v1. I know I always go back towards it, but it feels like so important in a matchup like this. A Wheelish, generally one of the better 1v1 gods, but Camozot's the best. The full stop. It feels like there's not really going to be a point in this game where Wheelish is confident in her ability to just deal with this Camozot's. And even in these small jungle skirmishes, only one of the two has sustained hard baked into the kit.
The other 2 days are going to be a lot shorter than this.
You're not going to get to say anything because the casters are ready to take us in the quarterfinal number 3.
Game number 1 here around the corner. Atlantis Leviathans, Hex Mambo, a big one coming at you. You've got Frog, you've got Trelly to bring you the action. And Trelly, I'm really excited for this one. I think we've gotten a treat already with some of these picks and bans coming through as well. The Nox, not one I was expecting, a fun duo lane for the Leviathans. And then on the other side, I mean, they talked about the objective shred coming through. What's your take on these comps?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, this is the Panda Cat I've been looking for, right? The aggressive, the 1v1er, the one who wants to sit on your tower line and taunt, take those fights. Uller is exactly
hello,
the kind
CD.
of god that
Sorry, I
can do
didn't
that,
see
right?
that raid
You have to
sooner.
be
Hope
on
I didn't
point,
miss it
Frog.
by too
Remember,
much.
This is the world stage. You lose,
Welcome
your
on
season
into
is
stream.
done. You lose all your attempt to
Probably
go for it.
should
You can't lift the
have
hammer,
done
you
an
don't get
ad
the
break
money,
during
any
draft,
of
but
that,
that's okay.
and you go to Uller, that shows confidence.
Yeah, and these best of threes,
in
it
15
shows
minutes,
even
the
more
last set is
confidence
supposed to
be doing
start.
it
This is
in
the
a
third one, so
matchup
that's
like this,
that's
so
funny.
volatile to be able to be knocked off the world stage
gamble.
in just 2 games. You have to win 2 here to get to those best of 5s, maybe a little bit more time to play, time to adapt in those semifinals. Before we even get there, though, it's Hex Mambo, it's Leviathans. You saw that poll. That's a 25-75 split. The crowd pretty heavily favoring the Leviathans, and for good reason. I mean, there are 2 seed coming into this.
Of course, but you got to remember what happened last year, Frog. The Leviathans had choice. They picked a team that looked easy, looked like they could just walk right over them, and they ended up picking their demise. They got out in the quarterfinals because of that selection. Of course, that team ended up making a fantastic Worlds run, but hey, Hex Mambo has that skill set. Hex Mambo
All good raid was just a moment ago.
bring
Oh,
that
cool. So I
level
probably
of
caught it right
aggression
when it
towards you,
happened,
but I don't think the Leviathans are going to make the same mistake 2 years in a row. I don't think they're going to go into this game lackadaisical. They're going to come in, like I said, these gods, the selections the Leviathans have went to, scream confidence to me.
I will say, so far, I think that last year's Worlds was a better watch, but I mean, to be fair,
towards the mid matchup,
day
perhaps,
one's
to start
not really
things
indicative of the
off,
rest.
though. This mid 2v2
Although Worlds
has
last
me
year was
interested in
just
terms of the gods on both sides, really, right? The Leviathans, they've taken the Awelish away from Johnny, a signature pick for him throughout the entirety of the season. On the other side, a little bit surprised at this Raijin coming out from Rapio. Not the best win rate on this pick coming through from group stages. Certainly waiting, no time to get the pressure started, though. A lot of damage onto Shinto as Johnny shows the pressure, and now it's Rapio under pressure. One Corona will do it, and Rapio's running the wrong way.
He's gonna get away.
Miraculous escape for the Raijin, but
Maybe not, maybe not, maybe not.
Done with the chase, he's got Blink, he's got the damage he's looking for.
And there's first blood.
And adapting wants to get out of here. Shinto, he's got the peel for him, a little bit of damage coming in.
And Johnny can't get in.
Oh, still.
That's gonna feel bad. That's gonna feel
Will
bad.
not cut it. That's gonna be an easy first blood and a disengage.
Really is nothing interesting with this
starts off
Raijin.
with aggression towards Shinto, right? The beats, the Aegis gets pulled.
Still upset about that.
There's relics coming through. You have to watch out because of that damage. We were talking about Raijin. Sure, great pressure early. You have some damage, but if you Thunder Crash in, if you dash aggressively, you can get punished for it, and that's exactly what happens.
He's forced to dash over the wall, and using that aggression, using that blink perfectly, is adapting to get that first blood on the board. And you have to imagine, we are expecting to see a little bit more pressure from this adapting pick, from this Awelish, known to be a little bit of an early game pick and into, I mean, I'm looking at the enemy composition. Not only do you have some jumps in the form of Nike on that side, some knockups in your own team, but that jungle 1v1 is so critical, Trelly. That Camazot's pick comes in last, and it has a jump in the kit.
It certainly does, but Johnny's going to be smart about it, right? You don't take that 1v1 when the gravity surges up unless you've got bat out of hell. You can go up in the air, you can juke some damage, you can wait out Feather Step. There's some room for outplay. Just depends on when you want to take those 1v1s and adapting. Sure, he might have been coming in for a possible back buff invade, but now he's like, hey, I'm going to get some damage towards you. Blue buff is what we're after.
Knocked down to half HP. Johnny,
Oh, too far. He can't save Johnny.
Fino with the last
No.
hit. Now Julio topped in the cage and knocked up. Won't be able to make it out to safety. The dive, just a little bit more damage. Adapting. They won't full on dive Julio.
They could have gotten that
It'll
kill.
just be a blue invade, but that's now
They could have gotten that kill is the worst part. That was...
onto the Awelish.
And Finoke was
they
clean
could have
with
gotten
it, man.
that and
The second
survived.
that kill goes
They'd
down,
gotten
he
away with
levels
it.
ult and puts Julio in the cage. I thought maybe they had enough damage, but adapting just could not get that Feather Step off. So unfortunately, they're only going to leave with 2. I say unfortunately, but considering the pace of some of these games we've seen today, that's pretty good, right? You're already finding 2 kills, especially one onto adapting.
2 kills at 3.5 minutes in a pro league game
though,
is...
Johnny doesn't mind, right?
That's a lead.
First. That's going to be a bit of a difference maker. Adapting needs
Especially
to
when
wait
you're
a
already
bit before
1,000
that
gold ahead
gravity
off the back
surge
of
is
that.
online. I don't want to see Hex Mambo, lay back on their laurels just because of a rough start. I think that Johnny still has the ability to get active, still has the ability to go in for a gang. And if Final K ever jumps on the wave, maybe that opportunity will present itself.
Be careful if you're the Odin here on this right-hand side. Just a little bit of pressure. Johnny coming around the back, and nobody's here to help out. The knockup's there down to half HP. The damage will not be there. I mean, if you're looking at Johnny to get active, try and match some of this pressure coming from adapting, where do you think he gets involved inside of the map? Hold that thought. Actually adapting, he's already decided. It's on the left side.
Oh, goodbye, Kha'Zix. No.
On the left-hand side, another
Dude, the
kill
Leviathans are
That's
just
the benefit
blowing
of
through
Suku. Adapting
this.
can ride across the opposite side of the map. He can say, wait,
So
Johnny was over and right. I'm
every
going
game
left.
one
I'm
so
gonna
far
make my
today, we've
presence
just had
known.
one side off
Spudio
to
got
an
out of it.
insanely
He took the mounted
decisive
archery. He got as far away from that lane as possible. And he knew, hey, I'm sorry, bro. I can't save you. Good luck. You don't have any beads. You're going to get locked down. And that's one of the benefits of this Nox pick. You highlighted it early on, not one we've been seeing recently, but into a matchup like the Terra, you know exactly where she's going to dash. That monolith does not move.
This is dangerous early on from the Leviathans. Couple of the first quarterfinals, rather, we've seen some slower starts, right? And this is not necessarily a slow start. 5 minutes, 3 kills in.
And I guess in the game twos, but not for the game ones.
Close to a
It's
mounting
been relatively
here for the
normal.
Leviathans. If you're Hex Mambo, you already have to be thinking early, how do we stop the bleeding? And if you are the Chaos Squad, how do you try to slow down the Leviathans?
You got to dial it back a little bit, right? Showing up for the shield buffs, walking forward to the cooldown buff, that can all be risky when you don't have eyes on adapting, when you don't have eyes on just about anyone. on the side of the Leviathan.
You're
so
saying they
you
should
go
be
for
buying
confirmed
wards.
farm. You know, okay, I'm gonna step up towards purple. I'm gonna try and pull it back underneath tower. If I can't do that, I'm gonna run. It's not the end of the world, Frog. This gold lead is not so massive that I want to see Hex Mambo running, but this is what I'm talking about. You walk up to the blue, you don't jump in, Julio.
Julio jumps into the ultimate, and the lockdown is crazy.
Oh,
He's gone off the
Adapting
map.
gets
A killing
one.
spree for Adapting in a full-blown fight
3v3.
over the blue buff. Rapio, the next to
Yeah,
fall.
Leviathan should
Johnny
take this.
under
They're cleaning
pressure.
up.
It's 3 for the Leviathans, and they're looking to make it for Kha'Zix.
3v3
Able to
turned
get
into a
out of there, but a
4v4 real
dominant
fast.
showing at the blue buff.
Well, like I said, Frog, you probably shouldn't be stepping up to the blue buffs. You definitely don't leap in onto an Awilix. Do you think Adapting, just because he's on Suku, is it going to be able to pull you off the gravity surge? If you don't bring your beads, Wrongyu's got the lockdown. It was just never a play that was going to net much. 6-0. The Leviathans, they are not pulling any punches. They said, I don't care that you're an SCC squad. We are making it to the semifinals, and we're starting right now.
Yeah, it looks like they have no qualms about starting their Worlds run. They know where they want to be on Sunday. And it all starts right here. They want to continue this aggression. And Charlie, looking at their composition, what is the timing you're looking at for maybe starting to think about some of these objectives? Obviously, Gold Fury been on the map now for 2 minutes, and they talked about the shred on the desk. This Ullr can maybe be a hindrance when it comes to thinking about those objectives, but you got to start thinking about that as you push this lead.
Most definitely, and that is something to note. This is a composition the Leviathans have drafted that was supposed to just own early game. And that is exactly what they're doing. Later on, they may find some struggles. It's not as if Panda Cat is going to.
I really thought
objectives.
Adapting
It's
was
not
going to
as
kill
if,
Julio there. I
you know, Final
really
Cage
thought
Cage
that
is
was going to
Get
happen.
immense value post 20-25 minutes into the game. You need to make use out of these early game selections. At 6-0 at 7 minutes, I couldn't ask for more, right? This is about as much action as they could find so far. But Hex Mambo should be telling themselves, if I'm the shot caller for Mambo, I'm saying, guys, listen, they're going to fall off. We need to just, no more picks, no more jumping in, no more overextending for buff fights. Let's just get the safe farm and get out.
But people in chat are pointing out that someone doesn't have
over the years from the EU teams, over the years, the ability to
Is it
take
Johnny?
these games
Because Johnny looks like that. That looks like
towards
Blink.
The siege defense.
But that's
is even
normal for
trying to
junglers.
come back at that stage of the game. They certainly would rather slow things down. I think
I don't
at
do it
this
in jungle.
early stage.
I go beats first.
My eyes go towards the solo.
I tend to
matchup,
just
perhaps.
forget
There's been
going
a
Blink,
couple
so
of
I
those
just
blue
don't
buff
end up building
invades
it most of the
already.
time,
In
but,
fact,
like,
that's up in just another 60 seconds.
Like when
or
I go
so.
Blink, I tend to
This
forget to
one's
use it, so I
interesting.
end up just
Odin
kind of
into
avoiding
the
building
Nike.
it. Even when I do build it, it's like it's always second.
Odin's kind of a pocket
I need the
early
beads.
in the draft.
Sometimes
again,
I
they're
will
back for this
go
blue
Blink
buff, but
beads
how do you
instead
take
of beads
advantage
Blink
of the soul lane?
if it's a low
At this
CC
point,
comp.
well, looks like we might not have too
But-
much opportunity to talk about. Adapting once the leap, once Julio jumps out, could find the pole.
It
but
is
you
very
can't
normal.
threaten, and actually, Adapting's on the run here.
Jump in from
Johnny.
Julio after the ultimate, Johnny. On this side of the map as well. Looks like another full-on fight, and it's a blink in from Johnny as
rotate.
Julio's taking the damage. But
Lots of
Adapting,
rotation.
One more swoop will do it,
Adapting
and Johnny
will be the first
there
one to fall on the
answer
side of the
first kill there
Leviathans.
for Hex Mambo. And there might be
Julio
more
and Johnny are
if
going to
they
be able to
want
stay
continue
alive.
the
Fino
chase.
can't find
Shinto,
anything.
It's Kha'Zix with the ultimate. But it looks like Hex Mambo this time.
And they're not even
there
going to go
to
for the
defend blue
totem
buff.
secure.
Yeah, I don't
Ouchie.
hate re-engages at
Oh, that's
all
gonna-
for
that's
Mambo,
gonna
right? When
sting.
you understand that someone's overextended, when you understand that Adapting can die, that's when you go in. And if you needed a kill, it was on the 3-0 Wheelix. And if you needed someone for Mambo to get it on, it was on a Johnny, right? This Camazot's needed just a little bit of help in the farm game, and now with that extra boost of gold, is going to be able to get a lot more proactive. You asked me where.
Gold, still
I don't
a
hate the idea of going
2,300
towards Panda,
gold
but
lead, by the
he's
way.
been under
Just,
tower
you
for
know,
quite
keep that
some
one in
time.
mind.
It's got to be fine, okay, and it's not easy to kill an Odin, especially starting that breastplate.
The soul lane has been the primary focus all game long so far in this game one.
The
Have to think
Hachi's
it's
gonna be
because
able
of the
to
matchup a
back
little bit. You obviously want to make sure
really
this
soon
Odin is in a
for
good
an item.
spot, but I'm looking over at the Hunters, and as much as Panicat has been playing a little bit behind, Spudio has gotten off to a small lead here, right? That half level up to level 11, a little bit behind in the build, has to make sure that he backs to base there to get that next item. But if you're the Hachi, man, you're there to shred the objectives. I think if you're Spudio, you're very pleased with how this lane is going.
Yeah, you know, they touched on it on the desk. Ullr is not the early game lane bully that he once was. Those days are over. He is looking for 1v1s, of course, as I do believe the beads. Yeah, Spudio has lost his beads because of that rotation from Wrongyou. You're not just hitting an axe and getting a kill. You need a little bit of itemization. Looks like the fail nod into a possible Hydras. Then you're looking for those fights. But that's why Spudio's been owning this lane, because he has sustain, he has range poke, he has CC immunity. He is going to win the early game just by nature of his character. Later on, that's when Panicat's really going to make his money with his pick.
Johnny and adapting both here in this left-hand side, potentially baiting out a fight in this duel lane around the shield camp. There might be some aggression here. It's really been Rongu and adapting though, and no surprise from adapting perhaps, but I mean, I was questioning how active this Nox was going to be.
Right.
Rongu maybe was the one that led the way and forced the supports to rotate out early, not something we've been seeing all season. But he has been there with the silences to lock down the beads burn, and now is here to help on the Gold Fury.
That's free.
And this is free. They caught Hex Mambo sleeping a little bit. Atlantis Leviathans take down the Gold Fury.
Yeah, just a little note, if you want to know when an objective's being committed to, if you see adapting pop Gravity Surge for DPS, yeah, they're not looking to fight. They're looking to grab that and get out, especially when Shinto threatens the Final Judgment through. That was a, hey, there's no one here. We have vision. Let's get this objective and retreat. Easy as they come. Leviathans are pushing their lead exactly how they know how, playing the objective game. Hex Mambo, they don't have an answer. They could have stepped up. They could have went for like a light defense, but Rapio doesn't have much steal potential. Spudio doesn't really want to commit his ultimate and get out of position. They have to play that as defensively as possible now.
I like how 3 of them, by the way, have names that end in
look
EO.
towards the teleports.
It's probably
Okay,
intentional.
Doesn't have one, right?
That's
He's
it's probably like
Julio.
They probably
He's got teleport, but not quite upgraded. Can
played
go to the
together
tower at any
before
moment.
and
But it
they're
looks
like
like the
a
call is
gimmick.
just to give this one up.
Hex Mambo unwilling to fight over the beacon, at least for the moment. They'll let this one go down to the Leviathans. And the Order side continuing to mount this lead. We were talking about Rongu. My eyes actually get drawn a little bit to the relics, because this is not one that I see super often. This upgraded version of the Ankh, and this early
Ground
on in
Ankh,
the
yeah.
game, I mean, is that just against the Terra on the other side?
Well, it absolutely owns Terra, but remember, the shielding is also a big play, so Julio's going to not appreciate it at all. Kha'Zix takes some damage, but can't knock up the Terra, so no way adapting chases that one down. It just gets a ton of value. That's the reason that Terra isn't always just favorable in the meta. It's not as if it's a hard ability to hit, right? The second that ultimate flies, you go, okay, let's onk the whole enemy team, and now we've dealt with that ultimate and actually made them worse off because of it.
Yeah, every time they heal, maybe a little bit of a detriment on the other side. Some pressure here. Leviathans perhaps looking to push down this left-hand side. Now that this Gold Fury has fallen, another couple minutes until we get the Pyromancer. I mean, this feels like the pacing that Hex Mambo have now wanted, right? 6 early kills. They answer back once over there in the solo lane. And the gold lead has continued to climb a little bit for the Leviathans. They get that major objective in the Gold Fury. If you're Mambo, what do your plans look like around this next Gold Fury? You've got 2 minutes to prep for it. Do you want a full-on fight here?
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the Leviathans have done everything they've wanted, right? They went to gold, grabbed it. They're going to go to Beacon, grab it. They're going to go right to Pyromancer, attempt to grab it. So Mambo has done nothing. They've just sat by and attempted to defend Cage just to keep Kha'Zix away. But they drop the Pyromancer. They're going for the kill.
They get the double value on the ultimate. Rapio trying to put out the damage, but they get the Pyromancer, and it's Rapio actually on the first kill of the fight.
Oh, the double.
For the mid laner as Shinto falls down. It's fine, okay, on the retreat now.
These
the
early
jump
games
is
just
down,
keep being
and the damage
turned
will
around
not be
in the mid-game.
enough to take down the Odin. So the Pyromancer
But
goes over to
still
the
a
Levi's,
5K
but a
gold
good
lead.
couple of kills there for the Mambo.
It was going to catch up
Still a
eventually.
5K
Frog.
gold
You can't
lead.
use 2 ultimates
XP
for
lead
a
is
Pyromancer.
closing.
And of course, they were looking for Kha'Zix. That was the target.
But
you can't use that much, right? You need a little bit more for the team fight. Johnny has a beautiful wraparound. Shinto, you lose both relics and fall down, because if there's a Kamazotz within melee range of you and you still have not leaped, that's going to be a kill just about every day of the week. So both relics down. Shinto is going to have to play so safe. Runic Bomb does go over to Fine OK, so he could use that to try and just destroy that right tower anytime he wants. But not the end of the world. The Hex Mambo finally showed some light in this game.
And that may be the first step towards answering back. Maybe the second step around this Oni Fury close to spawning. Still a little bit early in the game. We've seen already today a couple trades, Fury for Fire Giant, if they wanted to step up to that. But I mean, this is shaping up to potentially be a fight favored for Hex Mambo on the left side of the map. My eyes keep going back to this lead that Spudio has over there.
And yeah, that's the thing. Spuddy had a 2-level lead just a second ago. Now, a little bit evened up, call it half a level at this point. This Hachiman will be able to rotate in and make a big difference. I'm just looking at all the chain CC that could come through for the Leviathans. You've got Shadow Lock into the Axe. Adapting is almost always there to try and hit a knockup. It's not going to be fun to try and step forward to the Leviathans, especially if you're pushing into it. You're going to walk into a Nox combo eventually. You're going to take the mean end of an Uller Axe eventually. So Hexmama are going to have to worry about that one. You asked what to do in preparation. Preparation's done, right? Oni Fury has spawned back in, both teams. Not looking at it just yet, but a little bit of vision on the left side of the map, mostly here for the Leviathans.
Well, it's Hex Mamba who got the objective, kind of snuck right under the nose of the Chaos side there for the first one. They want to make sure that that does not happen again. So they've got the ward coverage, they've got the positioning. They might have to fight on this left-hand side. Adapting down low, forced to use the beads, but it's fine okay on the teleport, and he's on to Spuddio. Johnny gets pulled over, but
the badass skis, but he gets the kill anyway.
And takes down Adapting on the other side. Spuddio falls down early in the fight. It's a 1-1
That was insane.
thus far, but everybody's here to continue, and it's fine okay who has
the big drums.
Damage of full-on grouping here as Leviathans force Mambo
I love
back.
Raijin's teleport because when he uses it, we can't really hear it on the broadcast, but when he uses it, here it's gonna take me a second, but I'm gonna pull up a training game.
Not say the same. So a trade at the end of the day, and Oni Fury
as
stands
Raijin.
tall. Still, I mean, when we're talking about objectives, I think we're still at the point where the Leviathans have an overwhelming success.
Give me 1 second to pull this up. You guys don't need to see this.
Panda Cat still has
but I just want you to hear this.
That's where the issue arises. The HP
because base Raijin has a glorious sound when you use
up on
this
this side of the map. They are staying, hovering around this Oni Fury. Not going to go in for the pull though. Maybe you wait for Final K's teleport to be back up.
Beacon spawn for the second time here, and this time Hex Mamba don't want to give it up for free. A 2v2 just in terms of positioning. It looks like they will back off, concede a little bit of that pressure for now. My eyes go to the supports, Trelly. Rongyu been so impactful on these lockdowns around some of these objectives. Kha'Zix as well.
The Nox player is playing Nox in a
multiple
professional
players
game.
had some impactful
Wow.
stuns there. And I'm really focused on the tankiness because taking a look at the builds, none of that low-nose math coming through from the mage support. And despite the level lead, I mean, are you worried about Rongyu potentially getting shredded down in some of these fights?
I mean, he looks very tanky at the moment. It seems like he's just building into that tank style of build. Eventually, all tanks end up being a bit squishy depending on, you know, what kind of build the carries are going for. Final K.
Okay, give me 1 second. I have it, but I don't want to miss a fight.
Diving in the back line, popping the shield, repeating
I'm gonna miss a fight if the stream keeps stuttering.
The Panda Cat has to watch out. Johnny's nearby, adapting, mirroring that rotation, but the tier 1 is all Mambo came for, and they'll back up, which is smart, because if you take a fight and lose it here, it's not just the tier 1 tower you might lose. That Oni Fury is also on the cards.
That's the first tower down there, and it's in favor of Hex Mamba despite this gold lead. Perhaps the experience.
It is interesting how much slower this game is going compared to the rest.
Perhaps exactly what they were looking to do. They sort of
like, I think this is just the slowest flowing game of them all. Both teams are just sitting back, waiting.
And so far, the objectives ever since.
And to be fair, part of it's just because, like,
they haven't been able to be looked
with
at.
how Hex Mambo built their comp, right? You want the Raijin and the Hachi to come online. And of course, they can do stuff right now, but the later you get in the game, the better both of them are going to be. And Panda Cat's kind of in the same situation.
Yeah, I mean,
so,
you just can't go in for a risky call anymore. The Hex Mama finally started fighting back, and because of that, you got to play safely. Final K finally does drop that.
Both of them just have really strong win conditions if they like.
This is an objective you can pull much easier.
I keep forgetting to take my overlay off because it keeps covering
feel it out,
stuff.
check if Mambo have vision. Kha'Zix and Rapi are nearby, but they have no steal
And what they call a protein.
Have to let it go, but look at this. Spuddio immediately pulls the Oni Fury. And now the question is, the Leviathans go and defend or they pull fire? And I can see the grouping. I know what they want.
I don't think they can get there in time even if they want to, but it looks like they want the fight instead. Phantom Shell comes out, and Kha'Zix, the damage comes through, and it's not enough. He's still alive under the tier 1 tower. They're looking for a little bit more, but Julio is here, and now Spuddio has joined the fray. Johnny trying to chase down Fino K, and it's low health bars from the Leviathans. They've been pushed back. And maybe now an opportunity here for the Hex Mambo.
That was a great pathing by the Leviathans.
Wow.
It seemed like one pick should have came through, but everyone makes it out safe. Hex Mambo, though, got aggressive positioning. Fine, okay, had to teleport back in just to make sure Fire Giant didn't get looked at. That's gonna be it. Just a little bit more farming. The Oni Fury goes down.
Oh no.
Next Mambo.
Is he gonna go for it?
They're trying to get to level 20.
Not.
You can see,
He was probably just
you
gonna be
mentioned
like,
it
I hit
earlier
the
on.
stun,
There's
I'll
a
go
lot
for
of
it if I
XP
don't.
in favor of Johnny
And he
compared to
didn't.
Adapt. He's been farming a bit more.
Okay,
Duo lane
ready for the
also
TP
looking
sound
good.
chat?
Spudio has that level lead, but there's also some outliers. Of course, fine, okay, he's had the lead essentially all game. And then if you look towards Wrong You, he's got a lead. So it's a bit spread out. It's not as if any team feels real confident just going in for an objective pull. I really did think the Leviathans were going to try their luck, but I wouldn't doubt the call was, hey, we don't have the DPS to do fire. Let's look for a pick.
It all depends on
Oh,
where you want to put the engage, put the damage. Really, if you're either side at this point, because we're at the point in the game where these objectives, these fights
Don't
start
know why
to mean
he does
quite
that.
a bit more. If you lose 3,
It's
you lose
amazing,
4,
but
we're
I
out
don't
of
know why he
20-minute
does
mark.
it.
That's a guaranteed Fire Giant, guaranteed couple of structures. Hex Mambo have already taken down 2
I
of
don't
these
know why
towers
Raijin does
as
that when
well
he
in
uses
mid and
3
left.
to teleport.
I mean, you're looking at these comps, Charlie. We've
He
talked
sure
a bunch about scaling.
does.
Let's talk about how these fights go in the late game. Who are you favoring as these compositions scale up?
Oh, CD, one thing that you might have missed if you weren't here at the beginning of the stream, if you're still here, is they announced Smite 2, which is really exciting, for me at least.
And now you've lost a massive team fight ultimate, whereas
A lot of
Julio,
people are
you
getting
can
upset
blink
about
in,
some
you can hit a
things.
massive 5-man Sentinel of Zeus and slow the enemy team,
I
right?
guess
There
just
is
for
plenty
anyone
of
that didn't see it
value,
earlier.
even if you
So
get to a
they announced Smite 2.
get
Might have to cut myself off if a fight starts.
20, get that upgraded Sundering. There are options here for Mambo, but I still
They threw a
favor the
lot of
Leviathans
shade
as it
at
stands.
Overwatch.
They've got the big power spikes,
They
have
said,
the
I think, 3 or 4
leads, of
times
course.
that it's
I'm looking
not
for
just
he hasn't hit like
a balanced patch.
game-winning ultimates just yet. That's because
and
it's
that
still
it's
early game.
a true
Thought
sequel.
Late game, that
That's
final
like
judgment
their whole marketing thing is it's a
absolutely
true
He's
sequel.
got that Obsidian Shard online at a good
Smite
spot
1's
to
not
build.
going down, which is really cool.
Grouping now. It's a big 5 members.
Skins
for
aren't
both
carrying over.
squads. Grouping up around the Fire Giant. Only
Nothing is carrying over, from
in.
what I understand.
Maybe there's a
Progress,
little bit
like
more
levels
farm
and shit,
to
might
get,
be, but that's
Hex
it.
Mambo, both
There are going to be
Leviathans as well,
new
eager
skins coming out in the future
find
that are
somebody
they're
out
called
of position,
cross-gen skins. You'll get a skin in both Smite 1
anybody
and Smite
that
2.
they can start
Smite
the
1's going to keep
engage
getting
on.
updates for a little
I mean, if
while.
you're looking at these
Presumably
squads,
new
sure, maybe,
characters, some of
once
the new
fight
characters,
starts,
but we
you
don't
have
we don't
favorites.
think like
What
we
is
don't
the
think that's
engage?
guaranteed.
We talked about the
but
cage for the Leviathans on Mambo on the other
we'll
side.
see what actually comes.
I thought Johnny
Oh my
under some
goodness.
pressure beats get
God.
forced as does the ultimate. I don't know if you can go back in here though. Those
can't.
are massive tools to get
And
pulled
that
from the
beacon's
jungler.
about to come up. It's going to be
Now you watch
huge.
the beads and double relics off of Rapio adapting. He is nearby, sees the Thunder Crash, but Tier 1 Tower seems to be the target here for the Levi's. They take as much as they can. They might have to rack up. There is still DPS
Huge changes to how items work. They said they're
Final
tweaking how
judgment,
roles
you
are going to
lose
work
Gravity
as well.
Surge, and Johnny, of course, loses
So a lot of people
vulnerability there
are
in the
complaining
ultimate as
about
well. So some tools off the board. More
two things.
importantly, I
One,
think, are
the
relics.
the skin's not carrying
both
over.
Safety tools off
What
of
you're
the
getting
mid laner
is
for Hex
basically
Mambo. Rapio,
you're
especially
basically
an
getting
aggressive
half
pick
the
like
money
Raijin,
back
you have to be
from
careful with
all
your
of
positioning the next
your
160 seconds.
gem
There's so much CC. I mean,
transactions
we
in
saw
Smite
that
1.
Wrong You started off
In that
engage,
you're
he
getting
dashed in, he used the
all
combo,
of them,
didn't even
and then you
connect
can
the jump, but
pay
it was enough
half of
damage
any
to force
gem-based
out the
purchase
game,
with
force out
legacy
the
gems.
ultimate, because the rest of the Leviathans were there. That can happen to just about anyone.
So
especially
you still
if
have to
Rapio is
spend
seen
money
anywhere
on
near this
new
Fire
stuff,
Giant,
but you only have to
there's
spend
gonna be
half
some
as
blinks,
much
there's going to be some dashes, there will be engage.
until
With
you
no
run out of
relics,
legacy
even
gems,
with
which is
ultimates
really
on
cool.
Fire Giant picked
And
up, shredding.
they could
not
just
too
as well be
fast.
giving us
Hex
nothing,
Mambo,
and
they're
I don't know why
right
people are so
here.
upset
They're
about
ready to take the fight down to half HP.
There are
and then carry
1,600
ultimate
skins in the
onto
game,
a
and they
few.
determined
They're
that it
pushing
would take
through the Fire
way
Giant,
more
and the
manpower
damage
than is
there.
reasonably
Adapting
expectable.
The first to fall, Wrong You.
Damn.
6 feet under as well. The final
Fino's going to go
judgment
down here
hits
too,
Johnny,
right? No,
who forced to
no, they're
back
not chasing
off
because
from
they're going to go
Mambo,
for
but
FG.
2 picks and they're
That makes
back on
sense.
the fire.
Yep, fine, okay, can teleport back in, but Fire Giant's coming quick.
But yeah, there are
Only Shijo's
gameplay
close
changes,
by for
huge
the time
visual
being. He's
update.
gotta
They're
get
going to be able to
something,
do
but he's getting
stuff
stunned.
Good stun, looking for the low.
that they couldn't
Fire
do
Giant,
because
a
they're
blink
skipping a generation. They're going 2 generations up in the engine. Fino, out of nowhere, gets
a little
spun.
bit more low health bars for the Hex Mambo, and this chase is still on for the Odin. They've got the rest of the team grouping up as well. This is not done. If they were to fire this,
Shinto is, but I was more specifically referring to Fino not getting.
And those will only not have the Fire Giant. Only 3 with the Fire Giant for Mambo.
Yeah, and the tail end, we're able to pull the beads there from Spudio, feared an axe from Panda Cat. Not terrible.
But yeah,
X-Bombo do have
so
Fire
I'm
Giant
really
on
excited
site.
for
That's the
Smite 2,
biggest deal
especially
as far as
given
I'm
that if I
concerned.
don't like it, I
Tower
can just go back to
damage
Smite
needs
1,
that Fire
at least
Giant
for a
buff,
while.
Spudio has it. But losing your tanks is going to hurt that region.
We don't know exactly when it's coming,
when you're trying to juggle
but
tower aggro or even look towards a Phoenix.
Alpha is coming in spring, so presumably it'll either be year 12 or 13 of Smite, which will be 25 or 6, which is going to be insane.
It wasn't anything flashy. They just
What's funny is
chased
Paladins the other day actually posted
seems to
patch
be
notes
half health in front of me.
for
I might walk
the
in
next
here
Paladins patch, which is the start
attack
of
the enemy
year
team. I mean, what do the Leviathans do better there? Is it just a
of Paladins, and they said
really pull the Fire Giant there
that they want to
Fravo
share their
ready
plans
to engage
for
Hex
2024
Mambo,
and
or is
beyond,
it them
but that they
not
don't feel
shutting it down
confident
as fast as maybe they thought they would?
in the work they've done so far in their plans, which tells me that Paladins might also be getting a huge
Maybe
overall.
that goes a bit differently, but
We might be getting Hi-Res might be like really trying right now,
and he does
which will be crazy.
We'll grab that one, no problem.
Leviathans get
But I
it,
still
no
want to see
steal
Mambo group up
from
here. They have
Johnny.
Fire Giant on
Could
3.
happen.
They have the ability to step into some towers. It's
You know what I
just
think we
gotta
need?
play
I think we
around
need a
that
Raijin 3
Don't
sound.
want to walk up too far. Phantom Shell back up in 3. Now they have the ability to get action.
Gonna keep that open and occasionally jump scare you with it.
The Hex Mambo have looked consistent with throughout the entire year. Fantastic SCC regular season. Now they're here at Worlds and continuing to keep up this team fight style, focused macro play style. And they've scaled. Look at this gold lead. It's been cut to only 3,000 here, less than 3,000. And now the Fire Giant in the pockets of 3. Grouped up on this right-hand side. The Leviathans ready to step up to a tier 2 tower.
Goodbye, Panda.
With the Raiju takes down
Damn.
Panda Cat. And the tier 1
Damn.
tower under pressure as
Oh,
well.
and it's over. Nope, this fight's over.
Caught out
Wrongview's
too
dead.
far forward. The tank's under pressure, and Johnny is on a killing spree.
Yeah, fine. Okay, still sticking around though. Wants to get his team active, wants to step forward, but it forced to retreat backwards. Hex
You
Mambo, they're
can't.
not running
Like,
away,
yes,
though.
3 of
They've
them are
got
low, but you
damage
can't
and
take
a
that.
full
There's
health
still
cannon
5.
shots in the back line. This tier 2 tower.
You need to pick
is
one
the
of them
target
off
their
before you can
aggression.
do
They're
anything.
playing this one slow.
Got some healing as well with the Terra and a 5v3 man advantage here. But look at Fine. Okay, he's teleported behind all of them to come and find the engage. Johnny turning around, and it'll force the jump over the wall. The step in here, they've got the minions. They look like they want to be careful. Maybe a little bit too careful, though. They have to back off. They'll make sure they don't lose anybody and just take 2 towers for the price of a couple kills.
Man, I was looking at Panda Cat's relics, expecting him to use one of them. Didn't have any available. I'm shocked he was even that far up with no relics. Ends up getting punished for it dearly. His wrong you. His duo lane partner falls down as well. Hex Mambo, they're able to get a little bit of damage towards the bird, but more specifically, that tier 2 tower. Not the end of the world. You already highlighted it. This game just about even as far as gold goes. But I do think these Fire Giant fights are going to start favoring Hex Mambo pretty heavily. It's not as if Leviathans have no win cons. They've got Final Judgment. They have answers. But Spudio can shred through that in no time, right? He's about to get into Deathbringer once he gets a little bit more gold in the pocket. Kha'Zix is finally getting a little bit tankier. This Terra was behind, not so much anymore. And of course, Julio caught up. Remember, Final Cat hit level 20 a while ago. Julio, it took him a bit, but now that he's online, he just now upgrades teleport. He can be a lot more mobile.
28 minutes into this one, and we're in EFG territory, Trelly. 30 minutes crossing the threshold, and all of a sudden this objective gets a lot more important. And we're starting to hit some big power spikes as well. Soul Reaver here for both mages. Serrated Edge online for Johnny. Crit coming online as well for Spudio, that Deathbringer finish. There is a ton of raw damage coming through on this Hex Mambo squad. And if you're Leviathans, maybe all comes off the back of one miscommunicated, maybe not the best decision in the Fire Giant pull. If you're the Leviathans, you're thinking about this next EFG fight, how are you trying to take it? Is it just a full-on engage and maybe for just bait the Fire Giant?
Oh no, the Leviathans shouldn't be pulling anymore. As far as I'm concerned, this is EFG in 30 seconds. They should not be the first ones to pull this Fire Giant. Any reason for them to take poke is not wise. Kha'Zix has heals, right? There is sustain on the side of Hex Mambo. They can take a pull, back up, get some HP, try again. The Leviathans, if they pull, they're either committing to a fight or committing to the burst, which is still scary. Final Judgment is a great tool for confirming EFG, but it's even better for killing people, right? That's what you're trying to go for. You want to just delete someone off the center of the map, and if you use it for one, that's the go button. Hex Mambo's gonna say, hey, Final Judgment's down, let's dive, let's go in, and we don't have to worry about our Aegis anymore.
Jinto's been
focused on that ultimate pretty much all game and just waiting for it to hit the right target. Press the delete button on one of these carries. But it's pressure, a little bit from Hex Mamba, a little bit from the Leviathans. Both teams, once again, having this dance around the Fire Giant pit. Might be wrong, you, but
there
a little damage, and that's the final judgment through Rapio. Down to about half HP, but the Fire Giant now being looked at as
starting to take damage as
has picked it up. And the damage coming through from the Leviathans. Rapio sticking around though. The blink in from Julio onto the back. And they've been stuck on the objective. Jump in and 4 strong as Julio has to back out of the fight. But Johnny
dead to the bat out of hell.
Huge play on the back line.
Oh no, and now he's just there. They can't contest him.
Shinto adapting to fall, and Johnny
they get him, but
taken down. A 1 for 2
okay, so this is just
trade
nobody's
as
Fire
the
Giant
Hamambo
at
are
this
forced
point.
to back off.
And that's what I'm talking about. The Leviathans once again went in for the pull. They had 2 runic bombs. They felt confident, but become so scary when you lose track of the Camazotz. He just does so much damage, and of course, adapting almost finds the kills, but now it's all on fine. Okay, Shinto on the way forward. He's got that alternate timeline, so there is a little bit he can play with here. It's already down. It's already down. Rapio's the only one who has that cooldown available, and Fire Giant going slowly.
Down to about half HP here as once again all of the members alive grouping up for the objective, but it's the damage there from Shinto through the wall, knocking down Kha'Zix to a low health bar once again. It's pressure from this final judgment. And you gotta imagine if he keeps throwing him out, eventually he's just gonna delete someone off the map.
That's the thing. One more big power spike as far as the red buff, the enhanced, the elixir of power rather, a power pot, all of that needs to come through, and Shinto can absolutely 100-0 one of these carries. And even Johnny as well. He has no defense. If he's in the jungle, it works out a little bit better. But Rapio didn't Aegis the last one. He's like, I can't get 100-0. I've got alternate timeline. It's going to take one or two ticks of hieroglyphic assault after that ult, and you will die after an alternate timeline. You have to watch out for Shinto's damage. Leviathans didn't have to worry about the EFG. That one got stalled out thanks to Fine OK, thanks to Shinto's ult. But we're back to the dance, Frog. Back to the EFG. 10-10. The gold lead is even, the kills are even, and the map state is just about even.
Game on a knife's edge here. How you feeling, man? Feeling good? Feeling energized?
I'm feeling probably not as good as these guys. They're probably a bit nervous.
How you guys feeling? I'm ready, man. These teams are about to get it going, and it's all on this Fire Giant dance. Hex Mambo, you talked about them being the ones that have to be able to step up into this one. It looks like Kha'Zix
they're gonna
do just that. Soft pull.
They don't have
so
relics
far.
yet.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a relic graveyard over there.
Like, wait 40 seconds at least.
Maybe just testing the waters thus far. That beacon has spawned now. Could be a contention point. I think these teams are looking for any excuse to find an engage, any excuse to gain an advantage in one of these fights.
We might see Titans march out once again if this game goes a little bit longer. Hex Mambo, I still favor as the team to go for the pull, but it's got to be a bait. They have to look for the fight afterwards, and more specifically, the Leviathans have to track Johnny.
I really feel like they should have put someone on beacon. One of these teams should have someone on beacon.
Is he already
Johnny is literally standing in mid lane doing nothing. Why aren't you spending that time on the beacon, where you still have the vision over that portion of mid lane? But you also get
Even if they go in for Fire Giant, 2 runic bombs and a final judgment. Burst looks good. They're going to take a lot of damage.
Focus. I think you're right to put it onto Johnny. He has been a fantastic engage tool, maybe just a chaos tool, finding himself in the back line of the Leviathans more often than not in these fights. And maybe a rather quiet late game out of adapting here. After starting off hot with a couple of those kills, he has been 0-4, I think, since early on in the game. Maybe struggling to get involved a little bit on this Awilish. I mean, if you're adapting, are you just waiting for your team to be in the right spot, or do you think that he should be playing similarly to Johnny? Maybe trying to find a flank. Hold it, though. Julio blinking onto Shinto, burns the beat, and the dash will come through. Ultimate through from Julio. That's a ton of damage, and the Sunder is there to force the Nike back off from the fight. Jump in from Fine OK, though, and Hex Mambo don't want any more damage. They have to back off to the tier 1.
Yeah, that was just for a tier 1 tower, by the way. That's what that scrap was all about. I mean, both of these teams know exactly where their engage lies, know when they can bite off more than they can chew, and they know when they have to absolutely retreat. And unfortunately for adapting, Awilix is just so much harder to pilot this late in the game. EFG.
Are Hex going to be able to get it, though?
They know exactly what is going on. Wrong Q hops in with a teleport, the whole squad arrives, and that means Hex Mambo has to back up.
They started the Fire Giant, and Leviathans, they're the ones that have stayed on this objective. Now it's Panda Cat Leashigan has to hop out. It's both the tanks here for the Leviathans. Look on the right-hand side, though. No beads for Shinto.
There it is.
And Johnny takes all of his HP from the final judgment. Spudio finds a
That thing will go down. That's pretty big for Mambo, and it's not going to matter how it started because it's ending. The fight's over. They're going for fire. Nope, they're going for Phoenix.
And they're going to push it down right.
That is ridiculous. That was an aggressive mounted archery for
they
Spudio.
have
We had
40 seconds,
like an assassin. Who needs
almost
an enhanced
uncontested.
Fire Giant Panda Cat buys
If
a potion
Panda
of power,
Cat
both
does not
rocks
pull out a
available,
huge
has to
clutch,
go
we have
massive
this
here
game
for
is
his
over.
squad.
This would have to be a 1v5, a miracle defense from Panda Cat. And he
all
does
he's
not
got.
have enough in the tank. Hex Mambo, the STC
Can't do it.
squad, take game
Titan
number
gets
1.
a kill.
Wow,
Panda Cat goes down, and the team is wiped to round out game 1. Oh my goodness.
And Hex Mambo waited just for that moment to strike.
And Charlie, the Leviathans, the number 2 seed coming into this
Star
tournament.
Wars sound and ass music.
Number 1, Slaney.
Alright, chat, I will be right back really quickly.
To have Hex Mambo not knowing their strategies. Maybe the Leviathans didn't know Hex Mambo's strategies. They came out and they waited for their time to strike. And when they did, they looked dominant in those fights.
Yeah, and again, they played their strengths so perfectly. They knew late game is where we're going to win. Right now, not looking so good. Adapting is looking pretty unkillable, but if we can get a shutdown, if we can get Spudio online, if we can get some more damage, they start looking a lot cleaner, and late game is exactly where they should have won that game, and that's exactly what they waited for.
Some of those early kills you get on the world stage. I mean, remember, this is for 3 of these players, their first Worlds appearance ever.
Yep.
And you got to appreciate the mental fortitude. After going down 6-0 in kills, Adapting gets off to a hot start, and they're able to fight back into the game. That's an insane game 1. We're ready. You're going to stick around for game number 2. We'll be right back after the break.
Take me back, leave me buried beneath wandering stars. Brilliant night. In disguise, having traveled 1,000 lives. Just to satisfy. I'll never know what we're supposed to do. It ain't a kill that your heart brings you all the clues. Given the chance, would you be someone
Alright, I'm back. I had to refill my water. Raijin sound jump scare! He didn't make the sound. God fucking damn it. Oh my god, Raijin. Do the thing. Thank you. Alright, we're gonna queue up for an arena game. I'm gonna queue up for an arena game between games 1 and 2. Or my game will freeze. Also, hello Tino, welcome into the Twitch chat. We're doing a watch party. Smite Worlds is happening currently. It's day 1 of 3. We're currently between games, hoping that I don't get my channel deleted for the VOD existing. We'll see. But yeah, I'm just playing a couple games in between. Fuck it, let's go Artemis. I have a few skins for Artemis, huh? The hell did I get this one? Like I want to use these, but also Catgirl Artemis. I mean, come on, come on. I actually wish this skin looked a little better. It doesn't look great. But, you know. Oh, God. We have a whale. We win. We have a walrus. We get dodged. Fucking walrus. This would have been a fun comp. All Walrus needed to do was, like, pick a tank, and this would have been a great comp. Or do something stupid. It's fucking arenas, who cares? Ward skin. Shiny.
So, as I said in the previous interview we had with Gormeister when we won against Lads, like I wasn't really too happy because we lost against Ravens, and I think we could have done a lot personally as well. We could have played a lot better in that set.
Ravens obviously was more of a learning set for us, I think. You kind of learn what a meta was and stuff like that, because obviously the top 4 or 5 teams in SPL are way better than
I love the Catgirl skins in like every game.
It was just about learning in that Ravens set. Still could have won the set, which I know people were disappointed about, but it's obviously I think it was just good for the long run.
I think we are pretty confident also against any SPL teams. We really didn't prep anything, but
not a cat.
One day is like enough,
nice
you know, for every SPL team.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a pretty fun set. I think obviously everyone on Mambo is like we're all like well matched. I think to compete with any team in SPL really, like individually and as a team. It's just about making sure we're prepared for the set because there could be some stuff that we haven't seen even in the World Qualies. So
I think we both play kind of similar style. Well, like for example, Final K and me. I don't think we are the best laners, but we kind of shine our best in team fights. So it's going to be definitely a good matchup. Obviously, playing a world stage, let's see what happens.
Wait, is this the guy from earlier that also did this? Said, I'd like to play X role after already locking it in.
Putting the old man to bed now, you know? Yeah, new kid in town now, so...
Well, we're not getting dodged, at least. And then, of course, we're going to have like a 20-minute game.
Play.
Starting as
it's finding my zone. Looking, performing, and competing the way only I can.
That's nice. Good for you. How about you compete with salad for cheeseburgers? You considered that option? I bet you didn't.
It's when the pressure is on and I'm ready to make my move. Snatching victory, a miracle run, legend status.
All right.
Feeling my best and owning the moment. It's why I play.
OP like Madara. Now hold on a minute. Now hold on a minute.
Certainly looked mighty comfortable in game 1. Bring
Like-
back Siege! We got some agreement from the crowd.
Sounds divisive.
Bring back Siege.
Where do you land?
It's a good mode.
And on that debate.
Fun mode.
I play Conquest.
Understood. Players looked comfortable on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Smite viewers everywhere, I'm your resident seating expert, as you might remember. Let me tell you a bit about Herman Miller and how it's comfortable for our players on stage. It is the best-in-class gaming seat, and all of our players on stage this weekend sitting in their Herman Millers, and they're looking good while doing it. Thanks to
Gonna
Herman
rush
Miller
executioner,
for
fuck
being
it.
with us here for Smite World Championship Season 10. And who looked the
It's gonna
most
be
comfortable?
wonky, but we're not
fellas
gonna
on the
be
desk?
building stacks, so like who cares?
Was that a good one or no?
Shit's not happening in
I
arena.
like the one where you look like a lighter.
Do you remember that? I had the little costume on, and
No, that was a shot in the dark. I got lucky.
that was many, many moons ago. Moments of glory just around the corner, brought to you by SteelSeries, and it's Hex Mambo with the biggest moment of all as they take down the SPL Hazer in game 1.
Yeah, look at the scoreline.
Feels
of
weird
this
to be
one.
going for the attack speed buff,
6-2-0.
but,
The Leviathans
you know,
got off
here
to
we
an
are.
absolutely monstrous start. But Johnny and the boys, what mental fortitude to come back into this one. They never gave up. They never said, okay, we'll run it down. They played their game. They played it slow, and they started to pick out fights on the solo side of the map.
The disarm that expired
Rapio
before my
was
stun
just
ended. Nice.
out damage on this Raijin, Bobby.
Yeah, and for my money, Levi's kind of played this early game after their 6-0 lead a little sloppy. I don't think we really recognized what they were able to do. We saw that Pyro fight, unable to take the fight. They play a little bit too far forward. They get a little caught out with their shot call. 2 of them look to take the fight, 2 of them look to do the objective, and then losing the fight off of it. And that happened a few times before we even got to that late game. And then when you talk about that late game, I mean, for sure, you got to talk about Johnny when he's able to do this.
Absolutely. He was able to survive and get into the backline with those swoops. And I want to talk about that highlight we just saw. We talked about it on the pregame dash. Spuddio went crit, and Spuddio was critted. You better believe it. He absolutely demolishes adapting in that last fight, which leads to the game end. I love this Envenom Deathbringer for him.
Got
Helping
him.
deal with the shields as well, Myth.
I mean, I'm just going to shout out the
Nice.
players that really impressed me because you guys hit all the high-level stuff. Rapio pops off. I mean, let's talk about how he gets first blooded. He's
Probably
down 2 to
should've
3
gone, like,
levels,
Aussie,
has the
actually,
bounce
if that's
back
what I was going
performance,
for.
and then dominates the
Instead
team
of
fights.
Executioner, but
You wouldn't
it's-
expect that
it's
from
fine.
a Raijin. When I think of Raijin from behind, they generally stay behind, especially against a composition like this from the Leviathans, which I thought was perfectly suited to deal with the mid lane mage. So great bounce back from him, massive damage output, and then as we already said, good jungle performance from Johnny too.
One thing I wanted to touch on as well is Julio playing the Nike shield. There was a Sunder
Nike.
there to take him down. There was an Ankh there to deal with him as well. And there was an Wheel Exalt waiting to see if he tried to jump out. And he played it so well. He was just
What you gonna do,
shooting
fucking
in and out
disarm
of
me?
team fights, not jumping.
Stun
because
me,
he knew he was gonna
actually.
get Wheel Exalted and die.
Not gonna
And he
matter.
played that so clean on the night. What a
Nice.
performance by him.
And the space he was able
I
to
like
get
the one
during
where you
all
look
that
like a
time, Johnny
lighter.
was able
You
to pick up
remember
a
that?
bunch of backliners 'cause the
Yeah,
space
perfectly
Julio's
normal
providing
exchange
at
from
the
the
same
Smite
point.
casters.
The
What do you
Nox
mean?
isn't able to frontline like the Terra was. It was a complete difference. If Julio was able to get that type of space, they can take down that Nox rather quickly.
Please
So
never
I
speak
like
again.
how they
Whichever
kinda changed how they
character
were
said
late
that.
game fighting from the
I think
earlier
it was the Hera because she pinged
It was
I'm
almost
the
as if they
greatest.
made an active decision. Look, we're not going to win these spread out skirmishes.
He
The
died
counter matchup that you
before
brought
my
up, Bobby,
3
like
hit the
Nox
ground.
directly into
Can
the
we just
Terra.
talk about
We got
that
to
for a
see
second?
throughout the early game, and they said, well, if we can't win
Also,
there,
I
why
could
play
totally
there?
have
Let's play
gone
the
for,
5-on-5. Meet me at the Gold Fury.
Transcendence.
Meet me at the Pyromancer.
Or
So I think that
Evos.
adaptability mid-match from Hex Mambo was something I was very impressed by because generally the SEC, that's where they struggle. They always come in with a plan and they stick to it. But these guys, they're adapting on the fly. They're taking in new information, nuance. No, I'm talking about Mambo.
Got it.
You got Levi's.
Yeah, you can't say the word adapting when talking about the Leviathans unless you're talking about the player. That's
The king, Kenneth.
Now there are forces of history at work here. Remember the Leviathans last year at Worlds, they were defending their Smite World Championship. What happened? Not a great quarterfinal round for the Leviathans last year. Different roster this year, but this is a best of 3. Funky things happen in best of 3s. Pros tend to be a little bit more wary of these types of matchups. And now the Leviathans have no choice. You have to win the next 2 games
Tragic.
or your Worlds run is over yet again.
And I want to see the Levi's kind of switch up this first side P's and B's. I didn't mind their comp, but they weren't able to play through that early game portion and actually look to dominate. if they do want to go back to the same type of comp, they have to snowball better. Go to that late game portion again. The Mambo comp just plays so much easier. And
Dude, I love having my traps all over the place. It's great.
The Mambo comp was just a lot
How much is the
easier to play.
Aussie going to cost me? 24. Okay, we can get that.
Well, I can't talk about how easy these comps are just yet. We're in the bands.
You're right. No, I was looking at Panda Cat looking
I cannot believe that it took me just long enough to get into a game that fucking they came back right when it started. That's insane.
Here in game number 2. Now Myth when the bands roll through. Albeit somewhat similar, but Leviathan's making some changes to their strategy before game 2.
I really want to see the Leviathans pick up a Hunter pick in top 3. I know that Ul is something that Panda Cat's capable of playing, but there are just stronger meta selections out there. And I think having been in the studio or in the venue here today, a lot of people calling for more meta selections from the Leviathans after watching that last draft. So things like On Her immediately jumped to my mind as a highly contested pick that's still available. Hex Mambo don't grab it here. I think it's likely we see the Levi's go towards it.
And he even had the opportunity for that Rama that you were calling for, and he goes for that Uller. So it's not even a top 3 pick. He just has to pick something that's a little bit better than that Uller.
And one thing I love about Ram in this situation is we've seen this combo a lot over the last few weeks with the teams qualifying in Toth plus Ram.
So we hold on to the 3 when we think the Bellona is going to engage, and then...
So much
Hi, Okwon.
Really like that combo. On the other side, Hex Mambo lock into Baba Yaga. And one thing I want to note here is
that's okay though, because he has to run away from that.
Cloak on Baba Yaga. He tends to go towards more full damage build to make sure he can take down the enemy solo laner. So that's something to keep an eye on as this game goes forward.
I was not expecting this at all. I mean, it's a much better Hunter, top 3 Hunter to be sure, and aggressive, allows him to play through his lane, can meet you.
I don't even think she's been buffed
throughout
since
the
then.
early, has hyper pressure on PvE, so wave pressure.
Maybe I've missed
it's
a
all
buff.
good from
I don't
Ishtar.
know.
Decent threat on beads as well from the ultimate.
You do not want to do that, buddy.
To see Panda Cat stray away from the On Her.
And I love the dodgy pick here for the Mambo into this Levi's comp. There is so much potential for this dodgy to just really pop off. We saw Johnny last game
was fucking
in
sick.
a more difficult matchup with this Camazotz, and he was still able to feast. This game, even
Dawn's a
easier
pretty cheap
opportunity
item,
here.
right?
I do want to see the Mambo throw
Like
away band
25
stuff
or
that
something.
make dodgy.
I was going to say 23.
Even if Geb's not played too much right now, just get rid of it. There's no reason to risk it. Punish this Willix, punish this Thoth with that dodgy.
There's a Nike solo in game number 1. Will not be the case for either team rolling into game 2. Daji, Hazer, 75% ban rate. First time we'll see it here this weekend. But looks like we're sticking with some frontline bans in the second wave.
Yeah, Daji just going to get locked in because you've got a Toth, you've got an Awilix. Neither of them have a CC immune ult. One thing we have actually seen is Awilix picking up an item to cleanse out those chains with that magic protection Absolution. And ulting to cleanse the chains. We'll see if that's the option for adapting here. On the other side, it will be Terra and Ganesh taken away. And a
I'm
Kepri
gonna cry.
God, who I don't
It's
think
okay
we've
though.
seen head nor
We get
tail
Dom
of
out of this,
so
which means
far
we get a
this
ton of
event.
mana regen, and then we also get Aegis, which is going to let me do a
Last
bunch of
time we saw
running.
the Kepri was genetics, I believe.
Okay.
Ram is locked in for Hex Mambo.
Oh, that was a copy paste that I started.
You know what I was
to? I swear.
way to take
I shouldn't have gone Aussie,
You know what I was about to
because
say?
now I want to go
I
Kings
cannot
and 2
believe
crit
we
items,
left
and
pens
I've
and
screwed
blank
up.
signs in the
That's okay.
lobby,
We'll
and
sell
everyone
Aussie.
has been really
When
well
we get to,
behaved
like,
today.
I can't believe we're aiming our cameras at those.
12-ish.
That's a good one, but we got to refocus, unfortunately. Fortunately, because it's a good set. Back onto picks and bans. Rama locked in for Hex Mambo. Again, final 4 picks tends to be when the teams slow things down and think a little extra. What seems to be missing in
They're
your
dying
lineup?
before my arrows hit the ground, and I don't know why,
I
and it
always look
bothers me.
towards initiators. You haven't got one exactly just yet. Awilish can start things off somewhat with the gravity surge, but otherwise a standardized guardian would do really well in this slot. So many bans dedicated to the role though. Makes it difficult. I wonder then if you could even flex perhaps a warrior into support if you're concerned about pressure, and I think you should be on the side of Leviathans. Went out easily in pressure in game 1, but weren't quite able to solidify their lead. As far as dedicated selections go, my eyes do go towards that Ares. I'm just a massive Ares fan right now. Feels like the bolstered defense aura on top of just threat on beats will be able to match at least a little bit of the pressure that you're getting from Daji, but Bobby, you're the support player here on the desk. What do you think?
That is a tough pick to play.
Ow.
Ymir, that,
what are we
Yo, Ymir Gaming? Let me pull the overlay down as well, just so we're not covering bans here.
Keep the boys alive.
Inbound, you would have picked Ymir.
Ymir is a good way to round this one out, honestly.
Right?
Unless you play really
Ymir is
aggressively
at the
with the
back of
Ishtar,
my head for this game. This is a difficult god.
which
I don't
will
hate
help
it,
quite a
but
bit.
it's just so difficult to play into this comp. Who are you looking to bully out?
Obiasi,
Osiris walks through your wall.
Bybakins.
Baba can jump it. Rom, yes, but Rom wastes so much time in the air. And this is what I was going to say. The pick into it. Kuzumbo. Kha'Zix plays this into Thoth, and it's
I'm gonna go
impossible
Fail
for
Not.
the
I've
Thoth
never
to do
built Fail
anything.
Not before,
the
chat.
onus and everything that Ymir has to do is so difficult in a game like this. Compared to
Smite casters
Kuzumbo's
casually
job,
admitting to starting a
it's
copy
night and day.
pasta
Kuzumbo
mid-game.
just presses two and walks to the
It's the
Thoth.
first time they've done it.
Ease of play, Bobby. You know I love talking
yeah,
about
let's
it, and
hear
it
about
ain't
that.
looking so good here for the Leviathans. I mean, it is a composition that can certainly work. Let's get ahead of it there. The Emir's got decent opportunity to isolate the Kuzumbo throughout the early, so there's the flip side of it. Kuzumbo kind of bully up the Ymir too. It seems to be feast or famine for both of these supports, but easy to lock down Rom, even if he's
Hi there.
wasting some time. If you pull a lead with Ymir, good objective secure, good burn, good DPS throughout the early.
Life is
Fall
pain.
behind on Ymir though, and I think that's exactly what Bobby was talking about.
Yeah, I think Ymir is one of these feast or famine gods, though, right? You pull ahead, but I feel like more often than not, it's the latter, where you fall behind, you go 0-3, 0-4, 0-5, and it's so easy to be picked off from that point. Ymir just a god that lacks safety. The walls are so powerful in the late game, but it's really, really difficult to get there.
The one thing I do want to put our attention to with this Levi's comp, because I do think that there is very high strengths to it. The objective burn, the objective secure that this comp has, if the Mambo leave objectives for 5 seconds even, there's so much shred, and that the confirm that I was talking about. That's not on the Mambo side. They really don't have anything like that. So if there is even a small lead for this Levi's, I expect them to exploit it, going to Gold Furies, Pyros, Fire Giants, and Mambo have to be ready and
I'm
boarded
so
almost
good at this
all
game.
times.
I'm so good at this
Not
game, chat.
exactly got good burn on the side of Mambo either. Find a pick. Daji is actually pretty decent out of the jungle to help you out and burn, but Baba Yaga has got to be the most worthless mage as far as objectives are concerned. So Atlantis Leviathan is going to have clear advantage in that department. There is something to be said as well about the crit build for Ishtar, even further bolstering that burn. This could be a draft for the Leviathans where they completely forego PvP, and the whole call is let's get on gold, let's get on pyro, let's keep them on cooldown, and make sure Hex Mambo, even if they are winning out in team fights, don't have anything to do.
One thing I wanted to touch on with this Levi's comp, going in with a comp like
Drops
this,
a thing.
that you need to pull the
No,
trigger
it's
on,
not
right?
fail
You
not
need to
though.
pull the trigger on Gold Furies, pull the
Oh,
trigger on
God.
Fire Giants. Your tournament life is on the line.
I might just go Silver
Can
Branch here.
you make those decisions? Can you make those hard-to-make calls and have everybody stick to them when the pressure is this high?
I'm glad we talked about the Leviathans because it was seeming like there was some favorites towards Hex Mambo going into game 2. Will the SCC prevail, or will the Leviathans send us to a game 3? On to the casters we go to find out.
The potential here for history to repeat itself. Leviathans fell last year in the quarterfinals. They could fall this year. They have to win the next 2 games if they want to make it onto the semifinals. Meanwhile, Hex Mambo feels like they've gotten a draft that they're pretty comfortable with. I know we were talking before the game, Johnny on Daji, maybe a little
Okay, I didn't need to put the trap down, but that's okay.
I saw everyone in the arena go, ooh,
Got beat
the
with
second
one
that
extra
Daji
auto,
got
who
locked
cares?
in. I'm telling you.
It's certainly ready for game number 2 here. And I think the Leviathans
Owie.
have taken a couple different looks.
Yeah, so
towards
that
this
ability is
draft.
going to do
I
magic
actually
damage in
number
Smite
one,
too,
what
by the
were
way.
your
Chat.
thoughts
That's one of the
on
ones they confirmed
competition?
is going to be
Honestly,
doing
here in
magic
game number
damage
2,
in
because
Smite too,
quite a
which is
bit
cool.
has changed here in game number 2.
Frog, it's a night and day difference. This is a completely different composition. Shinto's
So I
on
can either
top,
go
adapting's on
Deathbringer,
a Wheelix.
which will put me
the
at
rest has changed dramatically. Just adding the Ymir makes you
20,
engage a lot
and then
easier,
Fail
of
Not
course.
does
Wrong you has to
20,
watch out
so
his
that'd
position.
be
Easily.
70% crit
Be
chance.
pushed through
I could
by
go
Kha'Zix, you have to hold
Bladed,
on to that shards of ice. You could get yoinked
which
by
will get
Johnny. That's
me
scary.
20, 40,
Next up, Panda Cat goes from
50, 60, 70.
Whoa.
Still favored. Still favored. The Leviathans are still favored in the Twitch poll, 51%. They are balancing on that 2%.
We could also go with some
moment.
wacky shit.
But as I was saying, you go from one of the worst Fire Giant DPS ADCs to honestly one of the best. I mean, Ishtar, those shotgun auto attacks will destroy
Oh,
objective
yeah, no, the
DPS.
shotgun autos, they
The Leviathans
delete
recognized
Fire
their problem
Giant.
with that draft. Like, bro, we got the lead. We just couldn't do fire.
You've got the Amaterasu as well.
Yep.
You have the tools in the pocket here for the Leviathans. Knew that late game was something they were struggling with. And that, I mean, I was a little bit surprised when we saw this.
I beats because I thought he was going to try for the execute.
Prioritized as it was once again for adapting.
Kind of don't know what I want to go for here. I could go for a lot.
5 minutes of game number 1 was adapting.
Silver Branch.
He got first blood. He was able to help out in some kills over in the soul lane.
I think he was 303 out of 6 kills, maybe 302.
Yeah, he was pretty much running the map. And then it all slows down, and you get to those late game team fights.
Because Silver Branch is just going to crank my shit.
Not necessarily adapting, just the pick, right? A Wheelish maybe struggling a little bit in that late game. A blink in from Kha'Zix, trying to pull back good freeze there.
Look at that
slow things down.
Holds the beat.
Yeah, no, gotta give Panda Cat some credit for that. But I mean, looking at the pick, adapting, going back to the Wheelish, you think that's the right decision?
All right, first of all, I'm gonna give the credit to Ron.
I'm going to be missing the start of the game, and this sucks. I mean, I am missing the start of the game.
Sorry, I was just looking at the dope play. One more time. What was the question?
Oh, what was the question?
But I can't pull it up because Smite breaks when I have picture-in-picture
shit up. I still think that he's able to get aggressive early on.
Smite breaks and taps me out in general.
That is why this pick is so valuable. But Johnny knows how to deal with it, right? It wasn't as if the second that they kind of got owned early, Hex Mambo said, "Whoa, we got to take a step back. Okay, let's defend blue buff." They got owned at blue buff. Okay, now we are done. We are done stepping up to bad fights. We are done looking for engagement. We are going to farm until late game.
All right, I'm not taking any extra chances with that.
On that Hachiman, rightfully so.
I kind of want to go Silver Branch though. I'm going to go Silver Branch just because it's a fun little item.
Still has late game carry potential. Come on, the snipes when you're on land in Arlington.
33 Silver Branch stacks.
It's gonna be hype.
Yeah, I know the crowd is ready for some.
Hear that? They want to see snipes.
Oh, definitely.
Yep.
Oh, and we'll see him. We'll see him. Maybe not until these teams are ready to scrap though. And looking at these compositions, knowing the players, knowing the play style that. I mean, we had a Fire Giant dance on a knife's edge for 10 minutes, 5 minutes last game. I mean, this fighting, when do you expect it to get started? Where are the power spikes for these squads?
Well, I always look towards the first blue buff spawn, right? That's the easiest answer because, you know, both junglers will be on the right side of the map, and you got to look at health, right?
Ow.
Okay, Julio, both full
My
HP.
face.
Johnny, adapting, both full HP, both have blink, but here's the difference. Adapting's a bit late, does not want to go in for the invade. Johnny didn't even attempt it. He was here on time and said, nope, we're both going to go for blowing back up. So that tells me one thing, Frog. We're not looking for engagements, right? The Leviathans know their tournament life is on the line here. Mambo, they're about to, they're a game away from knocking out the Leviathans. They're
This
both
could still
playing
go either
so
way.
slow, so calculated, and towards power spikes. Then you got to talk about beads burn, right? When Johnny
I
is
think I'll get
on
red.
this Daji pick, the powwow is going to be so impactful. Adapting, scared away from the blink. Shinto does not start Aegis this time. Just about everyone has a form of CC immunity locked and available. Except Final K, who's going to tick over to level 5 any second now, and he'll get it as well. That makes your targets a little bit harder. So Kha'Zix has a job here, and it is blink in.
Let's kill into the Alquag, let's go!
And that's exactly
I had a plan, and it worked.
Not something we see often at all.
All right.
And it gets last
Okay.
by Mambo. Something we've seen.
I want to see my
Kha'Zix
stats
before, perhaps,
before we
comfort
tap
pick
back
for
in
him, but also one
to the game.
I mean, Bobby was pretty excited about that one. Yes, man, it seems like it has a pretty good matchup here into a lot of the members on the Leviathan's composition, and I'm a little bit worried for some of these members myself. You talk a lot about that beads burn. We've mentioned it as well.
Thankfully, we've not missed first
OCC
blood.
immunity innately for Shinto, for adapting on these picks, and these picks that were so heavily prioritized in the draft. I'm thinking back to Shinto's game 1. If they are first picking this Thoth, and now it's the potential to be the target of aggression, I mean, maybe you have to really play around making sure you get value out of this Thoth, out of that final judgment.
Well, yeah, the benefit of having Shinto on your team is that he will rarely be out of position, right? The man knows how to pilot mid laners, he knows when he can get ganked, and he knows when he can die. And all of those, if you're picking Thoth, you have to know all those things, because it's just one of the most...
I didn't do too bad. The Alquag was a huge pain in the ass, though.
Second an assassin is in melee range, you got to get out of there. You have to evade and punish, keep your distance, and then use your range to your advantage.
Here we go.
Yeah, Johnny wants to take all that away. He's like, I'm just going to yoink you from across
God,
the map.
the timing
I'm
of
just going
that.
to use my powwow and take you out of the fight. You get one set
I don't
want to
miss anything big, but I also don't like being behind, so we're gonna
plenty of absolution
1 1/4 of us.
the entirety of these junglers when you have Ares in the meta, you have Daji in the meta, but Shinto might need a little bit of help.
Dash in from Johnny, have the ultimate
Fino
there from
is gonna get out,
but he holds on to it. Ends up safe on the right-hand side. I mean, eyes over towards this right-hand side, though. Is continuing that pressure onto the blue buff. Is Johnny? Is Julio? We'll pull him back. And
Kha'Zix, you good?
A little bit questionable on the ultimate there, but the timing is perfect from Adapting. He knows Johnny's on the other side of the map. He knows perhaps that this purple buff is about to spawn right as Spudio walking back from lane, but no ultimate as we just saw it used there from Kha'Zix, so it will be a successful invade.
You know what it was? He didn't check Adapting's relics. That's the only thing
There's
I can
a
think of.
hair
I got
on my
wall,
phone,
I'm
I
about
had
to
to
get
blow
frozen,
up.
and once I get frozen, I'm gonna get knocked up, I'm gonna get pulled back, I'm gonna die. So I'm just gonna watery grave. Adapting's like, bro, I got beads. Like, I looked across the map, I saw Johnny on
Bro, I
Dynasty,
got
I did not get
beads.
blinked this game. So understandable. Hey, watery grave, not the worst cooldown to lose, especially at this moment. It's not as if, you know, Adapting can find a pull all the time. He's gonna have to be on point. There aren't too many knockups for him to find this game except ones that he creates. So I can see why
There
you could
is
just throw that ultimate out.
compensation
Better safe than
occurring
sorry. You don't wanna
outside
give up
chat.
first blood at this point. But we didn't see that action off the blue buff respawn.
Also,
I
I'm
don't
sad
think
about
we'll
the
see too much
Kep
action
reban.
off these blue buff respawns. So that tells me we're looking towards buff invades and just being out of position. I still think relic timers are going to be the
Those are
biggest.
kind of
move,
weird because
especially
usually you
for
only really ban
Stay with
Kepri
Theo in
if
the soul lane
he's
for a second, because
particularly
that
strong,
surprises me, right?
or
I would
if
think,
you have execute,
Freeze
which
potential
they're not
coming out
bringing.
here. Spudio taking a little bit of damage. The ultimate from both Hunters.
And the Amaterasu is
there,
just
Panda Cat
awesome. Seeing Ymir and
falling low,
Amaterasu put
follow-up
as
is
the
not there
bottom two for
from
their team is
either
just cool.
side. Both Hunters knocked down low. Still, nobody falling this
Both
early on. in the
very
game.
fun
But I
characters
still
to
want to
play.
talk. I mean, this Amaterasu is sort of a new pick back into the meta. We saw mages for a while. Now we've seen warriors come back. Have not seen this Amaterasu really
So I guess
show
we're caught
face
up now.
quite yet. Now on to FineOK. Maybe brings it just due to the objective stuff that we've already talked about. But these auto attackers in Soul Lane, I almost expected more sparks than we saw last game.
Right, because it was pretty much mages and Ama, right? That was the meta a while ago. The last time we saw the Ferryman, last time we saw the Leviathans play months ago.
Also, just
it
nice
was
to see
mages
Ishtar
and
back in the meta
Amaterasu.
as well.
Still, Ama's going to be fine. It just takes a bit. She does not have that lane presence that Julio has. That's why I thought more action would come. But
Ishtar is
Spudio
interesting
pulled back in, the
because
beats go
I've
through,
always
and
said that her
Adapting
kit
finally
doesn't
step, that's the
feel
question.
unfair, even though it does a
Good
lot.
heal set from Kha'Zix.
Like, Ishtar's
will keep
kit does not
Spudio
inherently
alive.
feel
Now,
unfair
have
to
to be
play.
careful though. Those beads down for another 100+ seconds
Kinda
there
like
on
Artemis.
that left-hand side of the map.
Like, there's nothing there that's just like, goddamn, that
Done.
ability. It's just
Johnny
like, no,
and a
just Ishtar and
blink
Artemis.
in there onto Panda Cat. Great peel coming through from Wrongyu, and he'll stop the engagement in its tracks. As they've been a lot of pressure over onto these Hunters.
Yep, and I like the opportunity, but the double freeze pretty much shuts down that gank immediately, right? Johnny's like, I got this. He directs your spirits in, immediately gets stopped in his tracks. There was no more
keep
follow-up
getting
damage,
pings.
so you got to give that gank up. But you called
Everyone's,
it out.
every server is just slowly,
Other side,
over
Spudio,
the
no
past
beats
week
for
or
2
so,
minutes. Those are going to be mirrored timers.
pinging about
So,
how,
does Adapting
oh,
want to get aggressive on those
Discord
beats?
added this
When
new
his
feature
own are
called
not up, I
Clips
think
that's
Johnny's
on
gonna
by
stick
default.
around dual lane
Clips have
just
been
for
around for like
opportunity. I'll
2
take that
months.
1v1 every day of the
Clips have
week.
literally been
Where's
around
Johnny
since
at?
November.
On shield buff right now, so Adapting's as far away from duo as possible. He's looking towards the
Like, I know Discord does their
Talk
slow
about
rollouts,
power
but
spikes a little bit. Adapting on this right-hand side. I think it might be foolish to try and
saw
get a full
this exact
engage
wave of
on
things
Studio Cyrus
in
here
every
with
server
stack passive, but
back in
when eyes
November when
go
Clips
to
first
the
got added.
elite
Like, every
team
server was
objective,
posting
we
about it,
forget
too.
to that point, 12 minutes
So-
for the Beacon, Pyromancer just after, Gold Fury already
Because
on
this isn't
the
really a
map.
feature you can slowly roll out
What
either, 'cause
is
people
not
have to be able to opt
just
out. if they
necessarily the
want to
late
opt out.
game, but these mid-game spikes.
I get
One
why
of these
people are
teams
pinging
wants
about it,
to grab
because
the
it's
rank
like,
for the game. Hold that.
it got turned on. The ability to be heard in Clips got turned on for everyone. But the Clips feature's been around for a while now.
And now this opens up the Gold Fury.
Yeah, Adapting's on the right side of the map though, so junglers will not be here.
It might not have been 2 months. It might have been like a month. It might have been December. But it's been around for a while.
Opportunity, but Shinto's got the ult. Should be clean.
It is clean. Leviathans take.
It was late
the Gold
November,
Fury.
early December. They
The
added it.
shards of ice
I got
that
all these
confirm
pings
it.
about like, oh, if you
And
want to
once
turn clips
again,
on,
Leviathans
clips
on the
we'll
board
turn
first
clips
with
off,
the
you know what we
objective.
heard.
And that's
And then
maybe
they all
what
turned it on,
was
and now
more
people are
likely
treating
to
it like a
happen
new feature.
all the
It's
way
not a
along.
new
We
feature.
haven't
It's
seen
an
these
existing
teams fight
feature that they
yet.
set to
I don't
default
know why I
settings.
thought it was going to be a fight. It's just a macro play. They
Unrelated
grabbed
to the
Gold
game.
Fury
Just
pretty much for free.
keep getting
That's
pinged.
the thing, right? Johnny gets
Today
called
alone,
out,
I've
hey,
received
there's a
5
dodgy,
different
right, okay,
ones.
let's go in for the Fury. Levi's know they've got pressure. They
I
know they've
corrected
got
one of them
clear, and they
yesterday.
know
I was
they
like,
have
hey,
the first.
by the
Sure,
way,
didn't
this
end
isn't a
up
new
working out
feature.
too well. It wasn't as
It's
if
been around
Shinto
for a
needed
while.
ultimate because Wrongyu had his back.
And they
I'm
just turned it on for people that turned it off.
Now. As you saw, the 1,000 cuts has not forced Dazzling offensive yet, and that's what needs to happen for this gang to work. Force out the ultimate early, pal out, pull him back in. Final K's held this ultimate. He does not care. He has plenty of tank stats, plenty of sustain, and just rinse repeating the same gank is not going to work out. Especially once that Vital Amplifier gets online, he's going to be cooking.
Final K has played on the world stage enough to be able to hold that ultimate for just when it's needed.
That still begs the question, though, of when we are going to find this first blood. 10 minutes now into this game number 2. Both teams a little bit hesitant as they know. I mean, this is tournament life for the Leviathans. For Hex Mambo, they're doing what they did in game 1.
I still can't believe Smite 2 is a thing and it actually looks good.
This late game, and maybe eyes towards the supports, because this is a little bit of a different play style than we saw in game number 1 when we had the knocks.
I hope the gameplay changes are big enough to justify it being like
trying to
called
lock
Smite
people
2.
down, get some of these
Not
early
like Smite
picks. This time,
remastered or re-Smite or some
stuck
shit.
over here, but you know, contrary to what the desk was worried about, this Ymir has not fallen
But we'll
down
see.
at all.
Right, there hasn't been too much opportunity to try and put Wrong Yu down. He's just in good position. He's got that ward chalice of the Oracle, so he's going to have
I love
plenty of
that there are
vision on
people
his
being
side of
like,
the
it's
map as
greedier
well.
than Blizzard.
It was just, hey, maybe Kha'Zix blinks in and pushes the Ymir. That's
So
always
funny.
a possibility, but Kha'Zix has not felt the need to blink in, right? And they are still, they have
I'm
shown
excited
their
to see
hand
what skins
time
are gonna
and
look
time
like.
again. Hex Mambo want to play till late game.
And I
This
also
whole
need
Twitch
to-
could be dangerous. And Johnny, that dodge, you felt it on the tail.
I need
for
to
sure.
fucking
But
find
then there
the
was a
money
little
for,
bit of wind coming by. Luckily, does not connect. Did turn his
all of
back
the
and use
Smite
the
2
1,000
related
cuts,
stuff
though, so
that
would have
is
mitigated a
gonna
bit of
come out.
damage, but I think he would have been deleted there.
Little bit of singe on the hairs there,
Little
just barely. off
Because there's
the
going to be
mark
cross-gen
onto Johnny.
skin packs, there's
You
going to be
can tell
battle
itching
passes
to
I have to
get these
grind.
opportunities where you can. Taking a look at the builds, Trelly, interesting where these soul laners have gone. You mentioned the Vital Amplifier and an Executioner on the side of Osiris. You've seen this a little bit, a couple different
And then there's
Osiris
the
builds
Founder's
coming
Pass,
out today.
which,
Is this
or pack, or
where
whatever
you
the
want
fuck
to
it's
see the pressure from
For
these
Smite 2.
auto attack soul laners?
I mean,
Which
this is what Deathwalker was
one of
running
the things
earlier
it's going to
today.
come
He
with
was absolutely
is
running the map
doubling
early on.
your
There is a fall off point, and when you're up
legacy
against
jump.
crit, more than likely,
Now, I'm
that's
not
when
gonna buy
you're
it
going
just
to
for
find
that.
that fall off point. But for now, Julio's going to
Buy
own
it.
it. That's exactly what this item
Also
does.
buy it.
You're still plenty tanky with the phalanx,
And
then
if it comes
once
with
you get
anything
to a
else that
carry,
interests me,
you
I'm
start
probably going to get it,
chopping away.
because
So that's
while
the
I
idea
still would
here.
have to
It's
pay
not as if
for
Final
gem
K doesn't
gems,
have that
I
same
have
level of
twice as
damage
many
once that
legacy
Vital
gems.
Amplifier gets procced. It just takes a bit longer, right? You need that heal to stack up a bit. With that being said, this beacon has been juggled back and forth for quite some time.
Neither team ready and willing to commit here. Johnny hanging in the wings, as is adapting. Both the hunters just farming out, and it looks like these supports are having a staring contest. And Kha'Zix has won the. We should mark that. I think Kha'Zix has won the staring.
It's a little bit unfair. He used Kha'Zix Jr. just to poke out, but look at the damage Spudio has to beads.
Okay.
And rightfully so.
Ishtar
That was
gaming.
plenty of DPS. Panicat just pitch perfect playing with his power spikes. Look at that. He has dominance. Spudio doesn't. Yeah, I'm going to go all in. Why not? Now the beads are down, and there's another opportunity adapting on the left side of the map. It really is like a flowing river. A relic goes down, and then the jungler spends the next 2 minutes on that side of the map. But look at this teleport frog, Oni Fury, spawning in.
Yeah, that's got to be the go button there. Beads, Hunter not here to fight for it. And Oni Fury knocked down for the Atlantis
There was a
Leviathan.
chance that
They
Kha'Zix
are
got the
on
miracle
time,
steal there.
And they
I've done
pull
it.
off a heist
It's
there.
happened
Nobody
in Pro
able to
before
step
as well.
in for
It
the
could
objective.
happen.
And still, I mean, you get
That would've
all
been
of the
spicy.
advantage of taking the beads off of Spudio, and adapting still has plenty
Yeah,
of
I
time
don't
on that
know
relic
anyone
to
on
come
Mambo.
back to the
I
goal
think I
and
said this
take
beginning of
advantage.
the set, but I don't
What I'm
know
more
anyone on
shocked
Mambo.
is
It's like
that
I
Hex
follow
Mambo just farms
a couple
so
of
well
people
that
on
gold here
Leviathans.
doesn't matter, right?
So
As far as I'm
that's who I
concerned, it
want to
keeps
see
the
win.
gold even, but they were able to farm up so well. Fine, okay. On the Pyromancer, starting it up. Julio, Johnny, Rapio nearby, but it's going down quick.
It hurts me when Shinto on the Thaw just stands
They're there before
just around the
Mambo
corner
can
of the
respond.
window.
They take the Pyromancer. Got to be careful
Bothers
of
me
fight
so
after
much.
the fact, though, into the ultimate for Fino K. But the
Go on.
Osiris follows it up.
Ooh.
First blood for Hex Mambo, and Rongyu's under some pressure as well. A double kill for the mid laner, but look for the answer back. Adapting with the blink and
Yeah, am I right?
finds the soul laner. So
Soul
at least
laners
put
are
one on the
illegal.
board for the Levi.
Actually,
Yeah,
maybe
they needed
tanks
to
are
find a
now.
kill there. That was looking a bit grim. Hex Mambo knew they could step forward.
was
and
about
they
to be
get plenty
tanks
of
are illegal,
damage down, but Spudio
did
didn't
not
make that
happen.
rotation. He stayed over and left and gets the tier 1 tower as well, making it, I would say, a handed win for Hex Mambo. As far as I'm concerned, once the runic bomb gets used, that's when things get a bit different. Final K could just use that bomb to steal a fire giant, and then you're like, oh wait, we're much happier that we got the pyro. But as of now, on paper, Hex Mambo is fine with that. The one question mark I had was when Julio beads. That became very clear to me why it happened. He said, we're going in. This was not a beads to just retreat. This was an aggressive beads. I want tether. I want Lord of the Afterlife, and I need to close gap to do that.
And that's the first instance of fighting that we see. And it goes towards Hex Mambo. Perhaps the Leviathans maybe getting caught too focused
You see
on
these
the macro
damage
play.
numbers? Oh man, Julio's done double anyone on the map.
just boxing away over there on the right-hand side. That's fake damage, though, right? That's solely.
I saw some real damage on the dive there. I don't know what you're talking about. That actually really does pay dividends, man. You get close to Osiris, you expect the sickle, you expect a little bit of like ability damage, but those autos will sneak up on you, and Julio has proven that.
Well, I mean, this was something that was banned in game number 1. They took away the Osiris, the Daji, I believe, was banned as well. And because they took away the picks from Spudio and Rapio, it's now the preferred picks in the top half of the draft. I mean, what does this backline dive look like for Hex Mambo? You just have infinite space in Osiris, and Johnny gets to just run the map?
Well, the benefit, of course, is that Leviathan took away that Hachi, right? Spudio was very hard to kill last game, and in this case, the Rama does not have that same level of safety. You can go up into the sky, but you're going to come back down. Hachi rides away on the horse, he's not coming back, right? He just gets to go as far away as possible. So I can see the disconnect there. But I was alluding to it all last game. Didn't end up being that end-all, be-all pick, but I'm still looking towards Shinto, man. He's been pretty on point. The one ult that was close, that can happen again, right? There is plenty of DPS for a level 17 Thoth, and that is what he's looking for. Look at this, though. Panda Cat walks up. He's got both relics. He has ultimate, but actually goes for third item Odysseus bow. Wow. Put some damage on the back corner for more attack speed, sure. I mean, with Golden Blade and Odibo, you're going to destroy waves. Like, they will get
Yeah,
chunked,
that's like
but everyone
Obo
else
is still
doesn't care
really
too much.
solid.
I mean,
for
it looks
damage.
like he's going to that next item, Executioner or Kins, but my focus said it's not crit.
Yep.
I thought it would be crit to maybe help out with the shred here as the macro play coming through for the Leviathans.
You and me both.
I mean, perhaps a different mindset here for how they're looking to play this one. And if you're Hex Mambo, I think you're not necessarily focused on that macro game. I think you're focused on the fights. And just like around that Pyromancer, I'm not. I think Mambo are just happy to wait until 30 minutes before they ever consider starting a fight on their own. Past that, they might just consider looking for counter engages.
Anacat is here, Frog. There's only one reason you send the ADC to this side of the map. Yeah, they're going to start this one up.
17 minutes. This is dangerous. And Hex Mambo are here. Frenzy popped. It's a 50.
Panda Cat's really going in on it, but it's not going to be enough. No, it will be enough. Leviathans have it.
Panda's gone.
But Shinto and Panda.
Panda's gone
And
as
suddenly,
well.
was it worth
Final
it?
K getting chased down by 4 members, and they'll get pulled back in, potentially all behind his own wall. They'll find 3 in trade for the Fire Giant.
Frog, that did not seem like a play that needed to happen. The Leviathans were not so far down. They had to sneak an FG. If anything, they were even, right? But now you get the Fire Giant on adapting and wrong you, but you're going to lose your tier 2 tower. Mambo heading over towards Primal Fury. Adapting's looking for an opening. Can he find anything? No, why would he? But hold that thought, they're
that
splitting.
hurts my
This could be an
soul.
opening. Somebody doesn't know this is happening, and there's a blink available.
Might be a 2v2 here, adapting on the blink in beats from Spudio, but a great feather step stops the aggression, and he gets the kill before Spudio goes up into the air. Kha'Zix, he's got to be careful on that side. They'll at least take down the Pyromancer, but adapting shuts down the Gold Fury.
Frog, there's no reason to split up there. Like, not a single one. A Hex Mambo could have went to Primal together.
Not a one.
And then went in together. Rapio! Taking so much. What is happening?
He's up out of position, and adapting is on a killing spree. And you thought this Fire Giant might not be worth it, but you give it to the King, and he gets 2 kills. They've now got the pressure.
These are some nervous jitters. That's got to be what it is. Hex Mambo realized they had a massive opportunity to put the Leviathans down, and then they just make 2 back-to-back misplays. No reason to split there and go for Primal and Oni or Pyro like simultaneously. They could have grouped up. And then Rapio just getting 100 to 0'd by the King before he even had a chance to use that Aegis. Ridiculous. Leviathan said, okay, that was our bad. Fire Giant, not a great call. Now we got to dial it back.
And they didn't pick up the Runic Bomb, Trelly. They got the Pyromancer, they got the experience from it, but they're not going to get the benefit of that. I mean, all of
I just realized I'm going to miss Supercross tomorrow.
All of the Fire Giant potential there from the Leviathans, maybe a little bit short-sighted. I think I'm
going to be streaming. I'm not going to be able to watch it.
I don't know that you need to go for that
Tragic.
play. But it sure
Fine, I'll just
doesn't
watch it on,
hurt
like,
when
Monday.
you end up with what you wanted. You wanted some pressure. You wanted to get the Gold Fury on the map. You wanted a couple more kills on your jungler. And sure enough, the Leviathans now have evened up the game, and maybe they're in control to push down some of these tier 1 towers.
I wouldn't hate it at this point. Wrongyu's got plenty sustain with that Fire Giant buff, and adapting has shown that he can absolutely delete someone if given the opportunity. Remember, Spudio used both relics and still fell down in that last engagement. And Wrongyu he's got the engage, right? That wall is all it takes to start a fight. So I've got my eyes on the Ymir. One wall could start this out, and Kha'Zix actually blinks forward. He wants to get aggressive.
Ultimate early, forces the ultimate back from Panda Cat, but the damage still
They have a long way to
there
run to safety
as a
as well
follow-up,
if they end
unless
up
it's
on the
on
back foot
a
here.
okay. And
So
Johnny
it's really
finds
important
the
Leviathans
damage, trades
don't
out a little
have
bit with
to
the
run
Soul
away.
Eater. You can see how Hex Mambo are focused on defending even the smallest of objective points. That was a tier 1 tower that you get a couple of ultimates, the blink in from Kha'Zix there just to make sure that they can defend that one. But I mean, I suppose if you're confident in how your fight's going to go, the Levi's appropriately, they've got to back off.
Yeah, at that point, you try to pull the beads from Panda. He's smart, just uses that ultimate instead. They're able to back up. But you're right, Kha'Zix was trying to create an opening and make sure that tier 1 tower does not go down. I promise that gold might not be the biggest difference, but if you get a relic during that defense, ends up being worth it. Remember, the Leviathans were the ones that pulled that FG aggressively. They rotate Panda Cat immediately. Spudio was nowhere to be seen. So just keep your eyes on these objectives, right? Get the ward coverage down. Because not only do they have the Bracer, they have the Frenzy in the pocket of Fine OK. They have the Alma passive with the Shoguns. Objectives do not stand a chance if they get everyone together.
It was around 22 minutes that both these teams started to group up around the objective last time around. And even around the 17-minute Fire Giant, I mean, I called it a coin flip, but it's really not, right? They have the final judgment in the back pocket, and if you're failing to delete somebody with it, we saw Shinto use that out countless times very early in the fights in game number 1. Maybe you're just not happy with that. Instead of taking the chance to delete somebody, you secure one of these objectives, but if anything, that gives Hex Mambo almost a blueprint of how they want to get ready for this next fight. They're not necessarily even worried about getting the Fire Giant themselves. They just want to come away with more kills.
And remember, it's not as if Final Judgment is the easiest confirmation. It can be interrupted a ton by the side of the Hex Mambo, rather. I mean, Kha'Zix gets to the backline. Watery Grave's going to do it 5 times over. You have to watch that positioning to make sure you get it off. Finally, though, we see that Odibo actually paying dividend. Panda Cat getting plenty of poke
the pyro.
and DPSing that Pyromancer. They're going to grab that one, no
Nothing
problem.
really big happening
Still,
right now.
I think you're right, Frog.
See.
This is going to be another slow Fire Giant dance where neither team wants to go in for the pull. The benefit, of course, is that the Leviathans have actual DPS towards that objective with Panda Cat and that confirmation with the Runic Bomb from Wrong You, Shards of Ice, and, of course, Shinto's ultimate.
I'm taking a look at some of the builds, Trelly, and we've got some.
Here we go.
I won't even get a chance.
You don't get a
That's
chance.
The teleport from Vine OK, and they're at it again. Fire Giant focused down, and Kha'Zix doesn't wait at all. He's in onto Panda Cat. Aegis gets forced, as does Beats. The snipes hit through. It might be
Is he dead?
Kuzenbo, and Tulio finishes it off. Now the tanks in the back line. Final Judgment just barely doesn't
Wrong
get
You and Adapting
Kha'Zix,
are going to go.
but they're making
Fino is going too.
Fine, okay, the hero will take down Julio, but Wrong You falls as well. The dual lane down for the Leviathans. And Fine,
It is
okay,
insane that Adapting made it out
at
of
this
there,
point,
and
Johnny
Fino
could have
is
caught Fine OK, tried to find Shinto instead.
of
He's about to
getting
go on
out.
a merry little chase to catch up to Amaterasu. This should be the
Oh.
DPS. Fine OK just stalling to
Fino
see if
could've.
Adapting can get close, but Johnny
That
on
could
the
have been
killing
just
spree is
a
gonna
little
pick that
different
one
and
up.
Fino
Turn
lived.
around for the body.
Oh,
Hold up.
man.
Gotta be careful. Blink available, but the immediate turnaround. And
Unfortunate.
Johnny is ready for it. He gets the beads,
They're not
and
done.
he's ready to fight. He's looking for the 1v1.
Adapting. Shinto gets it.
Shinto over the wall helps out the jungler.
Oh,
And
but
they're
Shinto's
actually
dying.
down Johnny.
Shinto's
You gotta
dying
be
now, though.
Careful here. Both
Oh.
relics down now for Shinto. Somehow they both survive.
I cannot believe
Damn.
Adapting survived. Shinto took the fire for him, even if those relics didn't come through. Shinto had that alternate timeline, but it would have been fantastic to get down before the Fire Giant
Insane.
siege begins.
They're really just trying to
Leviathans
get
have everyone
everything
but
they can
Fino.
out of this.
Teleport up in 40, so he can't join the fight just yet. Hex Mambo. I think they're going to exhale, just relax for a minute. That was close to being a Fire Giant winning play, but if you can't kill Shinto and you can't kill Adapting, you got to go back to the drawing board.
Can I exhale? Can we relax?
Oh, we can chill.
Because
I
there's-
lied.
that
They
was
might
a
go
lot.
in right now.
Panda Cat, Wrong You, Adapting, all grouped up.
They need their
around
mobile
this
Shoguns
objective.
first.
They need FineOK to rejoin the fight. He's got that movement speed aura, though, and they're not wasting any time at all. Fire Giant once again picked up. Once again, Kha'Zix into
Cat's
the
here,
ultimate,
so if they
and it's
really
the
want to
chase
shred it,
down
they
from
can,
Mambo.
but
Spadio
they need to
into
be
the air,
there.
needs to hit all three. And it's off the
Leviathan's
mark
pushed
with
off.
2, but
Mambo
at least
looking like they
forced
want to
him off
stick
the objective.
around
Remember, Johnny
FG.
was not here for that engagement. That's why
Panda
the
Cat has to
Leviathans
back
went in
no
for the
shred
pull.
on the side of
There won't be any more
Leviathans.
engagement. Titans have been unleashed,
boy.
heading up the right side of the map. I'm going to do a relic roundup. Johnny, nothing to his name. Would love that blink, would love that beads. Not going to be up for at least 80 seconds. And then look at the Leviathans. It's a graveyard. Shinto's got nothing. There's no way he wants to fight anywhere near Johnny for the next 80 seconds or so. And adapting, he doesn't have those beads as well. This is very dangerous territory for the Leviathans. I think they go for a soft defense here at best, but if Hex Mambo can find their in, they can find a big engagement on the right side of the map.
Got these Titans pushing down the right-hand side. And Hex Mambo, they've got the man advantage, adapting over in mid. Panda Cat a little bit late to this push. So far, they'll slow things down. And maybe, I mean, Leviathans have to reevaluate this strategy, it feels like. Yes, they got the first Fire Giant, and some benefits come from that, to be sure. As Julio maybe getting poked out a little bit. But around this, I mean, they've tried it now 2 or 3 times since then. If you're the Leviathans, this was your one strategy. How do you adapt? What's the next type of play that you're trying to make here?
I mean, at the moment, you're stalling for 2 relics, and now it looks like you're not going to stall much longer. FineOK taking a lot of damage.
Body blocked around the wall. The blink in from
Oh,
Johnny. He
and the
needs to
Powwow's
hit
gonna
one more
seal
bit of
Fino's
damage.
life
And a
here.
pull back in FineOK.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. There it is. There it is. Okay.
Find it with the bleed.
Adapting gets the refrag onto Johnny.
Adapting takes down Johnny. Julio answers back, but
Oh.
is there to fall a 2 for 2.
No
And
way.
Leviathans on the chase down the right side.
Leviathans might
Kha'Zix
actually
with the
be in
blink
this.
He'll sacrifice himself.
Leviathans might actually be in this, Shinto.
Julio taking down Panda Cat.
Kha'Zix is down.
It's a 4-man killing spree for Leviathan.
But the Leviathans have to go back to base. They did not have the HP to step forward, and now it's time for Julio to go in for the... This man's just soloing Pyromancer.
He's just
Shinto
chilling, man.
is still nearby. It looks like he's just going to go for his red buff in the meantime, but Frog, they're going to have an opening. Johnny up in 18 seconds. I think the Leviathans will go in for a pull. All the while, Julio, you've got to know someone's going to step up at some point, right?
Nobody...
He's got to hear this.
They're focused on the Fire Giant. He's just there for the Pyromancer. If he gets this, he'll have a steel tool.
Right, but he dropped
it's not even there. He drops it. And it's the Fire Giant. That's the focus. They have Final Judgment available. This is weighted for the Leviathans, but you got to be careful. Julio is around and could look for it, but he has to
Runs,
disengage.
they get it.
And the Leviathans, they win a fight.
This could be
and they
huge,
get
but
FG on
the
5.
big problem
Time
here.
for the Leviathans to step up and get their push. They'll grab another Runic
This might
Bomb.
be all
2
they've got.
in pocket. 1 for Fino and 1 for Wrong You. They've got Fire Giant on all
If
5.
they
and they get to
lose
play
this,
one. So there is
it
plenty
could go
of real estate on the
very
map. Frog.
sideways
Tier
if they
1,
lose
right,
if they lose
and
this
mid.
fight.
All 3 Tier 2
next fight.
towers. Plus the Oni Fury has spawned in. That is a lot of gold the Leviathans want to put in their pockets. Hex Mambo have to make a choice. Will they step forward? Will they engage and try and defend at these Tier 2s? Or do they just step back and say, hey, it's not Enhanced Fire Giant yet. We are going to keep the birds alive, and that's about it. Given the grouping, it seems like they might go in for a defense of this Tier 2 on left.
Hex Mambo have been in this spot before. In fact, they were in this spot trying to qualify for this tournament up against the Gladiators. They're able to hold on through these Phoenix Sieges, to come back into the game from a spot just like this. The Leviathans, I mean, this is a 5,000 gold lead. This is a Fire Giant. These are objectives in your back pocket. But at this point, I mean, the build spikes are getting close to completed. We've got upgraded starters. We've got level 20s across the board, except for Kha'Zix, who's conveniently going into a pen item. He wants to kill Panda Cat, I think, is
You want
really what it is.
You want to see the difference numbers between Kha'Zix and Wrong You? It'll show you exactly.
Might
what
be
that
Spear
damage
the
is.
Magus too, though.
2,000 to 13,000. That is Thorns, Pridwin, Stone of Binding procs all over, specifically just the Ishtar. Panda Cat has been 1v1ing a turtle for the whole game.
Dude, Kha'Zix, he's just ready to get in there, man. And it looks like
That's
you
him,
said.
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
And he hits
baby.
the flex for us.
Kha'Zix ready
Nice.
to get involved here in the entirety of Hex Mambo, ready, looking to defend this tier 2 tower. Just a regular fire giant here, so these backdoor protections, additional power won't be there just yet, but a good wall forces the ultimate from Rapio, and everybody has to back off. That's a wall for ultimate trade. That's a win for the Levi's.
That is a big win, and it's not like anyone got poked out too bad. Wrong, you said, I've got Fire Giant, I'm gonna heal that up, no problem, and now you've lost Home Sweet Home. Gonna be scary trying to defend this one. I think Mambo should back up, but they're going in instead.
Look at Johnny, though. Kha'Zix's in with the ultimate. Julio follows. Frenzy gets popped on the other side, though.
Johnny's gone!
Oh, Johnny and Julio are both gone. That's going to be game. Kha'Zix melts.
On a killing spree.
Panda Cat's half health. No, that's game.
Tier 2 tower of fall. They're going to keep pushing.
It's going to be a huge defense.
It should be
They have no
what's on
tanks.
Leviathan's mind. You got Rapio and Spudio, no ultimates available, and a Titan. Yeah, Leviathan should feel real confident.
Runic Bomb takes down the Phoenix. A 5 versus 2 advantage here. And the Leviathan's looking to fight back. The Titan
There's the
falls.
shotgun.
Rapio falls.
Oh, Panda Cat goes down, but it's not going to be enough.
One of the more
First game 3 of Worlds incoming. Let's go. Leviathans take one. Nice.
Forward, but Hex Mambo, they saw Johnny's wraparound, and I didn't see Johnny get a lick of damage off in that fight. He died on impact.
Johnny literally pressed the 3 button, and then I think he didn't get to play the game. I think that was the impact there from the Daji, and perhaps that you get the adaptation that you wanted from the Levi's, but sort of in a weird way. I almost wasn't the most pleased with their Fire Giant pulls, but maybe 2 bad fights from Hex Mambo once around
Back
the Fire
to
Giant
arena
where
we
they
go
lose the
for a
4v2
moment.
and then that engage at the end. I mean, if you're Hex Mambo,
You know,
I'm not sure it's a
hopefully
draft
we
thing.
find a
You just
game
gotta
quickly
clean up some
enough.
of those fights.
That's the big difference as far as I'm concerned. There were some missed opportunities. Again, getting that ultimate forced was not the go button. That was the, okay, we give up tier 2 button, but instead they blink forward, and there was just plenty of damage. Leviathans played that fight just leagues better, and it becomes a little bit of an overextension. But Hex Mambo have a chance to go back to the drawing board. This is a best of 3 finally on today, and they can try and redraw exactly what went wrong.
Our first game number 3 of World Season X. Stick around after the break.
Yup. And we get into a game, baby. All right. Well, wow. Just wow. I feel like playing Anubis. I really hope that, I don't get claimed for the music, but again, like a regular claim won't fucking matter, to be fair. It'd be hilarious. Let me just go over to my channel page here. Okay, nothing has happened yet. It'd be funny. It's just like, I wonder if I've gotten any claims while I'm live. No, I have not. Oh shit. Twitch, enjoy an ad break, by the way, if Twitch lets me. Because ads are very buggy on Twitch. Yeah, there we go. I think they're coming. Yeah, they're there. Epic gamer moment right there. Oh, it froze. Please tell me that is the YouTube stream and not me. It is. Awesome.
Into the deep abyss I'll go. Stay off my radar cause I never miss you, everybody.
Yep, it just YouTube stream died again. Yep, there it goes. It's back now. Good. All according to Cake. So we're gonna go with the funny build, chat. We're gonna go tablet into book into lifesteal. It'll be fine. Don't worry. Some of the music they use I like, and then you just get shit like this where it's like, I wouldn't mind, I don't mind this as background music, but I would not want to listen to this unless I'm doing something. Ow. Yeah, I just got walled in by minions, and none of my teammates shot the whale. Like, come on guys, it's Smite, it's legal. So you don't have to worry. Whale hunting is legal in this game. If it weren't, that would be very unfair. Walking around with my 3 at the ready, holding down my mouse button. Ah! Hello, Mr. Whale. Owie. Awesome. Oh, I need 13. Hi, Susan. Bye, Susan. Oh my god, oh my god, the fucking minion. Oh my god, team! The Xing-Chan finally turned in health, and what do you know, I suddenly stopped dying. Crazy, isn't it? Okay. 25.
Not a single 3-game quarterfinal last year. This year, however, we get one in our third. Still a chance for a second one a bit later on today. You just saw it. Thanks to our tech partners rally here. They're powering Smite and powering us here on broadcast this year. A lot of great things on our back end. Thanks to Rally here for being with us.
It's okay, we get a bunch of true damage off of this.
Fellas, I want to break down game 2 of 3 now confirmed. Finally, we get a 3-game quarterfinal. Hazer inbound, Mifflin with me. We were a little tense coming out of Picks and Bans, Hazer.
You got this. Gamer time check.
Like they might have a good draft. They did have a good draft, but the Leviathans made it work.
Absolutely. The Levi's were incredible in that game at what I like to call ripping it. They just went to the objective, and they called they were going to do it, and they did it. Sometimes I don't think the calls were that good, but it's really impressive for them to be that confident in their comp and able to execute. At this level, at this pressure, they were still able to go through those fights and just all in, no holding back, commit on a decision. Sometimes if you commit hard enough to a bad call, it can kind of become a good call, you know?
Game 3 will be an amazing moment in and of itself, but Game 2 had some great moments, of course, brought to you by your Steel Series Moments of Glory. Miff, talk to me about what you saw here in Game 2 from the
Owie.
I saw a lot of Shinto's ultimates hitting a lot of damage and a lot too many people, right? I mean, there was 2 3-man ultimates. It felt like there were fights. Hex Mambo were just winning out handily, and then all of a sudden Shinto from downtown said, you actually were never in contention. It looked phenomenal. There was the one moment that I think everyone in the crowd was waiting for, the Johnny versus adapting 1v1 on left side jungle. And it comes down to sub 100 HP
whack-ass build.
separating the two of them, but
this build is
top
funny
bottom,
when
I
it
think you
works,
really
but
gotta
it's a
shout
lot
out the
harder to
Lions and their ability,
make that.
as Hazer said, to play around those neutral objectives. So many of them just in the face of Mambo.
I also think a lot of it was adapting on this Awilix game 2 versus game 1. It was like night and day. He had all the setup in the
I love
world
just
game
playing
1.
Anubis and just being like, yep, true damage.
Pulled relics maybe here or there. This game, he was
Perfectly
getting
normal.
involved, taking these 1v1s. His team fight presence was a lot stronger. His positioning seemed a lot healthier for the state of the game that they were in. And he was part of the reason that this game was able to be extended a lot farther. I mean, 6, 1, and 5, a lot of it was on his potential in the 1v1s. Obviously, you're talking about the 1v1 with Johnny, even if she'd...
I don't get away from this. I don't know why I beats there.
A lot of it, I think, comes down to how
We
adapted
get that.
these
Now we
team
start
fights.
getting lifesteal, and I become a lot more sustainy.
Really
And
happy
all
for the first time
will
we get
be
to
fine.
finally talk about my favorite thing, momentum. Hazer, for the first time, it kind of matters going into game 3. The Leviathans kind of run over the Mambo in the back half of game 2 there. Does momentum lie firmly with the Leviathans?
I think it does, but I think
How did
what
I
the
only get
Mambo
6
have to be
stacks
saying,
there? There
what
were like
Coach
9
Davey
minions.
has to be saying to those guys is, you guys had that. There was the FG fight, which they got the win in. They kind of split off, 2 over to Gold Fury, 2 over to Pyro, and then they got punished hard. They were in the driver's seat in this game. They just need to tidy up one small mistake, and they'll be fine. I think that's the mantra they have to be repeating to themselves. You know, they didn't beat us. We beat ourselves. We'll beat them next time.
Coach Davey up on stage with his players, walking through picks and bans for game number 3. Again, 0 game 3s last year. We get one here. The Leviathans and the Mambo go toe-to-toe. Remember, this is a 3-game set. The winner moves on to the semifinals. The loser goes home. Weight couldn't possibly be higher between these two teams. Myth, what are you hoping to see here early in the pick ban phase?
I don't want Mambo to give up that Thoth again. Immediately my mind goes towards that. I think with what we had seen in game 1, hold on, let me put a stipend on it.
Okay.
You can give up the Thoth if you can get the Raijin for yourself. Otherwise, get rid of the Thoth if you think Raijin's the insta-counter back. So, besides that, I think you can allow the Awilish through, considering how well Hex Mambo handled it in game 1. We've seen that Johnny has some matchups that can play into that. So, I'm really keeping my eyes on that mid lane.
It was Shinto, right, a while ago that had a ridiculous win rate on Raijin.
Not enough lifesteal yet. It's
Both
unfortunate.
left open yet again, so immediately a question becomes here inbound. What can Hex Mambo do differently this game to deal with this, though?
I mean, I think the Thoth, for the most part, was dealt with how it needed to be dealt with. It's just the problem when you have such a phenomenal player like Shinto on this Thoth and you get to that late game. He's gonna
I
hit
think
an
that
ult
what's
eventually.
funny about Book Tablet is that when it was meta, if Arena had a ranked mode, you'd have seen way less Book Tablet in Arena just because of how hard it is to actually get both items stacked
And the
in this
downside
game
to it
mode.
is they had a really good comp into the Thoth too. I liked what they had, but he was still just able to get so much damage out, and that's kind of why Mifflin probably wanted Shinto kind of off this Thoth because of just how much potential he has on it. Fortunately, they still get these 2 really strong characters, the Baba, the Osiris. I kind of echo what Mifflin says where, I don't know if I love the Baba into Thoth that much. She goes into the house, she's kind of obvious to hit, she can't Aegis, so it's a little difficult, but I don't hate it.
We're seeing our first 2 switch-ups of this draft. We're going back-to-back from the last one.
Bye,
The
Hera.
bands were exactly the same. The first 3 picks were the same.
That'll be a bunch of stacks as well.
This time. Final K wants to pick that up early, and the Ganesh on the other side. I actually really like the switch-up from Causey. Ganesh, a god that I think is super, super strong in the meta, and in particular into Awilix, kind of disrupts a lot of what Awilix wants to do on the backside, and also, obviously, that own Ganesh's second ability has a knock-up immunity on it, making him pretty safe.
Also plays relatively well into the Thoth. You can catch him out. Even with Evade and Punish, he's going to get hit by that slow as well as some of the defense shred. Or you can prevent the final judgment as well. You know, you're securing a Fire Giant, you're securing a Gold
I am
Fury.
farming.
The dude screams.
I
He
am
screams,
building
he starts throwing up
stacks.
his hands, and you can just walk up. And Dave, what was it that you always like to say with Ganesh?
You can't speak, you can't speak.
And when you can't speak, you can't cast spells. So good luck to Thoth securing objectives.
One thing we've been
Damn.
following along with, Myth,
Damn.
and rest of my friends.
He
up
walked
here on
away
the
from
desk.
my hands.
Panicast picks. Just think about game 1. Into game 2, you get an Ishtar, looks a
Okay,
little
we
bit
have like
better.
no CDR
Already
is
an
the
on-her
problem.
ban
So we're gonna have to go
from
Pendant
Mambo.
for the
Inbound,
last
you want to see
item.
another
But
ADC ban
Typhon's
here?
is
Or
too
do you think the
important here.
Leviathans will be fine either way?
I mean, Hazer said it in that second P's and B's. The Rama with Thoth is such a power-like combo together. They're leaving it open. They're allowing him to go back to that Rama. But Panda just hasn't gone for it. He's been going for the Ishtar. He went for in game 1, he went for the Uller. The Rama is something that's very viable and actually a phenomenal pick for this Levi's. That's what I want to see them go for.
Yeah, I'm actually going to expect an Ishtar takeaway here by Mambo with the fourth slot. There it comes. They're going to take that away from Panda, deny what he had last time out. That's why
The neat thing about picking a character in a draft format like this is that picking a character is very similar to banning a character for only the enemy team.
It seems that they're happy for Panda Cat to go towards that route.
Panda Cat does have a few other picks there. Could avoid the ROM, could play something. We've seen it just once earlier, but Danza Burrow has always been a pocket pick for him.
That one back in the pocket.
I mean, I know it didn't look great, but on an all-in composition, you want to join the dive with Nike and Wheelish. I could see a world where maybe Panda Cat. Yeah, big Danza fan and Dave.
Worth it.
And that's all we're pick banning for here, are the gods that I like, right?
Thanks for backing me up.
There's a whale running
at. Sold that it has to be a ROM here, but do you still like the ROM the most of what's left?
Oh yeah, for sure. But he played Uller earlier, so I feel like I gotta get the weird picks out of the way.
Okay, understood.
They just watch
so
people
you're
walk
still
past
for a little
them.
bit here if you're Hex Mambo inbound. What gaps do you think there's still left to fill for the Hex Mambo draft?
God, I hate when people
What
do
Johnny
that
needs to fill out with this comp is something that can just kind of clean up fights. I think what the Mambo have already, Ganesh for a nice little engage, Osiris for a nice dive. Their
We're going to wait to
backline plays
upgrade
really nice.
Shroud.
I just don't know exactly what Johnny wants to find in something like this. The Thor's available, the Rat's available, something that can kind of chase down and go all in. My only problem is, though, you've seen this Rat not succeeded very well.
Uh-oh.
Support.
No.
All right,
Hazer, I know you feel strongly about this.
This is dreadful.
Tell us what you're thinking, Hazer.
Oh, they're rowing it down, man. The boat boy gets locked in. I was thinking maybe Roller is going to be the one to do it.
All right.
I thoroughly dislike this duo lane.
I was going to say, are you 50% on the dual lane? Are you 100% in on the Charon and 0 on the Uller? Do you land somewhere in the middle on both? But you said you thoroughly dislike it.
I dislike
a scathing
both.
indictment.
I really dislike both. I feel like Charon is a god in comp who does fake things, doesn't really deliver a whole lot in fighting clouds of fire. And Uller, we saw,
that's
had the
an
drawbacks
hell
of
of a
that character
take,
in
buddy.
game 1.
And the Mambo finishing this comp out with the Susano, who is going to deal with the Susano when it comes to this late game? There is really nobody that's going to be able to take that and not get kind of messed with, because if it's Thoth, he's going to one-shot him, chase him down. If it's Uller, it's very hard to play Uller into the Susano matchup. And what is Karen going to do when they're getting gone on? Hazer, he doesn't peel. That's not what the god does. Nope. He trades abilities somewhat well in 5v5s, but outside of that, what is he really going to do when the Susano's diving?
Bobby, I need you to dig deep as resident support player on this desk. What is it that attracts them to the Charon here? What is it that really screams we need him?
I know exactly.
Damn, my true damage didn't work.
Hazer can echo it. It's the damage. Your damage number's through the roof. You look like you're doing
it's
so
gotta
much.
be the damage.
It's the post-game.
It's the damage.
It's
You do
never
so
your
much.
fault. It's never your fault you lost.
I'm
Look at
doing
my
damage.
damage numbers. I was cracked.
I'm good.
Now, going into game 2,
Owie.
there were similar conversations being had by us.
fine,
We
though.
were feeling like Mambo had the better draft. Are we having the same conversation now, Myth? Are we thinking Mambo have the better draft going into game 3?
I put a lot of weight
not at
on
20
the
yet.
Thoth
I
and
have
the
to
Aurelish.
just
I think
commit
the
them.
Atlantis Leviathans with those 2 picks could do
We
just
have
about
Thoth
no wrong
already,
with the rest of them, but
stacked
I
now.
think they've come very closely to doing wrong here, at least in the duo lane. I love Hex Mambo's duo.
we're
I
getting
think
away.
that the support
Why would
matchup
we
is
surrender?
really good
We're
here for them as
barely
well.
lose out
Osiris
'cause
has been
Xing
dominating.
Chen
If
Honestly,
we're talking
we could still
just
win this.
compositions, I kind of favor Mambo.
Yeah, this is winnable, and they could
I
reconnect.
have to echo a little bit what Myth is saying with this Thoth.
Definitely
The
winnable if they
potential for
reconnect.
Sheetha to just all-out carry a fight with just one final judgment cannot be understated. You've got to always kind of talk about that. And then the Willix. Adaptive played a phenomenal game last game, and it wasn't an easy
Just
Willix
fire a
game, so
one off it away. I
there's
just
always potential
projectile
there.
vomit it away. But it's
just-
well, that's
I,
projectile vomit.
I hate saying
I
it
just
about
puke
Myth,
on a
where it's
minion
like,
wave.
the
And
ease of access with these comps,
fuckload
how
of
much
health
easier
out
is
there.
the Mambo
It's
comp?
great.
It's a little bit easier. I gotta say the Mambo comp is favored for me.
The question is, Hazer, what kind of pace of game are you expecting? This is a knockout game 3. Are we chilling? Are we going late game, or are we getting after it right off the bat?
I don't think the Leviathans are able to chill now. They went so hard that game. They were so pedal to the metal, and I think they're going to continue that momentum in this one, and I think they have to win with this comp. And you know, maybe we're casters cursing it on the desk. I feel like maybe because we hate this comp so much, they might do it.
They just might.
No,
A
I'm screwed.
winner take all.
I'm
Game
screwed, and
number
I've got
3,
literally,
Leviathans
I've got Karan
and
just standing there
Mambo, and the
watching.
casters will take it from here.
Game number 3. We've got our sleeves rolled up, man. This is do or die.
It's okay. We can still do this.
You
The
among
Xing-Chan
us
hasn't
thinks
died.
the
Nice.
Atlantis Leviathans are going to semis.
He won't die. That's for sure.
And who thinks the SCC squad, the Mambo, are going to semis?
Wow.
Well, I don't know if you heard that, Trelly. That was pretty Mambo favored.
I didn't want to feel. I don't want
Should've
anyone to
got
feel
one,
left
but
out.
he's
so I
gonna go
clapped
down.
for
This is so
I'm just a
winnable.
nice guy.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm sure they do as well. We're into game 3 here, though. You got Frog, you've got Trelly. I'm looking for the poll.
Bye,
because
buddy.
It went from 25% favored towards the number 2 seed to 1%.
Wow.
They've gotten a little bit back, man, but I think people have started to realize this whole Hex Mambo hype thing
Dude,
is
I will
is
go
pretty
for attack
real.
speed
It is
if Red's
definitely
down.
real.
I don't care.
But something that I talk about a whole lot is ease of engage late game. And something that I harp on a lot is how Charon does not bring that, right? You don't hit the silence and say, oh, we're going in, right?
Full build, full
it's
build,
for
full build
poke,
incoming.
And then it's for lockdown. The River of Styx is the slowest moving ability in Smite, right? It is not a great engage either. It's more so you throw it in the middle of a team fight after Final K has engaged, right?
I don't
you
know
want
why we're
Final K going in
engaging
first, and then Wrong You sends in that damage.
3v5, but
With that,
we are. I
Adapting
even
has been able to
pinged that I
create his
wasn't
own
going to be
space,
with
right?
them.
Last game, I was very impressed. The Awilix changed up the late game play. He found some isolated picks. He found some 1v1s in the jungle.
Why didn't I ult there?
think
I'm an
he's gonna
idiot,
have
that's
to
why.
do that again. And with Johnny being on the Susano, I think that might have to be his target.
There's a lot to talk about with these composition changes, and I think you landed on where I wanted to go. This Susano for Johnny. We've seen the development of
shitload
Johnny
of true damage
across
is
the
awesome,
seasons
though,
of
on
Smite.
this.
First, he was playing hyper carry gods like
Like,
Alphonse
oh
and
my
Kali
goodness.
this season.
124?
A lot of Wheelish, a lot of Camazons,
Oh
bit of Thor, right?
my god.
Get poked out a little bit, but I
The funny
can't
whale.
recall seeing too much of this Susano from him, but I think it fits the draft pretty well.
I've seen it from just about everyone else
Hi,
to know
Anubis.
that it's good, right? Like, I think we've all been on the
Or
mean
Anubis,
end of a
fucking
Susano
Susano.
combo. That Typhoon
Oh, yeah.
can absolutely change a team fight, so
No,
I'm
I'm
not
just-
mad at it one bit. In fact, it's one of the picks you go to when you want to try and carry a game, right?
Pain.
If you get a little bit of a lead, which Johnny has been apt to do.
Oh,
After he
damn
got
it.
the lead game 1,
Oh,
Johnny
well.
got the lead game 2.
Minute
You
into
get
the game,
a
nothing's
little
really
bit of a
happened.
lead in the jungle, the movement, the ease of clear, the 100-0 potential can skyrocket. So keep your eyes on the first blue buff spawn. That's where I put us to last time. That same ability is here as well.
A little bit of a scuffle here. Adapting and Johnny questioning over those side camps. Is Johnny maybe sneaking up onto this, though? Picked all 3 games, by the way. Shinto, oh my goodness, Julio on
Well,
the right-hand side. That's the early
so
pressure
much for
we
nothing
need from
happening.
Adapting.
Yep, that's that Blink of Wheelix combo early on. Like I said, it's usually head left,
So one
head right,
big
but
thing
Adapting head
about
right
this
very
specific
quickly.
matchup in solo as
Of course,
well
Julio
is that
falls
you
down.
have
No
Nike with a
survivability relic,
disarm
forced to use
versus
the
an
teleport, and
auto
first
attacker.
blood goes to Fino K. That's going to be a big deal. What did I talk about earlier?
As soon as
Who's gonna
Fino
be
hits
the
that,
engage? It's not
Julio
gonna be
loses
It's
a
gonna be
lot
Fino
of what
K.
he can
Getting
do.
him first blood
Suddenly
and
you
making
can't
him
AA
the
cancel,
tankiest
suddenly
guy
you
on the
can't
map. That's
do
step
anything
one.
if your abilities are on
Leviathans
cooldown
have
already.
Put him in a great spot to do so.
We saw Nike in game
Even if they're
number 1.
off cooldown, you just have to stand there and spam them.
And
You only
they've
have
gone
3.
since then. This Osiris has been unbanned, and
So,
Julio has opted for
you
this pick
know.
over the Nike. I mean, do you think this pick gives Fino K a little bit of a pressure advantage?
I mean, what Nike does fantastic right now in this meta is poke you out of lane, right? Warrior's Axe from a distance, almost no character in the meta can outrange her, and she just spams, right? You just want to rend consistently and get your HP low, and then your jungler says, oh, you got Julio half health. Yeah, I'm going to blink in. I'm going to go in for 100-0. And that's exactly how this starts. Now Fino K is going to get a little bit tankier, a little bit quicker, right? He can continue that poke train. He can continue that dive, and heck, he could upgrade teleport and start rotating. Not necessarily now, but eventually. That's what that first blood brings. So I like it a lot. Julio on the Osiris is also solid, but falling down early, that makes your job a little bit more difficult.
Fino K now with the pressure to potentially push this lead.
Oh,
but
shit, I
happy to
didn't.
see Johnny over there making sure that that blue buff does not.
I forgot
get
that I have to
activated
actually switch
early on,
OBS back.
making sure
Hold
they
up.
can't push that lead a little bit further. And now my eyes start to go towards the other side lane. We saw these junglers a lot.
I started
in
watching the
late
game and then I
over
forgot to
towards
switch it
this
back
goal
for you
lane.
guys.
And I don't know if you could sense maybe some like passive aggressiveness on the desk. They didn't really like the. It was kind of hidden.
You think so?
It was kind of hidden. They weren't huge fans of the.
Well, like
of the
Hazer
Leviathans.
and like Myth and like Bobby, like
Right.
all of them.
Right, like all of them.
Yeah. they weren't a big fan of the duo lane. And I will say, like I said earlier on, this is the same repeat on this Ullr. There's no difference for me. It's going to fall off when it comes to objectives. That's not what you're picking for. Panda Cat wants to fight. He wants to 1v1. He wants to find abilities, and he wants to just be dominant on this pickup. It's not going to bring much else to the table, right? That is exactly what you grab the Ullr for. As far as the Charon, I disagree about the damage numbers. I think these supports are picking it because you can play so far up. Charon can get across the map with that dash, right? You can be so aggressive and still get out of trouble. You're not out of position if you're on the front line because your dash is going to get you out. It's good setup, it's good DPS, but you can play as far up as you want on Charon because you have so many ways to get out of trouble.
You don't think it's because he's in a boat?
Well, that helps.
I mean, that rowing animation is pretty cool to look at.
I agree with you, but
it is a nice little
World is
animation.
on the line, you got to go for more than aesthetic.
You're probably considering a more than aesthetics, although we should rate the players on skins at some point. Maybe not right now, though, as we talk about this early game. Because
I've done that in a cast before, but that was
after
during
this
technical
first blood,
difficulties.
I almost expected adapting to maybe
I've had to
blue
rate
buff, but he didn't
skins.
even try invading on that first spawn.
There were
how
3
does this
people in the
jungle
game using
1v1 go
skins that are
early in
banned
the
in
game? Does
competitive.
Wheeler still have
So I had
the
to pretend I didn't know what the skins were, even though I knew exactly what they were. It was...
Johnny, he's got to get out of here. He does not want to take that engagement. If anything wrong, you send it in the wave.
Forced to use the beads,
Johnny's
and
dead
Shinto
here.
with the follow-up.
Shinto.
Last hit onto
Let's
Johnny.
go.
And it's right as that blue buff spawns. You guessed it, 3 over here in time for the invade. And they are focused on getting Fine OK ahead.
Oh, God.
That was a VEL from Shinto, and for good reason. Caught him out. And that was something Johnny thought he was being sneaky there. Adapting, immediately blinked out. And once you get that wheeling online, that's when you leave, right? Johnny said, okay, I am no longer favored in this engagement. I'm going to get out of here as quickly as possible. Unfortunately, I stood corrected about the beginning. You can send out that ultimate if Johnny's in the jungle, right? That covers the whole lane, essentially. And once he got sent back in, Shinto could not miss and shows exactly how much range this soft pick can offer.
Always feels really good to barrel stuff somebody with that final jump.
Because you can't miss.
Right, hard to miss that one. And now with 2 kills in favor of the Leviathans, a little bit of a gold lead starting to amass, but we've been here before, Trelly. We got off to a 6-0 kill lead and a little bit of a gold lead in game number 1. I can't help but feel, though, this is a little bit different. This feels almost more calculated by Leviathan, something they can hold on to a little bit easier.
I tend to agree. This is not the same lead the Leviathans got in game 1, but their late game will still look similar, right? It is not as if Panda Cat can just change up the god, right? He is still going to be on Ullr. Their Fire Giant still will struggle, but I think Shinto's played enough thoughts so far this set that he's going to be on point with those secures. And of course, wrong you, the wave, the river of sticks. If you get baited into a Fire Giant fight, you can chase down.
The dual lane is over here at green, and they're on to Kha'Zix. Dharmic Pillars get dropped, and Johnny onto the mid laner. Shinto's got to be careful.
What?
So close.
He charges the ultimate a little bit
Kha'Zix
too long,
also barely
and the
lives.
wave headed towards mid lane for the rotation from
Rapio down to Fino.
down. The Levi's
Insane.
I couldn't tell. Johnny's level 8, so he didn't have the second point of Typhoon. It really felt like he could have sent that out just for the damage. Level 9 ult, 100% kills. That was thin margins, though. Not going to land, and Shinto lives to see another day. I was questioning the changeup, though. Wrong you had the River of Sticks, was sending it out, and now Julio is going to be in a bit of trouble. Has Lord of the Afterlife, needs to get away, but Fine OK can chase this.
Adapting over the wall, has used the gravity surge and slows down the Osiris. Julio, another kill for Fine OK, 3-0.
Okay, so the Leviathans have kind of just found their stride.
When Nike gets a small lead like this,
They found
you
it
can
in
make
game
those clutch
2, and they're
rotations.
not
You
letting
get
go
so
now,
tanky,
huh?
and not to mention the damage this Nike is absolutely chunking. And Fine OK, he can do no wrong on the map currently. If you've got Sentinel of Zeus available, you've got 2 health bars, and he does not care about any sort of DPS on the side of Mambo.
So powerful from this Nike, and it's only going to become harder to kill. We saw it trying to deal with this Nike in game number 1. We saw a Sunder come out from Rongyu on the support. Looking over at the relics, it's still going to be 4 levels before Kha'Zix is able to build into that, if they even want to use that and try to deal with the Fine OK. So, you know, my question comes to these mid-game fights.
around the gold free. Final K already has this upgraded teleport to rotate to some of these fights. In fact, he picked the one that's going to be up more often.
Yeah, I prefer this one. The persistent teleport, I mean, great. Dude, heroic teleport's great when you want to teleport and fight immediately. But if you want to schedule your fight, say, hey guys, we're going to fight in a couple of seconds, I like the persistent just a little bit better.
The 110 cooldown and then the fact that it comes
you can teleport essentially every fight, right?
Cooldown
You
for
get a couple,
assists is just
you get active,
insane.
you can go in whenever you want.
Whoa, Spuddy.
It's also a lot
the
better
ultimate
though
early on.
in
And
normal
Panda
play
sits there,
because
taunts
there's a
just a
lot
little
more
bit,
killing
making
and
sure
dying that
that
happens
Spuddio
in
knows.
normal play.
Sports, they've stuck over here a little bit longer than in game number 1, just making sure that these ADCs can farm up. You know, if we go back to the solo, we've talked about it a good bit, but get a chance to. Pandacat forced to jump away, wrong you. In a little bit of trouble. I don't think they realize the rotation is here, and the wave hits onto 2. Spuddio with the beads, and he's low. He might not make it
That's
out
gonna
of
be
here.
it, yup.
With the hail
He's
of
down,
arrows,
that's
and he's
another, it's gonna
jumping
be a
in with
triple.
Final K, a 5-man
No, Kha'Zix might lay. Okay, well it is a triple, just not on who I thought.
Rapio is gone as well. The Levi's look unstoppable.
And it's all because of these rotations. Final K is on every side of the map at once, all the while Julio, he's pushing towers, man. He cannot match the rotation of this Nike, and Shinto hits a banger ultimate. I thought Final K may be in danger of getting shut down. Yeah, Final Judgment took all of that doubt out of my mind as the Atlantis Leviathans grab the Gold Fury pre-10 minutes and give themselves a 5,000 gold lead. That's not only from just winning fights, that's from superior farming, that's from engage, and of course, that's from the gold.
Tough question now, Trelly, is on the mind of Hex Mambo. And it's how do you start to deal with this? How do you start to try to fight back into this? They can stem the bleeding as much as they want to, but if you're getting 5-man rotated on at 9 minutes into the game, I mean, there's only so much stemming of the bleeding that you can do.
You stay calm. You don't overextend, and it's the same as game 1. I'm not saying that it's going to be as easy because a 7-0 and the Gold Fury dropping and 5,000, like all of that together, not fun. Not a great place to be if you're Hex Mambo. But you got to keep telling yourself, we already did this once, boys. We saw a similar composition through to late game, and we beat them there. That's exactly what you have to play for. Can you stay back? Can you just ignore the engages from adapting? Can you watch out for Final K, who's going to be a 4-0 Nike rotating behind you pretty much every couple of minutes? Yeah, the question has not been answered yet, bro. They are diving it back.
Yeah, they've got plenty of time to answer it, but the Levi's, they're thinking, we want to win this game sooner rather than later. We want to maybe match this 17-minute Gold Fury, or Fire Giant rather, getting pulled in game number 2. Granted, I mean,
7-minute Gold Fury, 17-minute
It's
FG.
not the
Slightly
strong
different.
objective composition. They've got the secure, but I mean, that's where it maybe fell apart a little bit in game number 1. How do the Leviathans try to clean that up once they get to these stronger mid-game objectives?
I will say their objective bait is much cleaner here because Wrong You can wait for someone to walk into the Fire Giant pit, can wait for someone to walk into the jungle and then send the wave out, right? That's going to send them back. This is going to be not a 50-50, not a weighted coin toss. This is going to be, we're baiting you in. We want you to fight us in the jungle. And that's what the Leviathans have been just absolutely owning at. Hasn't been too bad.
First Beacon's going to go free to the Leviathans. That's not surprising. They are circling around Pandacat on Mambo.
He's going to let that ult fly by.
So,
but unless the
this could
Pyromancer
get
or the Gold Fury's
spicy.
up, you don't need Final Judgment.
Shinto is 3 levels ahead. We haven't come back to this, though. I mean, he's picked it first slot all 3 games, and we've had some highlight plays on it. Good secures on Fire Giants, taking people down low, deleting members at times, but this is the most dominant it has looked thus far. 2.5 levels ahead here in the mid lane, and perhaps if you're Rapio, this is the god you played. Same matchup as we had last game. Has to be focused on getting a little bit more of this farm, but all the while, Shinto's using this lead to his advantage.
Well, this is the benefit of playing the same god 2 games in a row, 3 games in a row, right? You just like, hey, I know how to play the early, I know how to play the late, I know my power spikes, I know my damage numbers, and Shinto can just walk around the map and just send out DPS whenever he'd like, right? He has not changed the game plan since this set begun. Same with adapting, right? This Helix has not been something he wants to get away from either. He knows his damage numbers. He's 0-0-6, a part of just about every single kill so far this set. and it hasn't been a problem, right? As long as they're able to just keep these power spikes online, and number 2, make sure Final K doesn't get shut down. That's a big deal as well. A 4-0 shutdown really does add up.
Dharmic Pillars dropped.
He's just
and
standing in the boxing ring.
Around. He's just hanging
He's
out
just
in the
having a
boat.
time.
I don't know if they want to find this full-on engage, adapting, and Shinto right around the corner. And you can see the grouping on this side of the map right before this Fury spawns. And my question to you, I mean, has it gone?
He wants to go.
He wants to go in. He is jumping in. He's got Rongyu to follow up behind him. The blink in from Johnny, though. And you got the support there from Rongyu. The wave now coming through. And this fight could turn on its head. Spudio under pressure on the other side. Manages to get his way away from adapting. But low members on Hex Mambo.
Oh, there goes Kha'Zix.
Will fall down. Panda Cat grabs the support. And that's now room on the prime.
And that's the thing, Julio made the rotation as well. He tried to match that presence of Final K. It just didn't matter. The Leviathans have too much gold, too much itemization in their favor, and they'll take that free Primal Fury, no problem. Just one pick, as far as I'm concerned, could have been a couple more, but they played that one smart, and they said, hey, let Kha'Zix die. No one else from Hex Mambo did that conveyor belt effect where everyone tries to save each other.
They just all
said,
try
hey,
to
the
just
elephant's
go
done.
in. I hate when
We're gonna
people do
retreat
that.
here, but
I'm like, I'm
Leviathans,
saving you, don't
very
worry.
calculated. They know how to just strip the life out of this map and get as much gold as possible. And I'm still keeping my eyes on Final K and Shinto, man. Level 16 at 14 minutes, I mean 15 now. They are threats.
This gold lead, this experience lead is getting quickly out of control for Leviathans. 15 minutes in, you've got 7K on the board. You've got an experience lead in every single role, literally every single role across the board.
Yeah, there is a level
and
lead
you've
in
got
every
those
role.
item spikes. You are just flat out doing. Rabio has an entire item down on Shinto, who has the Mirrodin in pocket here. I mean, if you're Hex Mambo, you have to choose your next engagement so carefully, whereas if you're Leviathans, you can just step up like this. You can just walk up to the Pyromancer, and nobody from Hex Mambo can step up, but you might leave Panda Cat a little bit worse for wear. You burn both relics off the other, but you get the Pyromancer.
Yeah, that was the only play that Mama could go for. Wrong, sending out the river of
There
sticks saying, hey, this
is the
tower will be
river
ours. You
leading
might as well
across the
just
battlefield,
retreat.
just
And
using it to
goes
make sure
down
they get the
for
tier
free.
1. Fair
Sure,
enough.
Panda Cat loses both relics.
Because that way it's just safe.
Doesn't seem like anything else will come for it. I don't hate that call, but some damage coming the way of Julio. Unfortunately, Final Judgment did not connect, which means Julio gets to live to see another day.
It's the ultimate burn from a couple members there, but yeah, that combo, you can see though, they're on the same page. Maybe a little bit unfortunate that knockup comes through, but when the Leviathans are firing on all cylinders like this, it's so dangerous to try and step in. Charlie, what is the minute mark that Hex Mambo are looking for? Because this is, it seems like it's spiraling a little bit, and if
It's bad for
Mambo,
them right now.
Sure,
Yes.
I'm looking to get involved. Maybe it's here.
Oh,
but
Johnny. Oh, Johnny.
And he won't make it out alive.
Ooh.
Now it's Spudio under pressure,
Spudio's dying
rooted,
here,
and
too.
the damage is
Johnny.
through, adapting with a double kill, and the Levi's on top.
Oh,
And that's the thing.
no,
I mean, Johnny tries to
Johnny.
force a fight. He's level 13. He couldn't step the Panda Cat if he tried, and we just saw him attempt to. He gets absolutely destroyed damage-wise, and adapting was there. The peel was on the way. That's the only place Mambo can even attempt to find a kill, and Panda Cat has 0 deaths in his column for a reason.
Panda Cat owning this left-hand side as well as his entire team. I mean, Hex Mambo, if the Levi's were to step up for a Fire Giant right now, maybe in the next 3 minutes, are you stepping up to it at all if you're Mambo?
I think Mambo needs to play, if it's not EFG, we stay away. That's a game that you play a lot in ranked when you realize, hey, my team cannot hang at the moment. We don't have the damage. We sit here until Enhanced Fire Giant. And yeah, you might lose a bird, you might lose 2. But it's not going to be the end of the game, right? You just stem your bleeding and you find gold elsewhere. It's not going to be easy because the Leviathans have been forcing fights, and you called it, Frog. Fire Giant's looking real tasty for the Leviathans.
17 minutes, same time as game number 2, but this time maybe more interested in the fight. If anybody from Hex Mambo steps up to this, you got to imagine it's going to start with Kha'Zix, but it starts with the Fire Giant. Down a little bit low, but just a bait thus far. They know Johnny, they've got the ward coverage, and it's fine, okay.
Kha'Zix is going to melt here. Oh, the boxing ring might save it.
Blocked on his own Dharmic Pillars.
He almost got himself. He did get himself. Wow.
Julio forced to ult away. The
knockup. The CC is too much.
And Julio doesn't make it out.
And a killing spree for
Converts to an
Panda
easy
Cat.
FG.
The Leviathans cannot be stopped.
Shinto is on point. Final judgment. He's got a sniper.
I mean, at least Spudio gets the tower, but it's not going to convert to the Phoenix.
Leviathans 12-0 step into the
If
fire.
that was a
giant. It's
Phoenix,
just
honestly,
Johnny
you could argue
who
that
wants
that
to go
was
in for a miracle steal, but with the Typhoon, he's got a decent opportunity. Once he sees a level 19 thought,
But-
he decides to run away, and I think that's the correct call. It's just looking like the Leviathans could do no wrong here, Frog. The one issue they had in game number 1. It wasn't early game. It wasn't late game siege. It was, can we kill Fire Giant? And they answered that question before 20 minutes in game number 3.
Shinto just dashed in. He dashed through a fire ring at a Susanoo.
That's not a Susanoo. That's a level 15.
That's a.
It's not the same.
It's not a kid. Okay, different character. My
Yep.
bad.
when Johnny gets another item, he can be Susanoo again. He's not right now.
He can be Susanoo again. It's gonna be tough for X Mamba. We've seen them climb the mountain before. We have seen them in similar spots, down from behind.
He's a rib
and the
cage
power
right now.
maybe comes
He could still
to this
do
siege
stuff, but at this point,
right?
you know, the
Still
rest
got
of the
all
versus has
three of
gotten
these
so
tier
strong
2s
that it doesn't
available,
matter.
all 3 Phoenixes available. The Lions take the Gold Fear.
No,
They're
good
looking
jokes.
to push. What does this
Comedy.
defense look like for Mambo?
Let's talk about the positives, right? Hex Mambo has some range clear. Rapio can stay pretty safe. And of course, Kha'Zix can just shut down a siege with Dharmic Pillars. The issue, however, is Hex Mambo's a bit split at the moment. They're in mid, they're in left. I think you let these tier 2 towers go down. If it's not a Phoenix, I'm not wasting an ultimate on it, right? That should be the rule of thumb here. If it's not a Phoenix, we don't waste on ultimate. We shouldn't be close enough that we waste relics. It needs to be keep the base alive. But with that, Final K has unlimited die potential. He is still the tankiest on the map by far. And Shinto can just, again, send that out. That was close, but doesn't connect.
That might be the go button, though, for Hex Mambo as Julio hits 2 with the Afterlife in on the engages. Final K makes the space, and Julio
Panda Cat
gets
finds
the lead.
Julio.
And
That's
now Hex
huge.
Mambo has
Without the
to
Osiris,
run
that's
away
massive. Their
just
front
as
line's
quickly
gone.
as they
Kha'Zix can
went in.
try,
They
but on the
have to
Ganesh,
run
it's
from
going to be
the
hard,
Leviathan.
especially
Rapio
alone.
is off the map, a double kill for Panda Cat, and he won't be shut down quite yet.
No
Trying
way.
to turn it around. No way!
And Panda Cat lives.
helps
And
him
Panda
out.
Cat can kill that tower, too.
Leviathans take down 3.
No way.
Frog, it's 15-0. Hex Mambo hasn't been able to
That's
fulfill a
fucking
single kill, and now the
insane. And they
bird
get
is
bird.
the target. Mid
And they
Phoenix
get
drops
bird.
down. Leviathans can do no wrong.
They should not
They'll
have
get
gotten
their Phoenix,
bird.
and they'll head on back to base to spend up that gold. Look at that golden hand. Everyone can get an upgrade.
Absolutely
that was disgusting.
insane.
I mean, Shinto missing his ult is great, but I don't think that's the go button, right? That's not the all-in we can fight. That should have been, hey, we live to see another day. Let's go back to base. But Hex Mambo, once again, tried to force that engagement. It just did not find anything.
Leviathans can do no wrong. This is the performance we were expecting from the number 2 seed here on the world stage. And if you're Hex Mambo, this is where the mental game becomes so important.
Right.
This is where the mental fortitude to stay in it becomes so important, because I maybe that wasn't the right go button, but the fact that they're still looking for engages at all, they're not just taking it lying down. This is a team that is still looking. The Leviathans have to continue to play this clean.
They certainly do, but they have made very little mistakes. Panda Cat jumping in there looked like a mistake. He didn't die though, right? He lived to see another day. The double relics came in clutch, so even that was not able to be punished. Spudio, I think, is playing this perfectly. Stay away, get farm, hit level 20. That's what the carries of Mambo should be doing. The W key technique. Just because a missed Thoth ultimate, it does not mean the go button. Like I said, Phoenix should be your home, and Hex Mambo have finally understood that.
Fire Giant, only 30 seconds left on this push, but Final K has been zoning for much longer than that.
Yep.
They've got the lead. They're ready to push this bird down. At least ask the question and see if they can pull something away from Hex Mambo. One stray ultimate from Shinto could delete somebody on the Chaos side. Ultimates come through. Spudio looking for it, but his health bar is just gone. The jump in from Final K, and you force
There's the
the
runic
ADC
bomb.
back.
That's
You
going to do a
force the
lot to
solo laner
bird,
back,
and down it
and the
goes.
entirety of Hex Mambo, they cannot defend.
And we see this time and time again against Thoth, man. The late Aegis, right? You Aegis after Final Judgment. Sometimes you have to trust that Shinto's going to hit the flick and just pre-Aegis, right? It's a low-risk play where if you Aegis, you lose it, and you could die later on, but that Phoenix dropped because Spudio cannot stick around. Final K almost chased that kill, and if you get one there, that fight might not be over. You might be diving the Titan room at that point. But with Fire Giant falling off, and it's still very early in this game to have 2 Phoenixes down. You said it already.
23 with no towers and
Even
1
with a
bird
lead like this, 1 shutdown
that's rough.
could be the opener. But Hex Mambo, man, they need to pray for a misplay, because even if they grouped in the jungle and found a 5v1, it doesn't mean the Fire Giant's going towards you. It doesn't mean you can get those birds up. It's still scary stuff.
I mean, I think if Final K was caught in a 5v1, he might survive for like 15 seconds.
Yeah, it'd be rough.
He might just sit there in the middle of all 5 of them. And this is maybe why, I mean, I don't even think you can consider stepping out to this Fire Giant. It's not enhanced. We're still 6 full minutes away from that. The next Fire Giant might not even be enhanced, but Hex Mambo, they've got 2 birds down.
Want it.
They've got to figure out how they want to defend against this left bird. Now, it's still a regular Fire Giant's push through, but gotta hope Johnny does not get caught out here. Has to be running away, but it's fine. Okay, he's been constantly in this front.
Yeah, I can tell you one thing, Frog. The Leviathans don't want it to get to a next Fire Giant. They want to clean up this game right here. Oni Fury going down for free. They'll have plenty of minions pushed up. That mid bird spawns in, and of course, with the Titans coming through, how many times have we seen a team with a lead like the Leviathans have just end off of 1 misplayed Titan fight? You have a 6th man on your side with a big HP bar. Leviathans are going to try and whittle this down in mid quickly.
If Leviathans lose this, I'm going to be shocked. This will be a very disappointing loss if it happens.
These are some power spikes that needed to happen, but
like they're going to have this Titan down before it even touches. Oh, no, not okay. I was going to say they're going to have Titan down before it even touches there. I guess they don't have enough burn for it.
Even for those level 20 members, only the upgraded starters coming through from Kazakhs here. But this is the push you are waiting for. This might be the Leviathan's push that they hang their hat on. The 5 members strong, the order Titan pushing down the ultimate, being charged up. Shito looking for 1 stray member to hit.
That's insane.
They don't even know. They don't even need to step
down
up
goes
to take
mid-bird,
down the bird.
to 1
They
bird
know
again.
how easily they could find that damage. And the Order Titan, Trelly, it's pushing in, and the wave is coming through the Titan. They're not onto it yet. It's on to the Titan. That's the damage. It's
Titan on Titan. It's going down, but they might have enough to defend this. Johnny. He is going to get out, just barely. Gets to Fountain, but the Titan health won't hold. Leviathans in the comeback. Let's go. Let's go.
Were a bit weak. Their
Awesome.
Titan wasn't. Sure, they were missing a bit of damage, but their Titan was not. The Leviathans, they made the adaptations. They said, hey, we are confident in our game plan. We are going to run back a very similar draft to game number 1. They made the needed changes, and Wrong You 0-13 on this car run. He was a part of everything.
Crazy.
Every single kill
Crazy.
there, and not a single one being able to answer back
All right,
there
chat.
from Hex Mambo.
Overlay
They take
back up.
game
I'm
number
gonna be
1,
right
they
back.
fight back. They look good in this series.
Do an
but
arena
game
game,
number 3,
and then we'll watch the last.
Leviathans,
wrap
they
up stream.
just turned it on. That's an SPL team. That's the number 2 seed for Worlds, man. And I think in that game 3, I mean, they warmed up. They showed up a slate. Every team here now has got to be on alert.
And that's what you got to think about, Frog. Adaptations, right? Best of 3s are, small room for it. You lose game number 1, you got to make those adaptations quick, and the Leviathans did it. Semifinals, best of 5s, you have even more time to make those adaptations. So you got to take your hat off to them. I did not have too much confidence in the full run back of that competition, but hey, it was just the changeup. The Charon did so much. That ultimate, I said was a bit slow. Wrong, was nailing it every single time. And of course, Fine OK on the Nike. Did you see him get low at all?
No. I didn't see him drop below 75% since maybe the early portion of the game. That team picture looking pretty.
They're looking fresh.
They're looking fresh. They're looking fresh, confident, and certainly after that 2-1 set win, pushing themselves on to semifinals. You have to feel, I think, a little bit of additional boost there if you're the Leviathans.
Right.
Just because, yes, if you came out in 2-0, that'd feel great. You'd still move on. But to be able to fight back, to prove yourself on day 1, that's got to give a little extra boost of confidence.
I'd argue it's better, right? You make it out, you say, hey, we took a bit of a spill, we learned, that's the big thing, and then you immediately made changes. It's not easy to take an L and then within like 5-10 minutes say, hey, we know what we did wrong. Right. Sure, it was 2 games in between, but I like number 1, they never lost confidence. They ran back those picks and said no problem. And of course, Shinto should not be having Thoth, man. That's just my opinion.
They were first picking it every single game. Maybe an on the lookout for the rest of the tournament. Got to give props to Hex Mambo. Great play from them, especially early on the set, able to take a game that'll end their Worlds appearance here. For the Leviathans, though, have to look a little bit forward, right? They're now on to the semifinals. Like you mentioned, that's a best of 5 set. Left to think about how they are going to play against that. But that'll do it for me and Trelly on the cast. We'll throw it over to Kelly for an interview.
Hello. Joining me here, everyone. Make some noise for Leviathan Shinto. Shinto, that best of 3 was a journey, so we got to start from the beginning. That was one of the most dominant starts in Game 3, or Game 1 that I've ever seen, and then it kind of just crumbled from beneath you guys. What exactly happened?
I mean, we have a big lead at the beginning of the first game, and then we just threw. I don't remember what. Kenneth was like 3-0, and he gets shut down by Shonny in the solo, and we kind of start throwing after that, and then it was all over.
Well, it looked for a moment that we might have seen a repeat from what we saw from last year, but Game 2, you guys were able to turn it around. What do you think the big shift was?
We used shift for bans. We just ban Hachi and Ryan, and the guys were like clueless while they're like playing the game, and like that's it.
Well, it wasn't it, because Game 3 was absolutely insane. You denied a single kill from Hex Mambo. What were you guys on?
I mean, we expected to fucking stomp the shit out of this guy. So the first game was, it kind of has to be the same of the third game, but we kind of threw it, like I say, but like, yeah, I'm just happy.
Shinto, I think you got a lot of fans here. Is there anything you want to say to them before I let you go?
Thank you everyone for supporting, y vamos arriba LATAM!
Thank you so much, Shinto, and let's head back to the desk.
Lots of nuggets in that interview there, Miff. I know you're a big fan of Shinto and a lot of what he had to say there post-game. What's your takeaway from the Shinto post-game interview?
He shook their hands and gave them hugs and then went up and said all that while slamming the spearmint. I love that guy.
You knew it was over when he walked on stage with just a mouthful of gum, right? Because that's all it is for Shinto. Inbound and Hazer also with us here on the desk. Game 1 and Game 3 Inbound, very similar. Game 3 ends up a lot better for the Leviathans.
Yeah, I think they finally snowballed the game properly how they were supposed to, and I think it made a lot more sense how they took those fights. It was a lot more calculated, it seemed, and they were a lot more grouped together. So it just made a lot more sense how they were playing.
Let's see exactly how the Leviathans got there in your Steel Series moments of glory from game number 3. Doesn't count as a full break. Mifflin was going to break me at some point this weekend, but doesn't count as a full break. Hazer, walk me through what you're seeing here from the Leviathans in game 3.
Just ridiculous pressure across the map, and this time they execute throughout. They went up to a 6-0 lead in game 1. This time they were not stopping any time. And as I said during the start, Kayron, what a great god. Performed so well. Kayron, Uller, maybe my dream duel lane. I just love those gods, love those picks. They go crazy. What a performance by the Levi's. It also takes a lot to just go this hard and play this aggressive with it all on the line, you know? Their tournament life is on the line, and they are just holding W. It's really, really impressive mental by the Levi's.
Hazer, I've watched enough of your stream to know what you want to say, and I'm just going to say it. They dog walked them. They got dog walked. That was ridiculous.
I was so nervous what you were about to say.
Oh, yeah.
It was a coin flip.
Hazer, do the thing. Is Kayron good?
I don't think I want to do that.
There's a lot of outside forces at play here that I don't fully
just want to know what's in the bundles.
What I do understand, though, is we finally get a 3-game set. Leviathans, who are favored to win this set anyway, end up coming out on top, but they got to do it in 2 straight in game 2. And
power
game 3,
Atlas.
blanking Hex Mambo. 0 deaths across the board for the Leviathans. Ending on a game like that Inbound, how important is that for the Leviathans moving forward? That being the game 3 that you go out with today.
I mean, the entire set was nearly the perfect set for the Levi's. Dropping game 1 after a phenomenal start sucks. The stop deck, the jump back into game 2, being able to evolve your play enough, well enough to win game 2, and then to go into game 3 and just absolutely dominate, snowball the game perfectly. Everything about that set was probably perfect for the Levi's to make this run into semis and then into finals.
Styx Ferryman, Jade Dragons. That matchup already set tomorrow. Both those two teams
Alrighty then.
looking very good. I might add, Leviathans stamped their ticket here in Game 3. And then there were 2 left to play today, and it's the Oni Warriors and the Camelot Kings. Hazer, there's history between these 2 squads. Maybe a player and an entire team on the other side. History would tell us that the Oni Warriors look very good coming into this matchup. Who knows what the Kings are going to look like? Is this as simple as it's being made out to be, or do you think this could also be a close set?
It's a grudge match.
Yeah.
You know Hindu likes to make the scripts interesting, you know, but I don't think even he could come up with a Camelot Kings win here. I hate to say it. I hate to say it. But I think that the Oni Warriors, their playstyle plays so well into Kings, and they've been just so much better this year so far. Kings are coming in slightly warmer, but we've just seen 3 teams that came in slightly warmer be eliminated in the quarterfinals we've seen so far, so that doesn't seem to be too significant.
I got a couple world champions next to me, though. You two both.
He's got 2 of them.
2 time, 1 time.
Yeah, you got a couple lightning bolts. That's right. Wow, and you haven't held that over him at all.
That was literally the first time I've ever said it.
I'm really impressed by you.
It's not true. He says it to me every time we like pass in a hallway.
That's true. You two work together. A switch has to flip, though, Inbound. When you get here, you're live on stage. Your recent matches, if you're the Kings, maybe haven't been going the best. Something changes, though, when you get here and the crowd's behind you and you're defending your world's title.
I mean, it's 100% that. If you have the crowd behind you, there's like a 6th person on your team that can help elevate your gameplay. And if they do harness the crowd, the noise and everything, and they either use that against the Warriors, they use it for themselves. I mean, that's like a great way to just start it off. Yes, as Hazer so politely said, they're not expected to do much here. The Warriors are the favorite. The Kings are here. You're defending world champions, but they have not looked like it yet. But who says they can't start today?
Sucks.
Myth, did you have the crowd behind you?
No.
No, never
His
once.
team wasn't behind him.
No. I'll say this. Okay. Just to play devil's advocate here, I think if we do have the same version of the Camelot Kings that just qualified recently, that we just saw at the most recent event, blowout. It's not going to look close. But if they've spent their time practicing and preparing and aiming directly at the Oni Warriors, and I think they should have, don't think about anyone else beyond this. You have to get through the first step. There have been rumblings backstage from the other pros that maybe this version of the Camelot Kings has something to show us.
Remember, these teams, they wake up early today, they walk out on stage, they got the crowd behind them. They've been watching Smite. How many hours is this now? Goodness.
Creeping up on 12.
We're getting there. And finally, it's your turn to step out on stage. Not right now.
God, it
in just
actually
a moment.
might
When
go
we
over
come
12
back,
hours.
our 4th and final quarterfinal of the day, it's the Oni Warriors against the Camelot Kings.
We actually might push 12. If this goes to game 3, this is going to push 12 hours, chat. Oh, that is...
No. In the dark, but it's been a while. Just remember, it's the heat from a heart beating next to mine.
Oh, that is painful that this might go over 12 hours because that means I'm going to have to split the VOD. What we're going to do if I do that is I'm literally just going to let Restream copy the stream. No, I'm not. Okay, I'm not the only one that crashed, so I think that this was a server issue. Okay, we're gonna go Pendant into Mirden. Well.
I never thought I'd be like this. Further down into the deep abyss I'll go. Stay off my radar cause I never miss. Yeah, everybody knows. So I put my hands up in the sky. Revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by. Now there's no escape, I realize I'm dead in the land of the Lord. Put my hands up in the sky. Revel in the storm clouds as they pass me by.
okay game. Can I have some of what the game is smoking? Oh my goodness. Alright, I have enough for Pendant, so we're gonna go get that. Now we're gonna work on Mirden. Chronos Pendant, more like Atlas Pendant. You build it on Atlas more than you do on Chronos. No fucking way. I actually got that. That's insane. Damn it. So close. Casually just a 2-0 Atlas, don't mind me. I am nearly what they call a pro gamer, chat. Oh god. Stupid. I'm not good at playing Power Atlas. That's fine, don't worry about that part though. Just pretend I am. Pretend that what you're watching is Worlds, alright? That's fine. I just bully people. Ow, my face. Unfortunate. It's okay. So yeah, this game's pen. I thought it was cool. Okay. We're gonna do this. I don't know what we're gonna build from there. I just know that Mirden's good right now. And Mirden is good on Atlas mid as long as it's not complete garbage. So, given these important factors, Mirden's probably good on Atlas right now. Yeah, can't quite get it. You know what? Fuck you too, Cupid. Bitch. Stupid walnut. I didn't ask for your salad. Ack. A fox. Ack. A fox. Tragic. Maybe I should go Deso as well. That's probably a big one. Deso's probably good. I just need the everything else of Chronos Pendant. Long ass cooldowns. Heavy mana consumption. There we go. Don't want to take it for myself because that's not very helpful on Atlas.
He's the one from Boston. He's the one from New York. What? Oh, we're live. Oh, we're live. Oh, what's up? Hey, what's up, Smite fans? How y'all doing?
Dude, Smite fans, imagine being one of those. Dude, imagine enjoying Smite Battleground of the Goots.
That's always bad.
Oh, goodbye, world. Oh, I'm Omega dead.
Hey, you know what? I think
I am like dead in 7 flavor. Never mind. Never mind, they are bad. I should be dead in at least 7 flavors in 4 languages in 18 countries, but I'm not.
It's been great, man. The fans are electric. So what's up? What's your name, man?
Oh, I'm Spiro.
Let's go eat it.
Spiro, nice. Yo, can you shut up, please? Yo, can you shut up? Where are the conversation over here? So where are you coming from, man?
Yo, I'm here from Tennessee.
Really hope the set starts soon. Because if this goes beyond 12 hours, I'm going to have to figure this out.
You're the coolest guy I know from Tennessee right now.
I don't want to have to figure things out, man.
You're the coolest guy in this
Am I cooler than this guy?
Coolest in the building, so.
Alright, I like that. I'll take that. Alright. Fair is fair. Miss, your turn. You're not supposed to give the interviewee the mic, man. Dims the rules. Oh, okay, word. I don't know how to do this. What? Cool beard, man. Thank you. You like grow that yourself, or?
No, actually, I bought it at Walmart.
Shout out to the Walton family. Oh man. So after
I like the fact that that would have been a kill. No one was there to follow it up.
You have to talk to me for a minute and a half, and it
And
feels
so the
like I've been
Outwatch
here
gets
for
it.
a half hour already. I mean, it feels even
All
longer
my
for me
team had to do
listen to. So
was
I
walk
feel-
forward.
Hey, what's up, buddy? What's your name?
And left click.
And where are you coming from?
Houston.
Houston. That's pretty sick. Give it up.
Alright, we're grabbing red.
So,
I need to
you
figure
root
out
for
what
the
we
house
buy
tonight?
next.
Yes. But they didn't make it.
Oh no. Well, who's your favorite player though?
Ducky.
You know what?
Alright, we got the red.
Don't tell Zapman, but me too. There's so many different types of people here, and some of them aren't even cool. Not everybody's cool, but some of them are cool for sure. Thanks so much for coming through, bud. Anyway, I think we, are there more games? Who's playing? It's Camelot Kings and Oni Warriors. God, you put me on the spot. He didn't know. Vamos. Oh,
Owie.
vamos. There it is. We got the Oni Warriors coming up.
I feel like Spear the Magus because I don't have percent 10 out of Mirrodin, so it's probably not that
One
bad,
more time.
honestly.
Make some noise. That's it. Make some noise. Back to y'all up there.
I'm not even worried about getting hit by this.
Final quarterfinal of the day. Get loud for your reigning champs, Camelot
Here we go.
Kings.
This doesn't work, does it? It does. You just clean his stuff up. That's cool.
And their opponents, make some noise for Oni Warriors.
That's facing a decent direction. I got one. Alright, let's get Spear of the Magus. I am tempted to get
Season 10 has
Sphinx's
not been a
bauble.
season without a little bit of drama. The Oni Warriors and the Camelot Kings at the forefront of some of that, and a lot of that culminating in roster changes and those sorts of things. And now that culminates in a matchup in the quarterfinals on the main stage. My analyst desk has changed up just a bit. It's Trelly, it's Gormizer, Hazer still with me. Hazer, they keep letting you come out here, man. Unbelievable.
Forcing him out here.
What's that?
We're like forcing him out. He's got a chain on his
No
desk,
escape.
dude.
I know, they won't let him leave, but I'm happy about it because he's been carrying me all day long. Gore and Trelly, welcome to the desk for the first time today. Trelly, you get to start with me on a great one here. Camelot Kings, Oni Warrior, seen some good Smite up to this point. What a way to end the day.
I just want to say, first of all, I missed you, buddy.
I missed you too.
This is
I
the
missed
first time.
everyone, but I'm happy to be here. I missed you, maybe Gore most of all.
Anyone else?
J-Mac, Frog,
Bobby. Got them all? Perfect.
Got them all. Got everyone. Let's talk about the Oni Warriors, though. Missed you too, Joe. Let's talk about the Oni Warriors, our first side of this quarterfinal matchup. Gormizer, this is a team that surprised us at the beginning of the year, but then it became the norm to win and to win and to win and to win, and that kept going in the second half of the year. I'm not sure that stops here today.
Yeah, the thing I really liked about this team, specifically going to the second half, is when you end such a historic run in set wins to the point where no one else has ever done that many set wins in a row, you kind of have to do, I think, exactly what Genetic said, which is like, I'm not letting these guys get through phase 2 without a couple of losses, right? You got to get knocked down a couple of times. And they really have, I think, really empowered themselves, grown as an entire squad. And they're just made of dudes that are just too good at Smite. I mean, we talked about it the entire year. Mechanical skill was never a doubt with this team. It was always direction. It was always leadership. And then it turns out at the beginning of the year, they didn't need it because they were just going to run everybody down and out-mechanic them, period. And then in the second half of the year, picking up Genetics, that's kind of what it added for them, was having a little bit more direction, having more of that leadership in the late game team fight specifically, to try and stop your Pagons from diving a speed buff at 7 minutes in to make sure that he's not dying, things like that.
It's hard to match a 10-0 phase 1. Oni Warriors go 7-3 trailing in phase 2. I'll hesitate to ask, are they playing their best Smite? Because, again, a historic run is your best Smite. Are they playing good enough Smite? Are they playing good enough Oni Warriors Smite to keep this thing moving, semifinals, potentially grand finals later on?
I don't think there's a team out there that doesn't at least have some level of respect for these guys because of what Gore said. Sometimes they're just better. They will show up on the day and they will play better Smite. Whether it's, you know, their team fights,
almost
not so much.
20.
Whether it's their grouping, not so much. It's just individually in each role, they're going to diff you.
Hit 20 and I'm going to
always,
pop off.
As you just said, there has been some
Once
blemishes on the record, but with a
gem,
team that has potential
I think I'm going to
like
go baubles.
that, you got to come in every
Look
game.
at my cooldowns. I can get them down a bit more.
Heard this was their matchup. Yep. You got to take an exhale at first.
Hero Spear of Deso being where it is right now.
We have to learn how to, number one, just slow down Panatom. Or sorry, got to slow down jungle. It's just too much pressure. The jungle can come out swinging, and once it does, the game just gets over.
And on the flip side of the stage, facing the Oni Warriors, the defending champ, the Camelot Kings, also at the front of some of these roster changes. Quig added to this roster. Rest of the roster, the same. This is a World Championship squad here, Hazer. What's been going wrong, but what do you expect from this team on the main stage?
I just think that they never quite got a handle on the meta throughout this year. It never felt like they could play the map the way they did last year. They never really figured out that great objective playstyle that they had last year to get them to a world championship. And as a result, their weak early game has been pretty hard exploited. It's always not been great, but previously they had the late game macro to make up for it. It feels like they've kind of lost that touch.
Before I walk out of
spawn, they seem to get it back a little bit towards the end of the qualifiers. Twig and Variety picked up their game and were really playing.
Yeah, only 10 seconds less. So I mean, it's basically synced with Mirden now.
The two that I feel like
which is
need
nuts.
To find consistency here, need to be able to match their opposite numbers in Panatom and Saw.
Yeah, I'm going to buy some casters insurance here just in case the Kings win. Let's speak some positivities as you did, Hazer, but let's continue it about this Camelot Kings. Gore, if the Kings are able to find a win in our fourth quarter final of the day, what is going to go right for this team?
Well, yeah, the biggest thing I think I have to agree
Let me
with
upgrade
Hazer,
my
right?
starter here. It's going to be 3 seconds, but we got it, and then I'm full build.
A lot of the focus has been both in wins and losses, right? If Variety and Twig are having a great game, that means the team's having a great game. And if you don't want to rely on them, you're looking at mid, and you are almost solely looking at mid. Hardcore can pop off, late game he's going to show up, he's a carry, he's going to do his thing, and he's going to look good doing it. But you know that you can rely on Tings, and even in bad games, Tings is going to be
come on, I didn't get the kill shot.
So being
that
able
sucks.
to pick up someone like him and just get him on a god that you know 25 minutes in, I mean, we've been talking a lot about Thoth, we're talking a lot about Kukulkan. Khan.
I swear the Thorn the Get might be inting.
Anything that he can deal damage on, it's gonna be a good pick for the Kings, and it's gonna make them look better.
I want to latch on to what Hazer said, though. At the end of that qualifier, those group stages, the Kings, I saw them look a lot cleaner. And I remember a quote pretty vividly from Variety where he said, I wasn't the best mage solo player, and I'm not the best warrior solo player. That second part was a joke. He is one of the better warrior solo players out there. So seeing this confidence come through for Variety, I think is a big game changer. Because remember, we've highlighted some of the faults of the Camelot Kings, and it has been, you know, Twig and Variety and trying to play off each other. When Variety is winning lane, his team looks better.
And like the thing that really stands out, I think because he said that, right?
Life is
easy
pain.
to forget.
Oh well.
Like these guys, you know, last year world champs, for a lot of them first-time world champs.
Yep.
But then like you go before that, and it's like, oh yeah, by the way, you go watch like season 3 finals, and like Variety's clowning on dudes and just running the show. And like, yes, he doesn't win that championship, but he looks great the entire time he's playing it. And you can do that in like 8 different years for various shots on these guys. So it's really, I think, impressive that, you know, coming here, I actually even said that we might get to see like a King's Land buff, just because it feels like something about this environment unlocks something in all of their brains that will switch forward.
I think back to some of the winning moments last year
I had
for the
top damage on
Camelot
my team.
Kings, and after those games, standing up and shrugging, wondering where their opponents are. Yark, fresh off winning World,
That's pretty
says
funny.
just another day in the office. If that Camelot Kings, that confidence shows up, we could be in for a set here, and I hope to see some of it. As we've mentioned, some history now between these two teams. Genetics and Twig won Worlds together last year. They're hoping to knock one another out of Worlds this year. Kelly happens to be standing by with both on the main stage.
Thank you so much, Dolson. Everyone joining me here right now, I have Genetics and Captain Twig. Now, Genetics, this season, we obviously see you leave your former team, and now you are going up against them in the quarterfinals. What is that like?
It's a lose-lose for me, because I either beat them and I don't want to. I like them as people, or I lose and I get clowned on. So.
Well, we're going to see if you're going to get on clowned on today. Captain Twig, Mifflin was saying during the group stages that at one point your team was known to be one of the most calm and collected teams in Smite, but that this season it seems to be you guys are a bit more emotional. Do you agree with that, and why do you think he feels that way?
I do partly agree with that. I think we've been 3-0'd a lot of the full split. I think maybe we care too much. So yeah, I think Mifflin's right.
All right, Mifflin. So, since moving to the Oni Warriors in this season, what has experience been like for you?
I've appreciated the work they put in. They put in a tremendous amount of effort to fit into a bit more of my style. Put in the individual skill with a bit of good shot calling, and hopefully it pays off.
And Captain Twig, you've said yourself last year that the lack of pressure bringing into the jungle, you yourself have been a major factor in the lackluster performance that we've seen in the Kings this year. What have you done to make sure that that story changes today?
I think I've tried to take a step back. Maybe it's been a tiring year, but I've just focused on trying to have fun with the game, and I think with that comes composure.
Well, definitely feel some composure between you guys right now, but that might be ending because I have to ask one final question. Is there anything that you would like to say to Genetics?
Just good luck.
Genetics?
No regrets either way.
All right, boys, get to your seats, and everyone, let's head back to the desk.
It's like kind of deep and emotional. I was not expecting that between that interview. Clearly a lot of respect between those two players. They accomplished a lot with one another last year. Sometimes there's professional differences, and it's best for roster changes and those sorts of things to happen. A lose-lose in Genetics' mind. Hazer, the mental, though, going into this game, got to be in check for the Camelot Kings. And it's interesting to hear Twig talk about maybe wanting to reel it in a bit. We care too much. Take a deep breath. Let's see if we can just play some Smite and see what happens.
Yeah, I absolutely think we could see that in the gameplay as well. Captain Twig sometimes, especially in that group stage LAN, tried to do too much for his team. He's like he's trying to overcome and make sure he can get in there and do too much for his team and ending up falling down. Easy for Genetics to say, no regrets either way before he plays, by the way. I'm interested to see if he still has no regrets if he loses this one.
What's the, I work too hard, I care too much, his greatest weakness? We'll move into picks and bans for game number 1 between the Oni Warriors and the Camelot Kings, begging for no more Osiris. Trelly, are we going to get some Osiris here in game 1?
I hope so, man. What are you talking about? Variety looks clean on the Osiris, if that's the case. I know that Sot. All right, you're going to say Sot. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, because another one where I'm kind of just torn on who I want to have win this.
He was absolutely insane on Osiris. If he's in the meta and Sot can get his hands on it,
but Genetics
it's
also...
It's literally just different.
And to be clear, this is just better.
Genetics also gets
Sickle
points
goes
from me
through
for
waves
being
now.
he wasn't
even great. Yeah, you're right. Oh my God, he wasn't even that good.
He was kind of mid that year. Yeah.
Speaking of mid,
I wanna see
couple
something
minutes
crazy
banned out
happen.
as a
I
Thoth,
wanna
which
see him
we
pull
saw
out Anubis,
Shinto
Neith,
pivot
Artemis,
to near
something,
perfection in our
anything.
previous set. Yep. Not an option for BMT or Pagon. I want to talk about Pagon, his playstyle, his picks. A dynamic player had a quadra kill during Worlds
Now,
last year.
I know that
Oni
Onher's good right now.
Warriors, Gore, an
What if this is
opportunity
for
to get a
genetics?
playmaking style of pick in his hands.
Yeah, the thing that is insane to me is we've had this discussion. You know, Hachi, he gets banned, so there's going to be something to glance over there. But when we've been looking at like really top priority picks, there's been a really deep discussion about like, hey, this mid god or this warrior. It feels like in a lot of cases. I guess obviously Hachi has been up there. I'm gonna be honest, Hazer, on her, like I would say on her in the top 3 carries, like he's coming up in that conversation. As a first pick, he was not in that conversation for the last 8 months, maybe longer.
Do you want to, Hazer? I'll give you the option.
I'm not sure if I can get my leg up on this desk and get my sock out, but and you know what have we got? What have we
Might have to take the headset off.
Yeah. It's a long way up.
What is it? I can't see the.
They got seagulls on them.
Got it.
I've got
seagulls.
flamingos. We have some bird socks going.
Well, now you've got to do.
Jeez, Rama got picked, by the way, guys.
Yeah, there you go. I can't
Oh,
do
this
it. I'll
is
rip
rough.
my pants
Yeah,
if I try.
Oh, there we go. Hold up. They're there.
Yeah.
Stretch them out.
I got good news for you, bud. You're not on camera.
I
no,
know.
there you are. There you are.
Other
Here.
one. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Perfect.
Flamingos on the shoes.
Yep, bingo. We both have some avian socks.
I was just up here
Oh,
praying for a
Leon
glimpse
Hur
of
isn't
ankle from
going so
Trelly, and unlucky I didn't get
Nope.
it. Let's catch back up with picks and bans. So Nike, Rom, Gormizer for the Camelot Kings. Seems par for the course. Answered by the Oni Warriors. They're on her. They're Odin. They're Yamoja.
Yeah, no, it's something, again, I think is really
That's
exciting.
cold.
Hazer, I mean, first off, Nike has been
A lot of just
that's a
standard
great
stuff
sign.
here. Like I'm gonna be.
Has been at the top.
I'm gonna be 50-50 no matter
Yeah,
who
and
wins this.
speaking
Like I
of
said,
birds, we've got the
there's
bird
just, there's no
Meister
there's no
himself,
stake in
Odin,
this. I mean,
locked
there's
in top
stake
3
on both sides.
for the Oni Warriors. Interesting pick here. Nike already has a leap. Ram has the ult to get out of the cage. So this must be something that the Oni Warriors and probably Solo Troll value outside of just trapping people in that cage. Is Odin more than just a cage bot now, Trelly?
I love the lane matchup
Baron.
into
Is that
Nike
for mid or
specifically.
support?
If you're going to play just Warriors
Or
Axe
solo,
versus
'cause this
Warriors
could be
Axe,
Nike junk.
Odin is one of the few characters that can actually match that range of Nike and sort of scrap in lane.
The Kings are
With
going
that,
for like the
though,
Omega
late
shuffle
game,
here.
There's always going to be that fall off, right?
Is
I don't
Baron solo
love the
Nike
Odin
junk?
post 30 minutes. I think Phantom
Oh,
Shell
God.
isn't even like a counter at that
That's
point.
gonna
It's
get
just,
wet.
hey, you all auto it once, or like Rama can auto it even twice. Like there's just so many ways to break the cage. The Oni Warriors are playing for early game, and if you have taken anything from how they like to play, they're trying to get active early.
And that's the thing. So this Odin pick, it's actually really funny because I was talking about it like an hour ago where the Warriors in that first phase this
Right.
year where they are just absolutely dominating things. One of the most iconic games we had that
Oh, yeah.
phase was Sot bouncing around as the Glizzy Odin, like no worries in the world, as he just dominated everyone on the map. I mean, he left his lane pre-10 minutes because he was done with it. And so if you can get that kind of performance, that
Lot
kind of
of
early
jungle
game,
hits.
that's the
There's the right.
skyrocket you need for the Warriors.
Odin Yamoja seems pretty solid of a front line to me, but what do I know? I'm a bit washed up here on the desk. Second wave of bans roll through. Wheelix, Thor. Oh, nice.
Yep, I got you.
I'm so good at those accidental ones because it's rarely on purpose if I'm funny. Hunbats and Raijin on the flip side of the bans.
Ooh. I don't even know what that means.
Well, you're clearly not looking within Trelly.
I'll
You
look
gotta,
deeper, I guess.
do a little introspection. Now all 10 bans are locked in, Hazer. What do you feel like is left open? Was the Tiamat going to be what you were going to say?
I don't think so. No, I haven't loved Tiamat.
There's
in
the
recent
Tiamat.
games,
We've seen
and
Merlin
one
and
thing that
Tiamat
I'd
in
like
day
to
one.
look at
It's-
with
it's
the bans that we've seen is what
still in
is
year
left
10 of
for
Smite.
Captain Twig. The Lancelot,
Still in year
the
10 of
Hunbats,
Smite.
Those
Been an
have been
issue.
the gods. These look really strong, and we've seen him on the Maman. Outside of that, where is he going to go? We've seen Nemesis once, I think. Maybe we could see a Camazotz, but I'm not sure what's left
Solo
in the
lane's
pocket
gonna be
for
like-
Captain Twig here on the King.
I don't know.
I mean, there's
I
a
don't
lot
even
of
know what.
options to go to back in the day, but at this point, like the Mercury's not going to have fun into Odin and Yamoja. He's not a Thor player. He said that himself. He's like, I will never go back to that
At no
Thor. He could
point
just
have
be
I been
lying,
on the
right? This
train
is the
of
world
legitimately
stage. This
thinking
would
this
be
is
the
Nike
time
Jungle Baron
to pull out
solo,
the
but it
accidental
could
or the
still be.
random Thor pick. But looking at the other side,
Tiamat mid makes sense.
I would
Probably
not hate
Baron
that
support
Susanoo, man.
Nike
It's a
solo.
pick that has been very dominant throughout every phase of Smite, pretty much since Susanoo came out, and it's a pick that Pantheon likes to go to a whole lot.
Double wall composition for the Oni
So,
Warriors. with
Merlin
that
versus
comes the
Tiamat.
question of
I
what
mean,
are you going
this
to
is the
follow
year
up on
10
the
special
double
right here.
balls
This
with?
is the matchup of the year.
A fantastic
Throughout
option.
all
for
of year
matchup
10
for
of
the
this
Oni
game,
Warriors.
this has been the
And
mid-lane
again,
matchup.
it's giving me a lot of Phase 1 vibes from this squad. I mean, you know, the Merlin,
Okay, so
the
which
Odin,
warriors in jungle and which warriors in
maybe
solo?
Anhur and Yemoja mixed between, but like those are things the Warriors were going for at the beginning of the year. And again, that Pagon made look really, really good. He's great for defense. He's good on offense, and the Warriors like to play their offense. But this is one of those
He's trying to
gods
some
that
Gilgamesh
we have
support.
seen as an absolute hit or miss. There have been Merlin games the last like 5 months that have made me wish they didn't exist.
Yeah, only one game of Merlin this tournament so far. Dardes looked pretty good on it, did a lot of damage. So maybe that got us back. I'm surprised to see him in the meta, but maybe just games going so late, the pressure's so high that late game mages do fantastic.
Yeah, Merlin and Tiamat have just been strong all year. They're able to utilize everything.
Phantom Gilgamesh skin,
there
right?
is.
That's why they chose that skin
They can
after
play
their
decently
Worlds
early.
run.
They can play.
They go back to it, Trelly. The Oni Warriors do 4 Panatom. Fill me in. Is that an expected pick? Is that a pocket pick? Where does he stand, and what does it provide to the Oni Warriors?
It's definitely a pick that Panatom himself has liked to go to even when everyone else isn't. Possibly because of
really well
the
into the
storied
late
run
game.
they had at Worlds with a god like Gilgamesh.
They've worked
But
with
he was a
every
lot
build.
better
They're
during
both
that
really
season,
good
right?
at
Gilgamesh has taken
triggering
plenty
on
of
hits.
nerfs
They're
since
both-
then, so I think it's just a flavor, right? It's like, hey,
Merlin's
this
really
is going
safe.
to be
Tiamat's able to be tanky.
pressure early. I can get a lead. I can play very aggressive, which is exactly what the
So
Oni
just
Warriors
every
want.
time the meta has
Throw
shifted
the
this year,
Odin
it's
and
just been
Yemoja
like they've
mix,
always
you
been
have
there.
big
They haven't always
circles
been the
all up
top
on
two.
each other, and you can't really mess up wins
But-
as much.
The question
always been
is, for me, remember, for me it's very simple. I see a lot of circles. I don't want to be in those circles. That is as far as my Smite brain goes. And so Hazer, I'll ask, do the Kings have the ability to get out of those circles, the walls, the entrapments that the Oni Warriors are going to be throwing down?
I mean, they picked a pretty safe comp, I think. Camazot's here, I think, is really, really good into everything the Oni Warriors have picked. The question is, can Twig play Camazot's at the level that he needs to play up against this Oni Warriors comp? The only one who's going to be in danger of getting trapped in and burnt down is going to be Quig on this Baron, but that is considered
So
a good
I'm
matchup into Yemoja.
assuming
You can
that
pull
this
the
is gonna be
Yemoja back
Gilgamesh
through
jungle,
her own walls with that
but,
life of the party
like,
and take her out of position and look to pick her
Odin
off
jungle's
and
not-
punish when that Yemoja ult
like-
goes up.
Trelly, what are some keys to victory you want
Either
me
way
to
is
keep
gonna
my
be
eyes
weird.
on as we go into game 1?
Well, I want you to look at
I'm down for-
junglers,
I'm
of
down for
course.
some
That
spice.
first blue buff is going to be important. And last set, I just casted last set, there wasn't a lot of fighting
You
at
did a
those
great
blue
job,
buffs.
by the way.
Thank you, I really appreciate that. There wasn't a lot of fighting at those blue buffs. It was, hey, they got here, we got here, let's go. That's not the way Panatom and Sot like to play. I would not be surprised if we saw engages at those blue buffs, invades towards those blue buffs. So keep an eye on the Gilgamesh. If Panatom falls down early, could go a bit differently, but those blues are going to be where the action's at.
Ever since last weekend, when we knew this matchup was going to be on the schedule, I've been looking forward to it. Let's delay no further. Camelot Kings, Oni Warriors, game number 1, right now.
Thank you so much.
we
Over on the
go.
desk, it's J-Mac and Inbound here to bring you maybe one of our most storied quarterfinal matchups that we could have asked for. Camelot Kings, Oni Warriors, the Kings coming back to defend their World Championship title and against one of the players that jumped ship from this team. Genetics jumping over to the Oni Warriors midway through the season. Some people all for that one. A lot of people, not so much. A big controversial roster change ended up happening for this Warriors team. You know, you go from an undefeated startup of the season. The only matchup that that Warriors team had lost was that final matchup in that Masters tournament.
They lost
They
the
made
fart.
that roster change, and it's not quite that same level of dominance, but it's been starting to ramp up. We get ready to jump into game number 1. It's the Oni Warriors, the Camelot Kings, the final quarterfinals matchup here in day 1
It
of
makes
the
more
SWC.
sense than Odin jungle, but
And I think you're 100% right. I'm excited to see how this roster change has really happened with this Warriors comp. Are we
Could've
going to
been
see
Baron
that
solo
same run
Nike
it down
support
type of style? Are we going to
as
see
well.
a more genetics,
But
patient, slow it down, let's wait till
Kismet's
late game type
meant
of
to
style?
be.
And that's just like, this is what the roster change was made for. This Worlds tournament right now. They thought
Both
they could make
going
the
Axe,
change,
by the way.
improve in their
Nice,
late
nice.
game for this type of tournament. And they're playing against a team that really wants to go
Junglers
late
on
in this
opposite
Kings.
starters.
And as I look at this Kings comp,
Man,
the first thing I'm looking
everyone
at,
other than the junglers
Camazot's.
are matching starters.
That is the thing that stands out to me. We've not seen Twig play it in a
Blink
long
from both
time, if ever.
junglers.
And it's not really a god that fits his style. He's more of an engaged start
Aegis
fights
from
off.
Merlin.
You can't do that on Kama. You have to play slow.
See what Captain Twig can do on the Camazons. I think the one thing, and maybe the one treat I
Each
wasn't
is
expecting,
first in
to
this
see
matchup is
Panatom
interesting.
go back to the Gilgamesh, the god that essentially got a
you
skin
get the
in
Tiamat,
Smite
the
because
Baron.
of this player. The World
I don't know what
Championship
CC cam it has. I don't know
Leviathans
what
Gilgamesh is
Camazons
there
does.
because of this man right here for what he was able to do on this god.
Unfortunately, he's not rocking the skin though.
Yeah,
it's a little sad.
I think he's throwing a little bit if you're asking me. Yeah, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean, the Crimson King, good enough. I mean, we'll see if it pays off. Maybe he'll be regretting it later when we get to that. But yeah, the Gilgamesh.
Also,
it's
Pagon
an
grabbed
exciting god
yellow,
to
probably
watch,
not
and
intentional.
It's kind of a different
That's an
style. I think
unfortunate
it's
start.
changed and evolved through its years. Used to you go Boombas, you go for that auto attack canceling ability build, Boombas, stuff like that. That's the build he's going back to, but it's not a build we've seen in a long time. And it'll be interesting to see how much defense is he building. Is he going to build more of a one-shot, something like that? So I think I'm keeping an eye on his build. And then also, Camazons.
Well, Panatom, got to be careful to walk too close to the bat and BMT. Even though it is a Tiamat, still can do a decent bit of damage even this early in the game. But I think you're right to say, keeping an eye on how Panatom likes to go with his build, because this is a god, again, we haven't seen, it feels like almost a year, maybe longer, since we've really seen this god. When
as
the
soon
auto
as-
attack warriors got pushed out of the jungle.
Tiamat's kind of like a lead character
ones,
in
like
that
the Osiris
hitting
those
6
kind of gods,
is a
they
really
kinda
big
pop back
deal
up for a
because
little
5
while.
obviously gives you
This god
your
was
ult, but
absent for such a long time.
Yeah, I mean, Osiris, you're guaranteed at least one
6
game from
puts
Simon every
the
month or
third
two.
level into your
Erlang,
1,
maybe a game or two from
which
someone else.
gives you the ability
Gilgamesh,
to fire a few
not
extra
at all.
shots, and
I
that's
think
going to
that's what's
spike your
exciting
damage
about him,
just
the
as much as
playmaking potential
not
from
just,
this
but
god.
very
And I think when we get to that more
strong.
middle game
It's
portion, that
it's a
level
weak
5,
item,
that's when that playmaking potential really
So
happens, because
it's really
this will be a more farm it up type of style for both of these comps. They want to wait for that 5. The Baron Samdi, the Kama, most of these characters spike at 5. Honor's the only one that really sticks out where maybe we see something pre-5. And when we talk about Yemoja, Genetics is one of the first Yemojis that comes to mind. He plays this god so phenomenally and so aggressively, and it's in a counter matchup with this
Yeah, but he also
Baron.
plays the funny
so it'll be really
ha-has.
interesting to see how the Baron Yemoja
I want to see
matchup
the funny
kind of
ha-has.
pairs off with each other. Usually, when Yemoja was first picked and when she was picked early, Baron was the god in response. But picking Baron into Yemoja and Odin, is he going to be able to survive the cages as they talked about on desk? Phantom Shell, what's he going to go for that second relic?
And I think it's an important point to bring up is the double cage. Usually we see one answered for another. They got Yemoja, we got Odin. In this case, you put them on the exact same team, and it really puts an immense amount of threat on the potential of, as you know, kind of highlighted by the desk, that Phantom Shell. Do we even see one picked up by the Camelot Kings? As of now, the answer to that is no. Quig gonna go for the meditation that first slot. But it would not surprise me with the threat those two gods have. If we see it, Captain Twig could have been our fire, but Oni Warriors, they'll go ahead and let this one go just for now.
And that's a good play by Twig there. That's not a fight that you really win. These Warriors base damage in the early game, it's very hard to fight against. Trade the blue buffs. You don't need to win this early game. That's not how the Kings have made their living. That's not how they win these games. They want to play for that later portion. Anything to avoid those early fights, those early 50-50s, I like. I am really excited to see, is Twig going to go for a more defensive style? Because usually when we see Twig on these gods, these hyper carries, he'll fit a defense item in somewhere, whether it's mantle, maybe a spectral, breastplate, something like that. So I'm curious to see after this Jotuns, where will he go?
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of diversity with the Hunter build so far. You know, we saw Panda Cat bring out the Uller. That usually builds a lot different than your most standard Hunters. We've seen some double crit. We've seen no crit. It's kind of just been ever-changing, really, depending on how these team comps go. So I think keeping eyes on Nitra and Yarkord's build throughout the game probably maybe gives a determination on how Twig goes.
And I think that's a good point. Hunter builds are very important right now. Usually, I think crit dominates the meta currently. Crit is so broken. Deathbringer is just absolutely broken. We might have to have a talk with the devs back about that. But when it gets down to those late game, those Hunters really do win games by themselves with the crit build. And I think we see a Pen-style build. We'll have to talk about objectives. Can they burn them? How will fights happen if they don't have that one-shot potential on these diving junglers? And that's always the interesting thing with these builds is, how are these ADCs going to build?
Right now, the way that both supports are building, Prophetic Cloak after that War Flag. Is this kind of just becoming like that staple? Like if you don't go Gauntlet of Thieves, you go Prophetic? Or is there a world you see, you know, some of the supports go towards both of those items?
We saw Aurora do both of them. I'm not in love with the build. I think it slows it down just a little bit too much. I'd rather opt for either cooldown or survivability or maybe anti-heal, something like that. Especially in a game like this. Kama's got a lot of healing. Baron's got a lot of healing. Yemoja's got a lot of healing. Eventually, if it goes late, lifesteal. I think we're going to have to pay attention to anti-heal in this game a lot. Maybe something like Contagion on Quig after this. this Prophetic, same with the Emoji, maybe a Contagion, stacks that Cloak up a little bit faster, because when you get CC'd, you get that Contagion proc onto the enemy, it gives you a free stack. It's literally the freest stack in the game. So something like that I think would be really good for both of these supports.
You see how hungry Panatom is for a fight right now. Maybe Sot can bring some of that action for his team. Captain Twig jumps over the blue buff wall, gets stunned out by Sot. Now Panatom will jump right in. The drop kick against the wall will force out the bat out of hell. But can Variety even bail Captain Twig out? He's able to get to the tier 1 tower. And rotation from BMT at least guarantees the safety of the jungler for the Camelot Kings. But now Sot jumps to the tower. Screech hits. Variety throws out his own ultimate. Can Variety get enough damage to take down Sot? He's waiting for the stun to go through. It does land, but Panatom is on the way. He's still got the wins if need be, but
for Totem.
We'll hold on to now. The Totem, much more important than anything else.
And a close fight over in solo side. And that's like the strength of this Camazotz. We see it a lot. It's a very good 1v1 character, and just the survivability of it. The jump, the ultimate, the healing. All these are just very powerful in
Emoji isn't in many skins that I like at all, but this is one of the ones I like.
Towards this. We saw like 7 assassin / jungle bans. Twig had to dig deep to find this Camazotz, and if he can show that he can play this Camazotz, it'll spell out a whole different P's and B's for the rest of the tournament.
And that's really kind of been the MO of a lot of teams against the Camelot Kings recently, has been just ban Captain Twig, and then we've solved the problem, no big deal. And it's kind of forced the rest of the team to step up just a little bit more. Yarkor's having to find some extra comfort picks. BMT is trying to figure out where he can slot in. It really has kind of made this Kings team transition a bit more to straying away from, we need Captain Twig to help us out, and now is kind of pushed to the rest of the map, able to really allow Twig to dig so deep into his pool.
Yeah, and Twig has a really good opportunity here. Twig, Big Man, Quig all together. If they look for a play onto Pegon right now, no beads available into this Baron. It's risky. It's very risky.
Couple of warriors,
but if there's no Baron that rotates towards mid, doesn't look for Pegon, allows him to just kind of farm up for that level 12, this is going to be a good play by Pegon. But if for some reason Pegon has to go into the jungle, Baron is around there, they have very easy kill potential onto him.
Twig leaps away. 2 people inside of his jungle right around that Fury Pit. I think it's a good point to bring up. We've been seeing a few mid laners do this, where if they don't think that there's enough CC to threaten them, we just see Aegis. Might need an Aegis for Panatom. A lot of his health gone. Winter Samash dropped down. Both players jumped out of the pit, but have missed everything. And now it's Pegon. First blood. But Captain Twig takes him down. Panatom falls.
Twig gets first blood.
BMT might be the next one up. The stun, not going to be there. The bubble is good. The stun lands in Genetics.
Oh, Genetics.
But Captain Twig's in a worse spot. Able to get the heal. Bat out of hell available. And they got it. The double kill for Captain Twig. But it fall down to the damage of Metroid and Sot.
They are scrapping. They are scrapping, chat.
Early. He's got this early breastplate. It allows him to clear, rotate, and we saw kind of what's going to be happening in these fights. A lot of time, the Camazotz and Panatom are going to be starting these fights up. Unfortunately for Panatom, he gets a little bit too far forward. He gets not able to jump away into safety. Pegon is able to clean up the kill. That's a good positioning by Pegon and good rotation from both side lanes. I think it'll be very curious to see how Variety kind of deals with solo. Variety's not a solo laner who likes to rotate, so it's going to be interesting. Is he going to follow solo around, kind of chase him around, or is he going to play mostly for his own farm?
This has been a lot of Variety. He's going to sit back, wait till like maybe 15 to 20 before he rotates out. Has upgraded the teleport all the way, which leads me to believe we might be seeing some early objective play out of the Camelot Kings. But when you talk about early objective play, there's no real secure on either side. It's a lot of shred, at least on the Oni Warriors end. So let's see if the Camelot Kings can find some kind of way to answer back to that.
And even outside of that, I just like the TP upgrade to be able to match Solo. Solo's an aggressive rotator, not just TPer. He will just walk over if he thinks he can expect a fight. So I like that Variety's investing this early 800 gold, allow him to teleport towards wards and have this lower cooldown teleport. And something that caught my eye, Panatom going for that early defense. He is going for that tier 2, whether Phalanx, Glad Shield, whatever it is. It shows me that it's going to be a little bit more hybrid. Panatom wants to get in, start the fights. But I think it worries me a little bit when we go to that middle late game portion. Is there going to be enough damage with this Oni Warriors comp? Are they going to be able to kill this Tiamat, who's very tanky, this Rama, who's very safe?
And I'm actually wondering if that was Panatom's quest item from his passive, if he happened to get a round shield and said, okay, I can work with this, or if this is just natural part of the build, and maybe he's already gotten rid of the tier 1, maybe he hasn't even picked it up just yet. To be determined, still has another option available, but it does seem to be more towards at least initial damage, and now have a little bit of that utility, that defense to stay inside of these team fights. You see Captain Twig rotate over.
to this right-hand side, but it's just that cooldown cam. This really has kind of been Captain Twig's home for the majority of this phase of this year, has been over on this side, keep variety up. But when you rotate too many people to the other side,
they're looking for a pick.
Oni Warriors going for a bait at the Gold Fury jump in. Quigs might be the target. It's an ultimate in from Genetics to lock 2
They're using a lot.
Quig has been pulled
Yup,
back.
there he
and Panatom
goes.
takes him down. The Riptide misses
4v3.
Yarkor. BMT is forced to jump away.
Yarkor's one. They could get him. They're not gonna.
Kings.
But now they
The
just
Oni
collapse on
Warriors
Fury with
will
all
go
5.
for the catch and go. They'll let that one out and go back to the Gold Fury, but it could just be another bait.
Yep, and
They're
then
looking to
Solo
pull
is
it
just
down
gonna
to
zone
about
them.
half. Solo zoning a little bit, looking for the 50-50. Cages up. Oni Warriors
Them out.
secure
Warriors
it.
get it.
And that's a good rotation
Easy.
right there by Solar Troll. He's getting here early to these fights, and Variety's nowhere to be seen. He's not here.
Look at the nearest teleport spot that Variety has. It's a tower at this point. Meanwhile, you look at the Oni Warriors, they've got wards on the top end of this Gold Fury the whole time, so there's just no way Variety could match that if he had the opportunity to. But Teleport was still down going into that fight, and now, because of these team fights and because of that Gold Fury, the Oni Warriors have pulled ahead to the tune of about 2,500 gold.
And when you get to this more middle portion of the game, eyes on the support relics. I think that's something that really sticks out to me. What are we going to see? Is Quig going to go for that Phantom Shell? Is Quig going to go for maybe potential here?
Twig chasing down
Beads are
Paragon.
available. He should be fine.
Beads there, Aegis available, and also Yamoja nearby should be safe.
Plenty of safety there. But the support relics, also on the Yamoja, what are we going to see from this Yamoja? We see a lot of shells, maybe potential for Bracer for those objectives, because as you said, good burn on the side of the Warriors, not great secure though. So maybe if they have even more burn, it doesn't really allow for as much of a need for that secure because they can just burn those objectives so much faster.
It's going to make these Pyromancers so important for both these teams because no immediate burst damage. You know, maybe an Ice Bolt for 300-400, you know, maybe a stun from Tiamat for a few hundred, but that 1,000 damage isn't going to be matched by anything else in this lobby. So we'll have to see really where these teams start to group up, how important a priority that Pyromancer becomes.
And with this beacon up, this is something that we sometimes see the Warriors like to fight over. Unfortunately, nobody there for the Warriors. It's just free for them. But a lot of times, Solo likes to go to those. So it's interesting to see Solo not opt to rotate.
Metroid confident in a potential 2v1.
Love it.
Genetics was on the way. I'll make sure he gets a little bit of extra healing his direction. And even Panatom lurking inside the jungle. Camp stolen away by Captain Twig. A nice Screech steals that from Panatom. So XP denied over to the Gilgamesh. It's still building in to more defense now in that Kasari tree.
And I like this type of build from Panatom. I like when Gilgamesh builds this more harass style. Because if you start to snowball, it's impossible to deal with him.
Like
This is the Gilgamesh that kind of won the Levi's, that one tournament, that won Worlds from some time back, just Worlds. Season 8, they dominated with it, and it was because of this early prio on this Gilgamesh. And he's already level 13. If he gets just a little bit more farm, allowed to dive that Tiamat and to dive that Baron, there's no threat onto him. And it also just makes Solo's job easier, which makes Genetics' job easier. And that's what happens when you build these hybrid junglers. Yes, they can't one-shot, but they make everybody else's job around them that much easier.
Brings you that additional front line that feels like for a lot of teams fits really well. There's some teams who are having that third tank doesn't entirely make sense, whether it be composition or players. Panatom needs a little bit of help more than anything because he's surrounded by 3. Coffin to pull him back. Use the bees, but he didn't actually get grabbed by the Coffin, but he's just far enough to want to get yanked back in. Captain Twig does not land the bats this time. What looked like a potential misplay by Panatom is just enough to get him out.
And that's one of those interesting, between Gilgamesh and the Baron, interesting things that happen with Gilgamesh too. I don't know why it took me so long to describe that, but when you kick, you get this slight delay where you don't get sucked back and you kind of fling yourself forward. So if you don't have beads, you don't have jump, you still have that kick to kind of give you that little extra momentum to get away from the pull. Little interesting kind of thing we can pay attention to where Panatom is a little extra safety on top of the beads and the 3. And with that, they're pulling this Pyro.
Pyro started up, 40% down. BMT on the way, but it's a jump in by Assad, and it's going to be a reverse rebuke by Genetics. Guarantees the Pyromancer for the Oni Warriors. Now a 3,000 gold lead up. Not much action has been happening except around these objectives.
And the Camelot Kings have 2 kills, both on Twig. And that's what I'd want to see these kills on. On this Camazotz, you have to get ahead. But he's not really done too much since that early game. They had that play onto Panatom potentially there. Panatom plays it a little bit too well and escapes. But I want to see a little bit more aggression out of Twig. This Camazotz is a god that dominates around this point. Yes, he scales, but why not play to your strengths even right now?
Really haven't seen Twig go attack anybody aside from Pegon that one time over by Green Buff, and since then, it's been so quiet from Captain Twig. You know, we had a great start to the early, go for this big 2v2, 3v3 over in mid, comes out with a double kill. But after that, it just feels like Captain Twig has gone into farm mode.
Yeah, and to kind of pair together, because I think when you talk about the Kings, you talk about both Twig and Variety. So far, this is probably one of the best games we've seen from them. No deaths, farming up. They're getting to a point where they're basically even with the opposite side. And usually this is the weakness of the Kings. Losing that early game, they're not losing it. Maybe this is the comfortable spot that they find themselves in. So when they go late, they have that even team fight, and they can actually take that 5v5.
It almost became a meme how much we talked about it.
Definitely became a meme.
You talk like Season 8, Season 9 Kings, and it's just like, man, you guys are kind of just the macro farmers. And you get out and hear interviews like, yeah, we're sorry to the fans that, you know, it plays like this, but like, that's just what we're good at, and we do it better than anyone. And they did, and that's what netted them a world championship. But haven't really seen that same level quite yet. But unfortunately for the Kings, this has just been a position that they've just been used to for the last almost 2.5 years of play.
But I will say, you can never count out the Kings when it goes late. It doesn't matter. You'll see them win team fights down 10K even this season. So to see them at a point, 16 minutes, only down 3K, maybe getting busy and left.
Leads down from Yarkor. Captain Twitch trying to zone, but Panatom
solo
kicks
again.
Twig against the wall. With Sot already here and a teleport now from Variety. We got the full squad on the left side of the map. Oni Fury is up, but it might require a couple of picks from one team to try and pull the objective.
And with Phantom Shell available here for Quig, they can't really just look for the bait on that.
Coffin by Quig, it's pulling in SOT, but SOT jumps over it, and nobody's gonna get stunned now. Genetics is zoning the team fight away as Pegon is just melting through the health bars of Captain Twig, and now Netroid goes down to Variety. Bad out of hell, still there though for Captain Twig. He's able to swoop out of danger, but Variety is falling low, needs to bail out. The Kings have the man advantage, but it's the only Warriors with the health bars.
And Twig is diving phenomenally right now. Him and Variety are playing so well off of each other. This is the Season 9 Kings that I imagine. Variety goes in first, he baits out abilities, and Twig is there to clean him up. This is the type of Kings that is scary.
That's just
over the beacon, two of the Kings nearby, but Sot's not going to give up this ground. He does plenty of damage, especially when he's tailed by Genetics, and even Pegon standing around the wall. It's going to be a long battle around this beacon, unless the Camelot Kings just say they'll go ahead and give it up. Not worth risking too much over this beacon, not as valuable as it once was.
And as we're hitting this 18-minute mark, my eyes are on these support builds. Both of them going for stacking builds, but neither of them have finished either of their stacking items. Both of them pretty close, but they are very, very squishy right now. With the amount of damage both sides have in mid, in ADC, in jungle, I would not be surprised if they start looking for these picks on these frontliners. There's a lot of CC there. One CC catches them out. There's no beads. There's a little bit of immunity on the side of Quig, but not true beads potential.
Sot getting pulled back in by the Coffin under tower, but he's fine. He's got a cage to bail himself out, and Arita Variety's gonna try and push him back to the enemy team. Not gonna get him quite far enough. An aggressive play by the solo of the Oni Warriors, but not gonna be enough to net anything. You even look at the relics of who he was trying to go for. Eggs and beads are still down on BMT. He was just going there to push them out and set up now for this Oni Fury. The Warriors are just going to get this one for free unless there's a big snipe out from the Camelot Kings, but Yark not able to get the distance, can't get the shot. It's Oni Fury to the Warriors.
And again, you see Solo rotating over, getting that poke on the Big Man. Big Man's got to reset. He can't stay out half health. Yes, they're getting a trade here. They're getting this pyro, but the Oni wave potential here allows for maybe a wave somewhere.
We talked about it earlier, though. This Pyromancer could be the most valuable objective for either of these teams. So now splitting it to where you can now officially 50-50 the Fire Giant up against the enemy team might make it a little bit nicer for the Camelot Kings to try and walk up. At 19 minutes in, 3-3, 2,500 gold and XP separating these two teams. And for all intents and purposes, we're at an even game at this stage.
Yeah, and this is, Kings don't mind 2K. They're worried when it's 7, 8, 9K, but 2K they can handle at 20 minutes. And something we talked about early in the game, what are the ADCs going to be building? So far we have Crit, tier 2 on the side of Netroid, and it seems like a pen build for the Kings. And we talked about, there's not a ton of burn potential on the side of the Kings, so maybe some objective worry there. They may have to look for more fighting potential around these objectives. The Warriors, though, they don't have to worry about that. They have the burn, they just don't have the secure.
Twig getting thrown around with the Riptides. Sot has spotted him out as the Camelot Kings retreat back to the tier 1 tower. It's just Variety by himself. He's got ultimate, That Sentinel of Zeus will give him a lot of extra HP to survive, but you never want to have to use that in a situation like this, especially when you're just meandering about the jungle.
And setting up for this tier 1 tower, this is when you want to start pushing your lead.
Jump in by Panatom.
Free. It's free.
All of us. Just scare the Camelot Kings back. Variety still holding on to his leap, able to escape from the Warriors. But with no objectives up right now, the only Warriors, they're just prodding and poking for any small bit of gold that they can get.
And this is what I like seeing from the Warriors. They're grouping to just slowly push their lead. They're not winning these massive fights that are getting these massive gold leads. They're just grouping Gold Furies here, Gold Fury here, tier 1 here, tier 1 here. They're getting a bunch of gold across the map, and they're going to hit their spikes a little bit quicker, and I want to see them play off those spikes. We have Merlin, 4 full items. He is so strong in this fire.
Yarkor is not here at all for the Camelot Kings. He's all the way in the left jungle. Instead, it's SOT.
Cage.
Finds Quig and Big Man Tings. Quig's going to go for the cough, and it's going to
There's
stop
the cough.
by SOT.
Oh,
Quig
he's
kicked
stuck.
against the wall and batted down by the Oni
Ouch.
Warriors. That's 1 pick now for the Order side team. Variety just going to try and sweep himself away. Get out of the danger of the Oni Warriors, who can go right back to fire.
And this is why I don't like this Baron build. He's just too squishy. They blew him up in no time. Fire's down to half, though. 5 here versus 4.
Whoa, Captain Twig blinks to the back line. Can he get anything done? Bat out of hell used. It's just to try and zone the carry out. The objective damage isn't quite there just yet. The Fire Giant not confirmed by either team. There's still 2 runic bombs in play, and the Fire Giant will go to the Camelot Kings.
Steal it.
But can they get out of the fight? Big Man Tings, no relics left. Jumps away as far as he can, but it's not far enough. Pagon knocks him down. The Camelot Kings running as far and as fast as they can.
And that's perfect. You do not need to live everyone with this Fire Giant. Just getting it away slows down this game. We're talking level 18, level 19 for most of these players on the King side. They just want to hit that 20. That's all they want.
Now, the Oni Warriors, upset with their Fire Giant taken away from them, start taking away these towers. Tier 1 removed on the right-hand side. That's as far as they're going to go for now. So go back, spend up some of that golden hand. Nearly everybody sitting on 1,500 with 20s on the way. We're starting to get close to those starter item upgrades.
And quickly, I want to go back to that Fire Giant. Now I want to talk about Quig's build. He is just too squishy at this point. He cannot frontline. They need variety standing at the front of this fight. If it's Quig, that's what's going to happen. It does not matter about the Phantom. It does not matter about the ultimate. He will just get burned. From now on, if there's an objective, if somebody needs to frontline, it's got to be variety.
It's kind of crazy that we're 22 minutes in. This is the first level 20 we've been hitting. Considering how much during this season, mids are hitting 20 by like 18, 19. Carries are right behind them. And you see these soul laners and junglers start to close the gap. But it is Pagon first on the 20 board. The Primal started, and Yarkor in a bad spot. He rolls to the side of the cage. Maybe being in the air can buy him a bit of time, but he's going to land right down into the River's Rebuke. Nowhere left for Yark to go. He's using everything he's got to escape, and none of it is enough. Captain Twig, can he get anything up against the backline? Netroid fires off the ultimate towards Quig. Everybody's falling low.
That's not
going to
find
trying to
anything.
lock them in place.
Solo's
just
stuck in the middle, though.
A one-man army zoning the entire team of the Kings. Variety's gone back in. Pops the Sentinel of Zeus. He's got a lot of HP, but that's not going to
Genetics is out of Omi. Panatom's almost out of help.
And just like that, all they're looking is for this little bait. Yarkor just gets kicked into the wall, and he doesn't have anything to kind of keep himself alive. And this is that problem with this Baron. It's just not doing what it's meant to do. It's supposed to be this counter into Yemoja. You're supposed to kill Yemoja. Yemoja's 2-0-5. She has not died. She is running this game when it comes to the team fights. This Baron, it's got to be like more of a reset. It's got to be more of a let's play back. Let's bait them into us. You can't keep walking forward into the jaws of the Oni Warriors.
When I talk about the fear of God, no, it's the fear of Sot. He walks up to 3 low health bar targets at Pyramid, so they all bail out immediately from him. And with all reason, too, 104, not quite the unkillable style of build he had coined earlier on in the year, but it feels damn near close to it at this point.
I'd argue it's more deadly because he's not 20 yet. That other build was a level 20 spike. Like, we cannot kill this guy. He's going to be flopping around. He's the Glizzy. He's still the Glizzy, but he's not going to be flopping around unkillable. He'll just do a whole load of damage, so you kind of got to give him that space.
Pyromancer now started by the Oni Warriors, half HP. The Kings have some steal opportunity. Will they even be able to get a chance to use it? No, they won't. Solar Troll zoning out Big Man Tings to not allow that mage to be able to steal anything away. New runic bomb in pocket for the Oni Warriors.
As we're hitting this later game portion of it, we got the Fire Giant on the side of the Kings. This is the point where we're starting to hit those 20s. We're got to see what these starters start to look like. We have alternates on both sides of the mages. Something interesting to me, though, Big Man's got that Soul Reaver. He doesn't have, I mean, he has Chronos Pendant. He doesn't have Soul Reaver yet. So that front line killing potential, it's not there. This Odin is darn near unkillable. The Emoja is very hard to deal with. I don't know how they're really going to take them down.
We've been seeing a lot of this kind of battle. You know, you go Book of Thoth, you go Chronos Pendant. Every time we see this Chronos Pendant, it really sacrifices a lot of that early kill potential for that extra bit of CR. Get all those rotations out there to spam more abilities, but we haven't seen quite the success of it just yet. We'll have to see how that Chronos Pendant can actually pan out for BMT. I mean, you've got a decent bit of damage already, at least a bit of pen online with that Book of Thoth, with that Divine, and now getting the Ob Shard. So now you've got some kill potential for BMT. But as you say, without that Soul Reaver, you're missing that real extra punch.
And I think that's like the big
Support starters
thing. Ob Shard gives you really good pen to kill
get a little
shred to kill
wonkier
those frontliners.
when the ADCs are
but
around.
Reaver's that little extra oomph that really threatens the frontliners. There's not a
now-
ton of
now
threat
the
onto
ADCs are
Solo
gonna
right now.
snowball
There's not a
even harder.
ton
I
of
guess
threat
Solo
onto
can't,
Genetics.
though, is the
Yes, if
thing.
they consistently over-position themselves, yes, they can be taken down. But as we've seen, that's not been an issue. And we've seen Solo maybe play a little too far forward, and he's just not getting punished. And if we go to this later portion, I do want to see Solo kind of clean that up a little bit. If that Reaver is finished, if we do get that 6th item on UR Core, I think Solo needs to be a little bit more calculated with what he does, but for now, he's cooking.
Now the Titans marching down left side. We already see the Oni Warriors fully grouped up and ready to knock this one down. Meanwhile, the Camelot Kings gonna play a bit more passive, sit a little bit further back and wait for the Oni Warriors to step up to them at their tier 2.
And with how strong the Oni Warriors are, yes, no Fire Giant, but there's no Fire Giant on the King side either. I want to see them siege this tier 2. We've got Titan. We've got the Boomba's Hammer finished. We've got the War Banner. So many starters on the side of the Warriors. They're spiking, and the Kings are not.
Zot's gonna get rooted. Heal to the way of the Camelot Kings, but now the Titans inside of the tower, starting to swing away at it. Keep your eyes
looking
on
for
Twig. He's trying to
shenanigans.
go for a flank
Twig's
on the
looking
back.
for
This
shenanigans.
is the
Oh,
path.
he's been oh, it's over.
It only lands that screech damage, and that's not enough poke to really put a threat on this on her. So it will be a tier 2 tower going to the Oni Warriors, and they might not stop there. It looks like they're already heading over to the mid lane instead.
And it looks like they maybe trying to catch out Twig here, because Twig's trying to drop that red. Panatom just trying to get some deep vision, and I think this is a good thing getting ready for this Fire Giant. Trying to find that pick. We've already seen one Fire Giant get pulled and get stolen. It didn't matter 5v4. That's just how bad the secure is on both
I
of
think
these
this
teams.
is going to run
And I
past
think
12
that's what we have
hours.
to keep an eye on as we get to this next fire.
Bleep is already down from Panatom. Can he get it back in time? He uses the beads, trying to get away.
Shamash
has been pulled back into the curtain, but instead it's now Panatom jumping away. The River's Rebuke as a bailout, but can Variety get enough damage? Can the snipes from Yark land in time to take him down? It's not quite enough. Panatom is still alive. He's able to jump away. The Warriors bail him out. Variety doing everything in his power to kill him, but he just can't.
There he
Instead,
goes.
Sot who lose out on the 2v2. Captain Twig chasing him down. SOT has already used his leap, and Quig is waiting for the wrap up. He lands it. The heal, the gaze is right behind, but the heal is a bit too late.
The leap,
and
he
Sot
gets
is
it.
able to walk out.
And they're just trying to
Problem
bully him out at
is,
this point. Variety's job
the
right now
Warriors
is to
anyway,
play
the Kings
linebacker. Don't let him in.
get a free
There's
Fire
very
Giant.
little secure here, but there's a bomb beside on the emoji.
way.
And it's on
There's
Genetics. He's
no
the only one who's at
way.
the pit right now. He can walk in and try and take this one.
They gotta
The Kings
fight.
have either got to kill
They gotta
Genetics
fight.
or destroy the bomb. They're going to go for the kill on Genetics. The Fire Giant hasn't been reset, though. The Camelot Kings.
Oh, no one got it.
Genetics is low. So are the Camelot Kings. BMT has used every resource in his arsenal. Quick is all by himself. Leave him be. Camelot
caught
Kings.
out.
Let him go down because
There's
the only
no way the
Warriors
Warriors turn
are
this
giving up
around.
the chase. The fire is around 4. But the Warriors
There's
can't
no
go
way
too
they
much
turn this
further
fight
unless
around.
Variety
Come on
sends
now.
SOT to the back line.
And the Warriors just a little bit too low. They can't chase out anymore. Net
That's
just coming
insane.
alive right now. But the Kings got everything they needed. Fire on 4. The one person you do not mind Fire Giant to be on is for Quig. Quig's fine. Leave him be. It does not matter to lose one person for Fire Giant. And the Kings, they got everything they needed. They zoned the Emoja perfectly. That is something we talked about. There's not great secure on either of these sides. If there's a bomb in hand, keep an eye on that. Play the killer. They maybe juggled Fire Giant a little weird.
Tiamat's probably
but
the best support in the entire
in the end, it worked
like,
out. They got the Fire
match
Giant.
right now, which is
Kept Genetics out.
not great.
Everybody dove on. They kept
And
one person on
Net
fire. So you
probably
deal with
with
this.
the unhurl.
We'll make sure this guy doesn't get to walk in. The furthest that Genetics got was right at that ring of fire, and that's the farthest you need, especially given that his ultimate was down. His only real secure, if he couldn't get in, was what, like 100 damage from a bubble or a moonblast, maybe. Camelot Kings get a Pyromancer. Captain Twig
he's got a full inventory. He can't pick up the Runic Bomb, so it's just going to sit until somebody else can come grab it. And that one will be Variety to make sure they hold on to it.
Superman Variety grabbing that bomb, and that's something they're going to need for these sieges. And we've seen it a little bit so far this tournament where teams are they're comfortable going with 5, and it's not really worked out. I want to see the Kings split. You've got one of the best 1v1 junglers in the game at your disposal. Have him split the side of the map, make Panatom match him. Because what does this Warrior comp do better than this Kings comp? It's a very simple 5v5. Big ability here, big ability here, big ability here. I'm a little worried about this 5v5 siege up for the Kings, but it looks like they're just going for that tier 2. Please, please, Kings, split. Have Twig take that 1v1.
Slow play. You've got time with the Fire Giant, tier 2. It's a good start. Still got a few more towers. Unlikely that we see the Phoenix go down unless one, maybe 2 extra picks happens against the Oni Warriors here. So I like the slower start up here by the Camelot Kings, especially to go back and start finishing up some of those power spikes. You talk about BMT needing that Soul Reaver, finally online for him.
And that's not the only thing sticking out to me. We also have Variety getting this erosion. We saw him diving that fight in mid. Genetics was healing and shielding so much. Panatom ends up living that fight. And now that erosion is done, a little bit more chase-up potential. I think something a little underrated with the erosion, if we could actually take a look at it, is the movement speed you get when their shielding is around you. So that's something that we can kind of see. And he's also going to be reducing that shielding, which is something very interesting, I think.
Especially against a god that's just going to keep throwing shield after shield, heal after heal, reducing at least a portion of that factor. So important for Variety for the Camelot Kings. Tier 1 tower and left gone, tier 2 in mid, gonna meet the same fate, and now only stands one remaining permanent structure for the Oni Warriors. The Camelot Kings have been fighting from behind nearly this entire game. Even if it's only been 2,000 to 3,000, I've been saying it, it's a comfortable spot for the Camelot Kings. They don't mind going down that small amount of gold because they have that much confidence in their team fight.
I'd say this is more than comfortable for the Kings. Being even at any points is like the perfect spot for the Kings to be in. As we go to these late games, Kings have never had a problem team fighting. They've never had a problem with it. They're always going to be very competitive when it comes to team fights. But now it comes down to EFG is going to be that next kind of fight. We've seen now both sides having an advantage. Kings, when they have the advantage, they look to take the fight. Warriors have the advantage. They do get that pick, but again, it comes back to that secure. Securing is going to be the name of the game as we get to EFG. We have one bomb on the Nike. We have one bomb on the Emoja. Outside of that, it's kind of a coin flip of who's going to be able to get it. I would say we talk about secure and burst. Tiamat's got probably the best burst on the map. That's not saying much, but I do think it does edge out kind of just about anything else.
Because again, the next closest thing is net.
Around a minute before this Fire Giant comes back up. This time enhanced now, so much more important for both of these teams. And with that Runic Bomb, one on each side, Pyromans are still down for almost the exact same amount of time until Fire is back up. Means that neither team can really get that immediate advantage. For what both these teams would love the ability to drop 2,000 damage on the field as opposed to only having to fight the even 1-1.
Yeah, and as we're getting to this, Fire Giant's about to be spawning. The most important thing for both teams, because of the flank potential, is the ward vision. Keep an eye on the wards around the Fire Giant pit. Who's going to be having the flank warded? Because both sides, Camazot's really good flank potential, nearly one-shot potential, can 100% pull relics. And then Panatom has this playmaking potential right now. My only downside to Panatom is he's still only 5 items deep. He is not that strong, especially when you compare him to Twig. So I almost want to see the Kings kind of force something here. Look to play up, get some picks, or some poke.
Panatom a bit tankier than Captain Twig, just by nature of his defense. Goes back and finishes that build
now
with
he's
a
strong.
Full Mantle of Discord, so now 6-slot triple defense in the build. But still not going to hit quite as hard as Captain Twig, but should be able to maybe more effectively take these 1v1s.
And speaking of damage, Deathbringer finished on Netroid now. This is the spike that Netroid's been playing for, and actually flicker in.
Jump in by SOT. The River's Rebuke doesn't catch anybody out, but it's a Phantom Shell now down from Quig. Won't have it for the next fight. The next fight won't even matter because there's going to be another cage ready. This time it's Sot who's going to have his on that cooldown. So having that relic removed from Quig is going to make it so much more difficult in this next fight.
And look at how fast they burn that Pyromancer. Fire's not going to be dropping much slower than that. So if you give him too much space, especially Quig down to half health, Phantom Shell not up for 50. He did opt for the Relic Dagger, so it'll be up 40 seconds faster than you'd expect it. But still, a little bit of an opportunity here for the Warriors. And if you look for it, 2 opportunities to kill Twig.
Really good
you have
right now.
Mojazol, you have Odinol.
Like the better
Phantom Shell
relics
can only
are,
stop one of them. 40 seconds
The
on it.
better
It doesn't
relics are
have
and the
to
less
be now,
bots are
but it does have to be,
absolutely
kind of
required,
bait out that
the
shell first
better relic
and then
dagger
look to
is.
punish after.
Try and get some of these ultimates on either side.
And the only
So
reason
far,
Relic
it's
Dagger
only
wasn't worth
Genetics
building
utilizing
for
his.
the longest
The team
time, I
jumps
support
back
this
and
year
forth
was
between what they
just
want to
that,
go
like,
with, but it's
procs
Oni
matter too
Warriors
much.
who pull the enhanced Fire Giant. Captain Twig standing in the pit makes the call to his team, says, guys, they're pulling this. I don't think they're committed to it, but the Oni Warriors will go back on it once more. Sot jumps over to try and zone Twig and Yarkor out.
Of the support mode
So
where
taking a
you
lot of
get
damage,
buffs
pulled back by the
for
Coffin. The
items
cage is down to try and bail
starter.
himself out. The Fire Giant
You
is not
wanted
been
the extra
reset.
damage
It's a
out
seventh
of it.
man in this fight for everybody. Twig is low. The
Twig,
snipes
yeah.
from Yarkor are already down. They can't go for an extra kill. Meanwhile, Captain Twig can just heal back on these buff camps.
And it looks like just a little bit of trading so far, but if you look at the healing, Yamoja's going to be out healing anyone else on the map. So that victory is on the side of the Warriors, and you'll happily see them pull, reset. They have this Yamoja advantage. They're going to use it. This is one of the things that Genetics is best at.
Oni Warriors back to the fire once more.
Quigs and base.
Variety's already lost a quarter of his health, and Yark and BMT are so far away. Captain Twig hasn't been able to resustain just yet, but neither has Panatom. Benefit for Twig, he's going to naturally heal more than what Genetics can provide over to Panatom, but there's no camps for Twig to really heal on, so instead, he's going to go back to base. I'm not sure if he got spotted on that ward or not, but if the Oni Warriors know this is happening, they could pull this fire.
And it seems like another little bit of a reset, but when you see them back, I want to see them come back with wards. Again, I'm going to beat it into the ground. Warding is so important when you get to this portion, because just one misplay, one person barely out of position can be punished very easily, and it's both sides. Either side has this opportunity, and if you really look at it, this Honor at this point is probably one of the scarier gods on the entire map. The Merlin very strong right now also, but this Deathbringer difference between ADCs just sticks out to me like a sore thumb. Objective burn, the potential to kill Twig. We saw Twig jump into the backline, nearly get eviscerated off the map. Eyes on that.
Now a bit of a reset for both teams around enhanced fire once more. Panatom jumps into mid, throws a drop kick Twig's way, but doesn't hit home with it this time. Warriors are just poking for any little bit of damage that they can get. Same with Variety, trying to get some big damage up, but now instead he might be the one in danger. 30% of his health gone. Quig's just walking back to his team, but now it's Captain Twig taking an unfortunate 1v1 against Panatom. Has to use the bat out of hell, but Panatom will take that trade. When is Shamash now down, but so is Captain Twig's escape. The Oni Warriors go back to the Fire Giant. Variety trying to get in there, but Variety's lost a lot of health. The Fire's falling low. Snipes in by Yarkor.
Got it, Warriors.
Will get the Fire Giant, and Variety's already used his ultimate. Sot's gonna try and catch out anyone he can. Jump in. Cage not available for Sot. He's already used it. Quig's got no resources left. Next Druid is taking him down.
And the Kings, you're looking to get chased out. Warriors looking to jump in a tower. Yarkor's gone. Now chasing a little bit farther. Variety too.
Netrioid with the double kill. 2 low health bars. Variety might not be able to go back to base on his own. It'll be Panatom to send him back in a body bag. The slow is there. The barrier to hold him back. But drop kicks him against the wall. Smacks him down.
Bird goes down.
The Oni Warriors still stand tall. 5 versus 2. It's up to BMT and Captain Twig to play defense.
And they've got the sustain right now. Yamoja is one of the best characters in this scenario. Basically half Omi. They're going to be looking to end now.
Sot jumps in. Ultimate's available for Panatom. Can they get the damage? They get down. Drop
no, they're going to end it here.
Against the wall. He jumps out of the cage.
Yup, that's it. Ultimate timeline's going to be nowhere near enough.
The Oni Warriors who come out on top for game number 1.
And what a fantastic end there by the Warriors. The Fire Giant into the chase down. There was just nothing that the Kings could really do. They don't look to step up, and they don't look to play back. If you're going to be in a position to give up that Fire Giant, you have to commit to one or the other.
If this is a long game 2, a long break, or a game 3, we go over 12 hours,
many times
we lose
during that we see
so
one
here's what we're
person
going to do.
step up. Oh no, I got poked. I need to go back. Another person.
Post.
Oh, I got poked. I need to go back. And the Camelot Kings,
You're
they
gonna
just keep
do
taking
highlight
hellfire after
of
hellfire
the rest of the
loss
Twitch
in
stream
these trades,
from
and the Warriors realize
the
that
start
they're
of
doing
game
this
3.
fine. We're just gonna keep
And then
committing to these fights
we're gonna end
because
the
you
YouTube
just keep
stream
sending
early.
one person at a time.
So,
and that highlights it perfectly.
I'm gonna be right back.
The Yamoja difference in this game was just insane.
And
the
then
healing potential, the poke
we're gonna
potential.
end the YouTube stream
yes,
here.
the walls weren't huge, but that's
So,
not really
YouTube-
the biggest strength of
head over
Yamoja.
to my
It's the
Twitch.
peel potential. You don't even have to trade well. You just have this healing advantage
Links
that you just
in
have
the
to
description.
abuse.
There's a back and forth game here in game number 1 between the
You can
Warriors
come on
and
over.
the Camelot Kings, but
Currently
this
in
one
ad break.
comes up.
But
Warriors are now
feel free
one
to
game
do
away
that.
from going to the semifinals. Can they do it? Well, the Kings bounce
Twitch,
back. We'll
we're
find
going
out in game number
to
2
stay
right after
live
this.
but I need to be right back really quickly.